Welcome into the latest edition of ESPN FC. I'm Dan Thomas, joined in the studio today by Ali Moreno and Stevie Nicol. We're now well under 24 hours until the Champions League final at Wembley. You can imagine excitement very much high in both Germany and Spain ahead of the tie. Front page of Kicker saying this is Dortmund's chance. Meanwhile, AS, the Sports Daily in Madrid, saying destiny the 15th. Of course, Real Madrid looking for that unprecedented 15th European Cup. For more on this, let's welcome in Sid Lowe from Spain and Inspector Gadget outside of Wembley. Stuart Robson is with us. Robert, it was interesting. Producer Mike wanted me to start the show by asking what was the vibe there, what are the fans saying, but then you remembered it's Stuart Robson. You don't talk to the fans.
Well, it'd be nice if there was any fans here. I think it's very empty at the moment. It's 10:30, so there's not too many people around. There was a couple of people in the car park, and I've got a producer here, but apart from that, there's not. It's very, very quiet at Wembley at the moment.
Friday night, of course, that'll change tomorrow. Sid, looking at it, obviously, so much hype about this 15th European Cup. Real Madrid going to the tie as favourites, rightly so, as they believe, as they have done in so many finals previously, that they'll win it.
Yeah, and there's a couple of things, isn't there, at play here? One of them is, as you say, that confidence that comes with being Real Madrid, with having the record that they have, that they've won 8 European Cup finals in a row. They haven't lost since they were beaten by Liverpool in 1981, so that's part of it. And the other part is that this final is different to the previous 8. This is the final, I think, without any doubt, where they have most felt like favourites going into it. In all of those other finals, there was a degree of trepidation. And I think, in fact, if you listen to the way the players have talked, and the way, in particular, today at the pre-match press conference that Ancelotti and Nacho and Modric talked, it felt to me very much like a group that was trying not to say we're favourites, that was trying to remind people that this is football and that things can happen, that was trying to kind of make sure that they didn't fall into the trap of believing it too much. And of course, the reason why they might fall into that trap is because they really are quite clearly favourites for this.
This time last week, we were sat here saying Manchester City turn up, they win the FA Cup. Yeah. Obviously, this is a similar kind of scenario. Borussia Dortmund very much underdogs. What's to stop Real Madrid doing what Manchester City did last weekend?
Well, the fact that it happened last weekend, I would suggest, because...
Do you think you take notice of that?
Oh, aye, absolutely. If I'm the manager of Real Madrid, I'm reminding everybody that if you're not at it, if you're not focused, if you don't prepare, not just the day before the game, but the week and the training and what you eat and your rest, if you do not concentrate and focus on this, here's what can go wrong. Because clearly City didn't focus properly. So it couldn't have come at a better time for Ancelotti, because if I'm Ancelotti, I am shoving this right in their face.
Right.
As an example of what happens if you don't get it right.
The preparation couldn't be much better, could it, for Real Madrid? We've seen it over the last few weeks. He's alternated teams. Obviously, it was the dress rehearsal side that we saw in that final game at the Bernabeu. It seems like the prep couldn't have gone much better.
Well, and I think that adds to what Stevie was just saying there, that there is a difference between what was going on with Manchester City and what is going on with Real Madrid. Manchester City had just won the league the weekend before, and it was well reported of the, obviously, extracurricular activities of the players, and that perhaps sort of the focus had gone away from what was in front of them, and what was in front of them was the FA Cup final. In the case of Real Madrid, they've been preparing for this final for weeks now. It has been the one thing that they've been thinking about, and that Ancelotti has been thinking about, and the training sessions, I imagine that they would have been curtailed to this very moment. And so I don't think that would be the excuse for Real Madrid if indeed they do come up short. It's not because the preparation wasn't quite there. In fact, as you just mentioned, that if they had been diligent in their preparation, they had every opportunity available for them to be as ready as possible for this match.
The one little caveat to that, Sid, I suppose, Rodrigo being late into Manchester City, if you were trying to stir something up somewhere.
Yeah, I suppose so. And actually, what Rodrigo said over the last few days has been a big focal point of the way that the media has picked up on this and of the conversations around this. Of course, because one of the reasons is that what Rodrigo has said is spread across 3 different interviews. Now, 2 interviews in which he essentially said, you know, look, I would like to stay at Real Madrid, but if in the future I found that I didn't have a key place to play or a key role rather to play within the team, then maybe I would think about going somewhere else. And that, you know, I think within the context of his position and knowing that Mbappe's coming, it's not great timing, but it's not a particularly earth-shattering thing, although, as I say, it's not the best moment for it. And then the third one was an interview which came out in GQ magazine in which he admitted that playing against Manchester City, that Real Madrid knew that City were the better side. And in fact, in his words, City are the best side in the world at the moment. But I don't even think that that's necessarily a really big deal, in so much as what he was really doing was trying to underline what Real Madrid have in terms of their competitiveness, in terms of their ability to withstand a team that dominates them long periods in the game and know that there's a way through it. The problem is, of course, you add those 3 things together, and then, to be honest, Rodrigo's slightly clumsy attempt to get out of it, in which he said, you know, my words have been taken out of context. Well, the 2 interviews in which he claimed his words were taken out of context were TV interviews uncut. So if he means out of context, he means that someone dared to press record on the video. That's the only thing. But as you say, I mean, you know, this is one small element in an otherwise pretty much perfect preparation, winning the league in early enough to be able to do the celebrations, get them out of the way, then to be able to prepare with your best possible team in a couple of league games, but then rest in the other couple of league games. Even the one thing that's gone really badly wrong this week, which of course is Lunin getting flu, has actually helped to resolve and justify a decision that I think Ancelotti was going to make anyway, which was to start with Courtois in goal.
Robbo, looking at Real Madrid's preparations for this, how much focus, if you're Carlo Ancelotti, is there on Borussia Dortmund?
He has to think about Borussia Dortmund and the way that they play, but I think it's all about Real Madrid. I don't think he'll think too much about Borussia Dortmund going forward. He'll be thinking about how can they cause them problems. And he can cause them problems by getting at the 2 centre-backs or down the side of the 2 centre-backs, because Hummels can't run. Schlotterbeck makes bad decisions quite often. I mean, they've got to this stage by some good defending in the last game against PSG, but in the main, Borussia Dortmund aren't a good side when they're being counter-attacked. What do Real Madrid do quite well, or very well, is counter-attack down the left-hand side. Rierson will try and get forward for Borussia Dortmund, so they're spacing behind him. Matson is probably their most athletic player on the left-hand side, but there'll be spacing behind him because he likes to get forward. Emre Can isn't particularly good defensively at the moment. He's not a good athlete. So the 2 centre-halves and the centre midfield player, the main defensive players, I think are weak for Borussia Dortmund. And so Ancelotti will be looking at ways of getting down the side of them, running in behind them, doing all those sorts of things. But in the main, Real Madrid play the way they play. I mean, he might change where the centre forwards play. Rodrigo might play through the middle, Vinícius Jr on the left-hand side, the other way round. Does he play Bellingham in the number 10 position, or does he play him from the left coming in? So in the main, he's going to be worried about the way his team perform rather than Borussia Dortmund.
On the flip side, if you're Dortmund, then how much focus is there on Real Madrid? How much are you watching videos, looking at vulnerabilities? Is that productive?
Well, I think it's something that you have to do. And you have to prepare your team accordingly. And you have to go back to things that helped you out get to this point. You have to forget about your performances in Bundesliga, by the way, and we'll get to that in a little bit. When we think of Borussia Dortmund defensively and the frailties that Robo just mentioned there, those things are not going to disappear. And so how do you protect against that? You're going to have to get a lot of work defensively from Karim Adeyemi on the left-hand side, from Daniel Malin or Sancho on the right-hand side, whoever plays. And you're going to have to have a lot of organization. You're going to have a lot of discipline. But once you get out on the counter yourself, because Stewie just mentioned Real Madrid countering against Dortmund. When Dortmund counter against Real Madrid, that first ball needs to be a good ball out of pressure and needs to find Nikos Füllkrug. And he's got to play well with his back to goal, lay the ball off, and now you're going with the speed of Adeyemi going the other side. Now you're going with Jadon Sancho, and maybe you catch Real Madrid out of position. But yes, you're paying attention to what Real Madrid does, because you imagine, if you're Borussia Dortmund, that Real Madrid is the team that has the responsibility to carry the pace of this game.
Craig often tells the story, Brazil, France, 98, ahead of the game. Craig Brown, the manager, said, hey, don't worry about Brazil. Ronaldo, he's just a poor man's Joe Jordan. When you've got Edin Terzic, how do you try and motivate the team without sounding like an idiot?
I think you just go through what you've done in this tournament.
Right.
from the first game. You're in the group of death, and from there, you've pretty much been the underdog all the way to here. And there's a reason why we're here. And the reason we're here is because we have counter-attacked well. And it's not going to really probably be any different in this game as well. So for Borussia, it's about getting Adeyemi and getting Sancho on the ball. And it's about getting the two of them in a good position, both defensively and attacking-wise. Because if the two of them end up too deep,
right,
they'll never be able to get that far out. So it's key how deep they defend. They don't want to be sitting on the edge of the box, otherwise, again, they won't get out. So for me, I think that's the key for Borussia if they're going to win this game. If they're going to get anything from it, Sancho and Adeyemi in particular have to be really smart and pick up good positions so that when the ball is turned over, then they're in a position where they can get forward and cause some problems.
How do you go about it if you're Edin Terzic motivating this team? Well, not motivating, that's the wrong word. Giving this team belief, Robbo.
It's going to be very difficult. He's got to go back to the games that they played and use the Atletico Madrid tie as a great example. For 35 minutes, they were absolutely hopeless. Atletico Madrid were 2-0 up and should have been 3-4 in that first half, but they found a way to get back into the game. And in the second leg, they played much better when they were at home. And a key player will be Sabitzer, because when they are playing on the front foot, Sabitzer becomes almost a number 10, along with one of the other players who is probably not. It's going to be Brandt probably. Sabitzer will try and make forward runs, but in this game Sabitzer will be another holding player next to Emre Can, so he's got to do his job really well. And Ali mentioned it, he's got to get something out of Füllkrug with his back to goal, because I've seen him this season where he's been next to hopeless with his back to goal, but against PSG he played much better. He made runs down the side, he was more athletic, he won balls in the air, and if he plays well, they've got a chance of getting those other two players you were talking about, Adeyemi and Sancho, into the game. But it's going to be very hard for Terzic to come up with a game plan and motivate the players by saying that they're better than Real Madrid, because at the moment, player for player, I'm not sure that one Borussia Dortmund player would get into the Real Madrid team.
There's definitely no, if it's marking, it's not hidden. Sid, what if Real Madrid lose?
Well, I mean, it could happen. You feel like it's not very likely. And it was really interesting, actually, listening to Modric and Nacho today, trying to kind of express the idea of a vulnerability. We look at Real Madrid, and especially the way that they've won these Champions Leagues, not just the fact that they've won them all, but the way they've won them, the fact that they've come back from situations that they really shouldn't have done. And you start to get this kind of almost invincible feeling about them. Well, I thought today that what both Modric and Nacho were trying to express, and Ancelotti to a degree as well, was an idea of vulnerability. We're not invincible. Almost as if they were kind of preparing themselves in advance in case it happens. Ancelotti even used the phrase, whatever happens in this final, it's been a really successful season. Now, we know Real Madrid are not a club that feel like losing a final is ever a successful season. So if they lose, I actually think they're in a really unusual position for Real Madrid, is that if they lose, I don't think it causes a real problem. Now, that's not to say they don't want to win. It's not to say it won't be desperately disappointing for them if they were to lose. But I don't think they're in the position they would have been in had they been defeated in previous finals. And you take this back a decade, where this whole cycle begins. Had they lost that 10th European Cup, which was eventually the 10th European Cup they won, had they lost that final to Atletico Madrid in the way that season had gone when they hadn't won the league title, that would have been really, really catastrophic for them. This time, while I don't entirely buy the discourse that says it's fine, we've had a great season anyway, I actually don't think it would be catastrophic for them.
Wow, that's quite something. Should we take a look at the odds? Should we see how the bookies have this? And no surprise, Real Madrid are favourites to go ahead. Let's take a look then at everyone's predictions. And it's a mixed bag, actually. It's a bit of a surprise. Okay. Here it comes. Whoa, I'm a bit of a squint at this. Right, so anyone who's ever been on the show or watched the show has given a prediction, basically. There are Klinsmann, Garcia, Nadum, Archie have all gone for a Dortmund victory. Jan and Kieran have both gone for a Dortmund win on penalties. Elsewhere, looking at it, Robbo's gone for 2-0 Real Madrid, Ali's gone for 2-0, Stevie Memoir's gone for 2-1, Sid's gone for 3-1, I've gone for 3-0. What sort of game are you expecting overall, Robbo?
I think it would be quite cagey to start with. I think both sides would like to play on the counter-attack. So which side is going to be the side that go and force the issue and go and press that little bit higher up the field? I'm not quite sure about that. I think we're going to see a lot in the end of Real Madrid possession, but slightly deeper. We're obviously going to see a lot of good movement. Valverde making runs infield and Carvajal breaking down that right-hand side when Toni Kroos keeps switching the play to him. They'll get crosses into the box. But I'm looking forward to seeing the way that Vini Jr and Rodrigo play as a front two with Bellingham coming in behind them. They're going to dominate the play, I think, and create chances. And it will be Dortmund very much on the counter-attack. And they need Füllkrug and those two wide players to play really well if they're going to get anything out of this game.
Is it fair to say if Real Madrid score early, then this contest is pretty much over?
I wouldn't disagree with that. You know, that would be Dreamsville for Real Madrid. That would mean they would have to step out. That would mean that you've got Schlotterbeck and Hummels exposed, and Ali took us through what happens when the two of them are left to figure it out themselves. So, yeah, I mean, Dortmund have got no choice. They have to get a good line, not too deep, not too high, and just let Real Madrid have the ball. Just let them have the ball and then counter-attack. Because if they step out and try and go toe-to-toe, they'll get mobbed with, no question.
If Vini Jr gets bottled up, if Vini Jr is attracting also for attention defensively from those players on the outside players tracking back from Borussia Dortmund, then you need to have the late runs coming out of the midfield from Jude Bellingham. As we did, or as we saw in the earlier part of the season, and we haven't really seen it nearly as much in the later part of the season. If he's able to appear as an option inside the 18-yard box, late arriving in that second line, I think that's also a problem for Borussia Dortmund, because they'll get focused here with Vini, they'll get focused with Rodrigo, and who's tracking that run on Jude Bellingham? And let's not forget, and I think this is important when talking about Jude Bellingham, Borussia Dortmund. When he left Borussia Dortmund, many players in that locker room were suggesting we're better off because Jude Bellingham is no longer here. That was sort of the feeling about Borussia Dortmund. Jude Bellingham has gone and done what he has done at Real Madrid, and here they meet each other in a final. I think there's something to prove from both sides in terms of who was right and who was wrong. If I'm putting my money on anybody, I'm putting on Jude Bellingham before I do on Borussia Dortmund.
Robbo, we know how insular most English football fans are. It's the Premier League and that's it. Given that Jude Bellingham is playing in this tie, does that mean there are more eyes in the UK on this game that there would normally be if it was just Real Madrid against Borussia Dortmund without that English hook?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because at the moment, Jude Bellingham is the talk of English football. So Emre Can against Bellingham, that's one to watch.
Hey, what have you done with your signed shirt that they gave us after that interview, Robbo?
Say that again?
Remember we interviewed Edin Terzic and Emre Can in Vegas,
That's
and they both
said.
gave us a signed shirt. Yes, I know you said that, and I'm following up now with the question, what did you do with the signed shirt?
I didn't do anything with the signed shirt. You got the signed shirt. I didn't get one.
You got one as well.
Well, I certainly haven't got it in my house at all.
Did you just leave it
there?
there?
You must have nicked it.
I didn't.
You must have nicked it.
Why would I want a two Stewart
See,
shirt?
typical you. You were you were a stargazer, you know, and you were so sycophantic when they were there. It was embarrassing.
Fanboy, eh?
Oh, complete and utter. Emre Can and me, like that. Sid, to addressing the Bellingham and Vinícius Jr question, who do Real Madrid fans believe is the most important player out of those two?
I would go with Vinicius, and I would in particular go with Vinicius if we have a game in which Dortmund are waiting deeper for them. Now, obviously, we know that Vinicius is even better running into space. He's even better running into space, whether it's beyond the defence or picking the ball up deep with the defence backtracking and going straight at them and forcing them onto the back foot. And he finds that easier than a defence that's static. But if the defence is static, then you think about who's the player with that little touch of electricity or that little touch of something special to go beyond them. And it feels like Vinicius would be the key player. I've been really struck over the last couple of weeks how the fan base around Real Madrid, and this has happened a little bit in the media as well, has started to take it upon itself to kind of push Vinicius' case as Ballon d'Or this year, with chance of Vinicius Ballon d'Or. We've seen news reports pushing at this, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that, because I think the season that he's had is absolutely brilliant. I think there's no doubt that he's a candidate, although my personal belief is that I think the candidates will really be clear post-Euros and post-Copa America rather than now. But what I find interesting about that is the way that Real Madrid fans and people around Madrid have done that, despite the fact that, from my point of view at least, they have two other candidates, and one of them is Bellingham, and I think the other is Toni Kroos. And it strikes me as, I don't know, maybe, I don't know if surprising is the right word, but or maybe even jarring is the word, that they've chosen one candidate having three, and what that says, if you like, about, because as soon as you choose one, you're sort of implicitly ignoring the other two, and I think the other two have been absolutely brilliant this season as well.
And you mentioned Toni Kroos, Sid. He'll score the winner tomorrow?
It would be very like Real Madrid, and it would be the perfect goodbye for him. It was interesting what Ancelotti said about him the other day, and I think he's absolutely right. He was asked about this being, you know, the what a way to go if Toni Kroos was to go with European Cup, because not only, of course, would it be leaving with European Cup in his last game, but it would be making it 6 European Cups for him, equaling the record of Paco Gento. Nobody's ever won more. Now, he wouldn't be the only one, because Dani Carvajal and Nacho and who's the other player, and Luka Modric would reach that total as well. But Ancelotti said, well, look, Toni Kroos doesn't need that to be in the history of football. He's already in the history of football. He doesn't need an extra European Cup, but it would be a very nice way to go. You say that would be a really good Real Madrid way to end it. Given the way that Real Madrid won the European Cup last time 2 years ago, given the way they've got through this year, doesn't it feel more likely that the winning goal will actually be scored by someone who we absolutely didn't expect? Maybe someone who comes on as a sub and gets it in the 90th minute. So you know, how about Courtois going up for a corner and heading one into the back of the net?
No, Lunin coming on to replace Courtois because of his aerial ability, sneezed it everywhere, flew everywhere. Still, he's there to score the winner.
Well, it wouldn't be the winner, would it? It would have to be the equaliser.
Why?
I'm with you, Stevie.
Well, because why is it, if they're 1-0 up, why would the goalie come?
He's not going to go off for a 0-0. Yeah, fair enough.
So they'd have to be the equaliser.
They got a plane to catch. they got to get back. It's got to be done in 90 minutes. What about a Marco Reus winner?
Yeah, that could be the case. And people, I think, sort of forget as to how good of a player Marco Reus has been or was at one point, and it's just injuries that derail his career.
It's his last game, Stevie. Does it make any difference going into this with that knowledge?
Marco Reus?
Or Toni Kroos? Both of them? No, that's because of their experience.
No, because of the experience, because, you know, both players have reached where they are because of what's going on. As much as they've got talent and they were born with certain skills, it's in your head. You know, being able to perform is about preparing properly. It's not a fluke. Right. It's about preparation. It's about the way you think. And they've had the careers because mentally they're real strong, real tough. They know exactly what they're capable of, and they know exactly what to do in certain situations, and they understand that to be successful, luck's not attached to it. It's mental strength and ability.
I would say, in the case of Marco Reus in particular, if he's having to come on the field to make a difference, that means that Borussia Dortmund are in trouble. That means that they're chasing the game, and he's having to come on perhaps 15, 20 minutes and somehow finding an answer for them. So, if I'm a Borussia Dortmund fan, I'm probably thinking, we probably don't need Marco Reus. If you don't need Marco Reus, that means that you're doing well. That means that you've already scored a goal. That means that you're protecting. If he's on the field, that means you're chasing.
I believe our time is up with Stuart Robson. Are you sleeping at Wembley tonight, Robert? What's the plan?
I'm going home, Dan. I'm going to be travelling back in the next 10 minutes or so, yes, and coming back tomorrow to watch the game.
Why don't you just stay there the night? It's like a 2-hour drive for you.
It is, but I like to see my wife. You know, unlike yourself, that doesn't. So I like to.
Well, you know,
I like to go home and no. See, I'm a family man, Dan. Sometimes you're not. Anyway, we'll move on.
Wow, God. Dear me. Stuart Robson.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Whoa.
What a lovely, happy family here. Confirmation then that Hansi Flick is the new coach of Barcelona. We should just show that TikTok again where he talks about his blue eyes and being 5'10". Sid, what's been the reaction to the fans with this finally being confirmed?
Well, do you mean to the fact that he's 5'10" and got blue eyes, or do you mean to what he's got as
Did you see that TikTok, Sid?
I mean, look, it was extraordinary, yes.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
And it is quite remarkable. I mean, look, sometimes we're old men now, and sometimes you think, well, maybe this is what people want these days, but it was pretty awkward and not the best. I wonder if this is how they're going to go about identifying the players they want to sign now as well. You know, must be 6'2", brown-eyed, you know, beautiful long blonde hair. Who knows what it is they're going to be looking for? The reaction to this really is that I think in a way the reaction had happened before he came, if you see what I mean. Because I think that the focal point of Hansi Flick's arrival and Xavi's departure has been not so much about the end result as about the way it's been managed. And I think there's really a lot of disappointment at the way that Xavi was treated, the way that it's unfolded, the fact that Barcelona, and in particular Joan Laporta, the president, hasn't kind of, if you like, fronted up to it. The actual fact of the change, I think a lot of people are reasonably happy with. And I think a lot of people, now that we've kind of got to this point, in a way at least it provides a cut-off, it provides a watershed that says, OK, everything that happened with Xavi, the way that was carried out, OK, it's done now. Now here's Hansi Flick. And truth be told, I think most people are thinking, actually, you know what, Hansi Flick probably is the kind of manager we want at Barcelona. And so I think there's a degree of cautious optimism at the moment, but that's allied to that sense of discomfort at how they got to this point.
I'm guessing maybe the Hansi Flick TikTok didn't come across on your algorithm?
I'm not sure. I saw a thing about him walking around with Deco, is that?
No, this is it. I'll show you what it is, and I wonder if you would have done this when the Revs appointed you. Let's take a look.
I'm looking for a man in football, trainer, 5'10", blue eyes. Football, trainer, 5'10", blue eyes. Football, trainer, 5'10", blue eyes.
Oh, that's cringy, isn't it?
It's interesting that he agreed to do it and somebody thought that was a good idea.
Why didn't he go? No.
It's his new club trying to make a good impression, isn't he? Maybe it was his idea.
If he's getting pushed around by the PR guy, what chance has he got with Laporte?
Well, it's just his first day, isn't it? You just say yes to everything, it'd be nice.
That wasn't a good move.
No.
Well, they actually looked as though he was enjoying it.
Yeah, he did. Well, there we are. Maybe that's just character.
But it was cringe material watching it.
Do you like this appointment, Ali?
I certainly don't like the way they've gone about it, to Sid's point. And it's not necessarily that I was flying the flag for Xavi. It's just, once you made the decision that Xavi was coming back, then you stick with that, whether we agree that being the right or wrong decision. Once you've taken the picture of Deco, Laporta, and Xavi all with the hands in, three musketeers, you imagine that the plan in place is for Xavi. And so now this seems like a very hasty transition, messy transition into Hansi Flick. And now you still have the same issues that you had before with this group of players, and you still have the same issues that you had before in terms of the finances of the club. And so you need to get players healthy. You need to get Gavi back. You need to get Pedri playing at a high level once again. You need the young guys to carry this team. You need Lewandowski to score goals like he did for the most part in his career, but didn't this year. You need to have all of that. And on top of all of that, you need to have defending. And this is what I think is an issue. Hansi Flick himself describes his style of play as attacking football. Well, but that wasn't exactly the problem for Barcelona this season. If you watch them play, yeah, they could have been better in the attacking half. But it's in the defensive half where they had their problems. That's where they had their issues. That's where they had concerns. And I don't know that Hansi Flick checks that box when it comes to defending. I'm not sure that I would have been looking for Mourinho in terms of parking the bus, but you want somebody who can at least give you an idea or the perception that maybe, just maybe, we'll focus on defending at some point, and then offensively things will take care of themselves. That doesn't seem to be the case with Hansi Flick.
Look at it a different way. Who's the happier fan base? Chelsea, Bayern Munich, or Barcelona? I think Barcelona will be pretty happy.
You think so?
Yes.
You think they got the best of the deal?
Yes.
So we talked a lot this week about the reports that Xavi and Lewandowski didn't have the best of relationships. What's the fans' relationship like with Lewandowski?
I think actually in a way that they would be broadly in Xavi's camp, which isn't to say that they think there's anything horrendously wrong with Lewandowski, but I think there's been a degree of frustration at the the games when he hasn't taken his chances, but more than that, the sense of, if you like, that there's not enough happening beyond the goals, that there's not enough of that ability to bring the ball down, to bring others into play, to be the footballer that he was in the first 6 months. And I think there's also an awareness, in truth, and of course, as they watch a team where young players come through and are very dynamic and are very exciting, and they look at Lewandowski's age, and I think they look at the cost of Lewandowski in the situation they're in, and they think, just wonder if it would be better if we could somehow find someone to take this wage bill off us and to maybe even give us some money for him. So I think most fans would probably have a degree of sympathy for Xavi's idea that maybe Lewandowski wasn't the striker that he wanted. That said, of course, and this is the nature of football fans, isn't it? There's always that combination of fatalism and then wild optimism. Of course, fans are looking at this and thinking, well, I'll tell you what, when Flick worked with Lewandowski last time, that's when he scored ludicrous amounts of goals. And he scored a lot of goals at Barcelona. And, that, you know, so of course you cling to that hope that perhaps with a different type of manager, perhaps with a slightly different approach, perhaps with them delivering more balls into the box a little bit earlier, providing chances for Lewandowski, only asking him to put the ball in the net, and they know that he can do that well, perhaps that can work.
Some have raised their eyebrows over the fact it's just a 2-year contract, Sid. Is this a big deal?
No, I don't think so, to be honest with you. I mean, for what it's worth, financially, Barcelona really shouldn't be giving anyone more than a 1-year deal, quite honestly. I don't think the fact that it's 2 is particularly significant, no.
Let's take a look at what Sid really cares about, though, this weekend. It's the final round of matches in the Segunda. Valladolid are fine. They are promoted. Oviedo should be fine, shouldn't they? Yeah, for a playoff spot. It looks like Leganés will take that second promotion place. All those games will be live on ESPN+. Eibar against Oviedo. Sid, you okay?
No, I'm not. I'm absolutely terrified. Because last weekend I was watching this game from pitch side at the Pizjuán before the Barcelona-Sevilla game. Oviedo 3-0 up with 5 minutes to go. It was done, like mathematically done. Oviedo were in the playoffs, and then Sporting Gijón, of all teams, Oviedo's big rivals, score with 4 minutes to go, and it changes everything. And of course, it's now Sporting who could take that place off Real Oviedo. Both Sporting and Racing, the other teams who are in that fight for the final playoff place, both of them play against teams with nothing to play for. Oviedo go and play Eibar away, and Eibar are a team that could still get promoted automatically. The best thing that can happen to Oviedo, of course, is that Leganés are winning clearly very, very early, and Eibar realise that nothing's going to change, and they both basically don't fight for it. But no, I'm not at all confident about this. Although, of course, you know, I'm supposed to put on a brave face and say we're going to do it because we're Real Oviedo.
Are you going, Sid? Are you going to Eibar?
Yeah, I'll be going, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be going. No, don't you worry about that, Dan. I'll be there. Stuff Wembley. This is where the real action is. Just to remind then, Eibar against Real Oviedo and all those other games from La Segunda available on ESPN+. They all kick off at 12:30 Eastern. You can see Sid crying in the crowd. Just some updates. Jose Mourinho reports suggesting he's agreed to join Fenerbahce until 2026. Antonio Conte set to become Napoli manager. We discussed it on the show, haven't we? Meanwhile, Enzo Maresca set to become Chelsea manager. Of course, it's Chelsea on a 5-year contract.
What is going on?
The good thing is that there's an option for a 6-year.
Well, yes, I'm sure he'll be there for 6 years and beyond. Should we take a look at the odds? Should we see how the bookies have this? No surprise, Real Madrid are favourites to go ahead. Let's take a look then at everyone's predictions. And it's a mixed bag, actually. It's a bit of a surprise. Okay. Here it comes. Whoa, I'm a bit of a squint at this. Right, so anyone who's ever been on the show or watched the show has given a prediction, basically. There are Klinsmann, Garcia, Nadum, Archie have all gone for a Dortmund victory. Jan and Kieran have both gone for Dortmund win on penalties. Elsewhere, looking at it, Robbo's gone for 2-0 Real Madrid. Ali's gone for 2-0. Stevie Memoir's gone for 2-1. Sid's gone for 3-1. I've gone for 3-0. What sort of game are you expecting overall, Robbo?
I think it would be quite cagey to start with. I think both sides would like to play on the counter-attack. So which side is going to be the side that go and force the issue and go and press that little bit higher up the field? I'm not quite sure about that. I think we're going to see a lot in the end of Real Madrid possession, but slightly deeper. We're obviously going to see a lot of good movement. Valverde making runs infield and Carvajal breaking down that right-hand side when Toni Kroos keeps switching the play to him. They'll get crosses into the box. But I'm looking forward to seeing the way that Vini Jr and Rodrigo play as a front two with Bellingham coming in behind them. They're going to dominate the play, I think. And create chances, and it will be Dortmund very much on the counter-attack, and they need Füllkrug and those two wide players to play really well if they're going to get anything out of this game.
Is it fair to say if Real Madrid score early, then this contest is pretty much over?
I wouldn't disagree with that. You know, that would be Dreamsville for Real Madrid. That would mean they would have to step out. That would mean that you've got Schlotterbeck and Hummels exposed, and Ali took us through what happens when the two of them are left to figure it out themselves. So, yeah, I mean, Dortmund have got no choice. They have to get a good line, not too deep, not too high, and just let Real Madrid have the ball. Just let them have the ball and then counter-attack. Because if they step out and try and go toe-to-toe, they'll get murdered, no question.
Who's Real Madrid's most important player going into the game? Is there one?
Vini. Because if indeed we are anticipating Borussia Dortmund to sit deep, to be organized, to have their lines to defend, Vini Jr gets bottled up. If Vini Jr is attracting all sort of attention defensively from those players and the outside players tracking back from Borussia Dortmund, then you need to have the late runs coming out of the midfield from Jude Bellingham, as we did, or as we saw in the earlier part of the season, and we haven't really seen it nearly as much in the later part of the season. If he's able to appear as an option inside the 18-yard box, late arriving in that second line, I think that's also a problem for Borussia Dortmund, because they'll get focused here with Vini, they'll get focused with Rodrigo, and who's tracking that run of Jude Bellingham? And let's not forget, and I think this is important when talking about Jude Bellingham, Borussia Dortmund. When he left Borussia Dortmund, many players in that locker room were suggesting we're better off because Jude Bellingham is no longer here. That was sort of the feeling about Borussia Dortmund. Jude Bellingham has gone and done what he has done at Real Madrid, and here they meet each other in a final. I think there's something to prove from both sides in terms of who was right and who was wrong. If I'm putting my money on anybody, I'm putting on Jude Bellingham before I do on Borussia Dortmund.
Robbo, we know how insular most English football fans are. It's the Premier League and that's it. Given that Jude Bellingham is playing in this tie, does that mean there are more eyes in the UK on this game that there would normally be if it was just Real Madrid against Borussia Dortmund without that English hook?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because at the moment, Jude Bellingham is the talk of English football, or where he came from and what he was about. So he was having a little dig, and those two players are going to be playing up against each other. So Emre Can against Bellingham, that's one to watch.
Hey, what have you done with your signed shirt that they gave us after that interview, Robbo?
Say that again?
Remember we interviewed Edin Terzic and Emre Can in Vegas,
That's
and they both
said.
gave us a signed shirt. Yes, I know you said that, and I'm following up now with the question, what did you do with the signed shirt?
I didn't do anything with the signed shirt. You got the signed shirt. I didn't get one.
You got one as well.
Well, I certainly haven't got it in my house at all.
Did you just leave it
there?
there?
You must have nicked it.
I didn't.
You must have nicked it.
Why would I want a two Stewart
See,
shirt?
typical you. You were you were a stargazer, and you were so sycophantic when they were there. It was embarrassing.
Fanboy, eh?
Oh, complete and utter. Emre Can and me, like that. Sid, to addressing the Bellingham and Vinícius Jr question, who do Real Madrid fans believe is the most important player out of those two?
I would go with Vinícius, and I would in particular go with Vinícius if we have a game in which Dortmund are waiting deeper for them. Now, obviously, we know that Vinícius is even better running into space. He's even better running into space, whether it's beyond the defence or picking the ball up deep with the defence backtracking and going straight at them and forcing them onto the back foot. And he finds that easier than a defence that's static. But if the defence is static, then you think about who's the player with that little touch of electricity or that little touch of something special to go beyond them. And it feels like Vinícius would be the key player. I've been really struck over the last couple of weeks how the fan base around Real Madrid, and this has happened a little bit in the media as well, has started to take it upon itself to kind of push Vinicius' case as Ballon d'Or this year, with chance of Vinicius Ballon d'Or. We've seen news reports pushing at this, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that, because I think the season that he's had is absolutely brilliant. I think there's no doubt that he's a candidate, although my personal belief is that I think the candidates will really be clear post-Euros and post-Copa America rather than now. But what I find interesting about that is the way that Real Madrid fans and people around Madrid have done that, despite the fact that, from my point of view at least, they have two other candidates, and one of them is Bellingham, and I think the other is Toni Kroos. And it strikes me as, I don't know if surprising is the right word, but or maybe even jarring is the word, that they've chosen one candidate having three, and what that says, if you like, about, because as soon as you choose one, you're sort of implicitly ignoring the other two, and I think the other two have been absolutely brilliant this season as well.
Hi there, time now for Back Pages tonight here on Sky Sports News, bringing you a first look at the sports stories in the morning's newspapers. And joining us tonight are the Mirror's Andy Dunn and Jack Rosser from The Sun. A very good evening to you both, gents. Let's quickly run through the back pages for you. Starting in the Mirror, Carlo's Wembley trembly ahead of the Champions League final. A new United deal for Manchester United's main man, that is Kobbie Mainoo. Carlo's dream, obviously a big focus on the Champions League final, and England cricketers' 16-month betting ban. Big focus on this man. This is in the Times. Over to you, Jude. Also a story about Frank Lampard potentially getting the Burnley job. And Cast, as we mentioned there, the cricketer hit with a 3-month ban. United, that is all about Kobbie Mainoo and his new deal, potentially coming after the Euros. Ruud linked to replace Enzo at Leicester, that's Ruud van Nistelrooy. And Sancho can shine for Dortmund. This in the Express, pros and cons. A 5-year deal for Maresca, but he may be forced to sell Gallagher. Also featuring there, Kobbie jackpot. And fear is real for Bell's boys. This is the big story on the back of The Sun. Prem and 18 only, focusing on the potential of cutting the size of the big leagues. Lampard burning to return, potentially heading to Burnley, as we mentioned. And fear we go, Bellingham. And then in the Telegraph, teenagers' Olympic terror plot ahead of this summer's games in Paris. OK, let's start off in the Mirror and focus on the Champions League final, gents. Andy, let's come to you first up. It's interesting, this from Carlo Ancelotti. He's been there, he's done it, he's got the T-shirt, he's got loads of them. He's guarding against complacency, isn't he? Talking about fear for Real Madrid, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And you know, bear in mind, those of us who were at Wembley just a few days back for the FA Cup final, we saw, I think, what complacency can do to a team that is very, very strongly fancied to win a big game. It happened to Manchester City, and the same thing could happen to Real Madrid. And Carlo Ancelotti, as you say, he's been there. He's got, I think it's 4 managers' T-shirts, 2 as a player in the Champions League. He will know to guard against that in the same way that Pep Guardiola did, but possibly couldn't. And yes, Ancelotti will be looking at this, I think, and also reminding his players that, you know, the overwhelming odds in favour of them count for nothing. They count for nothing. And I genuinely believe that's right, because, again, just referring to that FA Cup final, to me, Borussia Dortmund are far more likely to win, in theory, than Manchester United were likely to beat Manchester City. Borussia Dortmund are outsiders, you know, clearly. However, I was at both semi-finals, both semi-final legs of Bayern Munich, Real Madrid. And let's face it, Real Madrid were one, Manuel Neuer howler away from being out of the competition. It's as simple as that. And listen, and those of us who were at Bayern Munich Real Madrid versus Manchester City, at no point really during those 2 legs did we think that Real Madrid were going to get through. So in a way, they're the Liga champions, but they are slightly fortunate to be in the final. And you could argue that Dortmund were perhaps even a bit more impressive in getting through to the final and seeing off PSG. So I think this one, I wouldn't say it's too close to call, because I think Real Madrid will do it, but it'll be a close game. I really do. I really think it'll be a close game, and I think you'd be foolish just to assume that it's going to be yet another Champions League win for Real Madrid.
Yeah, and it's been very difficult to score goals against Borussia Dortmund during this year's Champions League. Let's head into the Daily Mail. Carlo's dream, Jack, obviously talking about the potential of winning a 5th Champions League. Do you think experience will tell, or do you quite like the way that Edin Terzic is approaching this as well, and sort of heaping the pressure a little bit on Real Madrid? Because all the expectation is on them, isn't it?
It is, and like Andy mentioned, we saw what happened last weekend at Wembley, and I was on this show and was asked how Man United would have got on if they had a chance, and I said absolutely zero. So I think that proved exactly what we can expect in finals like these. And I really like Borussia Dortmund's approach to this entire competition. I was at the second leg in Paris, and everyone turned up to that expecting it to be a night for Mbappe, his last home game in Europe, and Borussia Dortmund really showed up and proved everyone wrong. And Mats Hummels has been so fantastic for them in this competition this year. Tweeted something afterwards saying, everyone has always wanted to play us through this year. It's lucky we got to the final to give everyone a chance. And that's the sort of approach they're taking into these games. They came through, the hardest group in the group stage and have managed to prove so many doubters wrong along the way to this final. Carlo there in the piece on the back of the Mail has been talking about how wonderful it would be for him to win at Wembley a 5th Champions League of his managerial career at Wembley, having managed in England. But of course, Borussia Dortmund have got some of their own Wembley history that they'll want to rewrite, having lost to Bayern Munich. The last time final was at Wembley in 2013. So yes, Real Madrid are favourites. They've got the history, they've got the experience, but Borussia Dortmund have shown all the way through that they don't really care what the odds are in these games.
Obviously no England or English side in the Champions League final, but obviously a big English subplot. It's at Wembley to start off with. And Jude Bellingham is at the centre of it all. Over to you, Jude. Huge amount of expectation on him to shine. And when the pressure has been on him to do that, he has done it this season, hasn't he, Andy?
He's not just done it this season. He's done it pretty much since, we first saw him in an England jersey. Birmingham fans will tell you that he's done it from the moment he stepped into that blue jersey as well. He's done it throughout his career, which he's played a lot of games, considering he doesn't turn 21 until the end of next month, until the end of June. And he responds every time. And it's funny because, again, just harking back to those 2 legs against Bayern Munich in the semi-finals, I was at them both. And Bellingham actually, wasn't the most impressive player on the pitch by far. He wasn't in that great form, but he managed to affect the game in some fashion, and was there and having a real impact at the end of the game. He got taken off very, very late on against Bayern in the second leg, but he had an impact. He manages to find a way, and that's a sign of his maturity. What I would quickly say, though, about Real Madrid is that you look forward to seeing other players. Obviously, we are really, really interested to see how Jude Bellingham does. We are really, really want him to do well and to go into the European Championships with England on a real high. But also, I'm looking forward to seeing Vinícius Jr, who I think has been sensational for Real Madrid this season, and Toni Kroos's farewell. But yes, as English fans, with one eye on the Euro, we want Bellingham going there full of confidence. Although, having said that, I don't think there's much that could ever knock Jude Bellingham's confidence.
No, he's so impressive, isn't he, Jack, on and off the field?
He is, and it's the way he's sort of taken this huge pressure of Real Madrid. He's obviously wearing the number 5 Zidane's shirt completely in his stride. I was at his debut for Real Madrid at Bilbao all the way back at the start of the season, and you sort of wonder, how are the fans going to receive him? How is he going to handle the pressure? Will he be able to make his mark on the game? And he was absolutely everywhere. He scored a goal. The fans and the media over there, famously critical and famously hard to win over, seem to have fallen in love with him immediately because of the way he approaches not only the game, but the way he speaks as well. He's such a mature talker when you get the chance to hear him speak, and someone that seems well beyond his years, and in terms of the way he handles himself in those precious situations. So while there is a hell of a lot of a spotlight on him, and there will be in the summer as well, you'd have no real fears about him handling it.
Back page of the Star. The other Englishman who's going to be on the field, you can see just at the top there, Jadon Sancho, at a club that makes him smile, in Borussia Dortmund. And Joe Cole, interestingly, basically saying, look, this is your opportunity to go and show everyone, the world, how good you are. Andy.
It's a huge game for Jadon Sancho on many levels. You know, listen, we don't know what's going to happen at Manchester United because it's quite clear that the issue is a personal one between him and the current manager, Erik ten Hag. We don't know what's going to happen. We still don't know if ten Hag will be in charge of Manchester United next season. And if that's not the case, then there's a way back for Jadon Sancho. If that is the case, and if ten Hag does remain in position, then there's no way back for Jadon Sancho. I'm fairly certain of that. However, as I think reports that have been carried today on Sky Sports News, the chances of Jadon Sancho actually moving permanently to Borussia Dortmund, even if United were to say, listen, you can have him for, say, let's say a cut price, in inverted commas, £40 million. There's no way Borussia Dortmund are going to pay £40 million for Jadon Sancho. He might extend his loan, but what Jadon Sancho needs to do is put in a marquee performance at Wembley tomorrow night that will maybe make other clubs, big clubs, sit up and take notice, make other big European clubs think he might be worth a risk of £40 million. United are going to have to take a hit on him no matter what if they want to sell him this summer. But Sancho, you know, it's a bit of a cliche, but it's a big shop window territory for Jadon Sancho tomorrow night.
And Jack, someone who is guaranteed a big future at Manchester United, featured on a couple of the papers, but that is the back of the Star, as you can see there. United, paying tribute to Kobbie Mainoo, and potentially going to be bagging a new contract, but quite wisely wants to just try and make sure that his focus remains on the Euros, on the football, rather than getting too het up about how much money he's going to be earning.
Yeah, he's another one that when you see him play and when you hear him talk, seems incredibly composed for a player that not many people had heard of at the start of the season. He manages to grab games and control them when he's on the pitch for Manchester United. And I think the fact that, you know, there's so much uncertainty around Old Trafford, around Manchester United, the manager, but the one thing that in all the reports about Manchester United in the last weeks and months that has been made clear is that he is going nowhere. They see him and a couple of other players as the absolute future of that club. And I think to have that impact in such a short time, to break into this England squad in such a short time, and look impressive when he's played for England as well. You know, even in small moments, he didn't get too long against Brazil at Wembley, but managed to show what he was capable of. And the fact that he's gone from there to starting or being in the conversation around whether he should start alongside Declan Rice at a major tournament is incredibly impressive. And I think the fact as well, the maturity that is shown in the fact that he wants to focus on that, wants to make his mark there, and that will only help him when he goes back to Manchester United as well.
You're watching Back Pages tonight. Welcome back to the Mirror's Andy Dunn and Jack Rosser from The Sun. Let's take you straight in to the Express back page, and the headline is pros and cons, and it's focusing on a 5-year deal for Enzo Maresca, heading in to be the new boss at Chelsea. But he may well be forced to sell fan favourite Gallagher. Andy, I wanted to start with you on this. Just first up on Enzo Maresca, is he the right fit at Chelsea for you?
I think he's a very interesting fit. I mean, I really do. Again, I probably haven't seen enough of his work to make that judgment, but I like the way he speaks. He's clearly very meticulous. You've seen that he's going to take a big backroom staff to Chelsea. And, you know, let's wait and see. Everything I hear about him, I haven't dealt with him personally, but everyone who has dealt with him personally that I know is extremely impressed by him. And listen, they've given him a 5-year deal. They're not averse to a long-term deal at Chelsea, as we all know. But they're certainly showing some faith in him. And he's got a good squad at his disposal. He really has got a good squad at his disposal. And that includes Conor Gallagher. That, though, is a big situation. A year left of his current deal. That's an element. And, of course, he makes big profits if you sell him under the PSR rules. But they'd be foolish to sell a man who I think should be a young man who should be going forward, the permanent captain of that club.
Yeah, and Jack, Maurizio Pochettino, Enzo Maresca's predecessor, was very keen on Conor Gallagher, and I suppose you could read between the lines and say, well, maybe he wanted to keep him and was told, well, you're not going to be able to, and then he said bye-bye. And Enzo Maresca's almost sort of been forced into a corner by maybe having to sell him or some of the other homegrown players. What's your take on it, Jack?
That was definitely the situation with Pochettino. It was one of the factors that played into him and the club deciding to part ways. It's a frankly ridiculous situation that Chelsea have got themselves into, where they have to be selling off fantastic players like Conor Gallagher, those that have got, you know, the history with Chelsea, the love for Chelsea, and a real connection with fans at a time when, because of the way things have gone under the new ownership, that relationship between club and fans is nowhere near where they would want it to be. It's a real shame that someone like Conor Gallagher, who I think I saw their social media either today or yesterday lauding how many minutes he'd played and how well he'd done over the season, the fact that it's almost accepted that he's going to have to leave this summer to ensure they balance the books after some frankly ludicrous spending in recent years. It's a situation that no one really likes, and because of the situation they're in as well, they're not going to be able to get exactly the fee that they want for him, because they have got to sell players before the end of June. So it's a difficult situation for Maresca to be coming into. But I suppose if he goes in having not worked with Gallagher and just accepts that I'm not going to be able to have him as a player, then it is perhaps easier for him to move on in terms of that situation than it would have been for a manager in Pochettino who had played him in almost every game and given him the armband when Reece James wasn't there, which was obviously the majority of the season.
So Enzo Maresca's heading to Chelsea. In his place at Leicester, let's head back to the start. Story at the bottom there, Ruud linked to replace Enzo. Ruud van Nistelrooy back in the Premier League, Andy, as manager of Leicester. That's a mouth-watering prospect after he left PSV.
It is. I think that's a really exciting prospect. You know, listen, we like to see homegrown managers, you know, get their chance at the very highest level in this country. But Ruud van Nistelrooy, you know, he was a fantastic asset for the Premier League as a player, and he's shown in Holland what he did at PSV, and of course he's been with the national team a couple of times as assistant coach. He didn't only coach PSV's first team; he came through the ranks there, coaching the under-19s and the reserve team. He always comes across well. He comes across as a great thinker, really sort of nice, polite guy. I'd like to see him here. I really would. I think Van Nistelrooy, if I was a Leicester City fan, I'd be excited by the prospect of Van Nistelrooy taking over. I really would.
Jack, we're going to focus on the back page of your paper, The Sun, now. And as you can see there, the headline, Football in Meltdown, Prem and 18 only. FIFA plan would cut 2 clubs. Just explain this story, because it's really building up at the moment ahead of this Club World Cup next summer, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be quite a big problem, and my colleague Martin Lipton has been reporting on it all week, the concerns that the Premier League and the Liga primarily at the moment, as well as the PFA and a lot of their members have got over the increasing build-up of the amount of games players are having to play, the minutes they're having to play. We obviously referenced Jude Bellingham earlier and how much football he's played for someone at such a young age. It's a real concern out there. FIFPro had an event on this week highlighting the amount of minutes that the danger is putting players in. And really we're reaching a point in terms of the schedule where it's going to break if anything more gets added without contingencies. And the fear from domestic football, from La Liga, the president Javier Tebas speaking today, sort of warning that FIFA are going to want to add these games like the Club World Cup, which is obviously being expanded and played in America next year. And there's a feeling that the way to work around that is that FIFA will tell domestic leagues, you've got to limit your top division to 18 teams and 34 games. And that's obviously a situation that fans don't want to see. Fans don't really want to see this Club World Cup either. They'd rather have the Premier League, La Liga, the top leagues around Europe and the world as they are.
Who's winning this battle, Andy? FIFA or the leagues?
Well, I think the leagues will win. I mean, the leagues, you know, have the choice. You know, the Premier League is essentially a private members club. They've got 20 members. 20 members aren't going to vote to become 18 members. It's as simple as that. I mean, it has to be said, there are leagues in Europe that do have 18 teams. One of them, the Bundesliga, have a representative in the Champions League tomorrow. I think the French League only has 18, the Dutch League has 18. So it's not unprecedented. But the Premier League has been such a success that it's not going to turn around all of a sudden and say, OK, we can get rid of 2 teams. Something needs to be done. Jack is absolutely right in terms of the fixture congestion. At the end of the last Premier League season, Liverpool and Manchester City were playing half a dozen games in 16 or 17 days. That's just too much at the end of a season. Something has to be done. The Premier League teams would rather be at no big Club World Cup, no replays in the FA Cup. They're getting that wish, and of course a scaled down involvement in the Carabao Cup. But the Premier League will not in any way countenance any idea. They go through the highest courts on the planet to make sure it doesn't go from 20 to 18.
Jack, I know you covered this story in The Sun yourself. Frank Lampard potentially getting back into management. We can take you to the back of the Times. Lampard on Burnley shortlist. What's your take on this? Do you think this would be a good fit? I mean, there's plenty of managers in the mix at Burnley, isn't there?
There certainly are, yeah. I mean, of course, you've got Craig Bellamy, who was Vincent Kompany's assistant at Turf Moor for 2 years, is definitely in the mix there to go and have a go at it on his own. And it's an interesting one for Burnley in terms of the way they want to go. Do they want a manager to come in and really stick to that style that Vincent Kompany put in, which you think Craig Bellamy would pick up and continue from there? Frank Lampard isn't really known for that complete Pep style sort of football, but it's an interesting one for him as well, because he's obviously not been in work since he left Chelsea at the end of the season before last, and has been biding his time, really, linked with a few jobs here and there and waiting to pick the right one. So it'll be interesting to see, because obviously the challenge there is you've got to go straight back up. Otherwise, it's deemed a failure. That, regardless of it being a championship job and going back into the Football League to work, that's a lot of pressure he'll be under there, especially after the success that Kompany had the last time they were in the championship. So he's only on the short list at the moment. I think there's a couple of other people in there, as well as him and Bellamy. Scott Parker has been mentioned as well. So it's one that both parties will have to think about, definitely.
Andy, we've only got about 40 seconds on this, but it is a big story. Bryson Carson, the betting ban, it seems to be everywhere at the moment. We've had Paquetá, etc.
Yeah, and what's strange about this one is that it is so historical. It's 2019 was the last offence, 2017 to 2019. So that's like, that's 5 years ago, these 303 offences, none of them involving his own team that he was playing for. And that doesn't excuse it. Cricket's like football, has a zero tolerance attitude towards players betting on their own sport. And he said he was daft, he was young, he wasn't betting on his own team. And now he'll take his punishment and move on from there. Just a reminder to all sportsmen, don't bet on your own sport. It's quite simple.
Quite right. Andy, thank you very much. Jack, the same to you as well. Thanks for your company. If you missed any of the show, there's another chance to see Back Pages tonight at hour. And the show is also available as a podcast. Just download Back Pages on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. And Back Pages is back on Monday from 10:30.
Man United coach Benny McCarthy, I don't know if you've heard this, Benny, has said that Jadon Sancho has still not apologised to Erik ten Hag, which saw him move, of course, once again to Dortmund. Speaking to South African station 947 Joburg, he said the following: "If you're from the streets, no one wants to apologise. I spoke to Jadon as a coach, as a mentor, as a friend, and as someone who grew up on the streets and knows the code, but Jadon just wasn't seeing it. He said, I ain't apologising, because if I do, I'm apologising for being lazy, always being late and not giving my best. That's what I'm apologising for." Those were his reasons. I mean,
when I read those, I was a bit like, I didn't quite understand what he meant by it.
Sometimes you just have to apologise to the boss, right? We've all done it. We've all said, okay, yeah, fine. We've not necessarily believed it, but it just allows people to move on, right?
A little bit, but I just think I wonder if he was playing well enough, Jadon Sancho, and he hadn't apologised, would the manager still have used him?
No.
I don't know if he would. I still think if players had been playing better than him and hadn't apologised, I think they would still have allowed it, because he wasn't playing well. It was almost an easy option, wasn't it?
Oh no, I think managers have got a history of dropping players for whatever reasons other than footballing ones.
Well, to be fair, Erik ten Hag made the big one, didn't he? When Ronaldo did the interview, see ya.
Yeah.
That was the big one.
Remember Rashford was dropped by Fergie?
Yeah. Rashford?
Not Rashford. Who's the one I'm thinking of? No, sorry, Rashford was dropped by Eric Ten Hag a couple of times.
For the I remember Wolves
Fergie
game.
dropped a big name a couple of times. Who was the one that he dropped? Was it? I think Giggsy's dropped a few times for various reasons.
Yeah.
So it does happen, and rightly so, right?
Yeah, of course.
Everything.
You have to make a stand.
Drop Beckham as well.
You have to make a stand. You can't let a dressing room kind of run the players sense weakness, and if they think the manager's weak, they'll just walk all over him.
Yeah. All right, let's take calls on all things Jadon Sancho. 03717223344. Kieran is a United fan. Hi, Kieran.
Hello, you alright?
I'm good. How are you today?
Yes, I'm good, thanks, Andy.
Good. What would you like to say, Kieran?
Do you know what, right? I hope more than anything Sancho can go out and bag that hat-trick like Lookman did, because I looked at a couple of votes last week for the FA Cup final on whether Ten Hag should stay as United manager, and interestingly, before the Cup final, 75% of people said, get him out. Then after the Cup final, it's gone down to like 40% of people saying get him out, and I feel like it's pulling the wool over people's eyes, and actually Ten Hag is swinging wrong.
Oh, Ten Hag, what, Kieran?
That sounds like a great point.
Kieran, start again. Not start again, but just go back about 10 seconds. We lost you there.
I was just saying that after the Cup final, the votes were completely different. It pulled the wool over people's eyes. I think Ten Hag's so in the wrong with how he's treated Sancho compared to how he's treated the players that have been underperforming all season. That actually it might just wake people up a little bit to say, actually, no, Ten Hag's the problem here.
Okay, but let me ask you then, Kieran, if a player's, for whatever reason, say, I heard his timekeeping was appalling. And I also heard there was a couple of times he was met. This is just what I've heard. This might be nonsense, but this is what I've heard from people that are still connected to the club. His timekeeping was awful. He would never apologise. And a couple of times he had booked in meetings to see the manager and never turned up and never texted as to why he was not turning up. Now, for whatever reason, however good or bad a player is, you can't do that to the manager, can you?
No, you can't. But then if he was given the opportunity to play on the pitch after this argument, after this, he called him out, I think it was the Arsenal game, if he'd been able to then get on the pitch and put in a phenomenal performance, you let it go.
Yeah, but he hasn't.
But Chelsea did with Hazard.
Right, but
Hazard was apparently lazy in training, but he turned up on the pitch, so it's never an issue.
I know, but if the manager's looking for an apology, before you can move on, apologise to the manager. He hasn't done that.
No, let him do his talking on it.
Yeah, my only thing is sometimes...
Thanks, Kieran.
I can understand what Ten Hag's doing and fair play, but it can be a little bit petty. Like, if he doesn't apologise, he's not playing.
No, I don't think it can be petty. No, you're wrong.
It's a results-based business.
I know it is, but everyone has to get on, and you have to see eye to eye with... You do, Benty, the manager...
I know, there's been many a time where the manager hasn't got on with a player, but because they're getting results, just let them get on with it. Let them get on with it. But,
but at the same time, there's been the opposite of that.
Yeah, I hear that, but I just think if Sancho was playing at a certain level...
I'm not picking a player.
What if he's... It's about results.
If I was your manager and you've been rude to me and you were late for training and everyone else was on time and I went, Benty, make sure you get here tomorrow at 9.
Yeah.
And you didn't. And I went, come see me in my office, text you.
Yeah.
And you didn't reply. You didn't turn up. That's what happened. You ain't playing.
But my point is, of a certain standard, if he was playing well, then the manager might go, do you know what, I don't want to do this. But fine him then, just fine him. But you'd find a way to punish him, but not cut your nose off to spite your face.
No, I'd cut my nose off.
But
look at my nose.
But the fact is, Sancho wasn't playing that well. So it was like, well, okay, he could do that to him.
No,
I mean?
Look at Stam.
Okay.
I'm going.
Bruno Fernandes. If he did that, he's playing.
Okay.
He's playing.
Yap Stam was sold on the back of an argument with Fergie.
Yeah, I get that, but your squad
brutal, ruthless.
Yeah, but your squad was unbelievable. There's so many more superstars.
Mate, you're talking about one of the best defenders the Premier League's ever seen.
You can find another one. You Manchester United at the time. Man United are not that. What they were
but
then.
My point is, you fall out with Fergie, done. See, Roy Keane out the back door, boom, it's gone.
See, I feel like, but then he's giving Rashford chance after chance after chance. So where's the?
Yeah, but he hasn't fallen out with Rashford.
Oh my god, amount of times he's been late. Discipline.
Yeah, but then he was dropped.
My point. Okay, you drop Sancho then?
Yeah, but maybe Rashford apologised.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. You can't have one rule for one, not with another.
What and what?
Good about that. One rule for one and one rule for the other.
Jamie's up next. Hello, Jamie.
Hello.
Hello, Jamie. You all right?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm really well, thanks. Off you go, pal.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's been done before, and I don't know if it's something that they'd be willing to do, but with Sancho, I'd put it on his shoulders. I'd basically put the responsibility on him. You're at a big club, you're at Man United, one of, if not the biggest team in England. You had the opportunity to play, we fell out, you went out on loan. Do you want to be here? If he says yeah, right, we'll bring you back, show us on the pitch. If you don't show us on the pitch, then that's it. That's your final chance. We sell you. You're gone. You never come into this club again. I'd put the responsibility on his shoulders.
Do you know what, Jamie? Though? I don't think Sancho's going to want to come back and play for Ten Hag. If Ten Hag goes in the summer and another manager come in, he might go, do you know what? Maybe. It might be different.
Maybe.
Because, listen, to play at a club like Manchester United, come on, that's like winning the lottery, that.
I agree. Thanks for your call, Jamie. Lee's up next. Hello, Lee.
Hi, guys. How you doing? You okay?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm right, thank you, yeah. I just wanted to make a couple of points on Sancho. So we went down to the cup final at the weekend, went with another 3 season ticket holders. We sort of just mentioned Sancho. We're really unsure where this sort of blow-up of Sancho came from, bar that one Champions League game. I'm a bit of an avid watcher of Bundesliga football, and he's been bang average. And I actually just think he's a bang average player with a very poor effort. You know, he's really, he doesn't work hard, and I think United need to make a culture like Liverpool, Arsenal, City, where we've got players who are going at 100%, like your Fernandez's, like Dallo, players like this that are robust and they want to run.
Do you know what, though? The only thing I'd say, and you make a good point, Lee, right, is that about his effort levels and stuff, but the manager of Dortmund picks him every single week. So so clearly if there's been a drop-off in terms of his work rate, the manager would have gone, well, that's why you're not playing at United, you're not playing here. But the fact is, he picks him every week.
I think it's a slower game, though, Benny. I just watched that. I don't think. I see it in the Bundesliga with Bayern. Bayern have got quite a few quick wingers on that side, and they make the changes regularly. But I just don't think the work rate's there in the Bundesliga. I really don't, and I don't think Jadon Sancho's got that in his that work rate in his head. You've seen it with Pep. With City. City let him go. I think it was Pep that let him go.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Southgate's never picked him again.
True.
I think Ten Hag really looked after him. I think he doesn't get a fair, and I don't think it's only fair what they say about him. He really helped him when he was struggling with his mental health issues and let him take some time off. And I agree with what Andy was saying before about the issues that haven't really come out of the club. There's a few people that we speak to that, again, say there's a lot of ongoings in that have never come out. I actually think Ten Hag's been dealt a real hard blow by social media and everyone around it regarding Sancho. I do just think he's a bit of a hype player, and I think we just need to get rid of him.
Do you know that, Andy? Right? And
thank you. What a good call.
He made a good point about his work rate. But listen, if his work rate dropped off that much, the manager wouldn't pick him. But he picks him every week, every single week.
Who?
The Dortmund manager.
Yeah, you don't know the squad of players he's got to choose from. They might be appalling.
No, but come on, they can't be that poor for the Champions League final.
But he knows he's right. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Morris is up next. Hi, Morris.
Hello, good evening, fellas.
How are you?
I'm not bad. Andy, remember I told you about Kobbie Mainoo?
No.
Yeah, when you and Abadnego was on, I came on and said he's the main man in the future for United.
When did you say that?
When you was on with Gabby.
Oh, right, okay, all right. Fair play.
And you couldn't spell my name.
What, Morris?
Yes.
I couldn't spell Morris?
No, you spell it the French way.
Is there a French way of spelling Morris?
Maurice, like Maurice.
Maurice.
Yeah.
But sorry. How did that come up in conversation? As no one listening can see how I've spelt your name. Not that I can spell your name.
No, you asked me how to spell it, but you didn't get it right.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
you sure that was this show?
Yes. You and Gabby was on. Mr. Bent was off on his travel. Listen.
Okay.
I hope Dortmund get beaten 4-0 because.
Why?
Because of Sancho. I think. Everybody's saying the manager treats him bad and all this business. The manager look after him like a son, right? And he throw the manager under the bus. Plus, he's a winger that cannot run. How can you be a winger and you got no pace?
He's got pace.
Right? He's got a bit of pace.
He's got no pace. Come off it.
He has got a bit of pace.
Can any one of you lads in the office run?
Benty's like you're like a bully, aren't you? He's got pace.
Of course, not every wide man has to be rapido.
No.
Talk Sport Drive with Andy Goldstein. Monday to Friday afternoon from 4 on AM, on DAB, via the Talk Sport app and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport.
Will Real Madrid make it, a 15th Champions League title in 18 years, or will Dortmund pull off a shock at Wembley? Well, one player for Dortmund that everyone will be watching is, of course, Jadon Sancho, and Rio Ferdinand was speaking at TNT, the event, and he believes he deserves credit following his return to Germany.
He's been criticised heavily. Confidence has been very low. Now he's gone away to Dortmund and had to rebuild himself as a footballer, as a human being. And he's come out the other side. This kid's got character. Yeah. He's got personality. He's built and made of the right stuff. Young players need to be shown that example, because there's going to be a lot of kids that go into that, what he's gone into, where he loses confidence, gets told he's not good enough, gets told he's got to move on.
I wonder if that will be the case, how much of a big game it is for Jadon Sancho, Benty, because he seems to, I would imagine, feel at home over in Germany, playing German football. I don't know how different their league is. I mean, Borussia Dortmund didn't have a great season. If they don't win the Champions League, they're not getting back in the Champions League next year. They finished 5th.
Yeah.
I just wonder if the difference is so big in football that maybe he just finds it a little bit easier over in Germany. Well, or the fact, or things just weren't right for him at Manchester United.
Yeah, maybe the atmosphere, the club at the time, Man United, maybe didn't work. Maybe the club's too big for him. Maybe Manchester United was too big for him. Who knows? But listen, I can understand he's gone back to Dortmund, a place where he's absolutely loved. Played some of his best football there. Effectively, his form at Dortmund is what got him to move to Manchester United. Do you know what I mean? He was exciting. It hasn't happened from Manchester United, and some things happen. We've seen big players go to big clubs. We've seen bigger players than Jadon Sancho go to massive clubs, and it not happen for him. For whatever reason. Remember Falcao when he came to United?
Yeah, but he had injuries when he got there.
I get that, but that guy was supposed to be... Okay,
yeah, you're right.
Diego Forlan. Big player.
And when he left, it worked.
It worked. So sometimes...
Who was the player? Was it Haller that went to West Ham?
Sebastian Haller, another one. Yeah, exactly. So sometimes it happens. Big players come to clubs and it just doesn't work out. And that seems to have happened for Sancho. But...
Can I ask, sorry, before you move on, the Sancho that Man United bought...
Yeah. Did
you ever see that from him in a United shirt, that performance?
There's such few occasions. Like the goal he scored against Liverpool was lovely.
Unbelievable.
But when you talk about a good goal against Chelsea, when he broke through 2v1, him and Rashford, but other than that, there wasn't too many performances you'd go, wow, that's the player. But he's gone back to... It almost felt like that semi-final who they played against when he was absolutely incredible. In the first leg, was it against PSG? Right,
yeah,
PSG.
It was.
That first leg where he was outstanding. The last time I saw that Sancho play was for Dortmund. The first time, not that he missed out the whole Man United period. The first time for Dortmund. But listen, it's a big game for him. I hope he does well. I hope he does well, scores a goal. But if I'm him, I know it must be incredibly difficult. I've never played for a club the size of Manchester United. That is a juggernaut. Like, it comes with big pressure playing for that club. Sometimes if things don't fit, you got to go back to a place where you know what you're doing, you feel comfortable, you're confident, and that's at Dortmund. So I would probably think if they can maybe make a deal, I would probably think...
What, to keep him there?
To keep him there. I'd think about staying there for a couple more seasons, getting my confidence back, and then going again. But trying to go back to United after this little period, no.
Would you have him on the left instead of Martinelli?
No, probably not. No, probably not. Not right now, no. If I was to get that Jadon Sancho, PSG every single week, 100%. But if that Jadon Sancho was playing every single week like he did in that leg against PSG, he'd still beat United. That's the reality.
Is part of the problem the money? £300,000 a week supposedly he's on a Man United.
But money and money. It's also what in terms of him going to Dortmund.
No, for Man United, too much too soon.
Not so much too much too soon, but these are the going rates, unfortunately.
No, I know that, but I just wonder if you haven't got your feet on the ground when you have a big money move to a massive club, I wonder if that comes into it.
Maybe, but listen, I'm not going to try and question his character, his personality when it comes to the money, because we've seen other youngsters. People react differently, right? Saka got a big contract at Arsenal, hasn't shirked
Made
it,
no difference.
kept going.
Yeah.
Rashford's got the big contract, his form's been patchy, but I'm never ever going to throw out a footballer. That's it, they've got the money now, they can't play. But I just think Sancho, big game for him. Let him. He's almost in the shop window. But I'm staying where I'm at.
How do you think United fans feel about this game? What do they want to happen?
I don't think they could care.
You don't think so?
Two hoops.
Like, if he scores a hat-trick and has an absolute worldie, you don't think United fans will be looking at Erik ten Hag and go, why are you not getting a song out of him?
No, because they'll say, Erik ten Hag, and listen, I've been critical of Erik ten Hag. He gave Jadon Sancho every opportunity to succeed. He sent him away on that private retreat to get his head right, get himself right. So when he came back, he was ready to go. And it still didn't happen for him. And again, Erik ten Hag, there's maybe the situation, the way he handled it, there's parts of it I don't agree with, but there are parts I do agree with. But I think Jadon Sancho at times has got to look in the mirror and go, I wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
Like I didn't put in, because he got opportunities, When he was on the pitch, how many times in a United shirt did you go, wow? Very rare.
Very rare.
So that's why Jadon's got to go, do you know what? If I'm honest with myself, yeah, I don't like the way that I was treated, but I just simply didn't perform well enough.
Okay. A quick word about Jude Bellingham. He could be in contention for the Ballon d'Or if he wins the Champions League. I think it's irrelevant what Euros he has. If he wins this, and of course he's won La Liga, and he was their man of the season as well. There was an article recently about him.
You say that, but you don't know.
I do. Well, no, sorry. Of course I don't. But what I mean is, I think that should be enough, right? If you're 20 years old, you win the Champions League, you win La Liga, and you're the Spanish Player of the Year, I think that should be enough.
But look at that. Messi just rocked up, won World Cup, bang, took everything.
I know.
Do you know what I mean? So, and he was playing the MLS. So he went one World Cup, won it.
Was he playing MLS when the World Cup was on?
Yeah, of course he did. He was
really?
Yeah, rocked up.
Yeah.
MLS, won World Cup.
Hold on. It was at PSG.
Okay, but he wasn't playing. Okay, he hadn't got to MLS yet, but he wasn't playing well at PSG.
No, he wasn't
at all. The fans had turned on him.
No.
Rocked up, won the Champions League, not won the World Cup. Took all the honours.
Maybe. I saw an article recently that rated or valued him as the.
I've seen that.
£235 million.
Yeah. I'd love to see Jude win it. The reason why I'd love to see him win it is because I still can't work out. A couple of years ago, he was at Birmingham.
I know, it's right. I can't believe he's only 20.
The guy was in the Championship, and then he's somehow gone from Birmingham to Real Madrid to a Champions League final, all in the space of a couple of years.
There was an article in, I think it was The Sun this week. It might have been yesterday, it might have been today. I lose track of days. I apologise. And it was about when he made his debut for Birmingham. It was, I think, a League Cup game. And it was written by a couple of players on the opposition's team.
Yeah.
And it was all about, even when they got to the ground, they were hearing a buzz about this young 16-year-old. And they were saying they'd never heard anyone talk so highly about a 16-year-old they'd never seen before. And even then he came on and bossed the middle of the park and was just exceptional.
Remember I told you, a guy called Simon Cooper?
No.
He used to work really
Coopsy?
Coops. He used to work really closely with the Birmingham academy.
Yeah.
And he said to me, I'm talking years ago. Like years ago.
Do you know this fella?
Yeah, Simon. Yeah, speak to him.
Why didn't you get him on?
Shall I? I'll message him in a minute.
Yeah, of course. What was his job? His role at Birmingham?
He knows the family. He worked with him in terms of like maybe it was grassroots or something. He knew. And he said,
get him on.
He said, Benny, listen to me. There's a kid at Birmingham. I swear to you, he's going to go Real Madrid. And I'm going. I said to Cooper, shut up. All right. I'm sure he's that good. He went, I promise you, he will be the best player in the world. He said to me. I said, what? How could you tell me that? Like, he's at Birmingham or he's grassroots. How could you tell me that? And he said, I'm telling you. And he was talking about Jude Bellingham.
So Bellingham's 20. How long ago was this? 4 years ago?
No. This is when he was like young, like maybe 13, 14. He was telling me about this kid.
Talk Sport Drive with Andy Goldstein. Monday to Friday afternoon from 4 on AM, on DAB, via the Talk Sport app and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport.
Looking ahead to Saturday's Champions League final game, do you feel like this one is just Real Madrid's to lose?
It's definitely Real Madrid's to lose. They're 14-time champions. They're going for a 15th. Everyone expects Real Madrid to win this. I would love to see Dortmund, as the underdogs, do something special and do what no one's expecting. But really, I think everyone expects Real Madrid to win. So, I would say it's Real Madrid's to lose. I think, when you compare the two teams, Dortmund have got to this final through so much togetherness and team spirit, and obviously they've got some great players as well. But when you look at Real Madrid, they've got the superstars, they've got the big names, they've got the manager that's won it before. They've been there, they've done it. So I think everyone expects Real Madrid to win it, but you just never know. That's why we love football.
Talk about Carlo Ancelotti. He is just iconic, from the cigars to the eyebrows to the things that he says. What do you think is going to happen with him? Because he's contracted at Real Madrid until 2026. I'm sure Real Madrid, would like to lock him in the Santiago Bernabeu. But what do you think the future could hold?
I think if Real Madrid had the choice, they would keep him forever, wouldn't they? Because he's an absolute legend, as you say. I mean, he's just an iconic manager, and he knows how to win, and he gets the job done, and he's just like the coolest manager as well. Like, he's just, when you're around him, when I've interviewed him, he's just so chilled. Like, you can totally see why the players buy into everything that he says and does. So I think if they had the choice, they'd keep him there for a long time. Whether or not he stays is the other question. I do believe he'll stay definitely for another year. Everyone expects the Mbappe move to happen, and I think he'd probably quite like to oversee a season with Mbappe there. But then who knows, because the World Cup is coming up. He's been linked with that Brazil job before. Who knows, maybe he would do another year at Real Madrid and then take a job in international football and build up to the World Cup. But you just don't, I mean, if I'm a Real Madrid fan, I'm saying I want to keep him forever.
Everyone is talking about Jude Bellingham, but there's another player on this team, Vinícius Jr. I just want to read you a stat. So at 23 years old, he has 10 goals and 12 assists in Champions League knockout stages. He's scored as many as Zlatan Ibrahimovic. He's actually scored more than Zinedine Zidane. How good is this player?
He's incredible. An incredible player, lights up the pitch whenever he's on it. When you watch him on TV, he looks pretty spectacular. When you see him in person, it's actually indescribable how good he is. He is that good to watch. I've been to Real Madrid games before when I've been working on them, and I've just spent 15 minutes just watching him. And you watch him just speed around the pitch, and the skill and the pace. He's an amazing player. I think Jude Bellingham said this week, didn't he, that he should win the Ballon d'Or. He should be up there to win the Ballon d'Or. I wouldn't argue against that. He's one of a kind.
Now, another team that's involved in the Champions League, they're not in the final this year, Manchester City. Their manager Pep Guardiola, there have been a few rumours that he could be entering his final season with Manchester City. How amazing would it be for them? They've just done 4 in a row in their previous season. To go into the new season and win a Champions League, how special would that be?
What a manager Pep is. I mean, what he has done since he's come to the Premier League and managed Man City is extraordinary. Just seeing them win their 4th Premier League title in a row it's stuff that you just never thought you'd see. History made again by Man City. And yeah, like you say, I mean, I've heard that the club want him to make a decision by Christmas time, by December, whether or not he's going to stay on and renew his contract and stay for longer. I'd love to see him stay. I would love to see him stay, but I was surprised actually to hear on the final day of the Premier League season when he said that he's not really sure what he's going to do. That did actually surprise me, because prior to that, whenever I've interviewed him earlier on this campaign, it certainly felt to me like he wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. But yeah, I mean, if he were to leave and they could win the Champions League one more time under him, yeah, it would be special, because the Champions League is what it's all about.
So at TNT Sports, you're interviewing a lot of players, a lot of managers. What's been your favourite interview this season?
Oh, that's a really good question. I don't know.
Or just in general, even if you've got one that sticks in your mind.
Season. There's too many. Do you know what? Every interview is different. I think that's what's so exciting about this role, when you get to go to some of the biggest and best football matches. But every interview you do, whether it's pre-match, post-match, whether it's the day before or on the day as soon as the whistle goes, you get such great moments. I would probably say, if I had to pick one, my favourite interview, you'll like this, was with Kobbie Mainoo.
Of course.
It was at Molineux. You'll remember the goal, his first Premier League goal. He'd just scored his first goal for Manchester United in the Cup, I think, a week or so before. But he hadn't scored a Premier League goal yet. And he'd been on this great run of starts for Manchester United. It was around the time where everyone was talking about him. And the game at Molineux was right in injury time, and then Kobbie Mainoo just scores one of the best goals I've seen him. It was such a great goal. Injury time winner for his first ever Manchester United goal, and literally on the whistle, I'm on the pitch, him and Bruno Fernandes together, and it was just a special moment, because you kind of re-see the joy in a kid's eyes when he's achieving something really special for him in his career, but also for the club to have won the game the way they did. So yeah, I'd probably say that was my favourite interview, because even he said during that interview, I just need a moment to actually take it all in, because I can't believe I've just done that. And it was just a really nice moment.
And of course, you chat to a lot of managers. Is there any manager in particular that you really enjoy speaking to?
Thomas Tuchel.
Yeah?
My absolute favourite to interview. He is just one of the most personable managers that you can come across, and he's always super open, always has a joke off camera. the last time I interviewed him before one of the Bayern Munich games, he was wearing a suit. It was against Arsenal, and I said, Thomas, I've never seen you wear a suit for to come to a game before, because he's always in a tracksuit. He's a tracksuit manager, right? So, well, particularly for the match day -1, he's always in a tracksuit. But he turned up in a suit, and we were all looking at each other like, he looks a bit he looks different. Why are you wearing a suit? And I said, why are you wearing a suit? What are you dressed up for? And he basically said, they've stitched me up. They told me to wear a suit, and then no one else has come in a suit. But he's great. He's really good fun. But the great thing about Thomas Tuchel is he'll never avoid a question. If you ask him a question, he'll answer it in the best way he can. But you always feel like he's listening. You always feel like he'll give you the time of day. And he's honest. And I think as football fans, you want honesty from either your manager or another manager to give you their take on the game. So yeah, I think he's my favourite manager to interview.
Do you have any idea where you could be interviewing him next? Is there anywhere that you would like to see him? I know there's been a few whispers about Manchester United. What do you reckon that could be a job for him?
I can see it. I can see it happening because he's not got a job at the moment. He can manage a big club. We've seen him do that before. Manchester United are desperate for a manager to win things, but at the moment they still have Erik ten Hag there, and he's just won a trophy. I was actually here at Wembley for the FA Cup final last week, and the friends I was with were Manchester United fans, so we were all pretty happy, and because I cover the Europa League for TNT, I was very happy to see Manchester United get Europa League football, because it hopefully means I'll be at some of their games. And I love going to Old Trafford and following United around. So, who knows what will happen? It's tough to say right now because Erik ten Hag is the manager, and can't really argue. He's just won an FA Cup. So we'll see what happens soon. But I would love to see Thomas Tuchel back in the Premier League somewhere. Yeah. Whether that's Man United or whether that's at another club. Come to Brighton. There we go. No chance. But yeah, I would love to see him back in the Premier League because he's great.
So we're talking about Brighton. As a Brighton fan, what was your reaction to Roberto De Zerbi leaving the club?
Surprised at the timing. Kind of expected he might go this summer because there were lots of rumblings about it during the back end of the season when Brighton went on a bit of a bad run. And I think a lot of Brighton fans expected that in the summer he would go. I think to hear that decision had been made just before the last game of the season, I think that took us all by surprise. But Brighton have had an unbelievable run under Roberto De Zerbi. It's been the best football I've seen Brighton play. It's been the most chaotic but fun 2 seasons. He got Brighton into Europe for the first time ever. I went to near enough every single one of those games in a working capacity, which was special. I'll never forget that. And so for Brighton fans, I think we just feel grateful for the journey we've been on under Roberto De Zerbi, the football we've seen. And look, I hope he goes on and manages a club and gets exactly what he wants, because he's really entertaining and fun. And let's hope that whoever comes in next at Brighton can do the same.
You, having worked with some of the very best at the very top, what is the number? What's the magic number, Paul, of games that a player can play in a season?
Or indeed is every day different?
I understand the fans' point of view that they want to see, best against best. They want to see a great product. My opinion of having worked at that highest level is, if they're going to do a Club World Cup, then something else has to go.
Right.
You've got to sacrifice something else.
Yeah.
Because you'll end up getting that together, and the players they'll be shot, they'll be fatigued, and then the quality goes down. Best players are injured, they don't play. And I got a good example of this. 2014, when we got to the Champions League final with Real Madrid that year, we played the maximum amount of games, all the league games, obviously, but then we got to the final of the Copa del Rey as well. By the time we arrived at the Champions League game final, it was game 60.
Right.
Now, if you add on what they do in pre-season, what they do with their international teams, and then beyond that, a major European tournament or a World Cup, you're hitting 75 to 80 games.
Yeah.
Now, I remember arriving at the final, and we had issues. We had issues with the best players as well. Ronaldo was not in good shape. Touch and go whether he'd make the final. Bale had issues. Benzema had issues. They all made it, but Pepe didn't. Varane stepped in. That's why you have to have a good squad, so that when you get to the biggest games, you still can compete at the highest level. I think also about how training looks week to week, because you're playing weekend, midweek, weekend, and at the highest level as well. It's Champions League, it's competing in the Liga. The players then, you rarely train. So how can you get the tactical information to prepare properly for games? Because the players end up playing, recovering. So pre-season becomes really important to get the information across. I think of Carlo going into this game tomorrow and how much tactical work he would have done. I think very little. More and more work now is done in the video room and is done on the tactics board and using other teaching methods to get the point across.
So that's the point that I'd like to ask you. For example, if I'm Usain Bolt, one of the top athletes on the planet, I know when I've got to peak, right? You know you can maybe get away with a wee performance here, but you're geared to the Olympics, you're geared to the World Championships every couple of years. Ancelotti, to be fair, has got to get a team that peaks just about every Saturday, and then fatigue must come into it when they should be at their absolute peak, which is tomorrow night.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can understand the points coming because the players get remunerated incredibly.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. But that doesn't take away the physical effort that's
how
put
difficult
in.
it is.
Yeah, and you guys both played at a very high level, and a lot of the guys that call in and are big fans of football haven't played at that level, so don't understand the physical exertion that is placed on their bodies. And also the pressure of playing at the very highest level is also very emotionally fatiguing.
Yeah, sure. Going into this Champions League final, Carlo, what is it about Carlo, Paul?
It's unbelievable,
because he is
incredible.
It's incredible. But tell us a bit about him as a man and what he does and how he's able to have been so successful.
I was with him last night, so I went over to the hotel with the team. Super relaxed. Had a glass of Macallan with him. It was very, very, very nice. I said, how you feeling? No, good. And that's one of his best qualities. See, the top managers have a lot of great qualities. I think one of his, and having worked with him very closely, 7 years as his assistant, his ability to cope with pressure. That is a standout quality. Now, I've been a manager and I'm not always sure that I was the best at dealing with that. And I think that's come from his upbringing, his experience in the game as a player, and so many years at the highest level. But he deals incredibly well with the pressure situations, managing the biggest clubs, the biggest players, dealing with some very difficult presidents and owners over his time. He just takes it all in his stride, and he has absolute confidence in this group of players, which I think gives him that calmness.
It's amazing, Paul, because it seems to me, the way you've explained him there, the perfect man in the perfect job. Because I look at Real Madrid, 14 wins, I think, out of 17. I think they've lost 3. I actually think last year might have been one of the greatest triumphs in that tournament, the way they went about it. I thought they were out the tournament 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
It just seems they fit like a hand in a glove.
Oh, absolutely. And I've had conversations with Carlo about this. What is it that enables this team to get over the line even when their backs are up against the wall? It looks so difficult for them, and obviously 2 years ago that was an incredible run, and even when they got to the final, underdogs against Liverpool, they still managed to win it. And he does explain that there's a mythical quality about the team, the history, what it means when you put the shirt on, the power of the fans, and he said that's gone to another level now with the new stadium. The atmosphere's gone to a new level.
It's meant to be unbelievable.
Yeah, incredible atmosphere. The noise now with the roof shut. The fans are pushing more than ever. Because there used to be an atmosphere at Real Madrid where, if they didn't like what they saw, the white flags were out. Claude Makelele said to me before I'd even gone to Madrid, you have to have massive character to play for this club because the pressure that's on you each and every game. But he's a really calm, steady pair of hands, Carlo, and he gives the players a lot of belief. But he's got a squad where you've got, great balance. You've got the veteran players. Carvajal, Nacho, obviously Kroos and Modric, Casemiro, who left a couple of seasons ago. They really have helped bring the younger ones on, and now the future's bright for this young squad coming through.
In terms of the opponent tomorrow night, I watched Dortmund both legs, Paul. I was in Paris, and obviously I was in Dortmund. Proper old school performance, man. I actually got to the city, Andy. I was hoping they would see it out. I don't know if that's unprofessional of me, but I'm working at the game. I actually was hoping to see it out just for the way they played. 2 centre backs, really hard working, 2 wide men. Sancho did well, Adeyemi on the other side. Old fashioned centre forward, if you like, and Nicholas Füllkrug. Question I'm going to ask you in terms of the game tomorrow night: is that an opponent that Real Madrid would rather face, or would rather face somebody that would be more open, or does it not matter to them?
I think they've got so much belief and confidence in the squad that they wouldn't worry who they play against. My own point of view is I think the best 2 teams played in the quarter-final, and that was against Manchester City.
Yeah.
And you saw the way at times that in that game where Real Madrid defended. I mean, there was a couple of shots where they got 11 in the box in open play. It wasn't a set play. 11 in the box defending, really seeing it out. And you saw signs of that with Dortmund against PSG. But Dortmund have had obviously a very good Champions League run, not so much in the league.
No.
I mean, they were way off the pace in the league.
Correct.
5th position, I think close to 20 points
Absolutely.
behind the leaders. But they have done incredibly well in that competition. And, speaking to Carlo last night, he's obviously confident and thinks they've got a great chance. But it's a final. It's a final.
Paul, just before we go to a break, and obviously just want to talk quickly about Jude Bellingham and about, has it even taken your breath away how incredible he's been and what he has done? And try and put that into words. You've operated at that club. You know, as you mentioned about the demands, the type of season that he's had.
Yeah, incredible season. I got to see him close up before Christmas. I went over to Madrid, and it's very impressive to see him, right from the touchline in training. And I would, he's straight away in the very top 2 or 3 players in that team at such a young age.
That's unbelievable.
It's amazing, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, the way he moves. He's a big lad, strong, but he's so light on his feet. He can change direction so quickly. Beautiful technique, obviously timing of runs into the box, and a really strong character for someone so young. Bright future ahead, and hopefully he'll have a great Euros this summer.
Talk Sport Breakfast, waking you up Monday to Friday morning from 6 a.m. on AM, on DAB, via the Talk Sport app and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport.
Yeah, very good afternoon, Alex. As you say, they are the most dominant team in Europe. 14 times Real Madrid have had their hands on the European Cup, and many suspect by tomorrow evening that'll be 15. Gareth Bale, Carve, was talking in the papers this morning, and he said the aura of this team, it's hard to put into words, but when you're an opponent, you play the badge and the history and the success, and that already puts them streets ahead when they walk out to play a big game like this.
They're going to be overwhelming favourites tomorrow night, especially because they're playing Borussia Dortmund. Dortmund have been the surprise package of the Champions League this season. Everyone who speaks to expects Real Madrid to win tomorrow night. This is an exceptional Real Madrid side. Everybody knows about Modric and Kroos and Bellingham and Vinicius Jr. But this is a Champions League final. It's a one-off game. So theoretically anything can happen. And if you've watched Borussia Dortmund, I'm sure you have, they're the kind of side who can upset Real Madrid tomorrow night. They're very disciplined, they defend very well, they can hit you on the break. So I think they've got a puncher's chance. But of course, Real Madrid are the favourites to win the Champions League. Lift the European Cup for 15th time. I mean, absolutely incredible. And also Carlo Ancelotti, their manager, Don Carlo.
Yes.
If
ever there was a man really to manage Real Madrid, it's him, isn't it?
Ancelotti. I mean, the job he's done there, the way he carries himself, he's probably the most popular man in football, and he's won it 4 times as a manager and 2 times as a player as well. So he's going for his 7th European Cup tomorrow night. Not the final we were expecting, but still, it is a mouth-watering prospect.
Yeah, so
here
far at ahead
Wembley.
of everyone else. So there's Carlo Ancelotti. We're just looking 14 times for Real Madrid, AC Milan 7, Liverpool 6, and Bayern Munich 6 as well. Carlo Ancelotti with his star-studded group there. But as you say, Dortmund, it's been a strange one watching them in the Champions League because they haven't performed that well in the Bundesliga, finished 5th. In Edin Terzic, you've got somebody that was here as a fan the last time that Dortmund played in this final in 2013 when they lost to Bayern Munich. But on the big occasions, they have caught out sides, including Paris Saint-Germain. Very few gave them a chance against them.
Yeah, no, they deserve to beat PSG. They did a real number on PSG. They defended well, hit them on the break. They've got some really dangerous players. And this is a club who've lost players like Erling Haaland, who've lost players like Jude Bellingham, who lost players like Jadon Sancho, but they got Sancho back. Yeah. And they keep sort of regenerating themselves. You know, the club keeps moving forward.
Although there's a few old boys in there tomorrow, aren't there?
I'm a bit worried about Matt Hummels.
Matt Hummels, aren't you? He was part of the 2013, and Marco Reus is as well, who's incredibly popular. Will play, both of them expected to play their final game for Dortmund tomorrow. But yeah, you're a bit worried about Hummels, aren't you, tomorrow?
I'm a bit worried about how he's going to cope with some of these Real Madrid players and the pace of them. Yeah. But having said that, he played very well against PSG in the semi-final, and he's had a really good season as well. So no, I think Dortmund have got a chance. I think they've got a chance. Never write off the Germans, and they do love Wembley as well, and they will have incredible support tomorrow night.
We've seen our first scarves, haven't we?
Yeah,
today?
they're famous for having the yellow wall.
Yes,
I think there is going to be a few yellow walls here at Wembley tomorrow night.
And talking of which, Wembley has sort of been on the spotlight a little bit in the build-up this week to the game, because the last really big men's final here was the Euros final, July 2021. You were there that day, and they've spent £5 million, and they're very much on show and want to show that security has been improved and the lessons that they've learnt from that day. It's not going to be quite the same because there isn't an English team here, but people will be watching.
Yeah, I think there's two different stories. If you're talking about that Euro final, the problem was that people got carried away because England were in the final. The whole country was sort of surfing a wave of euphoria. The scenes here were absolutely disgraceful. The final wasn't organised properly. The security wasn't good enough. The FA got a lot of things wrong. Wembley got a lot of things wrong. But if you're talking about Champions League finals, especially the last two, Paris and Istanbul, they have been absolutely disgraceful. Nothing to do with the fans, all to do with UEFA and the organisation. Because the organisation of those last two Champions League finals has been totally unacceptable. Now, UEFA is saying all the right things this time round. They come back to Wembley. They love Wembley because, you know, they love being in London and having so many facilities and hotels, and there's so much room for all their corporate guests as well. The transport is pretty good. But UEFA is saying this time round we're convinced we've got it right. But when we're talking about security tomorrow night, I don't think we should be looking at how the Real Madrid fans are going to behave and how the Dortmund fans are going to behave, because I'm sure they will behave well. I don't think they'll be the problem. The problem will be UEFA and how well this event is organised.
How they get in and get out.
Yeah, exactly. And they're telling us everything is going to work very, very smoothly. We've learned from what went wrong in Paris. We've learned from what went wrong in Istanbul. We just have to wait and see if they actually have.
Yeah, well, we'll see, won't we?
Right, let's go to that Champions League final. Borussia Dortmund versus Real Madrid right here in London, where we're recording from.
So we're playing our part, aren't we? English clubs, again, are playing their part.
I'd say so. Well, of course, the last time Dortmund played at Wembley in a Champions League final, Pete Donaldson and I were there.
2013, Bayern Munich. Aaron Robin scored. Bayern Munich won.
Yeah. They did. They beat 2-1. Currently, we're still available.
Yeah.
Adidas, if you're listening.
Right. Should we just do about 45 minutes of us trying to get people to get us to get to the final?
I think so.
Yeah.
If that show's not about this, I don't know what it is about, quite frankly. But big team news coming out of Real Madrid is that Thibaut Courtois is expected to play. He's only played 4 times this season after a serious knee injury. I feel very sorry for Andriy Lunin, who's done very well this season.
Yeah, really well.
Deputised, but he's been ill this week as well. If he was to, I don't know, Andy, take a lemsip or something. Do you feel it's a bit harsh, or do we remember that Courtois was man of the match against Liverpool in that 2022 final? I think he's a man for the big occasion.
He was, and he's a big man for big European finals. But bear in mind that he's not even been included in the Belgian squad for the Euros because he's not considered fit enough.
Yeah.
Which is surely going to motivate him more, then, isn't it?
But it's such a weird anachronism, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I read. Sorry, Jim, to cut in. This is actually an important question before we move on. In Europe, do they drink Lemsip, or is it a different product?
That's a good question. I'm always the picture of health, so I never have to go and get it.
He is very healthy in the end. Yeah.
So,
but I would imagine Andy probably has a lemsip every now and then of an afternoon anyway.
You see, I always get paracetamol for travel just to be on the safe side, and then when I go and put it in my bag that I travel with, I realise that I've got like 28 packets of paracetamol in there.
That's not good.
Hey,
be careful with that.
Yeah, is it not? Especially when you're on a plane, right?
They won't let you buy more than one packet in most shops.
If I may wrestle it back to Thibaut Courtois, I was disappointed. I'm sure everybody will be to have a serious conversation about him. He's had 4 games back, hasn't he? He's faced 17 shots and conceded no goals.
Right.
So he really has done everything he could possibly do to sort of earn that place. I do feel sorry for him, but I think that what Ancelotti has said is that he's the best goalkeeper in the world. So as brilliant as Lunin has been, that's the decision he's made.
And Lunin has been ill this week as well.
Yeah, sure. Which in a way might soften it.
I see what you mean. Yeah. I mean, if you were Lunin, you would say to Thibaut, "Oh, I'm pleased you're playing." Obviously, you would be here if it weren't for me.
Yeah.
Getting us this far,
and then do like a really exaggerated cough to show how ill you are.
And then
that'd be brilliant for team spirit, wouldn't it?
And then he'd point to Hosseler and go, "I think that he's got more to do with this than you." But yes, it would be very unlikely that that's going to happen at Real Madrid.
I heard Lunin got ill because he got really upset because Carlo Ancelotti came up to him this week and said, "Why can't you be more like Thibaut Courtois?"
Oh dear. Well, if he does have a cough, then maybe he could take some Lunin tunes. Was that Looney Tune?
Looney Tune? What's Looney Tune? It's a cartoon. It's not a.
Yeah, but tunes are like a sort of cough suite, aren't they?
I love a joke you have to explain.
It's a double pun.
Yeah, look, Jim, right? Taken to the stage many times a stand-up comedian, right? That's the level him and I are operating at.
Yeah.
He got it.
Yeah,
Jim got it, but he didn't laugh.
Can I just say,
no, you don't laugh at other people's material.
It's amazing. Is that what they told you? I think we should unpack that.
And my audience was always stand-up comedians, presumably.
I think we should unpack that because, first of all, that product Tunes hasn't been available since the 90s.
Yeah, but it was once upon a time.
Looney Tunes is a completely different thing to Tunes.
Yeah.
No one listening is going to know what Tunes are.
Right. Come on. Remember the adverts?
Hall soothers people would get.
All right, well, you work that one in.
Okay, you come back to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes.
Thibaut Courtois is a very good goalkeeper. A lot of his saves are a stretch.
There you go.
Perhaps that's what Marcus was trying to imply.
Yeah. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Again, professionals will look after each other, much like Courtois and Lunin. So, but Real Madrid will have a goalkeeper for this final. We can all agree on that.
I can confirm that.
Yeah, and I don't know what kind of analysis other podcasts do, but this is the kind of stuff you find at the Football Ramble. But I do want to talk about Toni Kroos. It will be his final club game because, of course, he's going to be playing for Germany in the Euros, which is annoying. When he said, "Oh, I'm going to come back," I was like, "Oh no, come on,
yeah,
Tony, do the honourable thing."
Got an assist with his first touch, didn't he?
Exactly.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I think the Euros is probably the only trophy, other than maybe like the Europa League, that Toni Kroos has not won in his career. And you're like, oh yes, there's a mission to be had here.
I think, but we can also all get around the idea and celebrate the fact that Vinícius Jr is not going to be playing in the Euros.
Yes,
because
I can't believe my luck.
He is a frightening player.
Yeah, I can't believe my luck. Brazil's never been in Europe.
No,
even maybe in Pangaea times, but. But Toni Kroos, final game for the club. I like this quote from Eduardo Camavinga, who recently said about him, "Tony doesn't say much, but when he does, he kills you. I like that about him."
The really weird thing with this...
Strepsils Guardiola.
There you go.
Strep Guardiola.
Better.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of different quotes doing the rounds about Toni Kroos. All of them were about what a brilliant guy he is.
Yeah.
Apart from Camavinga. So what's going on there?
Yeah, I know what you mean. He's clearly saying that he's obviously very direct with his chat. I don't know. But Kroos has been... I don't want to do that thing. He's a really underrated player. He's not. I think he's very, very rated. But due to being surrounded by all those other stars and whatnot, Kroos, a bit like Modric, really, has been such a mainstay at Real Madrid in the last, however long he's been there. he is an absolutely phenomenal player and one of the best central midfield players of his generation.
Yeah,
sure.
they've had the ultimate luxury because they're bedding in a midfield that you would expect, injuries notwithstanding, to dominate Europe for the next 10 years in Bellingham, Camavinga, Tchouameni is obviously not available for this. And they've been able to do a really slow handover because Kroos and Modric are still operating at such an incredibly high level. Of course, Modric will be staying there next season, but I think even though they're different in a lot of ways, Kroos and Modric both have this thing that they've always been very clear about, like going out at the top level. Not taking a payday or going off to be the best player in another league. We will go out absolutely at the top level, and this is being as good as you were, and then some, isn't it? But if you talk about being underrated or not being underrated, I think you're right. People who know football rate him, of course, but bear in mind, if you go back to the start of him coming to Real Madrid, it's because he wasn't wanted at Bayern anymore. Guardiola said, "Look, I can't pay everyone. You want 10 million a year, and you're not getting it." And that's how he ended up going to Real Madrid, which has basically made his career from being a very good player on the books of Bayern Munich to one of the defining midfield players of his generation.
And he's also a totally modern, versatile midfield player who can basically do everything. There's like no obvious weakness in his game. And I think that's an interesting thing to note, because in modern football, you do need to be able to be very tactically aware, and that involves necessarily playing sometimes in a variety of positions and doing a variety of different tasks. And I think that maybe 20 years ago, the idea that we all had as football fans of a defensive midfielder or a attacking midfielder or a winger or whatever was very well defined. Whereas if you look at the way that Kroos plays and the different positions he can occupy, he's so versatile. And I think that's amazing when you have players around you of the quality that Andy's just mentioned, because it means you can slot in there and just do whatever you need to do. I love the fact that he's going out on top. I love the fact that he's not going for the big payday, as Andy said. And it'll be a fitting end to his career to play on the Champions League final.
I mean, his big payday was Real Madrid, you could argue. But if you're talking about something like the Saudi Pro League,
but the big pay, that's a big payday that comes along with playing at the very top of the game. That's a kind of proper manifestation of just play your football and the money will take care of itself. That's not. He didn't make that decision to go to Real Madrid for the money. The money's obviously part of it, but you understand the point.
Yeah, it's the best option available, isn't it? I think maybe part of the reason that Kroos possibly doesn't have that sort of superstar Galactico status is that I suppose so many players around him at Real Madrid have had that. He's been so consistent. I think the same is sort of true of Modric to a degree as well. And he's one of those players, you often get it with midfielders in particular, where he's the adult, right? He's the grown-up. He's the one taking care of all the little annoying jobs that need to be done and putting out fires and tidying up and just making sure everything's clicking and flowing. And
100%.
so much runs through him. And he's going to be such a miss for people that just enjoy the aesthetics of football, really, because there's a sort of elegance to what he does and a beauty to it.
The dad side of it's quite interesting, because as well as the fact that when he arrived at Real Madrid, he was the defensive midfielder because they didn't have another.
It's mad to think of him as a defensive midfielder, though, isn't it?
But the thing is, you look at the size and the gait of him, and you think you can't do that. But actually, he's so good at receiving the ball under pressure.
His first touch is amazing,
and he's a really great tackler, which is sometimes overlooked. And when you're talking about him being the dad in the room, I had this actually because I've had my children in to the Stack studio with me this week. When you're going, look, we can't be late, hurry up. Kroos does that when he's capable of all this other brilliant stuff, but he's like, fuck this, I'll just deal with this with a set piece. Come on. He does that, doesn't he?
I think one of the best ways in modern football you can judge the quality of a midfield player is the way they take a touch into space and know where the space is instinctively. And there might be players out there better than Kroos at that, but I can't think of any. He's amazing at that. The way he takes the ball in the half space and the way he can find space instantly, he's just so consistent at that, and that relieves so much pressure off you as a team. And it's also the fact that he's got a calm head as well, which hasn't been mentioned yet.
And it's a funny thing, isn't it?
In a big final, that's important.
How he's someone synonymous with Real Madrid, who would be absolutely brilliant for Barcelona, for any Barcelona team that you can think of.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's turn our attention to the man who's another German legend, you could say, Marco Reus, because it'll be his last match.
It's a very emotional game, this, for a lot of reasons, isn't it? I mean, obviously you look at Reus.
Because it's at the home of football, Jim.
Because it's the home of football. And we might be there if Adidas buckler ideas up.
We won't be
we
there.
won't be there. No,
Well, you find your own sports brand.
But Thibaut Courtois coming back is emotional. Obviously, Mats Hummels hasn't made the squad for the Euros. He's gutted about that. There's a lot. There's a lot
Can
of
I just say,
energy coming into this game.
I'm not that emotional about Thibaut Courtois going back in goal.
No, I think he will be though, which is the point I'm making.
True. But Marco Reus's last game for Dortmund, I mean, sometimes people refer to him as one of the most unluckiest men in football. In that, his trophy haul is perhaps not as big as it might have been.
2 German Cups.
Exactly. Should have a league title in there, lest we forget.
Yeah, I mean, I do kind of wonder if they'd have won the title on the final day of last season.
Do you think he might have?
If he'd have just left Dortmund then? I mean, we'll never know, will we?
We will never know, but of course he joined Dortmund just after they'd won the league with Klopp.
Again, something that's forgotten because you associate him with Klopp's Dortmund, but he arrived after the league titles just in time to lose the Champions League final, as you
Wembley,
say.
of course, as we mentioned earlier. So this could be quite something.
I mean, it's funny actually how well he's weathered. You look at both him and Hummels, especially Reus though, considering the injuries. Like the fact that he's still there despite all the weather, like a lighthouse almost.
Yeah.
Because I went to see Celtic Legends versus Dortmund Legends last Sunday, and 6 of the team that played in 2013 were playing for the Legends.
Incredible.
And it's weird to think that Hummels and Reus are still there, isn't it?
And Andy, today is his birthday.
Oh.
I mean, if he could go out the day after his birthday, and then I'd imagine, it would be a double celebration for everybody.
Do you reckon Real Madrid would just say, that's fine, it's his birthday, it's his last game?
It's fine.
Let him win.
As one of their legends would say.
Yeah, let him win. Let him win.
I think for this reason, actually, Reus's last game, I want Dortmund to win because they're the underdog and, blah, 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 blah. I'm sure a lot of people want that as well. But for Reus, it would just be incredible for a guy who, it's not just on the trophies, actually, when we're talking about the bad luck. It's injuries in major international tournaments, all sorts. He has been phenomenal throughout his career. He is a Dortmund legend. And he is absolutely loved by those fans. I mean, Andy, he is so...
To an extent, it's actually more complicated.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, because I think the way he's perceived outside Germany and inside Germany is very different. Because it's funny, when you drill down on him only having those 2 trophies, which is a surprise when you consider the talent and all that sort of stuff. And I've mentioned before, like when they were promoting FIFA a couple of years ago, there was a cardboard cutout of him in my local Sainsbury's. And like, what other player that doesn't play for Real Madrid or Barcelona would that really happen to? And he's synonymous, as we said, with Klopp's Dortmund. There's a glamour, there's a joy to the way he plays. But actually, some Dortmund fans associate him with like the commodification of their club because of that, really. The fact that, this thing they did around the 2013 final is a bit like Liverpool's This Means More. Echte Liebe, true love. It's like, we're the real. That's what it's all about. A lot of German fans kind of despise them for that, actually. And a lot of regular Dortmund fans think, well, actually, I don't like our club being commodified. And also, it's the fact that Reus is a bit like at the end of last season when he was the captain. He gave the captaincy up after they lost the league because there are a few people looking at him and saying, well, you're the captain of a losing team, a team that never gets us over the line, a team that lets us down. And that's really harsh because he's someone playing for his hometown club. And of course, he didn't get picked up by his hometown club the first time. It's a little bit of an Alan Shearer situation. Yeah. He slipped through the youth net and they bought him back for quite a lot of money. And as you say, loads of stuff has not gone right. When he won his first trophy, the DFB Pokal, if you go back and look at the trophies, he's starting the celebrations in the dressing room and he's DJing and singing and all the rest of it. And he's got his big yellow bandage around his knee because he tore his cruciate ligament at half time and he missed the second half of the game. Like everything sort of went wrong for him. But the stuff that he's done, the loyalty that he's shown to the club.
Off the pitch as well, to the city.
Exactly. If you think of like during COVID, him and his wife gave like over €500,000 to local businesses to keep them afloat. It's not something that he talks about or that people realise is part of him.
I think it would be phenomenal for him alone if Dortmund won. Of course, I mean they are underdogs. As we all know, he has lots of tattoos, Marco Reus, and he has an Oprah Winfrey quote that says, "The biggest adventure you can take is to live out your dreams.
I can't believe
Does
Oprah
that make
Winfrey's
it-
the first person to ever say that.
No.
Why is that Oprah Winfrey's quote?
Has he got Oprah
Because
Winfrey on his arm? Like, does
Oprah said it was her quote, that's why.
Right.
But, what I'd like him to have on there-
she invented the concept of dreams.
She did, and I'd like if it was gonna. When I saw that he had an Oprah Winfrey quote on his arm, I was hoping it all over his body. He just had, "You get a car, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car." He just pulls his clothes off, and there's more and more of those tattoos all over his body.
I've got Kilroy tattoo.
That's a great reference.
Kilroy Silk.
Yeah, Robert Kilroy Silk. You remember Kilroy, the show? That was our Oprah.
You see, me and Marcus are kind of in open warfare, actually. He goes for a 90s reference. I'm going to take it back for
Yeah. No, because normally that
Kilroy's big 90s as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose.
He's also a shocking piece of work.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Did he found UKIP?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Man.
Like, Andy confused me because normally that's the kind of thing we would project on him.
Yeah.
Whereas he's had inked on him.
Yeah, the mask is slipped, isn't it?
It's amazing to have a Kilroy mention on the show. That's how I judge a show episode quality.
Bloody hell.
Can I just make a point that the Champions League final tomorrow night will be amazing, of course. And it's an amazing showpiece for all the kind of negativity around how football is these days. The Champions League final is an amazing thing. And I'd like to make a very quick note, if I could, of the quality of the football in the semi-finals. I remember watching, I think it was the first leg between Bayern and Real Madrid. The 2-2 was the first leg, right? And I just remember thinking that this is amazing. Like this is.
I know what you mean.
I wonder whether, because the final can be a cagey affair, because we hope it won't be, and we hope it'll be a great game, but we understand how high the stakes are in a final. The semis, sometimes in one way, is the best experience you get watching. And I felt like that when England played Denmark in the semis and the Euros as well. You still had the final to look forward to, and the final was always going to be cagey and quite nervy, and you're going to be biting your nails. The semi, you can enjoy it a bit more. And I hope the final lives up to how actually all four of the semis were good. I mean, even on the other side.
I think it will be, though, because
Right.
like both of these teams will seek to defend properly, but are not totally capable of defending properly. So I think that promises quite a lot.
I found it. I remember that I just mentioned Vinícius Jr earlier, but the key moment on that side of the draw for me was when in the first leg Bayern Munich had loads of chances, didn't take them, and then Vinny Jr had that chance and he's a killer. He just took it.
It was a great opportunity for Bayern.
It was, and Vinícius Jr just takes that chance. On the other side, of course, we remember Darren Fletcher's famous woodwork 6 times chat. Which he would not shut up about, but PSG had a lot of chances, didn't take him. So ultimately, the final may come down to who takes the chances. And I am absolutely astonished, and Andy could possibly fill us in on this briefly. Mats Hummels has been the best defender in the Champions League this season, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And for him to not be in a German squad, I know they've had their own problems and they've got ideas about how they want to do things, but that to me is actually remarkable. That he's not even in the squad. It's the way I would frame it is, if you were going to make a decision that brave, you better do fucking well.
Yeah,
because
for
otherwise
sure.
you were going to look like a clown.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in terms of the quality he's got, there's absolutely no doubt. And I think the fact that he's got older and has learned even better to deal with his relative lack of pace is really impressive. The way he handled Mbappe was amazing, by the way. But something that Archie Rintup, a friend of the show, of course, talks about in an upcoming OTC special. We've got loads of upcoming specials ahead of the Euros. He says it's probably a personality thing. Like Hummels is very outspoken, and I can understand why Julian Nagelsmann doesn't want to create sort of fires
Nagelsmann was a bit of a little.
right.
He's a little Poindexter, isn't he, Nagelsmann? He's got a little Poindexter look about him.
You say that. He's really cool. He takes a skateboard to training.
He's not really cool.
But in his mind, he's really cool because he's taking a skateboard to
When I
training.
went to Frühlingsfest in the spring, I was later hosting, of course, for the big kind of beer celebration.
Talking really cool.
Yeah, but the thing was,
Yeah.
I was quite self-conscious about it. Then I realised there's a tent full of Germans. You can never be uncool in front of Germans. It's fine. No one's going to notice you. Germany is the most uncool country in the world, and it finally hit me. It's fine. There's no need to be self-conscious. And Julian Nagelsmann very much fits into that for sure. The way Hummels dealt with Mbappe was basically like, and Mbappe's obviously a remarkable player, amazing to watch, and I'm excited to see what he does next season. But it was a bit like, a kid of about 12 who's good at football, but the dad is also played a bit himself.
I'm just going to put you in your place.
Yeah, and he's not quite old enough there to get past him. It was like that.
I mean, there's going to be a very interesting parallel with that with Vinicius Jr. Obviously. So there's
Vinicius who?
Junior.
There's so much to look forward to in this final as a fixture in particular, because obviously the narratives we've spoken about with Kroos and Royce, and I mean, I am a neutral, but I also sort of want to see Jude Bellingham win a final, right?
Yeah,
I want to see
I think
that
you
he
might get
can
some more
deliver.
opportunities for that.
Indeed.
Well,
Right,
I
mean, it'd be nice for that muscle memory to be there, wouldn't it?
It's amazing, Jim, how we've talked about this final for 15 minutes. There's so much to enjoy about it. We haven't even mentioned Jude Bellingham yet. But when you talk about the emotion of the occasion, obviously there are a lot of people who feel emotional about an English player succeeding with an overseas club, playing against his former club, who he really set himself up to be a world superstar with. I think he's not especially emotional about it. They tried to make a big thing about it, didn't they?
Yeah.
After the semi-final and said, and you play in your former club? And he's like, oh yeah, funny that.
I'd love to see him score for Real Madrid, go up to the Borussia Dortmund fans at Wembley and go, oi, behave yourself. Behave yourself.
Yeah.
That would be pure Bellingham. We also need
Where's
to mention...
your wall now?
We also need to mention, we're talking about underrated midfield players, need to mention Marcel Sabitzer as well, who's been amazing. He's a brilliant midfield player. Always perennially underrated in this country, even when he was at Man United, I think.
And a great advert for how you flourish if you leave Old Trafford.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. He is a magnificent midfield player, in my opinion. And he might have a big say in this as well.
I'd love Dortmund to win it.
Yeah, I would.
Most people are expecting Real Madrid to win it, and I think rightly so, but wouldn't it be beautiful?
I mean,
if
Real
they did?
Madrid don't really lose finals. I mean, they've won the last 8 Champions League finals. I think you'd have to go back to, was it the 1980s, to find a European Cup / Champions League final that they lost. I mean, they haven't lost since September.
They've only lost once in the league, which is amazing, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
especially amazing given they've had a lot of big players missing for big chunks of the season as well. It's not like they've had a clear path.
No.
That's right.
It's going to be a great game.
And they've played Man City twice.
Yeah.
And they've still not, they didn't lose to them. So, yeah, but Jude Bellingham, by the way, named La Liga Player of the Season and has been valued at £238 million by CIES Football Observatory.
I'm pretty sure they'd sell him for that, yes.
Yeah. Well, I think what they're going to do is remortgage him and then get Mbappe, right?
The boffins are taking over.
They are.
It's absolute boffs everywhere. The CIES Football Observatory.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Biggest bunch of absolute boffins I've ever heard of.
I know, well, Bellingham will probably
It makes it sound like they watch games through telescopes.
Bellingham's going to put a big nerd
HQ.
through one of the glass panels in that
should.
observatory.
Sam Diss from Mundial, I was speaking to him a while back, and we were just talking about things we don't like about football anymore. And he was saying that the thing he doesn't like about it is it feels sometimes that it's been taken over by the type of people who do the rules in Dungeons and Dragons, and there's just too much nitpicking going on. And I agree with him.
Yeah, I'd rather them though than the people who actually do run football.
Exactly.
More on which later.
Yeah, indeed. All right, coming up in the second half, we have, Jim, problems with the Club World Cup, Vincent company to Bayern Munich, and Jose Mourinho's back in business. See you in a moment.
Music plays a big part in our extended sports sound. The Inverness Cali Thistle manager Duncan Ferguson is in charge of that this evening. Here is his first choice.
Hi, it's Duncan Ferguson here. My first choice is by Johnny Cash, which is Folsom Prison Blues. In the song, the guy shot a man in Reno. I just happened to bump into a guy in Ibrox. So this song always reminds me of that time I spent away.
Welcome back to the Football Ramble, everybody. Everything that man does is terrifying. Yeah. Of course, we've had a big European final this week already. It was the UEFA Conference League final. It's interesting how UEFA do it. They don't do them in sort of order of, I suppose, quality, if you like. So
Don't do it like a card.
Yeah, the Europa
Don't
League.
do them all on the same night.
They should build up to it and do it. Europa Conference League final Thursday, Europa League final Friday, and then Champions League final.
I mean,
Saturday.
all in the same event.
That would be logistically tricky, wouldn't it?
Same.
They've got a lot of money.
Yeah, it's true.
Tickets, so that would cost even more money. I'd imagine.
I mean, what you're describing, Jim, would get exported to Doha.
Yeah,
Oh, Saudi. It'll be Saudi.
I
yeah.
retract that.
Yeah. Remember the Champions League final used to be on a Wednesday night, didn't it?
Yeah,
They
many
moved it to Saturday.
moons ago.
It was amazing because they did that for a massive money grab because more people would travel and more people would watch. And they said I remember the reason they said they did it is because so more children could stay up and watch it.
That's nice.
Yeah.
But the best thing about it being on a Wednesday was you could talk about it in school the next day.
That's true.
And lots of kids don't have that now.
That's one of the many reasons.
Yeah, I remember talking to my schoolmates after the very first European Cup final in the 1950s. Yeah. That was a great day.
You're a big Di Stefano guy, weren't you?
Before you went off down the Hovis mines in the evening.
Well, the Conference League final finished Olympiacos 1, Fiorentina 0.
What a game!
Yeah.
Really?
It's one of the worst games I've ever seen.
Certainly a game.
Yeah, the quality wasn't particularly high. Although El Kaabi's winning goal was a lovely one.
Brilliant, amazing bit of forward play.
Yeah, it was.
Used the defender as a shield. Very sneaky.
It was very, because when it went in, I thought, did it come off the defenders or what happened there? No. Beautiful diving header.
Do you need a shield when you've been that little involved in the game? I think that was his plan, really, wasn't it, El Kaabi? Everyone at the start was going, this is the guy to keep all eyes on. And he thought, well, I'll tell you what, if I touch the ball 4 times in the first half, maybe they'll forget about me and I'll be able to find some space later in the game.
Okay,
the hiding place.
The Erling Haaland.
Yeah.
He robbed us of penalties, though.
He did. He's had a remarkable season in Europe, El Kaabi. He's played 19 games in Europe this season and scored 16 goals. And nothing has made him more likely to sign for West Ham than that winner in the final.
Absolutely.
He should have just pulled his shirt off and a West Ham shirt underneath.
I'll see you later.
If he doesn't go to West Ham this summer, I'll be very, very surprised.
Yeah, he's definitely that, yeah.
17 million rising to 30 million. He'll score 2 or 3 goals in all competitions his first season, be on loan to a Spanish club by this time next year.
Personally, I was going to say Forest.
Maybe
you
Forest.
You stick with that if you want to.
Yeah. He's disrespectful to Chrissy Wood there.
It is actually
31 next month. I think that might.
Jim, don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
Can I just say, earlier this season, I said if I were omnipotent, I would make Greek football a sort of a powerhouse of football. Mm-hmm. And I think this proves that I am on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Well,
the Conference League has done that for you. So maybe you created the Conference League.
I've done it for the Conference
To stick up for Jim, I think it is further evidence.
It's very underwhelming use of omnipotence.
Well, it's growing gradually. I'm not fully omnipotent yet, but the power is rising.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So less of that from you.
Sorry, yeah. I need to remember who I'm talking to.
Careful,
yeah. You might maybe stub my toe later.
Well, I mean, the Olympiacos.
I'll make you an inch shorter every time you're rude.
The Olympiacos became the first Greek team to win a European trophy.
Which is a great thing. That's an amazing thing to acknowledge.
You've got to start somewhere, haven't you, Jim, with your
do.
omnipotency. Now, this is good. I think we can all get behind this because El Kaabi, the much mentioned in this tournament, has been very, very good. He became the first player to score 11 goals in a single UEFA club competition's knockout stage, beating Cristiano Ronaldo's record of 10 in 2017.
Great.
Yes! And he won't be able to take that back.
And he will be annoyed about it.
Indeed he will. But I love it. It's very much in the knockout stage. You know when you, as you said, Andy, the other day, where you sort of invent facts of, well, he's the first player to score 10 goals in the first 7 games of the
very
season.
Strict parameters.
The first 9 games of the season, the first 17 games.
I could imagine. But you can bet Uncle George is getting a phone call right now from Cristiano going, can you get me a Conference League club for next season?
No. Saudi Pro will be wanting to get their team into the Conference League.
I know how the conversation with Jorge Mendes will be going, and it'll be going the following. So, Cristiano, I've got some bad news. Okay, what is it? You've had your record for scoring the most amount of goals in the UEFA club competitions knockout stage taken away from you. And the first thing Cristiano Ronaldo will say, the silver lining is at least it wasn't Lionel Messi that took it. I've never even heard of El Kaabi.
Indeed.
That's fine. It could be worse.
Yeah. Do you feel a bit for Fiorentina?
Yeah, 2
Lost the
seasons in a
final,
row.
yeah.
The thing about Fiorentina, I think I'm right in saying for people of our age, is that, we have a special place for them because of the Batistuta thing, and they're a very exciting team.
And the kit
colour. Yeah, Rui Costa, sponsored by Nintendo.
And 7-Up.
Hammered Arsenal at Wembley once. Batistuta was brilliant.
It was a 1-0 win.
But okay, fine. Batistuta scored a very memorable goal to beat Arsenal at Wembley once.
Yeah.
Fine.
Is that why you love them, Jim?
No, so I was actually going to say, so Jim maybe doesn't necessarily agree, but they've got a special place in the hearts of this generation of football fans. So it's with that heavy heart you do see it happening. But, they've had 2 opportunities to win a trophy and they haven't won it. I mean, it's their own fault.
How many more do they want?
They've arguably been the better team in both of those finals as well.
No, I cannot, in all good conscience, make any team in that game the better team. I just don't think it's right. I think if you come to football new and you hear me say that team was better than that team in that game, I think it's disingenuous.
It is.
Because both teams were fucking awful and we have to accept that.
I wouldn't quite agree with that. I would say it was a conference league final that was very much a conference league final between two teams who played it like a final. They're just really scared to lose it.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't make anything what I've said untrue, does it?
Yeah, but they were the better team. They were the better team, weren't they, Andy? Old Hillary Clinton's PR won the people's vote, didn't they?
Jeremy Corbyn, we won the argument. Yeah.
Anyway, for a thorough
Go back
roundup,
to Kilroy.
different political spectrum. For a thorough roundup of the Conference League final, do head over to On the Continent. On this week's main episode, Andy Dotton and David Cartledge chat about what Olympiacos' victory means for Greek football, and there's some chat about Hansi Flick and tomorrow's Champions League final as well. Search On the Continent in your podcast app to subscribe and listen now. Right, gentlemen, let's go to the Club World Cup, because the Premier League and La Liga officials have threatened to boycott FIFA's Club World Cup, which is scheduled to be played in the US, obviously, next summer. Trouble in paradise. This was bound to happen, wasn't it? I mean, the FIFA Club World Cup, we know that this is, it's kind of like, people suggest it's their response to the changing of the Champions League, or even the proposed and now failed Super League. They want to be seen as the big dogs in football. And at FIFA and UEFA, there's often sort of a tension between the two, as you could imagine.
You could say.
Yes.
Every single move that's made is part of the power struggle between UEFA and FIFA.
Yeah, right. And actually, in response to being criticised for putting more games on when there are obviously too many games, FIFA they said something like 99% of games are organised by national associations and continental associations, and actually it's nothing to do with us. It's like, you're not helping though, are you? You're really not helping. This isn't not on you because of that.
No.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
It is.
Basically, the argument, if that's the case, then the argument is that 90% of this is happening because of this, so we're going to make it worse, but only by a little bit.
Yeah.
It's basically the argument, which isn't an argument at all.
And it's not a little bit either, is it?
I mean, I'm actually surprised that the Premier League and La Liga have been so strident on this, and I wonder if other leagues will follow, because we see so often that money talks in football, and I think it will be a money spinner for the clubs involved, and they will have an eye on that. But it's interesting that the leagues themselves are stepping in, because obviously, let's sort of break it down. You go in with three main disadvantages from that tournament, because we don't know how prestigious it's going to be. Maybe it will be treated like a friendly tournament and no one will care. Obviously, you're going to have the tiredness from the tournament itself. The clubs themselves are going to be tied up during a quite important part of the transfer window. And then on top of that, you've got a truncated pre-season when your rivals, who might be quite close to you, but not in that competition, don't have that. So it's just, there's nothing but disadvantages at the moment. And the really important thing, I think, that often gets forgotten when people talk about fatigue in footballers and there being too many games, is that mental rest is really important as well as physical rest. Now, there's a thing in all professional contracts, I believe, that you are supposed to have a minimum of 3 weeks rest after the end of a season. And for the teams that get to the final of this, there's a possibility that threshold will be broken. So it's right up to the limits that have already been imposed.
So for those who are listening who don't know fully what this is, it's a 32-team tournament, basically, essentially identically mimicking how the World Cup used to be in terms of the dates, the amount of teams, the format, etc. I think it's astonishing and actually it's ultimately completely negligent that the organising body that runs football worldwide thinks this is in any way, not even a good idea, an acceptable idea. I saw a graph as part of the presentation. I think I can't remember who it was now, but I guess it was the players' representation in the investigation, or whatever it is that's happening with this. I saw a graph put up where the presenter of the information was comparing Vinicius Jr to Ronaldinho and the amount of games they played by a certain age. And by the age that Vini Jr is now, Ronaldinho played something like 140 games or something like that. Vinicius Jr has already played almost 400 games.
Yeah, I think that's the thing when we're talking about how great Jude Bellingham is. The minutes on the clock is actually terrifying.
18,000, I saw it this morning, which is compared to Rooney and Beckham, who were the examples used, like nowhere near it.
Which is why when we used to say that players would peak in their late 20s.
Yeah.
Well, by the late 20s, they're exhausted now. You know, that's the danger, isn't it? So the peak is maybe early, mid-20s, which is...
Essentially, every single decision important decision that's made by the governing bodies in football, whether it's the Premier League, the FA, FIFA, UEFA, whatever, they range on the spectrum between quite poor to totally incompetent. And that's why football just needs someone from the outside in saying, look, this is not a fucking great idea. You can't just do more of this and more of this and more of this forever. Whether it's financial, players, clubs, whatever. You can't do it because it's not sustainable.
I guess the thing is, players, as they grow and grow as brands, and we're forever hearing like loose talk, and it is loose talk in my opinion, about, you know, younger people following players rather than clubs, which I think is semi-untrue.
I think there's some evidence of that.
Anyway, yeah. I think the important thing is the players have got a bigger platform, and I think they're starting to realise they've got a bigger platform than ever. And the way that they communicate with their fans through socials, they have that direct connection. They don't need to go through the clubs. They are able to stand up and go, actually, we're not having this. And this is something that the leagues, I think, are realising that they need to respond to. Because as Jim was saying before, when he was making those excellent points, the Premier League coming out and saying something about this is not really so much of a surprise. Because the pressure to create something like this doesn't come from them, and actually really
it harms their product,
the support. You know, there might be a bit of FOMO there, but you're right. It does make a path to actively harming the Premier League and actively harming their product. But with La Liga, of course, their clubs need the money. That's the thing. So they have just gone into this thinking, yeah, this can, and the reason they've bit on this is this can solve loads of our non-Super League existing problems in the short term. But of course, if the bigger players come out and say that's not the case, and Kylian Mbappe, for example, what he's come out and said about this, and you're looking at someone who, if not the biggest footballer in the world, is pretty close. For him to come out and say, well, okay, if this is going to be the case, we need to look at what our patterns of playing and resting are going to be. There needs to be some sort of collective bargaining agreement like you have with the NBA, which has a much longer holiday, by the way, but has a super intense calendar while it's actually going on. And Antoine Griezmann, who he has obviously exchanged on it a lot, has said, I think he said after a qualifier with Greece that France played in the Euro qualifiers, he said, well, look, it's ridiculous that we didn't have goal line technology in this game. If they're going to make us play every 2.5, 3 days, we need stuff that works. So I think this is interesting because this is where players can not only say, right, this is what we're prepared to put up with in schedule. This is maybe where players start to take greater stakeholdership, I suppose, in how the game actually functions, which I think could be an interesting departure.
Yeah. And I think one thing off the back of that I would just say is that if it were me advising players, I would try and push for moving into an era now where when you're negotiating a contract with a club, you say, yeah, this is the salary demand, these are the bonus money, image rights, all the other stuff that comes along with it. Very complicated these days. But I'd say for that, you get me for X amount of games a year, and you can choose when you want me to play. Like,
that's exactly it.
I'm not doing more than X amount of games a year for that money. And every game you ask me to play above that, if I'm fit, you're paying me more.
I think what the players have to be capable of
and
communicating.
See how many of them sit out this fucking nonsense.
Yes, and I think also what the players have to be capable of communicating, though, is to the public and to the fans.
Yeah.
Not in a sense of, because there's still a perception from a lot of fans of you get paid so much more than me, so don't talk to me about mental tiredness or physical tiredness. But what there needs to be an understanding of is ultimately, because of the game, the way the game is run, is that the product is there. It's not that there's a quality of product. It's just an omnipresence of product, really. So I guess it's about the footballers, the biggest players, making understood in as less an obnoxious way as possible that you, the fans, are paying increasing prices through television subscriptions and through money to get into grounds for substandard product.
Yeah.
The players are there, but they're not really there.
I expect there's going to be actually quite a lot of people who think, well, what's the problem with this, actually? It sounds like a great idea, because if you strip away the context, it almost sounds like the sort of thing that we talk about hypothetically on the mailbag and on Uncut and things like that, where you think, actually, a tournament setting, a knockout tournament setting, just like the World Cup, with the best club sides in the world who have proven themselves to be the best. Surely that's the best of the best, the elite. That's going to be brilliant to watch. But the context is so important.
Definitely.
It's like FIFA themselves are ignoring the rules of space and time. And not just that, it sounds like they're ignoring Fifth Pro, the Premier League, La Liga. It sounds from everything I've seen, the people trying to stop this are saying that FIFA are just not communicating with them.
Yeah,
it's fascinating.
Well, I think that there will be some people listening to this, and a lot of people who are looking at these stories thinking, well, you're looking at this from a European point of view, because with the European clubs, they are, let's be honest, they'd be favourites to win this tournament, and they would be favourites to win this tournament for how many years and so on and so forth. That's where the money is. That's where largely the best players are. But actually, the answer to try and rebalance things, if indeed that is possible, which I'm not sure it is, and if indeed it is something that you have to do, is not to basically overwork footballers. You know, you've just mapped it all out there very eloquently, if I may say, chaps. So I understand why some people would be very excited for this tournament. Think, well, actually, hang on, we're the champions of Asia, and you've got some African teams and South American teams, and I don't think, well, we'd love that. But their fixture lists may not be as intense. They may well be, I don't know. But this idea that, oh well, actually, don't be European elitists. It's not that. This is talking about the physical well-being of football. Is the big argument.
But I think when you look at clubs from South America or whatever, that's maybe a European read on how, say, South Americans might feel about it. Because
I'm guessing with
the South Americans, for example, they already really value this competition in its smaller format. So it's not it's fixing a problem that we might suppose to be there as Europeans who think the game should be more global, but is not actually there.
Yeah, quite possibly, Andy. Well, we should say not everybody based in Europe is against this idea, because PSG president Nasser Al-Khelaifi has called it bigger than the World Cup.
He's a very successful man, but he's a prat, isn't he?
Yeah. If we can't win the Champions League, we'll bloody win that one. and then we'll be the best club in the world.
They won't,
yeah, exactly.
which is great. They won't. Yeah, as long, I think we can all agree.
They were beaten by Central Coast Mariners in the final.
Very broad church here, lots of different inputs. I think one thing that unites all of us is that the longer Paris Saint-Germain go without winning a major European or world trophy is brilliant.
It's superb, isn't it? Yeah. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the reason why it's not a good idea, because if they think it is, then it clearly isn't. Speaking of good ideas, though, Vincent Kompany has been confirmed as the Bayern Munich manager. He did his best to sound convincing in his press conference. He said, "My mentality is I never haven't worked for a top club."
You could just say, I've always worked for a top club, though.
Yeah. The top club is the environment you create. Right. It's the work you do with your staff. The good and bad times define working at a top level. To be here already feels at home. Was he relegated or not with Burnley? I'm sorry.
But so I've got perhaps a slightly different take to some of the people in this room about this.
Go on.
I suspect what's going to happen is what normally happens. I'm going to say what I think, and Andy's going to completely disprove everything I've said. But before I do that,
can't disprove the future.
You were astonished. You were astonished by this happening.
But we mulled it over, and I said,
but you said at the very start when this first, your first take on it was, this cannot be happening. This rumour that's been talked about, they've been linked with Vincent Kompany, has to be like total nonsense.
I felt sorry for Harry Kane.
Ahead of the Euros. Big puncture to his confidence. How many penalties are you going to miss now?
Well, I'm telling you, Harry, win something with England. Because otherwise...
But the reason I'm bringing this up is not to try and make you look bad. It's just to say that this is how far out of left field it appears to have been.
Yeah. It's very left field, yeah.
But my take on it is somewhat different.
Jim had to reference Frank Rijkaard in it.
He did.
That's how left field it was.
Oh, it's nice to hear Frank getting mentioned.
Yeah, it's a lovely Joker card to play, that.
Frank Rijkaard's such a good player.
Yeah.
Anyway, my take is that, actually, I'd love some more input on Andy and how Kompany was when he managed in Belgium, because I obviously didn't see them play that much. But when you look at it in the round and you look that he's obviously played at the top level. He's not just a top level player. He's been known as being like a proper leader, and he's a legend at Man City. And Burnley, I know you're going to laugh at this, Burnley were sensationally good at the Championship.
Oh, yeah.
And the challenge that Bayern Munich face more often than not is far more similar to the challenge that Burnley faced in the Championship.
We did mull over this. We mull over this. And the
biggest dog in the yard.
Yeah, right? The playing style and all the rest of it. If you can implement it in one team, then theoretically you can implement it at another side with better players.
Yeah, and then you take into account that basically no one wants the job, and they've been historically bad last season. And a lot of the time, it's about context. A lot of the time, you do see players go into clubs not just managers, players as well, where you think, from the players' point of view, that's a great move for you getting to Barcelona or whatever, because there's no way when Barcelona were good, you'd be there.
Yeah,
so he's got an opportunity, which I think actually it shouldn't be as dismissed as it's been.
No, sure. Look, when I was shy, it's not like Steve Bruce has gone there. Do you know what I mean? Like I was.
Oh, now you're talking. Now you're fucking talking.
Look, I was very surprised, but when we mulled it over,
I've enjoyed Oktoberfest. Steve, it's May.
Yeah. It's supposed to be on the training ground. Your cup final.
Anyway, I think that's it.
I've enjoyed the meat. There's meat everywhere.
Away then, pour away. Right.
So the funniest thing for me about the whole kind of dance that Bayern have done to finally get someone in position is, and I think this really went under the radar, how silly and how funny this is. They tried to get Julian Nagelsmann back. Like after they sacked him before the end of a season where they ended up winning the league anyway, and he is the current Germany manager a month before they host the Euros.
And
they've always got an eye on the bigger picture, Bayern.
It's amazing.
They're not as self-absorbed as we might think.
They also found it more difficult than they thought to get rid of Thomas Tuchel because the fans did a petition to get him to stay, which then got leaked publicly.
Yeah. And then they tried to get him to stay and he wouldn't.
Well, because in the days after Thomas Tuchel having it put to him and looking really happy and proud actually about the fans have done a petition. Some fans have done a petition
because they've never met him.
And so Uli Hoeneß came out like a day later and spoke at this seminar and said, "Well, he's rubbish with young players."
Yeah,
and then
undermined him.
After that, they have to go back and try and renegotiate.
What was your favourite part of the Uli Hoeneß quote? Mine was. This is a collect call from Uli Hoeneß from the Munich Correctional Facility.
Yeah, I may be rubbish with training the kids, but I'm good with taxes, really.
Andy, what do you think about the points I made about Company, about how I don't think it's necessarily as bad an appointment? I feel like it's just a bit too early to judge Company.
I think, there's a lot to recommend that point of view, and I think a lot of it is fair because he'll be coaching far better players than he did at Anderlecht and Burnley. B, you do kind of sound like you're working for the Bayern PR office now because that is the way they're.
Well, they do need some good PR.
Yeah.
I mean, they're having a nightmare.
They certainly do. I think it's not so much him, and that's the good thing from his perspective. It's not so much him; it's the process, which has been completely crazy. Like what Jim was saying before, the Julian Nagelsmann thing. It's remarkable for all those reasons. It's also remarkable in that the most organised club in European football, traditionally, are running things like a Serie A club. Because what's your first move?
That is a damning indictment.
When you get rid of a coach, we might as well employ this bloke. We're still paying him anyway.
But
It's a money saver.
The luck of Harry Kane.
Almost like that.
No, but I don't think. I think the biggest challenge, and Andy's touched on it, but I alluded to it, but just to put a bit more meat on the bones there, right? The biggest challenge in a club like that will be winning the battle of wills with what is presumably a very strong dressing room with big characters, big players, a historically big club. And Company does have a lot to credit him in that area.
Yeah. That's his natural environment, isn't it?
Yes.
But it's realising that you're the coach at Bayern and not to make those battles, which like Thomas Tuchel is obviously not very good at because he's not good at managing upwards. And especially as they didn't have a sporting director for a huge middle chunk, certainly last summer, of when he was there. Like, he had to get involved, Tuchel, with the transfers and stuff. So they got him more involved than he wanted to. Where really, you want the coach at Bayern to just coach. And if you can restrict Company to that, then maybe it works in a certain way.
And I agree, but I'm talking about slightly different things. I think the Thomas Tuchel comparison isn't that much of a good one because Tuchel wasn't really a player. He's known as a coach. Company's at the stage of his career where he's known really as a budding young coach, but a super impressive, big personality player. And that means he will.
You think that counts at Bayern?
I think it counts in terms of how he relates to the players.
I don't think it counts if you're not from Bayern.
But you're talking about managing up. Now listen, you're talking about managing up to the hierarchy, and Tuchel not being able to do it very well. And I'm actually talking about something different. I'm talking about how he relates to the players. Tuchel would have related to the players by being probably a brilliant coach, a brilliant tactician, and impressing them with his coaching ability. I'm not saying Company's going to do that or not do that. I'm just saying I think he's got an opportunity to go in and go like. This, he may not say this, but thinking this is a shit show. I'm one of you guys. I don't need to intervene too much. Look at what John Terry was saying a couple of weeks ago in that interview he did, talking about Di Matteo winning the Champions League with Chelsea. The question was put to him, like, the players won the trophy. He was like, no. You completely misunderstand what happened. Roberto Di Matteo was in charge. We knew he was in charge, but he knew the limitations of what he was doing, and the stuff he did do was really effective because he stayed out the way when he needed to. Company could do that.
I don't think, in terms of personality, that matters at Bayern. You would have to be an enormous, beyond enormous personality for that to work at Bayern. But look, I think that the biggest problem for him is that they've got the Champions League final in Munich at the end of the season. That's the biggest problem, that he will be expected to move towards that. So the fact is, they've signed him on. If they get to a point where either they don't qualify from the Champions League group, obviously that would be a doomsday scenario, or they look like they're not a genuine contender for the Champions League at the end of the group stage. The end of the group stage is January, of course. It's not off the table that they've been in at that point. And then, where are they?
Yeah, that's fair.
I hope it's not a Nuno Spurs situation.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think know what you mean.
I think they'll be hoping that as well. Yeah, everyone will be.
Just hope he turns up on a skateboard.
Yeah. Xabi Alonso will be managing in the Bundesliga next season, lest we forget. I tell you what, though, who's going to be managing the Turkish Superliga next season? It's Jose Mourinho.
Yeah.
Jose Mourinho. It's Fenerbahce.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Are you disappointed?
I am disappointed because I want to see him back in the Premier League, although I understand that was always pretty largely unrealistic. But what I do like about this is that he's almost like, it's like Walter White towards the end of Breaking Bad. You think he's got no more moves left to make now. That's him. And he does. Somehow he does.
Fenerbahce.
Oh, he's just run someone over with a car.
Yeah.
Oh, he's found the second wind. And this is massively Jose's like 15th win.
I was about to say, I think we're up to 15th. I mean, people can forget, the big clubs in Turkey are huge, obviously. Massive fan base. Istanbul, incredible city, great place. So it's not that surprising. It would be very, very surprising if he was to find another job in Italy, I think.
Yeah.
Back in Spain, no one's really going to touch him and they don't have the money, do they? Let's be honest. I think that's the crucial bit. Who's got the money?
But what I should say is, before Andy comes in, he obviously knows a lot about Turkish football, is that Andy greeted this news that the same way that a lot of people might greet the news that Donald Trump won the presidency again in November. Are the checks and balances of the league?
He celebrated. And he started shooting his gun in the air.
Is the infrastructure going to be able to stand up to this? Are we going to see the very foundations of Turkish football be able to stand up to this appointment?
I love it.
I mean, they're not particularly strong at the moment.
Exactly.
Anyway,
but Andy, I mean, the rivalries in Turkey are absolutely enormous. And we go back to Souness planting the flag and all that kind of stuff. The last thing that they need on one hand, but absolutely the best thing they need on another hand, is Jose Mourinho being chucked into the mix.
When you took your left hand out there, it was very much a good for the ramble left hand.
Indeed.
But
I feel we may talk about Turkish football a little bit more next season.
I feel vindicated that we're going to talk about Turkish football a lot more next season.
My first,
you can't get rid of me now.
No.
It's the first time I've seen a managerial appointment, right, from a well-known manager into a big club and gone, my first instinct was, I hope no one gets hurt. Yeah. I honestly hope no one gets hurt.
Yeah.
What's remarkable is you're talking about the most paranoid coach in modern football going into the most paranoid league in modern football.
Love it.
So, for example, Fenerbahce are coming off a season where they've finished second, so come to the end of next season, they won't have won the league for 11 seasons.
Oh, they need him.
So there's contingent pressure. Well, they need someone who can win them the league. That's for sure. They have just got to an end of a season. They got 99 points and they didn't win the league. They finished behind Galatasaray. And at the last home game of the weekend, where they won 6-0 against Istanbulspor, their fans put out loads of banners saying in English, so the whole world would see it, we are proud of you, we know who the real champions are. Their previous coach, Ismail Kartal, who is really unfortunate to get sacked actually after getting a 99-point season and getting pretty far in Europe as well.
It's a big.
After they won at Galatasaray in the penultimate game of the season, he said, "Well, we're showing everyone who the real champions are."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Wow, that is like that's a Mourinho-esque quote."
Yeah. And Mourinho hasn't won the league for 10 years next season. It'll be 2015 was last time he won the league, right, with Chelsea.
Yeah.
So it'll be 10 years himself. So I mean, it could be an amazing redemption.
He'd fancy a little bit of European glory with Fenerbahce, though, wouldn't he? I mean, I
think
don't know.
Derby. That derby is going to be crazy.
The thing to bear in mind as well with Mourinho is that it's not just a paranoid thing, which I agree with. It's the idea that he seems to be, when he was fueled before about being the anti-Pep Guardiola, what I feel like he's fueled by now, the latter part of his managerial career, is just this idea of relevance, right?
Yeah.
He's always talking up, I'm at Roma, but Roma are massive. I'm at Spurs, but we're in London. Look at the stadium. He's always talking about his relevancy. So I think he's going to have to fight really hard to remain relevant in the wider European conversation at Fenerbahce. But he will absolutely do everything he can to do it.
But he needs to go somewhere where all eyes turn on him and go, oh my goodness, this is better than signing a 30-goal-a-season striker. He's the man. And at Roma, he had that, and he needs that. And he will get that at Fenerbahce. From a Mourinho point of view, it's a very good move.
It's a massive club. It's a massive
Because if he came back to England, everyone would go, oh, this guy, you're a busted flush. No. He doesn't want that. He wants to be worshipped.
Because, Marcus, it's a massive club.
It is.
But he can still bend it to his will.
Oh, completely.
And the reason it didn't work at United and Real Madrid and those kind of places is because he couldn't bend the club to its will.
Yeah.
His will. It's too big.
Him and Erdogan in one country. From one despot leader to another.
Yeah.
Well, of course, they're owned by the richest man in Turkey, Ali Koç, as well.
Right, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, he's rubbing his hands together with that.
There's a transfer budget.
Cherry on top, that, isn't it? Yeah.
Right, let's finish with this. Now, last week we spoke about that Dutch referee who celebrated with the team he just officiated, who just won the league after the referee had added 15 minutes to that match, in which time they scored, and he sent off 3 opposition players.
Nothing to see here. Move on.
Exactly.
That's our most watched social media clip of the season, by the way. 2.5 million people watched it on Instagram.
Yeah, all of the police machine squad did. Thinking that's not. Well, we got something quite similar. We do have to go down to the Hungarian under-14s league for it.
We're not above that. That's fine. Shows him really got a new job there, isn't he?
Exactly, yeah. On the final day of the season, a side called Kerekejhazi needed to win by 42 goals to take the title. So it's done. It's done, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, think about it in the Premier League. Luton were playing Fulham on the last day. Then it was a 12-goal swing, and obviously, result Forest needed to lose and they needed to win. Everyone's like, as good as down. Yeah. See you later, fine. Yeah. 42 goals. They won 43-1.
The one is the most suspicious thing about it.
Indeed it is.
Isn't it? Let's not make this look like it's fixed.
Yeah. They went a goal down as well.
Yeah. No, they've clearly
they didn't.
They're about 31 goals to the good or something like that. Hang on.
Yeah.
No, this is going to... Right, give him a goal. That means we need 43 now. Okay, fine.
It is a bit Alan Partridge. Can I have your second least expensive bottle of wine?
Oh, my goodness. Unsurprisingly, the Hungarian FA have launched an investigation.
Yeah.
A country where one might say lots of suspicious things happen and so on, but an investigation is launched. And we'll see, talking of despot leaders, we'll see what Orban wants to do, and then they'll go from there.
I'm very much someone who, you know me, I'm a stickler for the rules.
Indeed you are.
I don't know if this needs an investigation. I think all the salient facts have been covered by you in this story.
I think you can just listen to this podcast and you'll have everything you need.
Imagine that in court, right? So what was the final at 43-1? Guilty.
An investigation suggests there is a chance, however small, that this happened naturally. And I don't think.
All right, how are you going to prove
that?
that? Right, we're going to put a load of monkeys and typewriters in the room, and if we see any of Billy Shakespeare's stuff, then
if I was the prosecuting barrister, every single thing that came up, I would just say, they scored 43 goals in a game of football. So, what else would you like me to say?
Exactly,
Cheers for watching another fantastic clip from the Football Ramble podcast. Make sure you click like on this video and subscribe to the channel, which means you will not miss a single upload.
So Carlo Ancelotti has said that Real Madrid are in Champions League mode. What is it about Real Madrid when it comes to this competition?
Fantastic club, really massive history. I think, with being pragmatic or being crass, he's like, they've always had the best players because they've been the biggest club, the King's Club in Spain. They have financially, they've always been a powerhouse, and all the best players from the Galactico eras. So they've always had the money to win this tournament, and this is where they judge themselves on. You go to Real Madrid and you don't win Champions League, you're seen as a failure in that club. They're massively high standards. But but this particular team and Carlo, incredible what they're doing. Young, great, energetic young players mixed with a core of senior players who've been there and done it. A manager who's as experienced as anyone we've ever seen at this competition, and they will be probably massive favourites come the start of the game. But anything can happen.
Jude Bellingham, he's been voted La Liga's player of the season. He's been absolutely amazing for them. But has he almost exceeded your expectations as to how good he's been?
I knew he'd get to this level eventually because of the potentials there, but to do it as quickly as he's done it, yeah, he has surprised me. You know, he's the kid that surprises everyone all the time. He just keeps getting better and better and better. I think he was a little bit quiet in the semi-finals by his high standards, but I think big players play on big stages, and I think tomorrow could be his time. You know, if Jude Bellingham turns and plays to the level that he can play, I think that's enough for Real Madrid to win the game.
And do you think that Bellingham, you know, has a few seasons at Real Madrid, wins a few Champions Leagues, a few La Ligas? Could we see him then maybe move into the Premier League?
Well, he's at the pinnacle of football, isn't he? Real Madrid. You know, we're lucky we've got him for our national team. You know, and his journey will be where his journey will be. But if I was advising him, if you're playing regularly in the Champions League finals and you're playing for Real Madrid, that's where you can't get any higher. So we'd love to see him in the Premier League, but it'll have to be a very ambitious owner to prize him away from Real Madrid at some point. He's at the pinnacle of football.
And of course, all eyes will be on Bellingham for England and a certain Kobbie Mainoo. Now, you yourself were known to be a bit of a wonder kid. What's your reaction been to just how amazing these players have been? And do you think that it was the right call for Mainoo to be in the provisional England squad?
Absolutely. I think he's in Gareth's thoughts to start the game. Incredible talent, wonderful player. Like, he reminds me of like a Clarence Seedorf. I mean, he's not there yet. Clarence Seedorf was an all-time great, but I think the omission of Jordan Henderson and him being in the squad, I think that tells me that Gareth trusts him. Because if he had any doubts on him, he probably would have because we're not overly blessed in that particular area to do that job. So, but I think that omission of Jordan probably shows me that he's comfortable with Mainoo in the big game. So, what a player! And you know, it's a baby still. So we arguably got some of the best young players in world football.
And when you look at these players and how young they are, and you think of, you know, yourself when you were that age, they just seem to take it all in their stride, don't they?
They're a lot more mature than we all were as young men. I'm pretty sure of that. And that's a credit to the system we got now. Not only is the system playing football in the right way, but it's preparing boys in these academies to become superstars. You know what I mean? And also, arguably, could do better at preparing them. You know, for the ones that don't make it. You know, that's something I think still needs to be adjusted. But in terms of creating footballers who are intelligent, well-rounded, you know, good footballers and some great footballers, I think our system's fantastic for that. And I look at any of them at 18, 19, 20, and they're miles ahead of what we were. I really believe that in terms of maturity, and it's credit to all the clubs and all the coaches that have worked with them.
And if you had one piece of advice for them, what would it be?
The best bit of advice I got as a young player was it goes by in the blink of an eye, and then drink it up and enjoy every single minute of it. And I did enjoy my career. I loved it. You know, I loved playing football. But that was told to me, and I think that's, if you do that one thing, you'll come out the other side with more positive memories than not.
Now, Chelsea, I've got to ask, what was your opinion? What was your reaction to Mauricio Pochettino departing from the club?
Well, I thought that the decision to part ways, I don't think was right. But I've said that about the last 5 Chelsea managers. You know, from Thomas Tuchel, Frank Lampard, Graham Potter, Frank Lampard again, and now Mauricio. You know, that's 5 people in charge in 2 years. So I always advocate for that. But the owners, it's their club. They want to do what they want to do, and I think from everything I hear about Enzo, is he ticks every box. If it is Enzo Maresca, we're still waiting on confirmation. All the reports seem to think it is. But he's everyone I speak to who's worked with him says how good he is. So that's always a good sign. And we'll see. You know, the time will tell with this project. So far, the owners probably haven't got back the return on the outgoings that they would have wanted. But we have to stick with the with the process, if you like, and the process is a young, hungry, vibrant manager to work with these young players, and we go again. And European football back at Stamford Bridge is important as well.
And of course, in that Chelsea team are two superstars, Cole Palmer and Conor Gallagher. How important is it for Chelsea to keep hold of Conor Gallagher?
Again, if I was sitting there in front of I'd try to. If I was sitting in front of the owners, I'd be telling them, that Conor is arguably the most important player in that dressing room in terms of what he brings to the club. He understands the club. This is before you even start talking about his performances on the pitch, because I think the last 5-6 games, everyone played really well. Everyone was playing well. Players come off the bench, affecting games. But during the difficult times, that's when you see what a player's really worth. When the things are not going well, and Conor was always there, available, driving his team on, going and being brave, getting on the ball. I think he's vital for the club to keep him. I don't understand the financial side of it. I know there's a benefit to selling players from the academy, and I'll admit, hands up, I don't understand that side of it. But if you are from a purely footballing perspective, he's in the top 3 most important players in that dressing room.
And looking at Chelsea, they do have European football, but how long realistically do you think it's going to take for Chelsea to not only be competing consistently in the top 4, but to be, competing for titles?
Well, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to put a time frame on it. It was only 2021 Chelsea won the Champions League. So, obviously where the club is at the moment isn't where anybody wants the club to be. Fans, owners, players. But they all have to work together and to bring it back forward. We've seen, Manchester United, it's now the years are ticking by and they're not competing. And the same way Liverpool had a spell out of the limelight. There will be a time when the circle turns round and Chelsea will be back up competing. But at the moment, it's about what you do day to day in doing that. Little decisions you make from the right at the top, right to the bottom.
Yes, so hopefully we're going to see Jude Bellingham today and get an interview with the Englishman who's set this season alight really for Real Madrid. He's going for his 3rd trophy, and if he does a treble in his first year, I think it'd be absolutely remarkable. So it'd be really nice to see how he's settling in. Of course, what he thinks about Madrid as a city, and what he thinks about playing at the very famous Santiago Bernabeu.
Tell us your first year at Real Madrid. How's it gone?
It's been brilliant. I've enjoyed every moment of it. I think I don't take for granted how special it is to play for a club like this. More than anyone the feeling of coming in every day. It's a bit of a different experience for us Englishmen, but it's one that I thrive in and I really enjoy. And like I said, I think I made the right decision.
And how was your Spanish, for instance? What did you do initially when you came here? Did you stay in a hotel? Did you try and get in a house straight away?
I was in a hotel for the first few weeks while I was looking around, and it is difficult.
It is, yeah.
All the good ones are taken by all the good players, aren't they? So I was looking around, but yeah, finally found something that's really nice. And I think the important thing is when you come abroad and you come to a different lifestyle is you try and find a routine that works for you. And I managed to get a teacher early doors, and I was doing 2 lessons a week, and I've got that kind of the bug for it. I start to think more in Spanish. I try and process what I'm saying more so that people can understand me, and I actually quite enjoy trying to speak it now as well.
Yeah, and also, when I arrived, I tried to move into a house as soon as possible to get settled, to get some routine, and I found it really difficult with the Spanish lessons because I was travelling so much. Yeah. So it's different now with the apps on phones, but you're literally taking Spanish books with you and sitting on the plane.
It's like you want to try and get a routine where it's like every Tuesday and every Thursday, and then you do that for 3 or 4 weeks, and then the Champions League starts, and I can't do the Tuesday, and then you've got to change to Thursday because you're tired or you got to travel. And like you said, it's just finding that routine where you can feel comfortable. But to be fair, all the kit men say that out of all the English lads, your Spanish was the best. So that's a credit to you, and I'm trying to follow on.
Oh, you will do that, no problem at all, mate. And let's get to the magic. How's the season been on the pitch? It's been extraordinary for people looking in. It's been extraordinary for me as someone who's done that journey, that transitional journey. I just think it's been off the scale incredible.
Thank you.
So how have you done it?
I've just loved playing football, man. Honestly, it doesn't really matter where I play. I still feel like I have the same kind of feeling going onto the pitch as my first games at Birmingham, the same in Dortmund, and now when I play with so many great players, they make it easy, to be honest. I go out there and I know how I can help the team. I know the things that I can do with the goals, without the goals. I know what I can give to the team, and I try and do that for my teammates because, you know, you want to reward the way that they've treated you. You know, you don't want them to kind of welcome you so well and make you feel so good and not deliver for them. So I think there's a real feeling in the team of always wanting to sacrifice yourself for each other, and that's important.
You feel like the camaraderie is really, really strong in the team. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, we have a good balance of the experienced lads and the younger lads. Us younger lads especially have a really tight group. We do stuff with each other off the pitch, and as you know, you don't have to be best mates, but no, it certainly helps, you know, when you have a great relationship. It makes you want to go out onto the pitch for each other, work for each other, and then the experienced guys just give that extra kind of wisdom on the pitch. They know how to control the atmosphere of the games, the tempo of the games, and I think it's a great mix, and it's worked really well this season.
And how has it been this week? You know, we're leading up to it. Of course, this is a media day, so this is a different type of day. So how's it been on the training ground? Is everybody relaxed? I mean, a lot of them have been here before. Of course, the manager's been here more than anybody.
They look calm as anything. I think for me, it's trying to enjoy the experience of it all. I've dreamed of playing in games like this since I was about 5 or 6 years old, and now to be here, it would be pointless trying to rush it along. You know, I really want to play the game, obviously, but you've got to enjoy days like today when you've got so much things to do. I get to speak with people like yourself, and yeah, I'm trying to take everything in.
And have you spoken to people like Luca, of course, who speaks English, Tony Kroos, who's incredibly retiring when he's playing incredible football?
He's been unbelievable. I think he said it himself that it's been one of his best seasons.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm so fortunate to be here while he's still at such a high level, and like I said, it's a pleasure to play with guys like that. Some of my best memories this year of when we go away to the European games, and I'm sat there like a kid, you know what I mean? It's like eating up everything they've got to say, and those are my best memories, I think, off the pitch this year.
And of course, the finals at Wembley this year. Is that gives you a special feeling playing at Wembley because you know it so well? You know dressing rooms, you know the walkways, you know everywhere.
Big factor, you know, I'm big on the kind of visualisation stuff before the games. I like to go out and understand my kind of surroundings, and I think having it at Wembley helps because I've been there so many times, played there quite often for England. Like you said, even the change, stuff like that.
Yeah,
isn't it? You know, might sound stupid, but it's a big factor. It also makes it quite emotional because, you know, it feels like I know from the outside everyone's created a kind of storyline of me kind of going against my old club and playing at Wembley back at home. For me, I think it's important that when the game comes, I try and take the emotion out of it as much as possible. But I think it definitely.
Oh yeah, I mean it's nice. It's nice to play against your friends, but you still want to win the games, don't you?
Yeah, there's a lot of people I have a lot of respect for there. You know, they're giving me the chance to play at the high level before anyone else, and you know that's always in my mind. But like you said, I do want to try.
Well, the most important, mate, is to finish off an incredible year for yourself.
Thank you.
Winning the Champions League at Wembley.
Pleasure.
And best of luck.
Thank you very much.
We talked about him then. He's still very young when it comes to his managerial career. What is he, just 38 years old? Different kettle of fish when you're talking about Jose Mourinho. It seems as though he's moving on to his next club, and reports suggest it is going to be Fenerbahce. It was understood that he recently held talks in Saudi Arabia. However, it is now widely reported that he'll be announced as the new manager of the Turkish Superliga giants Fenerbahce today. He was dismissed from his position at Roma in January, midway through a disappointing campaign that left the Serie A side 9th in the table. So, Mourinho, so much experience, won so many things in his managerial career, Cass.
Yeah.
Is there still a place for him then?
I hope
Obviously,
so.
I mean, seemingly there is. But
I hope so, Nat. He was up there with the very best.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he brought something very different to the table with Chelsea. It was based on defensive, counter-attacking, and he's also had exciting teams. I remember when he had Robin and Damien Duff. And then certainly at Real Madrid, he had a very attack-minded team. But I do feel that some ways the game caught up with Jose because he was quite pragmatic and he loved the ability to defend and stop in teams and shutting Chop up. He'd done that brilliantly well with his team. I think the laws of the game now, it's really hard to do that because so many teams are adventurous. And then we've also had technology on top. I think it's really hard to manage that way now.
Well, let's get more on this because we're joined by European football expert Kevin Hatchard, who joins us this morning. How are you doing, Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin.
Morning, guys. Very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very, very well, thank you. So, Jose Mourinho to Fenerbahce, does that make sense to you?
Well, it's something that's been mooted for a while. I mean, he is box office, there's no doubt about that. This will cause a huge stir in Turkey. And what's interesting about this is that there's an election, a presidential election, going on at Fenerbahce. And Aziz Yildirim, one of the presidential candidates, had stated that, you know, if he was to be elected, then Mourinho was going to come. And Ali Koç, who's the incumbent, who wants to stay on, now seems to have stolen a march and has done this deal as well. So there's that element to it in the background as well. And you've got to bear in mind, Fenerbahce have just put 99 points on the board in the Turkish Super League and didn't win the league. They ended up finishing 3 points behind Galatasaray, so that was a huge blow.
That's got to be the highest ever, isn't it? Anyone losing their job? 99 points with 38 games, Kevin?
And losing less games than the team above them.
It's unbelievable that Ismail Kartal, was gone, didn't manage to win the league with that points total. So they also had a really disappointing exit in the Conference League as well, lost on penalties to the eventual winners, Olympiacos. But this is huge. I mean, Mourinho is still a massive name. And when he left Roma, it was quite a divisive move by the Friedkin family because, there were tears at the training ground. Fans didn't want him to go. But there's no doubt that he'd started to really lose steam at Roma because he won the Conference League in his first season, got to the Europa League final, but lost on penalties to Sevilla. His behaviour at that final, I think, went down like a lead balloon. I don't think that was a good look at all for him or for Roma. And his final half season just ended up being Mourinho in caricature, really. Constantly arguing with refs, constantly getting sent off, or his staff were being sent off. And they were drifting ever further away from qualifying for the Champions League. Now, in the end, Roma did miss out under Daniele De Rossi, but they've been much more proactive and much more attack-minded since Mourinho left. So he's a massive name still, but I think he does have a bit of a point to prove here.
Kevin, I said earlier, and I don't know if you heard me, that I praised Mourinho for the way he managed and coached his sides. Did the laws go against him, or did he not evolve? Because attacking football now is nearly everywhere, and every team that's been successful is got this, whether it's counter-attack or basically being adventurous, seems to be across Europe in every level.
I think there's an element of that. I think he's shown, though, that he can still set a team up. There's no doubt about that. I think you look at the way that Roma were able to win that European trophy and then nearly do it again. That still shows that in cup competitions, he's still absolutely capable of doing that. It's the league, really, where it's been a while since he's been able to compete. And I think that was the feeling with the anti-Mourinho faction at Roma, that he'd had a lot of money spent on that squad and he wasn't really able to get any kind of momentum. At Fenerbahce, he'll be expected to challenge for the title and expected to try and win it. It's going to make for a really potent mix, I think, because the Turkish Super League's always full of drama, always full of stories, and then you add Mourinho to that mix, it's going to be certainly quite intriguing. And you've got to remember as well, Fenerbahce had quite a controversial season. They've been at war with the authorities in Turkey because they felt that they were really hard done to. You might remember they went to Trabzonspor, won that game. The players celebrated on the pitch, and then some fans got onto the pitch and started to attack the players. And Fenerbahce at one stage threatened to withdraw from the league. There were all kinds of threats and counter-threats. So he goes into a Fenerbahce team that has had a really chaotic rollercoaster season, really.
Just while we've got you on, Kevin, we must talk about the Champions League final coming up tomorrow night, live on TalkSport. Borussia Dortmund taking on the European giants of Real Madrid. Can you give a case for Dortmund?
You can. If you look at what they've done all the way through their campaign, they've upset the odds, really. Nobody expected them to win the group of death, which they did ahead of Paris, Milan, Newcastle. And they've been close to going out in most of the knockout rounds since. If you look at PSV, they survived some scares. Atletico, they were looked down and out after an hour of the first leg, but found a way to fight back. And Paris hit the woodwork 6 times over 2 legs. So they've used up a few lives, but that builds belief, that kind of run, because you'll think, well, we've managed to do it so far. Why not one more game? So the spine of the team is strong. I love the goalkeeper, Gregor Kobel. I think he's excellent. Hummels and Schlotterbeck have saved their best defensive performances for this competition. Marcel Sabitzer has been in great form. And then you've got a guy, Niklas Füllkrug, who's very old school, centre forward, who can give them a really tough time. I think his battle with Rudiger is going to be great. So they've got the players. They've got guys like Jadon Sancho, who with one moment can suddenly change a game. Real are the heavy favourites, and they should be. But Dortmund are certainly not completely out of it.
Cheers, Kevin. Brilliant as usual.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Let's turn our attention, Herc, to Saudi Arabia, because it seems like everybody is heading there. Now, a long time ago, Cristiano Ronaldo made the move, and he finished the season, excuse me, I'm getting choked up about it, with 35 goals, a new record in the Saudi Pro League. The 39-year-old ending the campaign in style with a brace in the season finale as his Al Ittihad finished second place, a distant second place to Al Hilal, who won the league. We, of course, watch much more of Lionel Messi here with Inter Miami, but let's make the Messi-Ronaldo comparison anyway, Herc. Based on the numbers that you're seeing here from Ronaldo and what you've seen from Messi, who do you think's in better form ahead of their respective summer tournament?
This is a tricky one, right? I mean, you look at his numbers. He's got Cristiano, for example, 44 games, 44 goals in all comps, right? 13 assists. You look at Messi's numbers. He's got 13 goals, 11 assists in 14 games, right? All comps. There we go. This is where it gets tricky. They're so close in output at the club level. But then you look at the international level, and it's who's coming in better form. I'm going to take Cristiano Ronaldo because he's been available. There have been moments, stretches, where Messi has not been available. And if we look at the international form, Cristiano Ronaldo scored 10 goals, I think it was like 2 or 3 assists, in like 10 games in qualification for the Euros. Whereas in World Cup qualification, Messi, a couple goals here and there, but he wasn't involved as much as...
European qualification, CONMEBOL qualification, different, right?
How so?
There's some cupcakes in the European qualifiers.
Oh, Bolivia's tough for you?
I mean, tougher than some of the teams Ronaldo's going up against, yeah.
Debatable. All
right.
But we're talking about form. We're talking about form, right? That's what we're going for here, right?
Look at you defending the San Marinos.
And if you're on the field, you're at least in the form to be on the field. Sometimes Messi's not been on the field. Cristiano, even though he is 39 to Messi's 36, is more available physically. I will give the edge to Cristiano heading into form because the numbers are so tight into these tournaments.
Sorry, I was just getting the update of who was in the Euro group there. It was Iceland, Slovakia, and who else, producer Beto? Oh, and Luxembourg, the powerhouse of Luxembourg. You know, those goals against Luxembourg, awfully tough to come by.
Wow.
I won't make too much of an argument for Messi. They're obviously both coming in like very hot. Ronaldo's got 44 games. What did you say? 42 and 42, basically a goal every game. Messi's averaging almost a goal every game, maybe just a little bit shy if you go all comps this year, because he did get shut out down in Monterrey in the CONCACAF Champions Cup. Look, Messi, though, has the advantage of doing his prep work here in the United States ahead of the tournament, so I think that it's going to help keep him fresh, help keep him happy ahead of the Copa America. The other big differentiator for me, if we're talking about these two guys heading into the summer and it comes to form, is like we know Messi's role 100% with the Argentine national team, and nobody's questioning it no matter what he does with Inter Miami. With Ronaldo, I mean, you and I were in Qatar, Herc. We were there when there was a massive debate over whether he should be starting in the knockout rounds, and the debate ended with him on the bench in 2 of those knockout round games. So, you know, if the Portuguese manager is sitting there, Roberto Martinez, our former colleague, and is saying, well, I got a choice to make between him and Gonzalo Ramos, who didn't exactly light it up, but did finish the year. He finished the year on a little bit of a hot streak there at PSG. He's gonna say, well, how much do I value what happens in Saudi Arabia? And to me, that's the difference here, is that one guy may be fighting for his starting spot. The other guy, who cares what he does at Inter Miami? He is not just the starter, but the central focus of the Argentine team.
What's the question?
Who arrives in better form?
Okay.
I think that's a totally subjective debate.
Well,
I don't think there's
moving the
very much
goalposts on me.
subjective about who's going to have a bigger role.
If you're asking me who's going to have a bigger role, I would say Messi. Because here's another thing. Sans the Mexican national team, at Copa America, Argentina will be the home team everywhere they go. Like, that's Mexican national team is the only team in the States that's going to rival Argentina as the home team. But they're going to be the home team throughout. And you said it very well. Messi has the comfort of being in a country that he already lives in, a country that he already knows. And everywhere he goes, it's been the Messi show. If we've seen something out of Major League Soccer and Messi and his time there, wherever he goes in Major League Soccer, it becomes the Messi show. He's got that going for him when it comes to, who can actually do something in this tournament. And who will have a bigger role. But if you're asking me who comes in better form, I'm going with the 39-year-old who's always present.
There you have it. All right. 1 vote for Cristiano Ronaldo, 1 vote for Messi, who arrives to their respective summer tournaments in better form.
So, Rio, going into this Champions League final, I've got a feeling that you may be backing Real Madrid, because we saw you on TNT Sports. You were saying that the Santiago Bernabeu is the best stadium in the world right now. You were respecting the crest when you were walking around the stadium. We caught you celebrating, a lot of celebrations over that Real Madrid winning goal. So, yeah, I take it you're going to be backing them.
Yeah, I'm backing them. I just got caught up.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you're a football fan, not just like a Sport United, but I'm a football fan more than anything. And I went there, the new stadium, the new refurb took my breath away. Then the game, the way it went, the panned out was just amazing, breathtaking game. And then at the end, the way that Rudiger came over and celebrated in the area that I was standing, and then I told him it was offside because the referee flagged it, and then it wasn't offside. It was just like crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've got to go with Real Madrid. And listen, I've got a soft spot for Real Madrid anyway, so that's just the way it is.
You've got a soft spot for them, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know why. I have.
I'm the same. I have a bit of a soft spot for them. I don't know why.
From Hugo Sanchez days right through the Galacticos, and then here to you see the Benzema, Bale, and Cristiano era, and then Modric and Kroos in that, and then today.
There's just something about them, isn't there? And I think to be able to be so consistent for so many years, I always feel like with the Champions League, it just feels like they wake up and be like, you know what, we want to win it, we're going to win it.
It just feels like they feel like they have a divine right to win that competition more than anybody else.
You yourself are no stranger to Champions League finals. I remember that one well in 2008. Now, when you look back at games like that 2008 final was amazing. How do you explain or describe the emotions of what happened that night, going, to a penalty shootout, Ronaldo missing the penalty, that John Terry slip? What was it like?
Yeah, I think I've heard a lot of people say, and I've used it since as well, is that it's the worst way to lose a game, but probably the best way to win it as well. And yeah, the range of emotions that go through from Ronaldo missing that penalty early on in the penalty shootout, and you start thinking, no, surely not, come all this way. So then all of a sudden you're back in the driving seat, and then all of a sudden they miss a penalty, the last one, and it's like everything's on, you've gone, you float for everything in the air, emotions all over the place. And yeah, it was a crazy way to win, but to do great things, it is going to be tough. There's going to be moments where it feels like it's slipping through your hands, but then you've got to show the resilience and character. And I think all the way through that tournament, we showed that, and in the final was the same. But I thought I believe we should have won the game in the 90 minutes anyway, but it panned out the way it did. Unfortunately, we won it.
And of course, this season, Arsenal and Man City in the Champions League did have good runs. Manchester United and Newcastle not so much. Overall, were you a little bit disappointed with how the English teams performed in the Champions League this season?
Yeah, I think if you consider where the English teams have been in this last few years, I think Liverpool and Spurs got to one, Liverpool, Chelsea, City have been in finals. So we've been accustomed to seeing an English team really getting to the final or the latter stages at least. And yeah, this season it kind of fizzled out a little bit, but I think that happens. You can't have it all your own way all the time. This year, I think Germany had a really good run, 2 semi-final teams. But it happens in cycles. I don't think any of us really genuinely believed, even though we support United, that they were going to get anywhere and have any impact on this competition. Same with Newcastle. I thought Newcastle done really well in is a really tough group, and it was only just small, minor little details. If they'd have just been the other way, they go through. So the way they played against Paris Saint-Germain, I think their fans would have took playing the way they played against Paris Saint-Germain and that result at home. I think, what was it, 4-0?
Yeah.
They'd have took that before a ball was kicked, and everything else, whatever happens, that could happen, to beat them at home. It was a great result. But yeah, I thought Arsenal, if Arsenal won the league, they wouldn't have cared. But again, I think Arsenal could have done more. I thought they were a better team than they were a better team. I think they are a better team than Bayern Munich, but Bayern Munich have that Champions League mentality and experience, which is the difference. And City just wasn't their year this year. They have the quality, we know, but it just wasn't their year.
And of course, in this Champions League final, we will be seeing Jadon Sancho. What have you made of his loan move and his time away from Man United?
Do you know what, Jadon Sancho, I think is a lot has been said about him and a lot of it's been negative, and I think it's about time people really give him a little bit of credit, because I think it's been a really difficult period for him. He's been criticised, rightly or wrongly. He's been the situation that happened between him and the manager, and everyone can debate who was right and who was wrong. But he's been criticised heavily. Confidence has been very low. He went in a period of isolation in terms of training away from the squad, etc. Now he's gone away to Dortmund and had to rebuild himself as a footballer, as a human being. And he's come out the other side. Whether he win it or not, what he's achieved in this short little period of time has to be looked at and go, do you know what? This kid's got character. Yeah. He's got personality. He's built and made of the right stuff. And I think that's where he needs credit. He needs to be credited for that. And I think young players need to be shown that example, because there's going to be a lot of kids that go into that, what he's gone into, where he loses confidence, gets told he's not good enough, gets told he's got to move on, albeit alone. But you've got to rebuild yourself, and he has. And so I'd like, for him, it'd be an unbelievable story if he finished with him lifting that trophy.
Yeah.
But I just think it's going to be a step too far for them.
And of course, for Manchester United, it's not been the easiest season on the pitch. It's not been the easiest season for the manager, for the players. What are you expecting to see? What are you hoping to see this summer going into the new season?
I'm hoping that there's a real inspection behind the scenes of what's gone on. Real big, deep dive into looking at what's been wrong, what's been right, the good, the bad, the ugly, and analysing that and then coming up with a plan. And whether that's the manager here or not, but I hope they just really, which I think they are, and I think they will, is really analyse what was the problems last season and how they're going to rectify that and come up with a blueprint that's going to work.
Thursday, 30th of May, I got, listener, not sure about you. Tell you what else I got. Big Nick Miller. All right, Nick. In on the Totally Football Show, all right? Back from your travels, you've been to Istanbul, haven't you?
I have been to Istanbul. Yeah, I went
that was spicy.
It was spicy. I went for, among other things, Galatasaray against Fenerbahce. There was a fight before the game. There was a fight after the game. It was great fun. The game itself was awful, but the fights sandwiching the football made the trip worthwhile.
Excellent. Luckily, we don't have any awful football games to discuss today. Alvaro Romeo's with us as well. All right, Alvaro.
Hola, James. It's good to be here again.
It is. Exciting times for you, because your beloved Athletic Club de Bilbao are here in London at the moment.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Just partying, enjoying their time. They will definitely go to Ibiza at some point this summer. But before that, they decided to come here because
on the Heathrow Express.
Yeah, and they.
What?
They are made of money.
And they took the public transport to Paddington, which is something that was praised by the press from Bilbao, the fact that they weren't using cabs and all that. You know, like a group of friends just coming to London.
Right.
The whole purpose of this, I believe, it is to give a proper send-off to Iñaki Williams, because he's getting married on Saturday, 1st of June.
Not a send-off in any other sense?
No, in a metaphorical one.
In a metaphorical sense.
He will be gone from their parties from now on.
There's a lovely picture of them all with their suitcases on the Bakerloo line platform at Paddington. And there's about, 15, 20 of them there, is it? I don't know, maybe more. You think if you're trying to get to the Heathrow Express or to the Elizabeth line, can you move?
They must have been...
I would be really... using that line a lot, that is exactly the sort of thing that would really annoy me.
Can't believe it.
An annoying group of men. I mean, they must have been like this,
Yeah, absolutely. And this is James Horncastle is with us as well, right, James?
Hello.
James is a little bit bleary-eyed because he caught the full brunt
of Wednesday night's second European Cup final of the season, the Conference League. Every bit as exciting, James, as the word conference implies.
Yeah, I suppose that competition, it does throw up great stories, and maybe they should rebrand it and give it a better name than the Conference League.
Throws up great stories, not necessarily great finals.
Well, last year was good, wasn't it?
Last year was all right.
Or maybe
it was dramatic at the end.
Yeah, maybe I'm...
The first year with Roma, how good was that?
Well, it was better than the Roma-Sevilla in Budapest in the Europa League.
That's true. I mean, but as you say, great stories. Great stories. Hey, should we just jump straight into that and talk about some of the amazing plot twists that took place in Athens? Woo! Well, huge excitement at the end there as El Kobbie seals the first ever Greek European trophy. What were they saying, Alvaro?
My Greek is the level of Rino Gattuso's.
Yeah, something
100% Malakia.
My Greek is like Pepe Mel's English, more or less. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you remember the big Pepe Mel.
Yeah. Thriller writer, Pepe Mel.
Exactly, yeah. Wearing aviators even in winter.
Yeah.
Nothing like
but the Greek.
The reaction has been, you can imagine. This is not a good time for Olympiacos, or it wasn't a good time because they had lost the last two domestic titles, one to AEK Athens, the other one a week ago to PAOK Thessaloniki, and this was some sort of a big gift at the end of the season for them. 100,000 people were waiting yesterday at the Piraeus at 4:30 when Olympiacos arrived in there just to celebrate the achievement, which is a massive one. We'll speak about this later, but with a squad made of some castaways, some players that weren't wanted anywhere, some players who are too young, like the goalkeeper Tsolakis, and yet with this makeshift squad, José Luis Mendilibar, the man who gel and gather all together, has managed to succeed.
They are the first Greek team to ever win European silverware. Greece thus becoming the 20th nation to claim their first European honour, and they're the first team to win a European trophy in their own country since Feyenoord 22 years ago. Nick, how bad was this game?
Pretty bad. It was pretty bad. It's kind of started quite well, and Fiorentina looked quite threatening in the sort of early stages, and then it quickly descended into, everyone's shoes are on the wrong feet kind of thing, and crosses were sailing out, and shots were being scuffed, and you had there were a couple of moments where someone looked like they were going to have a really sort of presentable chance, and then they just completely scuff into the ground, and you kind of you settled in for a long old slog, I think, after sometime shortly after half time. Kind of hoping for penalties. You're hoping for to be rewarded for your sort of endurance by a penalty shootout, but Olympiacos went.
Not even that. Even that British denied you.
I know.
Crikey. All right, well, let's celebrate a couple of figures, some of those storylines that you referenced, James. I imagine one of them is the manager, José Luis Mendilibar. Is that
a fellow Basque?
Mendilibar, yeah.
Mendilibar
from
he
a place called Zaldibar.
Mendilibar. Sorry, I've gone off on my own one. What did you say?
No, Mendilibar from Zaldibar.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, a town in Biscay, yeah.
Is there another line to this rhyme? Mendilibar.
So,
how long can it keep going?
Freestyle.
Yeah. The length of Ilibar.
A lot of people watching will have seen another Spanish manager, but what's so remarkable for you about seeing that man winning his second European trophy in a row?
Well, statistically what he got is an oddity, because the last time that the manager had clinched back-to-back European trophies with different clubs was Rafa Benítez. 2005 with Liverpool, 2004 with Valencia. And the story of Mendilibar is the story of a manager who never thought that he was going to be there, really. His last European experience prior to last year's in March with Sevilla was playing the Intertoto Cup, being the coach of Athletic Club Bilbao in the Intertoto Cup in summer 2005. And Athletic Club Bilbao got a very early exit in the second round of the Intertoto Cup. Mendilibar didn't last a lot as an Athletic Bilbao manager. That was probably his biggest shot at the top flight at the time. That was 20 years ago. He got sacked very quickly from Athletic Club Bilbao, and then he descended into a little bit the abyss of Spanish Spanish football, going down to the second division, getting promoted with Valladolid, different clubs until he found his home at Eibar in 2015. Over there he was admired, but he wasn't coveted by anybody. I will say that this is probably the most striking thing about Mendilibar, the fact that he was getting the results for Eibar year in, year out, but he was never coveted by anybody.
Right.
Then he left Eibar, he went to Sevilla. That was one of the most weird appointments that Monchi did ever. Mendilibar, a manager with no experience in Europe whatsoever, and he got the trophy for them.
Yeah.
But then,
so he's brought in as an emergency midway through last season and wins the Europa League with Sevilla, and he's brought in as the third manager of this season at Olympiacos and wins them the Conference League. He's won back-to-back European trophies in only 15 UEFA matches.
Which tells you that maybe he is the perfect fixer, because I was watching a TikTok interview that they did with Mendilibar,
TikTok?
A couple of months ago, and these fast questions. Do you like pizza with pineapple or not? Do you like fish or pasta? These ones. Interviews and they ask him tiki-taka or 4-4-2. And he didn't hesitate at all. He's a 4-4-2 man. Or maybe yesterday he wasn't, because he has a different squad to the one he would love to have.
Pineapple?
I think that wasn't one of the questions. Anyway. But you know what I mean. But he's a man who has very clear ideas. He has a very clear message. He doesn't overcomplicate things. And he went to Olympiacos, a side that by definition is pretty much always complicated, and he got a few things right, and he gave the players some very easy ideas about the way they have to play, and they perform it to the fullest, and I think that is an achievement for Mendilibar. Again, 2 back-to-back European titles, and last season with Sevilla was the same story, completely. Sevilla was in chaos, they were a pandemonium, and Mendilibar arrives there, and he managed to get the thing right.
Very nice. El Kobbie, James, your favourite Olympiacos player?
Yeah. Extraordinary season. 33 goals in all competitions. To come from Qatar, or Al Sadd, where he was playing his football, on a free transfer. I think when players go to Olympiacos, obviously it's a story in Greece, but it's not really a story that transcends Greece in the way that El Kobbie has now. And as with Mendilibar, who is in his 60s, and up until last year, no one would be saying, he's going to be one of these coaches who wins a couple of European trophies. Same with El Kobbie. You wouldn't be saying that he's going to be... Well, I mean, you could say maybe he would score a big goal in a big European game, but a winner in a final on the back of a season in which he scored more goals than any other player in UEFA competitions.
11.
At 30 years old as well. And he wasn't, for example, he's Moroccan, but wasn't in the Morocco World Cup squad when Morocco reached the semi-finals of the World Cup in Qatar, even though he was playing in Qatar. And I saw one of the reporters in the pre-match press conference with Mendilibar was saying, you just love Moroccan forwards, don't you? It's like En Neziri at Sevilla, now it's El Kobbie. I saw yesterday people talking about how African football in these European finals has been represented really well, either with Lookman scoring his hat-trick or with El Kobbie. But it's a reminder of, as some European nations really struggle to, find strikers.
Speaking of which, Fiorentina have 5 finals that they've lost in a row, including 3 under Italiano, 2 in this particular tournament in back-to-back seasons. And oh my word, they need a striker.
or Bonaventura scoring his chances, because in the first half he got a couple of them.
Any of them scoring their chances.
Yeah.
Belotti whiff, trademark Belotti whiff. I think which you were referencing kind of early on, about 10-15 minutes into the game.
There were quite a few of those. But James, you say they need a striker, and that's why they signed Andrea Belotti in January.
Extraordinary. Why would you do that?
I mean, just he's available. Okay, all right, then we'll take him. But it's interesting because people say this has been the story of their season. It was also the story of last season as well. It is a little bit of a trend on the Italiano, which makes you think: is it about the strikers, or is it about how they get into the final third and into the penalty area? I mean, in fairness to Italiano, in his first season, they had Dusan Vlahovic for the first 4 or 5 months, and Vlahovic scored like 15, 16 goals before moving to Juventus. So clearly a striker can work in this system. And in the Conference League last year, Cabral and Jovic, I think Cabral was the top scorer. But if you look at their league season, you know, Beltran, for example, their big signing from River Plate, didn't score a goal in the league until December. And I think hadn't scored a league goal in 8 games going into this final. Belotti scored twice all season for Fiorentina, and it had become a bit of a joke at Roma. You know, he's a really nice guy, Belotti, so it's hard to actually dislike him. But his drop-off since he left Torino has been quite something. And then Enzola as well, you know, someone who's playing in the second division with Spezia under Italiano, who was signed because, this guy gets the manager, he understands what he needs to do. And yet, again, he hasn't scored many goals this season. So, yeah, your heart kind of bleeds for Fiorentina, because it's one thing to get to a final. It's not taken for granted that you'll go and reach another one, and to lose it was pretty painful, and very much just continues this trend of them being cursed in European finals, I'd say.
Hooray for Olympiacos and their plucky owner, Evangelos Marianakis.
Yeah, and taking a back seat in the celebrations. I saw as well. Yeah, right down the front of the group when they were lifting the trophy. Yeah, it's kind of. My heart slightly sank a little bit, because it is. I think James was saying on TV last night, kind of one in the eye for process and logic, because Marianakis sort of kind of runs Olympiacos in a very similar way that he runs Forest, by force of chaos. I think Olympiacos made, I think I counted 22 signings since last season. 8 of the starting lineup were signed either this season or last summer, which is kind of, you know, small numbers compared to Forest, but it's just sort of validation of the chaotic process, really, isn't it?
It's the magic of the conference.
Exactly.
Conference League as well.
But it's sort of it kind of justifies the Conference League, this kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of, the sort of the fear was, and I suppose when Roma won it, it was almost, you thought, well, this is the way it's going to go. It's just going to be the kind of, you know, the bigger teams are just going to drop down in this competition and win it every year. But Olympiacos winning Greece's first European trophy, I think the first sort of new country to win it since Shakhtar won the Euro 2009 in the Europa League. So yeah, it's kind of validation for the whole thing, really.
Hurrah!
The Magic League.
Yeah. The Narrative League. Maybe there you go.
I would like to put some light on someone like Ernesto Valverde.
Okay.
Because, I've been going to Greece for 6-7 years now, and every time I say that I am Spanish, automatically people tell me Ernesto Valverde. They don't tell me Sergio Ramos, Gerard Piqué, whatever. They tell me Ernesto Valverde. Right. There in Greece, he is a very famous figure, because for Olympiacos, he was an absolute legend. He professionalized the club in a way. He made it more professional. And yesterday, he was there. Hugging José Luis Mendilibar before the game, Ernesto Valverde, because Olympiacos is his second club, and he went there just to support his good friend José Luis Mendilibar. So, ever since Valverde took charge of Olympiacos for the first time, Olympiacos has had like 7 or 8 different Spanish managers. Valverde left a legacy in there, and I think that we should praise him, because Olympiacos maybe wouldn't be the side they are now if it wasn't for Ernesto Valverde 10-15 years ago, just taking them to some standards that Olympiacos didn't have before.
Very nice, Alvaro. Very nice. All right, much as it pains me, I think we leave Wednesday's 120 minutes of Olympiacos Fiorentina and move on to this Saturday's big cup final at Wembley. It's the 30th of May, everyone, today. On this day, 45 years ago, what happened, Nick? Stop reading my notes.
Oh, I have to. I don't know what you're talking about. Was that when Forest won the European Cup by any chance?
For the first time.
For the first time, yeah.
What an extraordinary night. Beating Malmo 1-0.
The big one.
With a goal by Trevor Francis. What was remarkable about that, Nick?
Many things. He was the first £1 million footballer. Is that
and this wasn't this his debut in the competition?
It was debut in the competition, yeah. He wasn't eligible to play because Forest signed him in February, I think it was. So he wasn't eligible to play. And he had a very bad injury in the following season, so he couldn't play in the second final, which was a great pity. But.
I mean, how did he become eligible to play only the final?
It was just kind of the strange rules of the competition back then. I don't quite know why.
According to a major information source on the internet, UEFA rules stipulated he could not play European football for 3 months after signing. So that meant that he essentially missed out all the knockouts until the final, and then Clough threw him in, and he proceeded to score the only goal of the game.
I do think, I mean, for all the things that we get caught up with in the football discourse, VAR and regulatory decisions, PSR and that sort of thing, you look back at this kind of pre-internet age when stuff like this happened. Can you imagine, Swedes are quite placid, but can you imagine the Malmo Twitter reaction to hang on a minute, how is this £1 million football player all of a sudden being allowed to play in our biggest game? That's not fair. He's like, I told this story last night. Fiorentina played the Cup Winners' Cup final in 1962. It was a draw. They didn't do penalty shootouts in those days, and so they were like, okay, we'll have a replay then. When will it be? 4 months later. So can you imagine the outcry of that these days? It's like, you're going to have a replay of a final from last season 4 months later. Are you nuts?
Or Italy in the Euros in '68, wasn't it? Going through on the coin
toss. Yeah.
Right, that was 1979. The equivalent match this season is the 69th meeting of European champions, the Champions League final this Saturday night at Wembley. And it's Borussia Dortmund against Real Madrid. Very nice. Oh, we've got Seb Stafford-Bloor just joining us down the studio. Hey, Seb.
Hey, Jembo.
Nice to see you.
You too.
Give us a bit of perspective on spunky Borussia Dortmund, eh?
Bit of trepidation. Also a little bit of mutiny in the air. So there is, unfortunately. So Mats Hummels, who hates being the centre of attention, of course, and hates being outspoken, decided that Wednesday, 3 days before a European Cup final, was the time to kind of air some grievances about Dortmund's style this year, which seems like a really sound decision. Just, let's give the boat a good old rock.
Right.
And didn't take much reading between the lines to see a little bit of criticism of Edin Terzic, because Hummels talked about the effect that Nuri and Sven Bender, who came in as attack and defence coach during the Winterpause, respectively. His mates. He was very, very quick to credit them, and he should be, because they've had an effect and definitely they've contributed to this European run. But I don't know, put Terzic under the bus a little bit during a time when he's kind of struggling with his relationship with the supporters anyway. A lot of people are unhappy with his management of the side. They haven't been good in the Bundesliga. They're very stop-start domestically. This European run's come out of nowhere, really. And it's hard to see, really, what the plus side of that was for Mats Hummels. Don't get it, but there we are. So they're an underdog anyway. They're badly outmatched. But then how many times have we said that this season?
Wow, that's so true. And James was making the point a week ago here in the studio that people said similar things about Inter ahead of last year's Champions League final with Man City, when they had plenty of opportunities to take something from that game, to cause a real upset. So where would you think Borussia's chances lie?
Well, hopefully the woodwork is on as good a form as it was in the semi-final. But I think there's a simplicity to Dortmund's game in Europe, which has really helped them, because obviously I think part of their issue in the Bundesliga has been the sort of identity crisis, whereby this is how we should play as Borussia Dortmund: energy, captivating, really seductive football that draws people in, versus how we practically have to play because we're outmatched against Paris Saint-Germain, Newcastle, to a certain extent, probably AC Milan as well, I would say, definitely PSG, and certainly here. So get behind the ball and use the strengths they do have, which is an informed Jadon Sancho, Karim Adeyemi, who not sure yet if he's going to start, but was absolutely exceptional in the first leg of the semi-final. Nicholas Füllkrug, who is I think gets undersold a little bit. He's a wonderful story, and I think he's seen as a little bit of a bull of a centre forward, but he's finished extremely well when he's needed to during the Champions League. That goal against PSG was vital, probably the best goal of his career, and certainly in terms of importance. So there is an opportunity, and I think what's been interesting is beyond Terzic, one of the criticisms of Dortmund has been this accusation that individual stars, in inverted commas, because they don't really have, their hero football without heroes anymore, that they've been missing in action in the Bundesliga, and yet Hummels, Nico Schlotterbeck, Emre Can, these players have really come to the fore in the Champions League and they've played extremely, extremely well. Ian Maatsen too, on loan from Chelsea, has been a revelation at fullback, been absolutely brilliant. So if you can kind of aggregate all these sort of individual performances from nowhere, you might get somewhere near Real Madrid. Maybe.
Well, it's a cup game, isn't it?
It is a cup game.
It's a cup game. Alvaro, what do you think?
I think that this is a proper mismatch here. I think that Real Madrid is the big favorite this time. Of course, you never know, because the last 4 Champions League finals have ended up with a 1-0 scoreline and the games have been really tight. But this time, I believe that Real Madrid has so much confidence. I mean, they won La Liga almost with record points. They haven't lost a single game in the Champions League, and they've never won the Champions League unbeaten. So that tells you that they're having a great season. Probably this is the best season I remember of Real Madrid, even better than 2016, 2017, when they did the League and Champions League double. But this time it's even better because that summer they lost Karim Benzema, and they've been playing either with Bellingham over there, Vinícius, Rodrigo, none of them are a number 9, and yet they are getting the results. The last time they played in 90, they lost in 90 minutes was in September. And it's not only about the numbers, it's also about the security that they irradiate, they exude. I mean, the way they play, if Manchester City scores early at Santiago Bernabeu, they come back with 2 goals very quickly. They have done this all the season round. I mean, they don't tend to suffer in games. They just seem to have everything very well settled for themselves.
Right, it sounds like Bayer Leverkusen just ahead of their fun.
Yeah, but that's incomparable, Jimbo. With all due respect to Leverkusen, who have had, in my opinion, they are the story of the year. But irrespective of that, I mean, Real Madrid hasn't won a European final since the 80s, and it's not only that, because they haven't lost a European final since the 80s, and they
against
Aberdeen, but they have played like 5 Champions League finals in the last 9 years. They have won them all. That's the thing. It's very important for Real Madrid to win another one. By the way, it sounds silly to say this, but to win it before Mbappé arrives, and to win it without a nominal number 9, that will look fantastic on this group of players and Carlo Ancelotti.
Here's a stat about Real Madrid. There have been 69 finals of this competition, either as European Cup or Champions League. Real Madrid have been in over a quarter of them.
No, they are looking for the 15th, and the jump that Real Madrid has done and may even increase if they win the Champions League is massive. I mean, in the 50s and early 60s, they became the best team in the world by far, and in the last 10 years, with so many trophies collected and all that, they have done a jump forward in the historic charts of the La Liga and definitely in the Champions League, that I think that all of us won't see any team surpassing Real Madrid in the Champions League ranks right now. If they win 15, the immediate follower or the immediate second best will be AC Milan with 7. That's incredible.
So they'll be confident, just as pretty much everyone's been confident against Borussia Dortmund so far this season in the group of death. Paris Saint-Germain, who you mentioned, who failed to even score across 2 legs, and the woodwork had a lot to do with that, but still 6 clean sheets in this competition this season, Borussia Dortmund. The point that Seb's making about their strengths, Adeyemi and Jadon Sancho, how much can they punish potential weak points in the Real Madrid lineup?
Look, I think that the best thing that Dortmund can do against Real Madrid is sending long balls in the box, because they have scored a few goals like this. I remember scoring against Atletico that way, a long ball in the box, then Savitzer and a couple of players are always in the edge of the box waiting for the second ball, and Füllkrug is very strong. So I think he can win a duel or 2 against Rudiger. In my opinion, that would be the best way. Real Madrid this season has suffered a little bit with the crosses and the long balls as well. That's the way they lost against Atletico, with Atletico crossing many balls. Let's see if Thibaut Courtois is 100% sure, because it looks like he's going to start. Especially because Lunin right now is in Madrid with flu, and he hasn't travelled with the squad.
You mentioned this about 10 days ago, that the chance that he might be brought in, whatever Lunin's situation was.
Yeah.
And you felt that might be a potential danger for Real Madrid. Why?
No, I think that I think that Thibaut Courtois is a great goalkeeper. I believe that if he is fit, he has to play because Carlo Ancelotti believes in him. And Carlo Ancelotti hasn't given an answer to the journalists when asked about who is going to start in the final. He said that he doesn't want to answer to this question because he wants to spur on the debate, because he has a lot of fun just watching and hearing journalists and reporters talking about that, speculating about this. So if Thibaut Courtois plays, it's because he's 100%. I have no doubt about that.
Is it quite tough on Lunin, Alvaro? Just because, like, I remember thinking when he made that save from Harry Kane against Bayern, it's one of the best saves I've seen in the Champions League all season, like down to his left. It's awfully tough. You go through the entire Champions League campaign, massive contribution to getting to the final, and then, well, he's fit. So I don't know, how would you manage that as a coach? Like the disappointment that would come with it.
And I wonder if Lunin will accept this well well. Yeah, because he's been the goalkeeper that nobody expected. Yeah, it looks like harsh on him, but I think that Lunin never expected to play this much this season. To start with, Real Madrid brought Kepa as soon as Thibaut Courtois picked an injury, but then Lunin and his performances earned him a place in the lineup. He has been phenomenal, especially in the Champions League. He has raised his level as the competition went by. But again, I mean, if Thibaut Courtois has played the last La Liga games or a few of them as soon as he was ready, that tells me that maybe Carlo Ancelotti is rushing him as soon as possible to be in that final. So I have the feeling that he's going to play. If he plays, it's because he's 100%. But back to your initial question, I think that the best thing that Dortmund can do is perhaps crossing the ball a lot into the box, sending long balls in the box, because in that department, Real Madrid has suffered a little bit, and Nacho and Rudiger are a very competent centre-back duo. But of course, Nacho is not that tall either, and maybe Dortmund over there can get something out of Real Madrid.
Okay. Alvaro, a couple of the other big storylines in this game from a Real Madrid perspective. One is Jude Bellingham has just been voted La Liga Player of the Season, facing his former club. And the other is Toni Kroos bowing out from club football in the biggest club game of all.
Of course. Well, Toni Kroos has always ranked his own agenda. He's been always very discreet when it comes to himself. He always had his political views on many things. For example, when Gabriel Veiga signed at the age of 21, 22, former Celta player for a club from Saudi Arabia, he said something like, "This is ridiculous." He's got political positions about all these things. And in this case, I think that he has done the right thing. I mean, we tend to believe that 34 is very young right now, because look at Cristiano Ronaldo, look at Messi, and many more players were still playing. But Zinedine Zidane retired in 2006 at the age of 34, and it looked like a normal thing to do.
But when you look at how he's been playing certainly in the Champions League this season, it feels like he could stay very easily.
In my opinion, yes. And he's still one of the players with more accuracy in the game. He runs the show, and even more so. I would say that maybe he's not the best player of Real Madrid right now, because Bellingham is probably that player altogether with Vinícius. But Toni Kroos is the most unique one, because somehow he puts all his IQ in that Real Madrid midfield. Some of the Real Madrid midfielders are fantastic, but they are more box-to-box footballers, and sometimes they need to give the ball to Toni Kroos for him to start running the tempo, running the show. And without him, Real Madrid the next season are going to have a massive void. And I think that if Real Madrid want to get a player for this summer, apart from Kylian Mbappé, has to be someone with that profile. Probably Luka Modric is going to stay one more year, which obviously is a short-term solution, but in the long run, Real Madrid has to find another Toni Kroos, or someone who resembles that quality.
I see. Marco Reus also making his final appearance for Dortmund with this game.
Yeah, a strange one, because he's actually been at odds with Terzic all the way through the season. They fell out over playing time for Reus and Reus's belief that he should be starting more games. I don't think I really agree. I think that part of Reus's career is over. And yet there's been this kind of obviously swell of goodwill towards someone who, first and foremost is associated with being incredibly unlucky at bad moments in his career and missing big tournaments, especially for Germany. At the same time, I think there's been a little bit of a reminder of just how good a player he has been, and the kind of the compilations and the roundup of his careers and the sort of the best moments on the pitch have been in steady rotation on German television for a while now. And there's this lovely moment, I think I brought this up before, when he was, just after he announced that he was going to be leaving the club, he scored the next Saturday, and it was in the Westfalenstadion, and there was this sort of TV cut to Carsten Kramer and Aki Vatska, and Lars Ricken was up there as well, and everyone was just very, very happy for someone who was initially rejected by Dortmund. Actually, he was thought to be too slight, went off, made his name elsewhere, came back, proved a point, and not a local boy made good, of course, but he's had a wonderful career.
Will it end with the biggest trophy of all? James, what do you think? Is it as cut and dried as Alvaro is suggesting?
I mean, there is an inevitability about Real Madrid. I'm not the first person to say that. I think a lot of people think that. Carlo Ancelotti, without having a defined style, is the greatest coach of all time, if you judge coaches by how many Champions League trophies that they have in their locker. I mean, as a player, as a coach, his ability to move with the times, but also I think recognise fundamentally what makes teams successful, which is a great group of players, but also, we see recently tactics blogs, YouTube videos talking about relationism in football as this kind of one of the new tactical waves in football. But I think with Carlo, it ultimately always comes down to how you relate to players as people.
What's relationism?
I'm sure there's a video on Tifo.
Okay, do you know?
Relationism, positionalism.
Could go grab John McKenzie and pull him into the studio and demand he explains it.
Okay, well, that'll be our homework ahead of the game on Saturday. Or not, because it's actually not that relevant from what you're saying.
Well, no, I think Jude Bellingham told that anecdote about Carlo Ancelotti where Bellingham caught him yawning before a big game. And it sums Carlo up, not in the way that I think a lot of people would think. They would think, does this mean he's overly casual, that he's underprepared? It's someone who is a guy who's got this aura of just not being stressed by anything. And that is ultimately, if you see that in someone, it makes you feel good about yourself, confident. And I'm sure there are a lot of profiles of Carlo Ancelotti talking about how he was a midfield player who played under Arrigo Sacchi, and then he was in Arrigo Sacchi's staff, and he initially played 4-4-2 and all that sort of thing. The most influential person in Carlo Ancelotti's career is Nils Lidholm, the Swede who would fall asleep on the train to games, and have this very chill, relaxed outlook on football and life. And I think with Ancelotti, you think of the experience that he has now, the thousands of games that he's either watched as a player or played in as a player, watched as a coach or coached. The amount of experience where it comes to actually just understanding what a team needs in a moment or what an opponent is doing without any kind of overly elaborate thinking on that sort of thing is just... Yeah, he's a man who's very at ease with himself and in these high-pressure situations, and I think that's ultimately why he is the greatest when it comes to these occasions now.
I think so. Nick, what are you most looking forward to seeing in Real Madrid 4, Borussia Dortmund now?
I did wonder whether it's I can't remember the last time there was a sort of bigger underdog in a Champions League final. We talked about Inter last season, but...
I think Inter were hailed as a similarly no-hope outfit.
Oh, yeah. They really were.
I kind of thought maybe Chelsea against Bayern in 2012.
Well, that's...
And we all remember how that went.
How'd it go?
Well, Chelsea won.
Oh, yeah.
So what I'm most looking forward to, maybe it's been a week for late blooming, underappreciated strikers.
Right.
So,
Possibly, you think?
Well, sure, yeah, absolutely. If they take Alvaro's advice and go
Ping
one
it
to
in.
the big man,
that's
what I think. That's what I'd like to say. I'd like to see a really grim game decided by a horrible goal by Fulkrug.
Right. So, have we mentioned the stat? I think we have about the number of Champions Leagues that have been 1-0 of late. I think, Alvaro, you said the last 4.
Since 2020, all of them.
Yeah, but there's a good chance, looking at the numbers, that this contest will produce lots of goals because the last 14, I have the stats right here, the last 14 contests between Real and Borussia have produced 43 goals, which I think 3.07, that works out. Average per game?
You work that out.
That is impressive.
7, no, 7, yeah.
Just off the top of your head.
And that completely blank computer screen in front of you, that is some maths.
What about if they win 2-0? That'd be pretty good.
That would be a positive result. I think in the conceptual sense.
Okay, as good as it gets is you lose 1-0.
I mean, if they were also to win 4-1,
Right.
good, you take that as a Borussia Dortmund
Do you
player.
remember when Avram Grant was busy defending a 1-0 defeat against Man United? But that's essentially what Terzic should send them out to do.
Yeah.
Just bring back some dignity.
Nice, respectful dignity. Love some dignity.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
But on the other hand, the trip they have had until the final is so impressive that, I said Real Madrid is the favorite. I do believe so. And in fact, I think that all the players of Real Madrid, despite having won so much, they are still hungry. And that explains why they've been winning trophies endlessly for the last 10 years. But Dortmund had a trip to the Champions League final, which is incredible because they have defeated so many good clubs. I mean, they were in the group of death at the beginning of the tournament to start with.
And this was the point that Mats Hummels, in another of his externations, you would say. How would you say that in English?
He covered a lot of ground. He gets a lot out of his quotes, Mats Hummels. He talks about he's among the top 5 defenders in Germany,
but he had this lovely line, I think a week or 2 ago, where he said, "So many teams wanted to draw us in the Champions League final, so we've stayed in the competition as long as possible to give them all a chance." And it's true. And confidence can be a double-edged sword. So maybe that's something
they'll wield.
And
you want to be careful with a double-edged sword.
Yeah, you do.
Wield with caution.
Also, very quickly, this time there is not a Robert Lewandowski to mark or something like that. What I mean with this is that in the Champions League, I was checking the numbers. They have had 12 different scorers this season. So danger comes from any possible angle, which is a good thing for Dortmund. As I said before, they are very good in the second balls. They have won more duels than anybody else in the Champions League.
Is that right?
So yeah, that's UEFA's.
With that double-edged sword.
With
that
that
double-edged
a few duels against themselves at times. Yeah.
So Real Madrid will also have to be very quick. And as I said, Sancho, Savitzer, Fulkrug, everyone who plays up front can score. None of them are massive stars like they were, like Götze, Royce, Gundogan or Lewandowski were in 2013. But of course, there is some danger in them.
Does everybody want to nominate a score? What do you think the score's going to be, Seb?
3-1, Real Madrid.
Nick?
3-0 Real Madrid.
Ooh.
For sure, Real Madrid.
James?
I said 1-0 Dortmund on TV last night. Only just because, it's point of difference, isn't it? I don't believe it. But at the same time, this European calendar year has been about Atalanta winning their first trophy, Olympiacos winning their first trophy. I know Dortmund obviously won it in '97, but
massive underdogs in that game.
Massive underdogs in that game, and Lars-Ricken and then lobs Peruzzi.
Yeah.
So
just need Courtois to come off his line.
Lars-Ricken just been appointed sporting CEO at Dortmund as well. A little bit of, maybe.
Can he come on?
The candles are just
he has the authority. I don't know whether he's registered. He could. Yes, I'm sure he could make it happen.
Wow. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Saturday evening, then the Champions League final. Woof. Oh, Seb, before you go, thanks for popping in, by the way.
No problem.
Just a quick word on one of the more extraordinary kind of end-of-season games over in Germany, which was the relegation stroke promotion playoff. It was Bochum against Fortuna Düsseldorf, and we left things with the plucky second division side having won 3-0 the first leg away at Bochum. How did the second leg go? Did they wrap things up nicely there, Dylan?
They did not. They lost 3-0 and then lost on penalties, and it was difficult to watch.
The penalties were brutal, so tense.
Yeah, it was also. I'm not a fan of the relegation game. I love the spectacle of it, but I think it's deeply unfair. I think if you're a Bundesliga club that kind of drifts into that 16th place and you let yourself slide into it, you don't deserve 2 chances to get yourself out of trouble. And actually, a little bit more context. So before the tie even started, Bochum's goalkeeper, Manuel Riemann, was excluded from the squad because management did not like the way that he was dealing with the kind of the circumstances around the club and the underperformance and how he was addressing teammates. So Riemann he seemingly went on holiday. And in comes Andy Luther, who is 37 years old and had been playing second division football for Kaiserslautern earlier in the season, had one appearance for Bochum subsequently, which was like an absolute battering by Leipzig. Came in, had a little bit of a shocker in the first leg, difficulties with crosses, played very well in the second, and so they got through. But I don't like it. I don't think it's very meritocratic. I think also Fortuna played ever so well in the last probably 8 weeks of the season, and might have gone up automatically had it gone on for an extra month. And now, by the way, Christos Zolis, who is on loan from Norwich, played brilliantly. Maybe the Zweite Bundesliga player of the season for Norwich fans, who there are none of in this podcast, so that is not that relevant. But I thought I'd bring it anyway.
Yeah. All right, managers. It's a new rock and roll, etc. Among the big managerial move news this week is the fact that Hansi Flick is now confirmed as the new Barcelona manager. Alvaro, reaction in Catalonia?
I think that the reaction has been rather okay. Everyone knows of the qualities of Hansi Flick.
They saw it firsthand when his Bayern smashed Barcelona 8-2, no?
Pretty much, 8-2 in that game with Philippe Coutinho at the time, still a Barcelona player, scoring against Barcelona. But I think the talk has been rather about Xavi and the way he's been dismissed. Apparently, he decided not to get the final year of his contract, the final money they owe him, but he made sure that his staff got paid. They told Xavi that he's not staying. Hansi Flick is definitely a manager with pedigree, a manager that made of Bayern a terrific attacking machine 3 years ago. And he will have to deal with the usual issues that some other managers have to deal with, like, for example, not having any money to sign, things like this. But I'm sure that he's been briefed about that, and I believe that he can be the right man to work with a young, talented squad.
To the new manager, I tell you, you will suffer, said Xavi as he departed. Doing a bit of a Bela Gutmann there.
Yeah, as if Hansi Flick hadn't worked at Bayern. At Bayern, sometimes you've got your own board directors just lobbying against you in the press. So Hansi Flick definitely knows a thing or two about having to tolerate, comments about him from inside.
Right. Okay. Well, let's move on to another club that's busy making a new appointment. Another club with one or two issues about backing the manager, etc., and so on. And it is, of course, Chelsea, who are currently lining up Enzo Maresca to take charge. Enzo Maresca, after just 67 games in management, one full season in English football with, of course, Leicester City. We're joined by the Athletic's Rob Tanner now from Leicester. Rob, can you shed some... First of all, hello, and thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Rob. And secondly, can you shed some light on what qualities it is that Chelsea have seen that have made them think this is the man for us?
Well, from what I've seen in the one season he's been at Leicester, he's absolutely meticulous in his planning. He's devoted to his idea, as he calls it, his philosophy on how he wants his teams to play. He spends hours watching. Well, he watched every Leicester game from the 22-23 season more than once on occasions to learn his play. I know it was a disaster. I wouldn't like to relive that one. And then obviously his preparation for the opposition. I mean, he knew every sort of variation of formation they were going to play. He's absolutely meticulous, and double sessions on the training ground as well. They weren't quite as intense training sessions as they were previously under Brendan Rodgers. Much more tactical, a lot more analysis in the video rooms. He's just completely and utterly devoted to his way of playing. And I think Chelsea have identified that. They've seen it. They saw it themselves in the FA Cup when Leicester went to Stamford Bridge and came from 2 goals behind, gave them a bit of a scare in the Cup. So they could see what he was doing. There's a clear identity about Leicester this season. And I think that's why they're disappointed that They knew that he was going to move on at some stage, that he was going to go on to bigger and better things, but I think they didn't realise it was going to be after just one campaign.
Right. He looks so much like Pep Guardiola these days. When with all the pictures of him, you think, oh, you're Pep. Oh, no, it's not Pep. And similarly, the notion is that given his background working in coaching under Pep at Manchester City, that it's going to be a kind of Man City light that he brings to Stamford Bridge. How accurate is that?
Yeah, he's certainly been influenced by Pep, but I can see differences in some of the things that he does. I mean, Pep does evolve his teams quite well. I think at the moment, because it's so early in his managerial career, Enzo's very wedded to his approach. I mean, one of the accusations that when Leicester had a little blip around February, March time was that he didn't have a plan B when plan A wasn't working. He just was so devoted to plan A. That isn't exactly true, and we did a feature on The Athletic looking at his plan B and how effective that was. It got them an extra 15 points just by shuffling and making a few subtle changes. People see a plan B, certainly at Leicester, as traditionally as sticking a centre-half up front and sticking the ball in the box, when we used to put Steve Walsh and Matty Elliott up front. But those days are long, long gone, and I think Chelsea see a very modern coach, and he will bring a clear identity to Chelsea.
Okay. Rob, is it going to work?
You look at Chelsea and the amount of managers they've had over a number of years, and I spoke to a Chelsea podcast last night, and they were on about how he's going to be a bit of a yes man. Enzo is not a yes man. He will stand up for what he believes in, and he'll certainly challenge the hierarchy above him. It all depends. If they leave him alone and let him get on with it and back him, it might work. If they start interfering and giving him players that he doesn't really want to fit into his system, then that will be a problem, and I can't see it working.
All right.
But so many big managers, big name managers, big reputation managers have gone in and failed at Chelsea. Why not have a go at somebody who's young but enthusiastic and committed to what they want to do? But you've got to support them.
Well, indeed. Rob, thank you so much for joining us for that.
No problem.
And,
Thanks, guys.
Have a lovely summer until we speak to you next.
Cheers. See you soon, guys.
Thanks, Rob. Cheerio.
Bye.
Lovely stuff. James, you wrote a very timely piece about Enzo Maresca, and in which you incorporated his previous managerial stint at Parma and his great love of chess.
Yeah, which, I mean, was interesting to read his thesis for his pro license. But I think Parma, there are so many parallels there. Over-enthusiastic American owners, they come in, they decide they're going to pretty much change everything. They sign dozens of players, many of whom Parma fans hadn't heard a thing about, because they were like, okay, maybe this guy from Romania, he's young, he's top prospect, he'll develop into a really good player. No, it just turned out they overpaid for someone who is still on the books now. Maresca went in and felt that he didn't get the time, the patience, that they didn't sign the players that he wanted. And so he was gone by November, which is that a Wyclef Jean song? I think if he goes there expecting patience, everything we've seen in the patterns of behaviour from this ownership group is that they don't have that. I think Chelsea don't seem to speak as one as a club. You've got Todd Bowley, you've got Bidad Igbali. Are they on the same page? You've got two sporting directors, Winstanley, Stewart, trying to operate, but are they really operating independently and have been delegated full powers so that the guys above them aren't interfering? Yeah, that's been another debating point for Chelsea. So, I think honestly they could appoint Jurgen Klopp, Pep Guardiola, and I think those guys would struggle, considering the way that Chelsea is set up and the flux that they have. I think it goes beyond a manager at Chelsea. I think it's very strange to me that you had this winning culture that was instilled by Roman Abramovich and Bruce Buck, Marina Granovskaya, which it seemed at times seemed kind of chaotic in terms of they would be brutally competitive in like, oh, Carlo Ancelotti, you didn't retain a title, sorry, you're out. But it worked. And the new owners have just basically said, oh, all of that Champions League winning team that we inherited, gone. Champions League winning coach, gone. To the point that they play in blue, they call themselves Chelsea, but they're unrecognisable from what they were before. And I think within that environment, you could look at it as a new coach and thinking, oh, great, I can actually walk into this and build a club around myself. But it hasn't happened. And I think it will take 3 or 4 coaches all experiencing the same problems, all making the same complaints, for the owners to actually sit up and take notice and think, actually, maybe we need to change the way we do things or change the way we operate. And so, I don't think it mattered who they appointed, whether it be Maresca.
Right.
It's
already
also
their 4th or 5th manager.
But I honestly, the thing about Maresca is he makes this big thing about what you can learn from chess when it comes to coaching and sort of being able to read situations and be 2 or 3 moves ahead and all this sort of thing. It's like, well, if you're preparing yourself for Chelsea, then surely you're like, actually, the better thing for my career is not to take this job. The better thing for my career is to actually stay at Leicester or find that middle stage before going to a Chelsea. In the way that Xabi Alonso has quite humbly said, you know what, I've done Real Sociedad B, I'm at Bayer Leverkusen, I could go to Liverpool, could go to Bayern Munich, could go to Real Madrid, but no, the better thing for my development as a coach right now is to stay and have a second full season at Bayer Leverkusen. And so, yeah, I think whatever Maresca's chess teacher has taught him, has led him into what feels like a checkmateable position by just accepting this job.
Crikey, James.
I suppose the theory might be that the old thing about, if you fail at Chelsea, then no one's really going to care. Like, it's not going to, it won't affect your prospects of getting another job because, everyone knows that it's a complete madhouse. And
yeah, I mean, you can get relegated with Burnley and still get
exactly. There you go.
As long as you've
got a whiff of pep about you.
As long as you got a Man City or City Group flavour.
4 of the top big 6 are now managed by ex-City Football Group. Well, people involved in City Football Group. The most tenuous being Postecoglou, who was at Yokohama Mariners.
Right.
But I kind of agree with you to an extent, Nick, particularly when it comes to players, in that if you fail at Chelsea, it's not the end of your career. How many times we've seen De Bruyne go on somewhere else, become the best player in the league, Mo Salah do the same. But for managers, like AVB, at least in this country, is still defined by that experience he had at Chelsea. Big Phil Scolari, sort of wins World Cup with Brazil, takes Portugal to a European Championship final, still, in this country at least, is Big Phil Scolari. You remember he was at Chelsea for however long. Avra. Okay.
Roberto Di Matteo.
Yeah, Di Matteo. And even like Frank Lampard.
Yeah.
Twice. So I don't think it is a free hit where your reputation is intact when you come out of the Chelsea job. So, So yeah, I'm curious to see how it works out.
All right, that's almost the end of this Totally Football show, listener. But there's one more matter to be addressed. I know, crikey! It's the second semi-final in the Inter-Totally Cup. Who is going to be facing Tom Williams in the final? Let's find out. Well, congratulations there to Michael Cox. Commiserations to Jules. Very sporting, I thought. Yeah.
I'm sure there's another podcast with another quiz,
another quiz
that you can try and win. So
yeah, possibly so. But I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the final now. Michael Cox against Tom Williams. I mean, it's for some people perhaps Borussia against Real-esque in its mismatch. Michael Cox, who's won half of all the Inter-Totally Cups so far. Tom, who's won none of them.
Also, there's an Opta quiz, isn't there, tonight, I think?
Oh, is there?
Yeah. Which, Cox, I wonder if they're on the same team or if they're on opposing teams.
Imagine the mind games.
Yeah, exactly.
They're on the same team.
Yeah.
And you've got to wonder on how that's going to impact Tom arriving, if he's not involved, fresh from a week of preparation. Michael quizzed out.
Or maybe sort of quiz fit.
Yeah, quiz fit. Perhaps. I don't know. But on Sunday, in our special post-Champions League final show, we will be hosting, incorporating live the final of the Intertotally.
What do you think will be a bigger event?
Yeah, you're right. It's the Intertotally final show incorporating Champions League final reaction.
I've enjoyed the quiz this year. I've been a step removed from it. I usually write the questions, but I haven't really.
You've written some of the questions.
I've written some of the questions, but Duncan's taken over that mantle.
Does that mean like you're UEFA in this? Usually, you set the rules, you set the questions.
I am Seferin.
I think
you're a Seferin or Giorgio
shadowy
Marchetti.
producer Charlie is very much the Seferin, or more of a
Galliani type.
Yeah. Well, maybe, I don't know. Yeah. But yes. Anyway, that's enough idle chit chat.
I'm that guy who looks like Ranieri who does the draws. Is that?
That's Giorgio Marchetti. Yeah.
Very nice. Thank you, Nick, for all your contributions to the quiz in this and the other editions and in today's Totally Football show. Many thanks to you, Alvaro, as well.
Thank you.
And James Horncastle. We'll hope to be speaking with you guys ahead of the Euros when we do our Euro preview shows. And many thanks as well to Rob and Seb for stopping by, and Rachel and producer Charlie in the booth. And you listener, do join us Sunday for all those excitements. For now, from all of us here, it's goodbye. The Totally Football Show podcast is available 3 times a week, bringing you all the football news you could reasonably be expected to care about. We've got views, we've got stats, we've got analysis, we've got some of the best football writers around, and the whole thing is absolutely free. So have a listen on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or all the usual places by clicking on the link below.
Footballing royalty to my right-hand side. Let's introduce him. Kaka is here at Barnet. Kaka, thank you so much for taking the time out to speak to us on Sky Sports News. Your job today is a confidence coach here with the kids. What can you tell us about what's happening?
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you for having me here. It's a different place for me, to be a coach in this situation. This is a 5v5 tournament, so it's really nice to be here and see all the atmosphere around football. Every time that I can be around this kind of atmosphere, for me it's amazing. So speak with these guys today, inspiring them to follow their dreams. For me it's really, really nice.
And enjoying the UK summer weather conditions as well, of course, here. But how important is it for kids of that age? You think back to your own career, to have opportunities like this and really just to enjoy their football.
Well, in 1994 I had an opportunity like that. I was 12 years old, and for me it was really great experience. So I can say that for those guys will be an amazing experience as well. So you can play, you can see different countries, different players, you can enjoy football. So I think this kind of experience can build your character. Football has a very, very good values. So for these kids, even if they are not becoming a football player, but they're gonna be a better person through these values that football can give us.
And of course it is a warm-up to the big event tomorrow, Borussia Dortmund against Real Madrid. Is it as straightforward as Real Madrid are going to win this again, for the 15th time, or will Dortmund have something to say about that?
Well, final is always a special match. You never know what's going to happen. I can say that because 2005, and of course 2 years later I had the opportunity to win. But Champions League it's amazing. So of course Dortmund, it's a very special team. To be in final, they have a tough road, but they are here. But as a Madrid fan, I would say that Madrid's gonna win another time.
And of course you know Carlo Ancelotti so well. He gets a lot of praise for his man management and that side of his coaching. Can you give us any specific examples around that and just what makes him such a player's favourite?
Well, for me, it's the way that he manages the group. This is I won't say secret, but it's something that he's very special. He's got this ability to manage his players, different players, top players. And it's very, very hard when you have a changing room like Real Madrid's changing room, that everybody wants to play, everybody wants to be special, everybody has your own interest. And Ancelotti, he drives the changing room, the players to the same direction. Everybody can understand that if the team wins, everybody wins. So I think this makes Carlo very special.
What about Vinicius Jr? Talking of special, how good is he?
Oh, he's very, very good. As a Brazilian, so we are very happy that we have a player like Vinícius that doing a very good season. And every year he's got a different challenge, and he's getting over it. So for me, this is make Vinícius very, very special player. So I hope Madrid can win and Vinícius can fight for the best player of the year.
Jude Bellingham has made quite the impact as well. He not shy of confidence, taking Zidane's number. And what have you made of his breakthrough at Madrid, his impact that he's had, and just what level could he reach in the future? As a former Ballon d'Or winner yourself, is that the level we're talking with him?
Jude, he's incredible. He's a very, very good player, and I think the way that he's very young, but he seems very mature on the field. He plays with this elegance, but he's very mature. He seems that he understands the game very well. He's not nervous on the field. He's always be very confident. So I think he will fight as well to be the Ballon d'Or and the best player of the year.
And is it all set up? We talk about another Real Madrid midfielder for Toni Kroos to go out on a high, and what a way that would be to end it at Wembley with another Champions League victory. Unbelievable story, unbelievable player. So Tony, congratulations to him for everything that he's done for football, and also finishes the career like that. He of course he still could play in a high level, but he decided to end his career right now. So for us as football fans, we just still have an opportunity to enjoy his game here in the final, maybe in the Eurocopa, and so let's enjoy Toni Kroos a little bit more. Yeah, well said indeed. And just finally, I guess I talked about Jose Mourinho coming back into football as well with Fenerbahce, possibly. What was it like to play under him? How the type of manager he is? Yeah, I had him 3 years in Madrid, and he's an amazing coach, very good, tough coach. So he always wants to win, and I think this is a very good thing. And so I wish all the best for Mourinho with Fenerbahce as well. Brilliant. You're playing five-a-side later, is that right? You got some Legends game? Yeah, this afternoon we have some Legends game. It's always nice to be on the field playing football with some friends, and will be nice. I hope a few guys can be there and watch us playing. That it's really nice. It's really good. As successful as your last five-a-side appearance in London, was that in Hackney? We all have seen the viral clip of you pinging one into the top corner. The cut it back, that was really nice. That was really good, fun, and went viral. So cut it back, it's very nice. Yeah, there you go. I hope it's as successful. If you're not sure what we're referring to, Google Kaka, cut it back. You'll get a good laugh. Yeah, don't be so greedy today. Maybe pass every now and again. Yeah. Thank you to Kaka ahead of this Champions League final here in Barnet. Rob, football royalty today.
Enzo Maresca is signed by Chelsea on a 5-year deal. What do you make of this? Is he the right man?
Well, it's confirmation from my colleague Sam Wallace of a story that we obviously expected. I think there's going to be a formal announcement tomorrow that Chelsea have appointed Maresca. And as you say, that's the big question, is he the right man? I mean, the new owners of Chelsea, relatively new owners of Chelsea, have gone through 4 or 5 managers already in 2 years. And now they've given Maresca a 5-year contract with an option for another 12 months, which most of us would think, judging by their track record, is wildly optimistic. They've given huge contracts, lengthy contracts to players, and now they're doing that with managers. A 5-year contract with another year is a very long contract to offer a manager. Some people will go back to that 7-year deal that Newcastle gave Alan Pardew, and that didn't quite work out. But we've got to be a little bit more optimistic about it. He seems to fit the profile of exactly what they're looking for. Clearly, Mauricio Pochettino didn't fit that profile. Maybe some people more cynically would say he might be a more malleable prospect than Pochettino. Chelsea will argue that he fits more the style of play that they want, the type of football they want to play. But also there's the Pep Guardiola factor. Everyone is thinking They want a Guardiola-style manager, and I think they're looking at Maresca and thinking, well, he's worked with Guardiola, he's learned from him, he's obviously been at Leicester for a year, he's got them back into the Premier League playing possession-based football. Maybe a little bit of that magic will rub off, and they'll get that effect going forward with a young manager who's got a big future ahead of him. But it must be regarded as a bit of a risk. You know, I don't think it's a name that will excite too many fans, but at the same time, it looks like one that Chelsea have gone for because he fits their profile of what they want to do, and maybe not as abrasive or not as demanding as somebody like Pochettino was, and obviously some of his predecessors, such as Thomas Tuchel.
Yeah, I guess, Riyadh, the key point here is that he's an apprentice of Pep Guardiola, and we've seen what Mikel Arteta has done. We've seen, Vincent Kompany, who obviously was under him as a player. Anyone who's worked with Pep Guardiola they'll be hoping that some of that stardust has rubbed off onto the likes of Maresca.
Absolutely, you kind of go through the game's history, and you do have these managerial figures who they take on this sort of mythical presence, don't they? They're sort of their dogma and their teachings that sort of echoes through the years, and sort of Pep's very much that figure. And again, the other story today of Kompany and Bayern Munich, I suppose, is quite an extreme example of that, on the back of getting relegated with Burnley. I mean, everyone's trying to just sort of feed off that magic a little bit. With Maresca, I'm actually quite surprised by it. He hasn't got a long background in management. Clearly, he's got a long time under Pep's wing, and that would seem to be the sort of decisive factor here. But 5 years, that feels like a gamble. That's a long contract to give to someone who hasn't managed in the Premier League. So he comes in actually having to kind of prove himself in a way, and on a 5-year contract as well. I mean, look, I'm sure many of us haven't made much of a secret of the surprise around getting rid of Pochettino, or a mutual parting of the ways with Pochettino just when he seemed to turn a corner there. And I know Chelsea fans will be excited, or seem to be excited, by Maresca, the way, the kind of football that he plays, that Pep factor. But there's also been a certain amount of disgruntlement and shock about Mauricio Pochettino going. So he has to be able to sort of ride the hangover of that as well. People are going to be looking at it and saying, well, is this an upgrade? Sure, having watched Leicester play last season, I thought, yeah, that's an extremely good team. They've won the championship, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're the right man to go into one of the most combustible clubs in the Premier League, with an ownership team and sporting directors who themselves have thrown up far more questions than answers about their own competencies. So for Maresca to kind of go into that environment, he faces a really tough task now to succeed. And I'd hope he's given time, because as Jason rightly says, he looks like he's got a great future ahead of him, but he's got a hell of a job on.
He certainly has. I mean, Jason, Riyadh called it combustible, Chelsea. I mean, it's a 5-year contract. We know that Chelsea managers don't always see out the length of their contract. They get sacked before that. But is this an indication from the ownership that they're showing some faith? We want you for the long term. Are they at least alluding to the fact that we need to give someone time?
Absolutely. I think it's a very deliberate move by them to make it be public that it's going to be such a long contract. I think you're absolutely right. I think it's them just telling the world, actually, we're just going to reset here. We're just going to try and do things a little bit differently with the coach. And maybe we've gone through too many coaches too quickly. I think in 2 years, he'll be the 5th coach under the Boli regime. And obviously prior to that, with Roman Abramovich, coaches didn't last very long at Chelsea. I can't remember the last time anyone saw out a length of period such as this. But clearly they want to send that message out that this guy is for the long run. This is for the long term. Obviously, everyone will look at it quite cynically and think, well, actually, the reality is if he struggles at the start of next season, he'll be gone as well. But clearly, to be fair to Chelsea, they want to give that message out, and they want to show everyone that they're going to put their faith in this coach, and they're going to try and play this style of football that they want, that they feel perhaps works a little bit more for them with these young players that they've got, and actually maybe sort of reset their own project and take a bit more time about how they're going to do stuff, because they've been in a hurry so far and it hasn't quite worked for them. But I think it's a big gamble, but it's one they've obviously decided that they want to try and create a different environment or create a different message, create a different image of what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, just wondering what kind of squad, because it looks like a strong squad on paper, Riyadh, that Chelsea squad. You stick a goal scorer in there and it looks formidable, especially the way Chelsea finished the Premier League season. But they might have to get rid of one or two. There's Conor Gallagher who's been linked to PSR, kind of looms large in the background. You just wonder whether he can hang on to all that talent in his squad as things stand.
They certainly have to make changes. I find the goalkeeper situation interesting there. I think there have been a few questions about Petrovic this season. Obviously, they signed 2 keepers last summer. So, if we were to try and sort of put Chelsea's issues in sort of microcosm, you almost look at the kind of indecisiveness there. But, they might well go into the market for another keeper. Thiago Silva's finally called time. So, they've got a spot there at centre half. I look up front, and I think Nicholas Jackson actually had his moments. I don't think he's necessarily the clinical scorer that team needs, but I do think they create plenty. So it's not an enormous. It's not a wholesale change that needs to be made there. I think in terms, I think they would benefit from having a more effective striker up front, but. The more fundamental issues about what you do with the players you've got there. Sort of Enzo cost north of 100 million, was incredibly ineffective. I think Caicedo came on quite strong towards the end of last season, in fact very strong, but you need to be able to find a way of pairing those two together. I think in terms of who you mentioned there, Conor Gallagher, getting rid of him I think would be just a colossal mistake from the point of view of his role in the team, because he was, along with Cole Palmer, I would make him Chelsea's best player last season. I think from a PR point of view, if they're trying to win over the fans, it would be an almighty blunder, irrespective of what benefit it does on a PSR calculation, which to date I've never heard anyone in the crowd singing about PSR calculation. So they might want to sort of swerve that misstep, but they've ummed and ahed about that for months now. So it's a thought in their minds, and you hope one they think better of.
But given the PSR situation and also the volatility of the Chelsea ownership, just how punchy a call by Maresca is this, Jason? Because he could have stayed where he was, much as Kieran McKenna has done. The team he's would have come up with would have been in fairly decent shape. He would have had a lot of momentum and a lot of money in the bank, a lot of credit in the bank. He's suddenly making this move. To what extent do you think he would have weighed that up?
I think that's a really good point, and it's been slightly lost in all the stories around, what Chelsea want and if he's the right man for Chelsea and so on and so forth. Are Chelsea the right move for him? And I think, I would tend to agree with you. You've just gained promotion with Leicester City. In your first season as a manager. Kieran McKenna's in his second season, 2.5 seasons in fact, and he's decided to stay with Ipswich Town. He feels that's a better for his development as a coach. He's slightly younger than Maresca, but similar age, similar experience. So it's interesting that Maresca has decided to go for Chelsea. Obviously the stories we had last week were that Chelsea had decided against McKenna. There were then conflicting stories that McKenna had decided against Chelsea, but clearly Chelsea have plumped for Maresca. Maresca has taken a gamble. He's a risk. It's a huge risk in many ways. He could get burnt quite easily at this club. He could be exposed quite easily at this club. And we talk about players and whether or not he can hold on to players. I would ask the question, how much say will he have in those players staying or going? And I doubt he'll have an awful lot of say. I think he probably have a lot of those signings and those sales imposed upon him. I think the situation clearly is that Chelsea want someone to work as a first team coach out on the training pitches, to coach the players he's given and to get on with it, really. Now, the one good thing he's got going for him, he's being allowed to bring in a lot of his own staff, which again is quite interesting. Again, that's going to be an expensive move from Chelsea. But it's a gamble, as you rightly point out. You know, he's a young coach. He's just starting off. We know the volatility at Chelsea, with the demands, expectations at Chelsea. You know, they finished strongly this season. They'll expect a strong start to next season. They'll expect to build on that work. Obviously, most of us were sitting there thinking, right, okay, they're finally getting it right here. Pochettino can build on this next season. Now they're going to have to start all over again with a new coach, a different style of football, and somebody who's completely alien to them. They haven't really had this sort of coach before. So it will be really interesting to see how that works out. But I do agree with you. I think it is a risk for Maresca in terms of what it means for his own career and future. And also it's slightly sad that he's decided to leave Leicester after Leicester gave him the chance. And what was interesting towards the end of last season, there were lots of murmurings about him moving on and perhaps other clubs coming in for him. And it seemed to me that he was quite a restless character and maybe was looking to make the move himself, and that he's jumped to this opportunity.
Yeah, the flip side, Riyadh, I guess, and Jason calls it a gamble, is that this is a guy that backs himself. But what do you also make on the point of, you know, what Jason made about Leicester? It's a shame Ipswich are coming up with a manager with momentum. Leicester are suddenly scrambling around looking for one.
Yeah, I feel for Leicester in this, and I agree with both yourself and Jason as well that it's a gamble on Maresca's part, in the same way that I thought it would have been a gamble for Kieran McKenna to leave Ipswich. You know, it's nothing like taking yourself from a situation in an environment where everyone loves you and has, you know, reason to celebrate what you've done, and then immediately put yourself in a new situation where questions are going to be asked. I don't see Maresca's situation as terribly different to McKenna's at all, actually. Yeah, and again, we're talking about one of the clubs that was in for McKenna, and all of the things that we said about him apply here. You're going into a club that, you know, they want to create an impression of being stable, but they've got to prove that they're stable. I thought it was very interesting what Jason's colleague Sam Wallace wrote last week. Is this a vogue we're seeing towards clubs wanting managers who are that bit more malleable, that bit more controllable, department heads almost, as opposed to managers in that old school conventional sense that we used to speak about? And therefore was Pochettino too abrasive? Was he too sort of convinced by his own ideas and the level of control he wanted in having a club? Maresca's going to have to fit into that system, and he might find when the going gets tough that his options are quite limited.
We've got Jan Åge Fjørtoft outside of Wembley. Jurgen Klinsmann joins us as well. Yeah, he does look cold.
He's denying he's cold, but he's jumping around trying to keep himself hot.
Yeah, Jurgen's just adjusting his air conditioning there. As we look ahead to the game, which of course sees Real Madrid against Borussia Dortmund. We discussed this yesterday. Some interesting quotes ahead of the match from Mats Hummels, of course, being such a big part of Borussia Dortmund getting to the final, was exceptional against PSG. Now, he's reflecting on games, for example, against Stuttgart early on in the season where they lost. He said, I was furious because I was of the opinion that Borussia Dortmund shouldn't play like that against any opponent in the world. I felt insulted in my honour to stand on the pitch in that kit. So submissive, so inferior in footballing terms. He didn't stop there. He said, I gave a lot of suggestions, really, to everyone involved, just to try and play better football again. I went to the coach's office and we talked with the clear opinion that we clearly have to improve in the forward play. It clearly got better after the winter break. That's also down to the co-trainers Nuri Sahin and Sven Bender, who came in. Let's warm Jan off and start with you, Jan. What would you make of these? The timing of these quotes seem completely inopportune.
Well, there are two different timing on it, I think. Timing before the Champions League is bad. But Champions League is one thing, is also the future of Mats Hummels. He is a leader. He tried to position himself in the Dortmund hierarchy. That's what it sounds like. And to be fair to Mats Hummels, yes, the timing not perfect, of course, but still he has some great points there, because there are two different Dortmund teams. There will be a team behind me here on Saturday who will play a Champions League final, and then there is one team who has played in the Bundesliga who have been terrible. You have to tell them that. And he's also saying that I want a team to come to Signal Iduna Park, their home ground, to fear the team. We haven't seen that anyway, so I think he's talking about the improvement of it, but I do think he's very critical to Terzic. indirectly, because yes, they got Sven Bender, Şahin, both Dortmund legends, and this is a critic of the coach, absolutely.
Obviously, Mats had to swallow a lot of stuff this year. You know, he had now to swallow the most bitter pill, not being named into the European Championship roster by Germany, which hurts. It hurts, you know. So now maybe he just felt like he needs to kind of talk a little bit, you know, himself. Off the shoulders. I don't know how to say that the right way, but obviously he took this team into the Champions League final, this huge game against Real Madrid now, and I don't think that for the coaches or for the leaders of Borussia Dortmund it's a big deal that he mentioned that now. Timing a bit wrong, but you want to have leaders that express themselves. You want to have leaders that speak up. He did it now. I think it doesn't matter at all with the game on Saturday night.
Just seems weird that having to bring it up now. I mean,
especially as you're going to have to go to Wembley and defend. You can't expect there to be this attacking, free-flowing, swashbuckling Borussia Dortmund that he wanted because you go up against Real Madrid.
No, it's unnecessary, the timing. I mean, maybe afterwards, win or lose, you could throw something out there and say, well, didn't agree with that during the season. I didn't agree with that. But, you know, there's a big game at the weekend. The interesting thing is you know, Mats Hummels talking about, obviously, the side of the game that's not really his forte in terms of Borussia Dortmund attacking. But whenever we talk and have talked about Borussia Dortmund over the last, you know, certainly 2 or 3 years, but probably even longer, we've always talked about their defending, or lack of, being their biggest Achilles heel. And also, you know, from Mats Hummels' point of view, Mats Hummels had a very good season. Well, he's had a much better season this season. Actually, you know, he's sort of rejuvenated his tail end of his career, because a year ago, 18 months ago, he looked as if he was gone. He looked as if he was absolutely gone. His legs just were not prepared, and for some reason, he's got that sort of second wind again, and he's defended a lot better. They've defended certainly better, hence the reason they're in this final. Maybe not so much in the Bundesliga week in, week out. But it just seems strange that he's criticising the attacking element of the side when all along everybody else has looked at Dortmund and go, the one reason that they threw away the title last year on the final day, the one reason why they've not been able to go with Bayern toe-to-toe for all their success is they've not been strong enough defensively. So, yeah, I don't think the players will bother at all.
Right.
It's just whether Terzic just takes it a little bit prickly or not. I would imagine not before the cup final, but it's just a little unnecessary.
I just think you're going into a Champions League final against Real Madrid of all clubs. Dortmund have been underdogs almost all season long in the Champions League, given the group that they were in with PSG. You need everything to go right. To beat Real Madrid, everything has to go right, not just on the night, but in the build-up as well. And this certainly does not help in any way. And again, you have Mats Hummels, to Craig's point, who's looked good, certainly over the last 6 months in particular, but because you've had to kind of protect Hummels and Schlotterbeck and Süle and their lack of legs in the heart of the Borussia Dortmund defence. So you play a little bit defensive because your centre-backs don't have pace, you can't afford to press as high up the park as maybe you want to. And as a result of Hummels looking better because of that, there's this criticism. The other aspect of this is almost simultaneously Carlo Ancelotti talking about how he's had to adjust his Real Madrid team, and using an example against Shakhtar Donetsk of a few years ago when they dropped off and played defensive, and the success that brought. So you have Hummels critical of being defensive, but Carlo Ancelotti saying sometimes that's exactly what you have to be. So again, just given the two teams, given their fortunes, it just feels so out of place.
I was always of the mindset when you're going into a really big weekend, a big game, be it for whatever, you know, a title, a cup final like this is, you know, a big derby, an internet, whatever it is, as a player, you tend to try and play everything down.
Yes.
You know, you don't go into like Scotland are playing England, or, you know, you go into an FA Cup final and say, we're going to batter them, or we're going to do this, or we haven't done this, or the strikers need to perform, but you don't, to my experience, you don't say anything that's going to put you or your team under even more pressure, which I suppose he won't feel the pressure, but, you know, all eyes now, particularly in the German media, I would imagine, from these comments, are going to look at them. If they get stripped to pieces by this Real Madrid side, and I mean taken apart, and that may or may not happen, I don't know, then these words are going to come back right down his throat very quickly indeed.
Jurgen, it's interesting because Borussia Dortmund, given Bundesliga, of course, finished, May the 18th. Edin Terzic has had a lot of time to prepare for this game. If you're in his shoes, what are you focusing on? Are you running video of Real Madrid? Are you looking for vulnerability in that side? Are you focusing on yourself? How do you kind of mix it up? How do you keep them interested in this 2-week period leading up to kickoff?
Yeah, it's a long 2 weeks for Edin Terzic and Borussia Dortmund to prepare for the game, but I think they will utilize every hour they have, you know, with the players to talk them into some kind of weaker points of Real Madrid, even if there are not many. But they will talk their players. I mean, Edin and his staff will talk the players strong. They will talk them big. They will talk them in a way that they have a lot of confidence going in there and going into this special game with a very high level of aggressiveness and determination and willingness to suffer through the game. And he takes it. He's a very, very positive personality, Edin Terzic. I really enjoyed him over the last couple of years from a distance, obviously. We met a couple of times and had some nice talks. But yeah, he knows it's his chance, it's the club's chance, it's everybody's chance, you know, to make something happen that is extremely, extremely special. And they know they are the underdogs. They know that, you know, but they love that role. You know, Borussia Dortmund loves the role of being the underdog in such a specific moment. So if I think, you know, most of the focus, most of his concentration is really on the mental side of the situation, not necessarily on the kind of the purely tactical side or theoretical side. I think he wants to make them feel good about themselves, strong, determined, and especially confident.
You mentioned that they are underdogs. Of course, the bookies agree with that. You take a look at ESPN bet. Real Madrid, the absolute favourites to lift the trophy. Borussia Dortmund, meanwhile, coming in at 12-5, which leads us quite nicely to everyone's prediction. It's the last show for everyone, actually. Before the Champions League final, everyone is, well, no, that's false. Shaq and Craig are going for Real. Oh, Jurgen, of course, he is going for Borussia Dortmund. And Jan Arge Fjordtoft
putting on defence,
have jumped on the Bundesliga train, saying that Dortmund will win on penalties. You don't really believe that, do you, Jan?
I absolutely believe that. I was last week and he saw Manchester United beat Manchester City, and you tell me that Dortmund are worse than Manchester United going into this final.
Yeah, but Erling Haaland isn't playing for Real Madrid, so we don't have to worry about him not turning up again.
Oh.
Dan, I can't hear you, so I have to keep on talking. I can't hear you, Dan. But I saw the Europa League final, Atalanta being the outsider, winning against Leverkusen. I saw Olympiacos last night beating Fiorentina, being the outsider. So I do think Dortmund got a chance in this game. I was here when I lost 1-0 against Bayern Munich back in 2013, when Robin made that a winner there. But I do still think that Dortmund can have a chance here. They've been excellent in the Champions League. They have done well. They can go out here and enjoy themselves. They are here. If they lose, everybody will say they expect it. I do think that Dortmund got a chance there to take the trophy back to Germany.
Inevitably, comparisons are made to what happened last weekend at Wembley, with City being such hot favourites. I suppose the thing in that scenario, can Real Madrid play as badly as City did?
Yeah, I mean, they could. We've seen them. I mean, they won the La Liga this year at Cantor. But we did see we saw a lot of the games this year, and they were not all spectacular. No. Well, there was a lot of them that were quite pedestrian.
1-0s, you know.
There's a lot of them that are quite pedestrian, and you're looking at ways. So I do agree with Jan, I mean, for sure. I mean, this is not a sort of write-off by any way, shape, or form. The bookies, of course, have it right. But then you look at, you know, when you're looking at this Dortmund side, so how do they cope with this? Vinicius, Rodrigo, Bellingham, you know, this scenario. We've seen them play as a sort of narrow front two. We've seen them play as a wide front two, and then particularly in the Girona game, where Ancelotti changed his tactics and he had both their heels on the touchline. with Bellingham coming through, playing almost as a false nine. You've got all these things to deal with. Do we sit somebody on Toni Kroos because everything goes through him? There's lots of factors that could factor in. I think the one thing for me is and I still believe it at this moment, the most dangerous player on the planet at the moment is Vinícius Jr. And if he gets free rein and plenty of the ball and gets left one-on-one with a lot of these Dortmund, if he gets isolated with this defence, that's a big problem to me. But if they can manage to sort of flood areas that Real Madrid are in and get a lot of bodies around the ball and not allow themselves to be exposed, like Mats Hummels and like one or two others, I do think they have a fighting chance in this match. I'm still going for Real Madrid, but they have a fighting chance. It would not be as big a shock to me as it was Man United beating Manchester City, because Man United are a bad outfit. Dortmund, you don't get to the Champions League final if you're a bad outfit.
Jurgen, go on then. Why are Dortmund going to win it?
I think if they need to survive the first 30 minutes, not conceding a goal. I mean, as I said, with the forward power of Real Madrid there, it's going to be tough. But I believe that if they have the right level of aggressiveness, if they overpower them, with their aggressive play, with their one-against-one situations, getting in their face from the beginning on, making it uncomfortable, making it miserable for Real Madrid. Don't give them any space, any breathing chance. Then if you do that the first 20-25 minutes and it's 0-0, then you will start to actually believe in your mission. You will start to believe that, whoa, you know what? We can do this here. Maybe we have only a chance out of a corner kick or from a free kick or whatever opportunity comes along then in 90 minutes or even 120 minutes. But it depends a lot on the first 10-15 minutes how you take that game. And I think that the characters in that Dortmund side, they are characters, players, they are willed to hurt Real Madrid. I mean that hurting also on a physical level, not just kind of step away from the players or give them 3-4 yards, control the ball, have them turn around. They go at them. They will be physical. There will be lots of fouls and they will kind of try to disturb their rhythm, or not giving them any rhythm at all, not giving Toni Kroos any balls at all, and make it really, make it difficult. And that's why, I think it depends a lot on the first 20 to 30 minutes of the game, how it will end up.
It's fair, isn't it, Shaq?
Yeah, listen, Borussia Dortmund, the one thing going in their favour, and which certainly has been the case for most of the Champions League, they're playing with house money. Nobody, a couple of notable exceptions aside, thinks that Dortmund are going to win this. So they can go and just play.
I love that Jan and Jurgen are a couple of exceptions.
A couple of notable exceptions. Notable. So they can go on and play with a freedom. They can be aggressive. They can take chances. And know that they won't be judged on that, because everybody's expecting Real Madrid to come out victors in this. I think the big difference between Real Madrid and Manchester City, as we saw last year, and you heard Kyle Walker talking about they going into this final without playing under no real pressure, and I wonder if that came back to haunt them. But Real Madrid, as we know and we continue to talk about, that club's history is built around this competition. Real don't go to a Champions League Cup final and play without pressure. There's an expectation around them. Carlo Ancelotti, again, has shown that he can make in-game adjustments according to the opponent, how they may play. I just feel that pound for pound, tool for tool, Real Madrid are the better outfit. They win it.
Take a look at ESPN Bet. Real Madrid, the absolute favourites to lift the trophy. Borussia Dortmund, meanwhile, coming in at 12-5, which leads us quite nicely to everyone's prediction. It's the last show for everyone, actually. Before the Champions League final, everyone is, that's false. Shaq and Craig are going for Real. Jurgen, of course, he is going for Borussia Dortmund. And Jan Argefjortor
sitting on the fence,
have jumped on the Bundesliga train, saying that Dortmund will win on penalties. You don't really believe that, do you, Jan?
I absolutely believe that. I was last weekend here, saw Manchester United beat Manchester City, and you tell me that Dortmund are worse than Manchester United going into this final.
Yeah, but Erling Haaland isn't playing for Real Madrid, so we don't have to worry about him not turning up again.
Oh.
Dan, I can't hear you, so I have to keep on talking. I can't hear you, Dan. But I saw the Europa League final. Atalanta being the outsider, winning against Leverkusen. I saw Olympiacos last night beating Fiorentina, being the outsider. So I do think Dortmund got a chance in this game. I was here when I lost 1-0 against Bayern Munich back in 2013, when Robin made that a winner there. But I do still think that Dortmund can have a chance here. They've been excellent in the Champions League. They have done well. They can go out here and enjoy themselves. They are here. If they lose, everybody will say they expect it. I do think that Dortmund got a chance there to take the trophy back to Germany.
Inevitably, comparisons are made to what happened last weekend at Wembley, with City being such hot favourites. I suppose the thing in that scenario, can Real Madrid play as badly as City did?
Yeah, I mean, they could. We've seen them. I mean, they won the La Liga this year at Cantor. But we did see we saw a lot of the games this year, and they were not all spectacular. No. Well, there was a lot of them that were quite pedestrian.
8-1-0s, you know.
There's a lot of them that are quite pedestrian, and you're looking at ways. So I do agree with Jan, I mean, for sure. I mean, this is not a sort of write-off by any way, shape, or form. The bookies, of course, have it right. But then you look at, when you're looking at this Dortmund side, so how do they cope with this? Vinicius, Rodrigo, Bellingham. This scenario. We've seen them play as a sort of narrow front two. We've seen them play as a wide front two, and then particularly in the Girona game, where Ancelotti changed his tactics and he had both their heels on the touchline, with Bellingham coming through, playing almost as a false nine. You've got all these things to deal with. Do we sit somebody on Toni Kroos because everything goes through him? There's lots of factors that could factor in. I think the one thing for me is. And I still believe it at this moment, the most dangerous player on the planet at the moment is Vinícius Jr. And if he gets free rein and plenty of the ball and gets left one-on-one with a lot of these Dortmund, if he gets isolated with this defence, that's a big problem to me. But if they can manage to sort of flood the areas that Real Madrid are in and get a lot of bodies around the ball and not allow themselves to be exposed like Mats Hummels and like one or two others, I do think they have a fighting chance in this match. I'm still going for Real Madrid, but they have a fighting chance. It would not be as big a shock to me as it was Man United beating Manchester City, because Man United are a bad outfit. Dortmund, you don't get to the Champions League final if you're a bad outfit.
Jurgen, go on then. Why are Dortmund going to win it?
I think they need to survive the first 30 minutes, not conceding a goal. I mean, as I said, with the forward power of Real Madrid there, it's going to be tough. But I believe that if they have the right level of aggressiveness, if they overpower them, with their aggressive play, with their one-against-one situations, getting in their face from the beginning on, making it uncomfortable, making it miserable for Real Madrid. Don't give them any space, any breathing chance. Then if you do that the first 20-25 minutes and it's 0-0, then you will start to actually believe in your mission. You will start to believe that, whoa, you know what? We can do this here. Maybe we have only a chance out of a corner kick or from a free kick or whatever opportunity comes along then in 90 minutes or even 120 minutes. But it depends a lot on the first 10-15 minutes how you take that game. And I think that the characters in that Dortmund side, they are characters, players, they are willed to hurt Real Madrid. I mean that hurting also on a physical level, not just kind of step away from the players or give them 3-4 yards, control the ball, have them turn around. They go at them. They will be physical. There will be lots of fouls and they will kind of try to disturb their rhythm, or not giving them any rhythm at all, not giving Toni Kroos any balls at all, and make it really, make it difficult. And that's why, I think it depends a lot on the first 20 to 30 minutes of the game, how it will end up.
It's fair, isn't it, Shaq?
Yeah, listen, Borussia Dortmund, the one thing going in their favour, and which certainly has been the case for most of the Champions League, they're playing with house money. Nobody, a couple of notable exceptions aside, thinks that Dortmund are going to win this. So they can go and just play.
I love that Jan and Jurgen are a couple of exceptions.
A couple of notable exceptions. Notable. So they can go on and play with a freedom. They can be aggressive. They can take chances, and know that they won't be judged on that, because everybody's expecting Real Madrid to come out victors in this. I think the big difference between Real Madrid and Manchester City, as we saw last year, is, and you heard Kyle Walker talking about they going into this final without playing under no real pressure, and I wonder if that came back to haunt them. But Real Madrid, as we know and we continue to talk about, that club's history is built around this competition. Real don't go to a Champions League Cup final and play without pressure. There's an expectation around them. Carlo Ancelotti, again, has shown that he can make in-game adjustments according to the opponent, how they may play. I just feel that pound for pound, tool for tool, Real Madrid are the better outfit. They win it.
Time now for Back Pages tonight here on Sky Sports News, bringing you a first look at the sports stories in the morning's newspapers. And joining us tonight are the chief football correspondent for The Telegraph, Jason Burt, and we'll also be hearing shortly from chief sports feature writer at the Daily Mail, Riath Al-Samrai. We're going to get straight into the biggest story in town, really, Jason, which is at the back of the Telegraph, which says Enzo Maresca is signed by Chelsea on a 5-year deal. What do you make of this? Is he the right man?
Well, it's confirmation from my colleague Sam Wallace of a story that we obviously expected. I think there's going to be a formal announcement tomorrow that Chelsea have appointed Maresca. And as you say, that's the big question. Is he the right man? I mean, the new owners of Chelsea, relatively new owners of Chelsea, have gone through 4 or 5 managers already in 2 years. And now they've given Maresca a 5-year contract with an option for another 12 months, which most of us would think, judging by their track record, is wildly optimistic. They've given huge contracts, lengthy contracts to players, and now they're doing that with managers. A 5-year contract with another year is a very long contract to offer a manager. Some people will go back to that 7-year deal that Newcastle gave Alan Pardew, and that didn't quite work out. But we've got to be a little bit more optimistic about it. He seems to fit the profile of exactly what they're looking for. Clearly, Mauricio Pochettino didn't fit that profile. Maybe some people more cynically would say he might be a more malleable prospect than Pochettino. Chelsea will argue that he fits more the style of play that they want, the type of football they want to play. But also there's the Pep Guardiola factor. Everyone is thinking they want a Guardiola-style manager. And I think they're looking at Maresca and thinking, well, he's worked with Guardiola. He's learned from him. He's obviously been at Leicester for a year. He's got them back into the Premier League, playing possession-based football. Maybe a little bit of that magic will rub off, and they'll get that effect going forward with a young manager who's got a big future ahead of him. But it must be regarded as a bit of a risk. You know, I don't think it's a name that will excite too many fans. But at the same time, it looks like one that Chelsea have gone for because he fits their profile of what they want to do, and maybe not as abrasive or not as demanding as somebody like Pochettino was, and obviously some of his predecessors, such as Thomas Tuchel.
Yeah, I guess, Riath, the key point here is that he's an apprentice of Pep Guardiola, and we've seen what Mikel Arteta has done. We've seen, Vincent Kompany, who obviously was under him as a player. Anyone who's worked with Pep Guardiola they'll be hoping that some of that stardust has rubbed off onto the likes of Maresca.
Absolutely. You kind of go through the game's history, and you do have these managerial figures who they take on this sort of mythical presence, don't they? They're sort of their dogma and their teachings that sort of echoes through the years, and sort of Pep's very much that figure. And again, the other story today of Kompany and Bayern Munich, I suppose, is quite an extreme example of that, on the back of getting relegated with Burnley. I mean, everyone's trying to just sort of feed off that magic a little bit. With Maresca, I'm actually quite surprised by it. He hasn't got a long background in management. Clearly, he's got a long time under Pep's wing, and that would seem to be sort of decisive factor here. But 5 years, that feels like a gamble. That's a long contract to give to someone who hasn't managed in the Premier League. So he comes in actually having to kind of prove himself in a way, and on a 5-year contract as well. I mean, look, I'm sure many of us haven't made much of a secret of the surprise around getting rid of Pochettino, or a mutual parting of the ways with Pochettino just when he seemed to turn a corner there. And I know Chelsea fans will be excited, or seem to be excited, by Maresca, the way, the kind of football that he plays, that Pep factor. But there's also been a certain amount of disgruntlement and shock about Mauricio Pochettino going. So he has to be able to sort of ride the hangover of that as well. People are going to be looking at it and saying, well, is this an upgrade? Sure, having watched Leicester play last season, I thought, yeah, that's an extremely good team. They've won the championship, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're the right man to go into one of the most combustible clubs in the Premier League, with an ownership team and sporting directors who themselves have thrown up far more questions than answers about their own competencies. So for Maresca to kind of go into that environment, he faces a really tough task now to succeed. And I'd hope he's given time, because as Jason rightly says, he looks like he's got a great future ahead of him, but he's got a hell of a job on.
He certainly has. I mean, Jason, Riyadh called it combustible, Chelsea. I mean, it's a 5-year contract. We know that Chelsea managers don't always see out the length of their contract. They get sacked before that. But is this an indication from the ownership that they're showing some faith? We want you for the long term. Are they at least alluding to the fact that we need to give someone time?
Absolutely. I think it's a very deliberate move by them to make it be public that it's going to be such a long contract. I think you're absolutely right. I think it's them just telling the world, actually, we're just going to reset here. We're just going to try and do things a little bit differently with the coach. And maybe we've gone through too many coaches too quickly. I think in the 2 years, he'll be the 5th coach under the Bali regime. And obviously prior to that, Roman Abramovich, coaches didn't last very long at Chelsea. I can't remember the last time anyone saw out a period such as this, but clearly they want to send that message out that this guy is for the long run, this is for the long term. Obviously, everyone will look at it quite cynically and think, well, actually, the reality is if he struggles at the start of next season, he'll be gone as well. But clearly, to be fair to Chelsea, they want to give that message out, and they want to show everyone that they're going to put their faith in this coach, and they're going to try and play this style of football that they want, that they feel perhaps works a little bit more for them with these young players that they've got, and actually maybe sort of reset their own project and take a bit more time about how they're going to do stuff, because they've been in a hurry so far and it hasn't quite worked for them. But I think it's a big gamble, but it's one they've obviously decided that they want to try and create a different environment, or create a different message, create a different image of what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, just wondering what kind of squad, because it looks like a strong squad on paper, Riyadh, that Chelsea squad. You stick a goal scorer in there and it looks formidable, especially the way Chelsea finished the Premier League season. But they might have to get rid of one or two. There's Conor Gallagher who's been linked to PSR, kind of looms large in the background. You just wonder whether he can hang on to all that talent in his squad as things stand.
And they certainly have to make changes. I find the goalkeeper situation interesting there. I think there have been a few questions about Petrovic this season. Obviously, they signed 2 keepers last summer. So, if we were to try and sort of put Chelsea's issues in sort of microcosm, you almost look at the kind of indecisiveness there. But, they might well go into the market for another keeper. Thiago Silva's finally called time. So they've got a spot there at centre half. I look up front, and I think Nicholas Jackson actually had his moments. I don't think he's necessarily the clinical scorer that team needs, but I do think they create plenty. So it's not an enormous. It's not a wholesale change that needs to be made there. I think in terms, I think they would benefit from having a more effective striker up front, but the more fundamental issues about what you do with the players you've got there. Sort of Enzo cost north of 100 million. was incredibly ineffective. I think Caicedo came on quite strong towards the end of last season, in fact, very strong. But you need to be able to find a way of pairing those two together. I think in terms of who you mentioned there, Conor Gallagher, getting rid of him, I think would be just a colossal mistake from the point of view of his role in the team, because he was, you know, along with Cole Palmer, I would make him Chelsea's best player last season. I think from a PR point of view, if they're trying to win over the fans, it would be an almighty blunder, irrespective of what benefit it does on a PSR calculation, which to date I've never heard anyone in the crowd singing about PSR calculation. So they might want to sort of swerve that misstep, but they've ummed and ahed about that for months now. So it's a thought in their minds, and you hope one they think better of.
But given the PSR situation and also the volatility of the Chelsea ownership, just how punchy a call by Maresca is this, Jason? Because he could have stayed where he was, much as Kieran McKenna has done. The team he's would have come up with would have been in fairly decent shape. He would have had a lot of momentum and a lot of money in the bank, as it were, a lot of credit in the bank. He's suddenly making this move. To what extent do you think he would have weighed that up?
I think that's a really good point, and it's been slightly lost in all the stories around, you know, what Chelsea want and if he's the right man for Chelsea and so on and so forth. Are Chelsea the right move for him? And I think, you know, I would tend to agree with you. You just gained promotion with Leicester City in your first season as a manager. Kieran McKenna's in his second season, 2.5 seasons in fact, and he's decided to stay with Ipswich Town. He feels that's a better for his development as a coach. He's slightly younger than Maresca, but similar age, similar experience. So it's interesting that Maresca has decided to go for Chelsea. Obviously, the stories we had last week were that Chelsea had decided against McKenna. There were then conflicting stories that McKenna had decided against Chelsea. But clearly, Chelsea have plumped for Maresca. Maresca has taken a gamble. You know, he's a risk. It's a huge risk in many ways. He could get burnt quite easily at this club. He could be exposed quite easily at this club. And we talk about players and whether or not he can hold on to players. I would ask the question, how much say will he have in those players staying or going? And I doubt he'll have an awful lot of say. I think he'll probably have a lot of those signings and those sales imposed upon him. I think the situation clearly is that Chelsea want someone to work as a first team coach out on the training pitches, to coach the players he's given and to get on with it, really. Now, the one good thing he's got going for him, he's being allowed to bring in a lot of his own staff, which again is quite interesting. Again, that's going to be an expensive move from Chelsea, but it's a gamble, as you rightly point out. You know, he's a young coach, he's just starting off. We know the volatility at Chelsea, with the demands, expectations at Chelsea. You know, they finished strongly this season. They'll expect a strong start to next season. They'll expect to build on that work. Obviously, most of us were sitting there thinking, right, okay, they're finally getting it right here. Pochettino can build on this next season. Now they're going to have to start all over again with a new coach, a different style of football, and somebody who's completely alien to them. They haven't really had this sort of coach before. So it will be really interesting to see how that works out. But I do agree with you. I think it is a risk for Maresca in terms of what it means for his own career and future. And also it's slightly sad that he decided to leave Leicester after Leicester gave him the chance. And what was interesting towards the end of last season, there's lots of murmurings about him moving on and perhaps other clubs coming in for him. And it seemed to me that he was quite a restless character and maybe was looking to make the move himself, and that he's jumped to this opportunity.
Yeah, the flip side, Riyadh, I guess, and Jason calls it a gamble, is that this is a guy that backs himself. But what do you also make on the point of, you know, what Jason made about Leicester? It's a shame Ipswich are coming up with a manager with momentum. Leicester are suddenly scrambling around looking for one.
Yeah, I feel for Leicester in this, and I agree with both yourself and Jason as well that it's a gamble on Maresca's part, in the same way that I thought it would have been a gamble for Kieran McKenna to leave Ipswich. You know, it's nothing like taking yourself from a situation in an environment where everyone loves you and has, you know, reason to celebrate what you've done, and then immediately put yourself in a new situation where questions are going to be asked. I don't see Maresca's situation as terribly different to McKenna's at all, actually. Yeah, and again, we're talking about one of the clubs that was in for McKenna, and all of the things that we said about him apply apply here. You're going into a club that, they want to create an impression of being stable, but they've got to prove that they're stable. I thought it was very interesting what Jason's colleague Sam Wallace wrote last week. Is this a vogue we're seeing towards clubs wanting managers who are that bit more malleable, that bit more controllable, department heads almost, as opposed to managers in that old school conventional sense that we used to speak about? And therefore was Pochettino too abrasive? Was he too sort of convinced by his own ideas and the level of control he wanted in having a club? Maresca's going to have to fit into that system, and he might find when the going gets tough that his options are quite limited.
Welcome back. You're watching Back Pages tonight. Welcome back to the chief football correspondent for The Telegraph, Jason Burt, and the chief sports feature writer at the Daily Mail, Riaf Al-Samurai. Let's run you through the rest of the Back Pages, starting with The Times, which says French Open hit fans with alcohol ban. Grealish joins England early, and McKenna's £6 million Ipswich deal. The back of the Mail says Grealish mission, and Joffrey Archer raring to go for the World Cup. The Sun says Prem stars will strike. That's in relation to the Club World Cup. Jude is starring at Luton, bizarrely. Mick doing a Sesco shop, and Harry's the king for Rule, and the Telegraph also talking about the players' strike. But we're going to start at the back of the Sun and talk at back of the Mail, and we're going to talk a little bit about Jack Grealish, who's heading back. Grealish's mission, he's heading back early, Jason, because he's pretty keen to make the Euros. He's doing everything he can to say, Gareth, I'm committed to this project.
It's absolutely the right decision by Grealish to do this. I think him and John Stones don't have to report till next week, having played in the FA Cup final. I think Southgate understood the value of giving them some time off, but he's decided, and John Stones has decided, to meet up early. The competition for this England squad is going to be huge for Jack Grealish, and I think he really is on the brink of not making the final cut. I think he's in real danger of losing out in the way. Well, we've seen already what's happened with Marcus Rashford, and he'll be worried man, basically. He's got a lot of players who are in form, who are fighting for those places. You look at Cole Palmer, you look at Anthony Gordon, Bukayo Saka, Phil Foden. There's a lot of traffic ahead of him. Eberechi Eze. I mean, obviously, Grealish has experience of being at tournaments before. He's an older player, but I thought it was quite telling that he didn't get on the pitch for the FA Cup final. Manchester City were 2-0 down at half-time. The £100 million forward stayed on the bench. He was fit. He should have got on if he was sharp and ready to play. So I think he must be quite worried about his place, and I think this is absolutely the right thing for him to do.
Sorry, Jason. I thought you finished there. I just got to throw to Riaf about whether you think that Grealish deserves to actually be on the plane. And I guess the wider question is about whether it sometimes shows that going to a Manchester City with their embarrassment of riches doesn't always work out, because you don't get the minutes, and it's the minutes he's missing.
Well, he certainly missed the minutes at the end of the season. I think he only played sort of the equivalent of about one game across the last 7. It was something like 90 minutes across 10 starts all season. So he didn't get the minutes, but he has had a lot of chances at City, and you shouldn't forget, I thought he was very good last season. He has fallen below that this year. My colleague Jack Gordon was writing yesterday about he had quite I think the term we would use is a frank discussion with Pep Guardiola about his performances, what he needs to do ahead of the cup final. As Jason says, he wasn't used. He wasn't used in those circumstances of the match. That's pretty damning. I really like Jack Grealish. I love the whole Jack the Lad aspect, if you pardon the pun there. But I think he's a free spirit. He's someone who puts a smile on your face, but when you go through those options there, Saka, Foden, Palmer, Eze, Anthony Gordon, I don't see how he makes it into the 26, whenever it was it June the 8th that Southgate names the final squad. I can't see a justification for Grealish on the back of the season he's just had. And I think one of the more troubling things as well is suggestions that he hasn't trained particularly well. When he got left out of I think it was Fulham away towards the end of the season, that was on the back of training. So none of these are particularly positive noises. So as much as I would love to see him in there, I don't see it.
Okay, so no Grealish for Riyadh. Jason, just very quickly, yes or no? You'll put your Gareth Southgate hat on. Does Grealish make it?
I don't think he does make it, actually. As I say, I think there's too many players who are playing better than him who deserve to be in the squad ahead of him.
OK, we're going to move on to the back of the sun. Prem stars will strike. Jason, shattered players are not having a 4-week FIFA tournament. Are they right? Workloads and injuries. We've seen lots, haven't we, this season?
Yeah, I mean, I think this has gone under the radar a little bit, but it's going to be a big thing next season. We've got the expanded Champions League. Obviously, we've got World Cup qualifiers and so on. And now we've got this, for some players, we've got this Club World Cup at the end of the season from the middle of June until the middle of July. I mean, it's absolute madness that they're having such a lengthy tournament in that sort of period of time. I mean, there are some players who may play, for example, the end of the Premier League season, then the Champions League final possibly, then England qualifiers could be in June, we don't know yet. The draw is obviously to be made for the World Cup, and then straight to this Club World Cup. And then they finish the Club World Cup, and then what do? They go straight back into getting ready for the Premier League. So I think something is going to have to give here. I think this is a tournament, the format of this tournament is a step too far. It's clearly a move by FIFA to, again, grab more power in terms of the organisation of football in world football. It's to see off, possibility of Super Leagues coming in later down the line. But these are the footballers are human beings. They're going to break. The only thing I do say is, you look at some of the pre-season tours they do, and obviously the post-season tour with Newcastle and Tottenham, it's a little bit rich for some clubs, and the Premier League itself is talking about congestion, and then they're shoehorning more and more games to make money out of at the front and the end of a season. But actually the principle is absolutely right. This is a step too far. This can't work, this Club World Cup. It's just too much.
Riyadh, I saw you just smile then when Jason made that observation about the pre-season tours and it being a little bit rich. It's having it both ways to some extent. What do you make of this players going on strike?
Look, I've got total sympathy for any player having to be put in that situation. I've got zero sympathy for any of the clubs. They've cut their cloth. They've shown what they're all about for years. Tottenham going off on a pre-season a day after the season finished. I mean, it's a nonsense. But all of that being said, it's 4 weeks for a totally irrelevant competition. No one will ever convince me that it's anything other than that. It took on a bit of grandeur with Guardiola and Manchester City sort of trying to add it to their improbable number of trophies in a season, but it's the Club World Cup and they're talking about 4 weeks in the summer. It's total nonsense.
Total nonsense. We're going to have to leave it there, chaps. Jason and Riyadh, thank you very much.
Special guest on stage. We have got the 2008 Champions League winner, Rio Ferdinand. And joining Rio on stage as well, sorry Rio, but we got 2-time Champions League winner, Steve McManaman. Go on, Macca. And he didn't win the Champions League, but we brought him on for a laugh anyway. Ali McCoy! Yeah! The year, may I add. Hoisty. He knows how to get a crowd going, doesn't he, boys? Rio, we're here. The final trophy right behind us there. You lifted that in 2008, and now we are just 48 hours from the game kicking off. Does it bring back all those memories?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's Macca, Koisi doesn't, but. It is.
Get used to that, Koisi, tonight.
Yeah, it's kind of surreal when you kind of think about what you've done. At the time, you don't realise the size, the magnitude of what you do. But as the years go by, and you travel around Europe, we do this stuff. Great commentating on games, punditry with TNT, and this is the thing that always kind of gets brought up by the fans. I'm sure Macca's the same when we go to Madrid. He can't walk through Madrid without people screaming his name. So this trophy means a lot. It changes your life in a lot of respects. So. I was fortunate to get my hands on it, and someone lucky this weekend will get to do the same thing.
Macca, extra special for you to see your former club in the final here at Wembley as well.
Yeah, they're always in the final, aren't they?
I know.
If it's not Real Madrid, it's Liverpool in recent years, so I've been spoilt. And
you're a show-off.
I know. And, I mean, I'm fortunate enough, I think I've been, since 2010, I've been at every final, been watching it as well. So it's a tournament that's very close to my heart. I was over in Madrid midweek speaking to a lot of the players, and they're so relaxed because the fact that they've won it so many times. You know, speaking to Luka Modric 5 times, Toni Kroos 5 times. You know, this is just like another game for them. But Wembley, I think, is extra special for these people as well. It's always got a place in the heart. A lot of the London-based players who played, Tony Rudiger, Luka Modric, are really looking forward to getting back to Wembley.
Ali, you came close in '93. Do we talk about it?
Yeah, goal away from it against Marseille. It was the first, believe it or not, the first modern-day Champions League. It's when it changed from the European Cup to the Champions League, and we were a goal away from it against Marseille, who eventually went on to win it. But I've done something these two will never do. I've commentated on a game, a European Champions League final, that these two have played in. Ooh. They'll never do the same for me, I'll tell you that right now.
You never know.
No.
Maka, it's interesting that you talk about the players just being so relaxed when you went to meet them this week. And Rio, you interviewed Jude Bellingham, didn't you? And he said he didn't have any nerves for the semi-final.
Yeah, but Jude's like, he's over there somewhere on his own. He's like, what he's doing is kind of wild. Like, I've spoken to a lot of former players who played for Real Madrid, Roberto Carlos, Zidane and those guys, and they don't even remember a player that's come in and had the impact that he's had in the first season. And at his age, no one's done this. Like, he's doing stuff that's not been done before, scoring a ridiculous amount of goals in the Clásicos, etc., but impacting games, impacting the squad, and taking the responsibility that comes with being a Real Madrid player the way he has at that age is just something that we've never seen. So his mindset and his mentality, I think, is we all marvel at. His ability is obvious that we see, but I think it's the mindset and the maturity that he shows that you go, you know what, wow, this is different. And you talk about great midfielders, England, and we've been blessed with some great midfielders. Stevie, Scholesy, Frank, we always talk about these guys, but none of these guys done what Jude's doing now at this age. None of them was doing what Jude is doing here right now, and they'd all say that. So he's a bit different.
Yeah, he is, yeah. And also, what you have to remember, he's won the Supercopa this year already. He's won
La Liga Player of the Year.
Liga, he's won that. They won that three months ago. I mean, it was that easy for them. So they're used to winning things. So the fact that they're here, the fact that they're at Wembley, the fact that it's another cup final, it means absolutely nothing for them. It's just another game to cement their names in the history of Real Madrid. And it's going to be Toni Kroos' last game, as we know, at club level. And you know, this could be his final parting gift again, and this could be his 6th Champions League, which is an incredible feat in itself.
There are so many good stories, aren't there?
What I think is great, what I think is great for someone like Jude, what helps him as well is that he's...
Who are you giving a thumbs up to over there, Maka?
Good Liverpool fan over there.
You dragged them in.
Anyway,
But he works for Everton, so it doesn't count.
Anyway. But Jude, I think one of the other things is what he's gone into a squad. I think Real Madrid have been really, really kind of like bright and intelligent in the way that they've recruited and they've kept players on. They've got so much experience in there. Like for Jude to go in there, if he went in there without the likes of Toni Kroos and without Modric and these guys, I think there may be a different outcome. Does he impact the team and does he kind of get embedded into the team as well as he has done without that experience? The way they kind of cross over now has been really, really well. I think that's been a huge help for him going forward and doing what he's
doing. Do you know what he is, Jules? He's an absolute breath of fresh air. That's what he is. He's come in, it seems the pressure hasn't got to him at all. He's as successful at this moment in time on the pitch as he is off it. I mean, you look at him off it, he's not put a foot wrong. His family look after him and all that kind of stuff. He's got a great thing about him. He's just really, really likeable. He does his talking on the pitch, and on the pitch he has been nothing short of absolutely fantastic this year. But do you know what he's got? He's got a bit of devilment about him as well on the football pitch, which all top players need. The boys will tell you, you've got to have a little bit about you don't get pushed about, and he's certainly got that.
Ali, there's been a lot of Real Madrid chat here. Can we just give a shout out to the Dortmund side of things?
Man.
Look, we've got some Dortmund fans here. They are the underdogs, and the neutral fans will want the underdogs to win this game on Saturday. Can you see anything other than a Real Madrid win? Give them a shot.
I've got to say, Dortmund, both games against Paris, and getting through the group, remember in a tough group, come out on top of the group, the Dortmund lads have been fantastic. They have been nothing short of brilliant. I really enjoyed both games against Paris, particularly the game in Dortmund. I thought it's the first time I'd seen the yellow wall in a long, long time.
So good.
First time I'd seen it in a long, long time. I was very fortunate enough to play there a couple of times. Fantastic stadium. Wonderful stadium to play. But that night against Paris, the support, the home support, guys, was absolutely remarkable. It was brilliant. And the game went their way. There wasn't a lot between the sides over the two games. Fulkrug took his chance first game, lovely ball from Slotterbeck. But what I loved about Dortmund was everything to do with the fan base, the camaraderie, the players were in it, the fans were in it, everybody was in it together.
Oh, they can't win it though.
Are they going to win it though? That was the question.
Well, the question is this. The answer is this, I beg your pardon. I know what the question was. The answer is this.
He always avoids my question.
Of course they can win it. Absolutely they can win it. Real Madrid have won 14 out of 17. They've lost 3. They've got a chance to go 15. So the odds are heavily stacked.
Can Dortmund win it?
They're heavily stacked against Dortmund.
Can they win it?
Of course they can win it. I mean, they're up against it. Real Madrid will be favourites. Real Madrid will be absolutely favourites by any stretch of the imagination. But you've asked me a question, can they win it? Of course they can.
Love that, Ali. Love it. All right, well, let's catch up with Bex now. She's with Crouchy and Joe. Where are you guys?
Thank you very much, Jules. Yes, I'm at the back of Box Park, inside the German Doner Kebab shop, where Borussia Dortmund fans are in the house. Yes, they are. This is looking exciting. Oh, look, the songs are going already. Excellent. Keep it going, boys. Keep it going. It's the subs bench at the minute, I'm not going to lie. Joe Cole and Peter Crouch are hoping to be promoted a little bit later on. Crouch, you want to make more of an impact tonight than what you did in 2007, don't you, mate?
Oh, that's hard. Now look at me.
I know. Look at him now. We've got him working in the Doner Kebab shop. Lucy Ward is also here alongside me. Lucy, you're going to be a head judge tonight. Who do you anticipate making the better Doner Kebab? Are you going to go with the reach of Crouchy or the nimbleness of Joe Cole?
Do you know what? I'm not sure, but as a second career, I don't think this is the right choice for either of them either.
You're not saying you enjoy the...
Nimbleness?
Yeah.
Why do you need to be nimble to make a kebab?
You can whip around straight out the desk.
Okay, well, we have got a queue.
I know, so you've got to get going on those kebab boys. Get making them. But Lucy, this is exciting, isn't it?
It is.
A couple of days, the Champions League final.
They have no idea what they're doing. Look, you can't even hold the microphone as well as the kebabs. But this is
what
they look
to make sure that they get the spicy sauce, the yogurt, the garlic. So my customers, they can have whatever Number 29 as well there, take away
29, go grab it, number 29. 29 is up, yes, look at that, he's absolutely delighted. I thought we'd be a bit pastier on this, if I'm being totally honest. Thought we'd be a bit pastier.
Right.
Come on, keep it going, boys.
Oh, we're still going, all right.
Yeah, come on, all right, let's go. Pick up these kebabs, let's go.
Doner kebabs, anyone? No problem.
Lucy, a couple of days to the Champions League final. This is what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The atmosphere in here is incredible, and who knows what will happen. But certainly, kebabs are certainly on the menu.
That traditional German food, the doner kebab that everybody loves.
Here we go.
Crouchy, what's happened?
Throw it in the bin. It's all right.
Kebabs,
He's had his fingers all over it.
Just in case you get...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's one.
Just in case you're sick.
There you go, son.
All right, I think... I mean, we're in desperate measures over here, Jules, but I'm not sure they've got a second career in this.
Oh, ketchup.
They're desperate. He's given a ketchup and that's it.
Spicy stuff.
All right, boys, come in, boys. You've run out of ingredients here. Yeah. Champions League final in 2 days' time. Hopefully, you'll be promoting yourselves to more of the pitch sides rather than behind here. But look, what are you thinking about this game?
Well, can't wait for this game, Bex. Really can't. I know there's a few Madrid fans in here, but I fancy Dortmund. I don't know why.
Ooh,
I've got a funny feeling.
Yeah.
I do.
I don't know. The Real Madrid just have that. They have something about it in this competition. You just can't see past them. But it's great to have it at Wembley. Yeah,
Does it?
Yeah.
You're so casual about this, crowd.
Oh, no, I'm excited, but, it's still early days.
We've got a day to go. You've got to pace yourself. But look, Dortmund fans, Joe's in the house. He's on your team. What do you think? Hey! What's your reaction to Crouchy's Real Madrid shout?
You've got Real Madrid shirts on at the back.
Infiltrate.
Hello, Madrid.
Don't be giving all their secrets away. But yeah, Jules, we are so looking forward to this. One more cheer, guys. Hey! German doner kebabs, they're on us. Ali, what do you make of the boys serving kebabs?
I tell you the first thing I've got to say. I thought we Joe could have got that microphone a bit higher in front of his face. No.
Also, the last time I checked, kebabs were saved for the end of the night, Macca.
No, I thought so, yeah. I'm the same, German doner kebabs.
Yeah.
Not wrong with a Frankfurter, is there, you thought?
Look, we already got Ali's favourite moment so far in the Champions League, which was seeing the yellow wall in person. Macca, what was your favourite moment leading up to this final?
Well, I was present with Rio I mean, normally it's a Real Madrid comeback, and it was this time around. I think the last round against Bayern Munich, Joselu's 2 goals in quick succession right at the end of the game. I thought
This was crazy, wasn't it?
Anybody who was in the stadium, I mean, if anybody's visited the stadium recently when the roof has been able to close, it's such an atmosphere now, and it was hostile, it was aggressive, it was noisy, it was hot, and Real Madrid going behind, you almost want them to go behind because they up the tempo and it just becomes an incredible spectacle of a game. And of course this was one of the latter games, so that sits firmly in your mind. But you know, we were present at the Manchester City comeback, the Chelsea comeback, the Real Madrid comeback in that epic year they had, and this is another one of them. And Joselu, with the story that he's had and his background and his love of Real Madrid, I just thought it was an endearing story which makes you love football even more.
And Rio, you were pitch side, and Rudiger came over and basically celebrated right in front of you, didn't he?
With me.
With you.
He ran to you, didn't he, Rio?
No, we had a little celebration set up, but then I see this linesman put his flag up, man. It ruined the whole thing. We had a dance and everything done, but it didn't happen. And he went on, he was like a bit deflated. And then obviously VAR comes in and VAR worked for them. But no, it was crazy. That was just like a mad moment. We went down and we was moaning we had to miss some of the game to get down there because we was up in the gantry with Ali doing the commentary. So it takes about 7 or 8 minutes to get down there. So I've missed half or some of the game. And then when that happened, it was just like, it was crazy. So that was my favourite.
I'll tell you what
moment.
I would say, Rio, he has been magnificent this year, Antonio Rudiger.
Oh, unreal.
With David Alaba going out, with Thibaut Courtois going out, with Eder Militao getting injured at the first game of the season against Athletic Club. He's played with 4 or 5 different centre defenders, and he's had a bit of stick against them over the last couple of years when he joined Madrid and for Germany. But he has been one of the outstanding players this year in a Real Madrid shirt. He really has.
Without doubt. He'll relish the challenge with big Nicholas Füllkrug. He's one of these. It's a little bit different, but it reminds me of a centre defender, and you'll know better than any, Rio. He enjoys marking somebody. He enjoys having a job to do, right? That's my man, I'm marking him. I know what I've got to do. And he'll look forward to the task on Saturday.
From a player's point of view, tell me, Rio, what was it like building up to a final when you're just a couple of days before the big day? What's it like as a player?
Yeah, I think it's hard. If you've never been there before, it is difficult. You need experience around you. That's where Luka Modric and the likes of Toni Kroos come in, because they've been there, seen it and done it. They're 5 times winners. But you can get carried away, you can get caught up, and I was one of those, I had to kind of shut out the noise. I stopped reading papers the week of the final, stopped listening to the radio. Obviously now with social media, you've got to turn that off, I think. And it's difficult because we're all used to picking up our phones and going straight onto all these social media platforms, but that brings more pressure, because you just think that there's millions and millions of people around the world going to watch this game, and that is just more, it just builds and builds and builds. So I try to take the game down, and I think it's a hard thing to do. And we were talking before, I think there's some players that can bounce into a game like it's anything and be like calm and smiling, having a laugh. And then there's some people, I mean, Kobbie was one of those. He would be very serious, wouldn't even kick the ball in a changing room.
I can't imagine
it was
that.
mad. But everyone's very different. But for me, I found it, if you let the occasion get to you, there's what's the saying, that don't play the game, not the occasion.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way to say it.
Maka, as a player, I can imagine what you're like building up to a final, but can we just compare the two teams? How would this current Real Madrid team beat your Real Madrid team?
No.
Maybe the previous one with Cristiano and Karim and Gareth Bale, maybe, but this one I think is in a transitional period, weirdly enough. You know, of course, Jude came in, but last year, Karim Benzema left, Asensio left, Eden Hazard left. So they brought Jude in and a number of other players, but the other players they brought in were really cover players, with all respect to them. Brahim, Joselu, Fran Garcia. You know, they were players that were always going to be on the periphery of the team. Jude was their #1 signing, and I think they were looking forward to this year to be them, as in next year's season, when Kylian comes, when they're going to explode. So I think it's come earlier. So that's why I would say yes. And the team I jumped into, they'd won it in '98, so they were vastly experienced. So to go again and win it in 2000 and then win it in 2002, it was easy for them. They were as relaxed and, as Rio mentioned before, confident as you like beforehand. The night before, having massages at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, having a couple of beers, having a glass of wine. I was amazed coming from England, because we were very strict. But they were like, no, you can't have a cup of coffee, it fills you up, let's have a beer.
Well, the Liverpool team were very strict.
Well, strictish. So, you know, anybody saying to me, do you want a beer before a game? I'm in straight away. So it was really eye-opening for me. So relaxed, playing music at 2 in the morning in the hotel the night before the game.
I think it's amazing. It's brilliant, obviously, to discuss different teams and different eras. and it's a conversation that nobody's effectively right or wrong. However, I take the point. I think Steve makes a great point. I think this is the early days in this particular Real Madrid side. I genuinely really do. And you played in a fantastic, and there's been some wonderful Real Madrid sides in the future. And this one at the moment might go on to be another unbelievable side.
I think it will.
I think there's every chance it will be. But I would still take Steve's team to win.
Steve, you look at Jude going in, young English player going into this dressing room with all those big experienced players, and they've won a lot of stuff, yeah? That's quite intimidating when you're looking on the outside. You walked into a change room, like you say, with experience and some great Galactico players. What was that like when you walked in there with the Zidans, with the Figas, with the Ronaldos, etc.?
Well, to be honest, they came after me, but I still went into a dressing room where they just won the Champions League.
Yeah.
You know, the year before, Raúl, Roberto Carlos, Fernando Hierro. So big names, big characters. And when I went in, of course, I didn't speak Spanish. So you sort of just gravitate to anybody who can help you out and speak English and get by there. Whereas I think now, of course, many years on, there's translators galore. People help you find houses. People help you pay, I don't know, the bills. People help you do this. And many, many more people in Madrid speak Spanish, of course. But as you said before, Rio, he's got Toni Kroos speaks perfect English. He's got the manager speaks perfect English. Luka Modric speaks perfect English. There's a lot of people in there now that say, all right, that's enough. And if you speak to the elder statesmen, that's what they consider themselves. Nacho, Lucas Vazquez, Luka, Toni Kroos. They're now the bosses of Vini Jr, Rodrigo, Jude Bellingham, Fede Valverde, Camavinga, Tchouaméni. So there's a pecking order, and nobody steps out of line. No matter how big an ego you've got, how big a star you have, the bosses are the elder statesmen. And
the one thing I've got to ask you, Mark, and it's an interesting question, I've got to ask it. Will that change when Mbappe comes to town?
I think it could do, because he is, as everybody knows, he's arguably the heir to Cristiano and Messi's throne, isn't he? But he has to show it on the pitch. He can't be walking around like he did against Barcelona and against Borussia Dortmund. If he doesn't try, he could be out, because Hendrick's coming in as well. And he's the potential new Brazilian superstar on the map. So it's going to be intriguing to watch the next couple of years.
Yeah, there is plenty more to come from these guys. And as well as chatting to the guys in the audience, we want to hear from you at home. How many of this current Dortmund side will get into the Real Madrid team at football on TNT? That is where you can chat to us here at Box Park. It is time for a break. But after that, we're going to be doing a very special edition of What I Wore with Kenny All-Stars. Welcome back to Box Park, Wembley, where the fans in here are in good voice. I've even seen Villa fans in here. There's Liverpool fans. This place is packed out, and we're just a couple days away now from the Champions League final. But surprise, surprise, our TNT Sports lot have left me for the Barbecks.
I have to say, it's where we feel most comfortable. Ali Bakoist is behind the bar, of course he is. So what are we going for? Are you getting us a Spanish sangria, or are we going for a German beer, Ali?
I'm keeping it neutral. I'm going for the Staropramen. What? Staropramen. Now, I've got it from me, Marky. I've done my homework. It's a wonderfully brewed beer from Prague.
Okay, right. Yeah, let's get it going. Come on.
A good German beer, then, is it? Yeah, from Prague.
Oh, the pressure is on. Look, if Maka used to drink before a game, he's sure Zach gonna have a couple now. But guys, Lucy, Maka, Rio, we haven't actually spoken about the battle between the managers here. What an opportunity for the Dortmund manager. Heading to tomorrow night.
Yeah, huge.
Oh, look at the head on that!
I'm sorry to interrupt,
wow.
but...
It's all right, Maka will still drink it, I'm sure.
Yeah. Here's one I prepared earlier.
Hey! There we go. But Rio, opportunity for the Dortmund manager tomorrow night up against the Don.
He's Don Carlo. Obviously, he's done it all. He's been a huge influence on these, especially these young players. I think he gets the best out of individuals. I think we're in an era where systems override individuals, but Carlo's kind of played it back old school. He wants individuals to decide the games, and I love seeing that, and that's why I really love this Real Madrid team. He relies on the Viníciuses, he relies on the Toni Kroos, on the Jude Bellinghams, etc., and Rodrigo's to win the game for him rather than just a system doing that. But listen, the Dortmund manager has a fantastic opportunity. I actually went to train at West Ham a few years ago, and Slaven Bilic was the manager. He was one of the coaches, and he struck me. He stood out then as someone who is a student of the game. He's got an opportunity to go. I didn't know he'd go this quick and this far, but I'm not surprised he's doing what he's doing.
Lucy, Jadon Sancho is going to be back in the game as well tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously didn't suit him at Man United, the environment, but he obviously feels at home at Dortmund, and you can see it. He's relaxed, he's happy. They don't play well, young footballers don't play well if they're not happy, and he obviously is happy now, so it's great to see him doing that.
Lucy, what you have to remember is Manchester United, nobody's happy at Manchester United. So
from Rio.
Jadon Sancho being unhappy is not a surprise, really.
Can we go to a break quickly? We can sort this out.
I know, right? We've got to break this up. But Dortmund, they must see this. All right, it's what, their third final, but...
Yes, they were last year at Wembley, weren't they? Again, so...
Against the Jurgen Klopp's Bayern Munich.
Against Bayern Munich. But you would say that, you know, this is probably Real Madrid. Last year, I thought Manchester City were big favourites against Inter Milan. It's probably, Real Madrid are probably bigger favourites. So what a game to win if Borussia Dortmund can turn them around. 5th in the Bundesliga, the record they've had this year. They've had a disappointing season for Borussia Dortmund, where Madrid are riding high, beating everybody, have lost only once in the league, haven't lost in the Champions League, so the stakes are high for them.
Ali,
the pressure's on Real Madrid. Can they handle it?
And Ali thinks Borussia Dortmund
can win.
He's sitting up in that stage 2 minutes ago and he's telling me Dortmund have no chance.
I think they've got no chance. I'm just pissed. I'm just shouting the case for them, that's all.
Right, Ali, I can see that there's 1, 2, 3 beers, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us, so... I know, right? Thank you very much.
I want my beer poured by a pro. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm a bit snobby like that.
I'm still waiting for the flake in my drink.
All right, just very, very quickly. This is going to be a close game, though, right? This is a Champions League final.
Yeah, I think by 2 goals, Real Madrid win it.
Okay.
First goal's so important, isn't it? I mean, if Dortmund get it a little bit different, but Real Madrid love to come back and love to do something exciting.
I'm with Rio. I think Madrid will win comfortably by 2.
All right, those are our predictions, Jules.
I'll tell you what, we've just seen Ali McCoist pulling pints there. You two making kebabs. You can surely pull a better pint than McCoist.
Oh, without doubt. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, carving kebabs is pretty bad.
Right, you two are joining me on stage now because you both played in a Champions League final. You both lost, though, which isn't great.
Thank you, JB.
Yeah. But what was it like for you, Joe?
It's an incredible experience. I mean, but it is just another game. So for me, it's always a sour
close as you got to the trophy, Joe.
Yeah. It's always a sour taste because it was just the one that got away for me. Between 2003 and 2010, I think I played 4 semi-finals and a final. And I just think it just wasn't written in the stars. But
what would have happened, Joe, had you not been taken off for Anelka? Would you have scored this 10?
I would have actually gone the other way. But
would you?
Yeah, that's my way.
Genuinely.
I'm not saying you would have won it. Well, we wouldn't have lost it like that, yeah. No, it was discussed. I mean, we had some fantastic penalty takers. You know, Frank Lampard, Ballack, Drogba. Anelka was a striker, and I would have been number 6 in that position. I'd never taken a penalty up into my career before that day, so to take your first one in the Champions League final, penalty shootout would have been a bit much. So there was when you come off the pitch, when the penalty shootout's looming, and you've never taken a penalty, there was a sense of almost relief. It was Nico's responsibility, but obviously I would have taken it and probably scored.
Crouchy, is it a similar story for you, a question of what if, because you only played how many minutes in your final?
12 glorious minutes.
12 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Now, do you know what? I'd played in pretty much every game up to the final, and if I could have my time again and go back and play one game, it would be the final in Athens, because I just felt like I was playing well, I'd scoring goals, and obviously I was sitting there in a team meeting before the game, and Rafa read the team out and he was like, "You're not in it." And
did you ever get told why?
No, Rafa had that way about him where he would just put a squad on the board, and sometimes, you know, Xabi Alonso wouldn't be in it, or Steven Gerrard be rested, and you wouldn't understand why. He'd never tell you why. And yeah, I was obviously really frustrated to miss out on the biggest occasion of my life, really.
Would have won it if you started, Crouchy.
Well, you know, listen, I felt it was a Milan team that wasn't quite as good as the Milan team that got beat in Istanbul in 2005. I felt they were there for the taking. I felt, even if he didn't play me, if he played Robbie Fowler or Craig Bellamy, it felt like we could have gone at them and maybe got a result.
So speaking of managers then, Joe, you know Carlo Ancelotti, you know the Real Madrid manager. What's he like?
What a man, Don Carlo. He's just he's an absolute genius at a game.
Is the eyebrow as intimidating in real life?
No, I mean, he only ever had to shout at us once in the whole season, and it was. I mean, the first night we had like a team bonding meal in a restaurant, Italian restaurant in London, and I was actually late. So you get to the restaurant late, and there's one seat next to the new manager, and I walked up, no, this is going to be
They left
hard.
that seat for you?
No, and I thought, first of all, I'm in trouble for being late, and I've got to sit with the manager for 2-3 hours. But as soon as I got down, he just got the limoncello out, and we started doing shots. and we had a great night. And then like the lads used to call me the son of, because you know, he didn't tell me off for being late. And he's just a great man. He's just a great man manager, and I'm not surprised he's had the success he's had.
You know, I played a charity game at Old Trafford, and I always remember Sir Alex Ferguson was a manager of one team, and Carlo Ancelotti was manager of the other team. And I remember I just hung around long enough after dinner for the two men just to be sitting there on their own. And they were chatting about old times. And I remember going over there and just listening to those two managers' stories, and it was unbelievable. It really was.
That's amazing. So you've downed limoncello shots for Carlo Ancelotti. Can you beat that, Crouchy?
No, I wasn't down in shots. I had a nice coffee, but listen, to be in the presence of that greatness was fantastic.
That is very impressive. Right, let's get to Kenny and the boys, because we've got a very special edition of What I Wore.
Yes, we are here with a brand new, glowed up and fresh version of What I Wore. And we are flipping the script and doing things differently. We are putting the rivalries to the side for a hot second. And we are going to talk classic jerseys. Now, what we want to do is pick out our favourite shirts on the lineup, guys, yeah? I'm going to kick it off. Well, of course, Ali, of course you're going to go to the Ravens.
Sorry, Kenny.
We've got to wait for that, Ali.
Sorry, mate.
Just relax. Jump in the gun.
You know what I've got to do? Is there any Dortmund fans in the house? Make some noise! I've got to go with the classic 97 Dortmund. If it's got a collar, it's a W for me. I don't know about you guys, but it's a classic. I've got to bring you in, Ali. Yep. Paul Lambert, the first Brit to win a Champions League. And of course, the first Brit that I've ever seen in a game of football to have Zidane in his pocket. Does he talk about that every 5 minutes?
Amazing. 1997, never get it. 3-1. I think Carl Hayes-Reeder got a couple.
Really, yeah.
And Ricken got another goal. Lars Ricken got one. But his performance that night was absolutely fantastic. You're right. Zidane, one of the greatest players to walk this planet, by the way. I mean, that good. Definitely that good. I'm not going to say Paul had him in his pocket, but he played heck of a well.
Yeah, no, it was incredible. Maka,
yes, mate.
Saying that there's a couple Real Madrid classic shirts here. Is there anything that kind of comes at you?
Well, the Zizou one, of course, is the one you speak about because of his goal, and of course, there's no sponsorship on. That was the 100th year anniversary of Real Madrid, of course, and that was when Zidane really lit his name up in lights because. Not a lot of people know when he joined the club, he actually struggled in the first couple of months to really settle in. He played in a number of positions trying to find this magic role for him in midfield, on the left, on the right, as a number 10, as an 8. He played everywhere, but he really came to life in the cup final against Bayer Leverkusen with that incredible volley, yes.
And quickly, Maka, you played with some OGs in the game. We're talking the likes of R9, Roberto Carlos. Wow, what was it like being in that kind of dressing room?
You know what, it was just like being in every dressing room. There was some funny lads, there was some crazy lads, there was some quiet lads, there was some shy people. The fact that they were superstars, we judge them as superstars because we're English or we're from the UK looking at them. But they were in awe of a lot of the English players and a lot of the lads who played in the UK. So there was a mutual love for each other. But yes, some wonderful players in that side. And of course, there's Nicolas Anelka there who played in this country as well.
Rio, of course, he played in 3 finals. And I must say, Manchester United have had some really good kits over the years. Is there any Manchester United kit that you would probably wear on a night out after maybe a Champions League win? Anything that you can
I'd
style?
wear that. I'd wear that. Yeah. That would drop nice. As you said, the collar's nice.
You've got to have a collar, surely.
Yeah, 100%. But for me, in terms of style, in the summer, I would rock this. This was iconic, man.
Yeah, it was.
This was an iconic kit. Papan, John Papan.
Are you sure you want to hold that next to...
Sorry, Ali. Sorry, Ali. Ali's just puked in his mouth.
Ali, you don't have
I've got to be brutally honest. I'm not sure I'd wear it myself on a night out. But, it's a lovely kit. You think of that team, some great players.
Yeah. Basil
Bolly, Marcus Desailly, Deschamps. Alan Boxic, Rudy Vola, Abili Pelli. Great team. Great team.
All right, shall we look at kits that maybe we saw in the Champions League final that you didn't participate in? Maka, look at this one, Istanbul 2005. That's a good one, right?
Yeah, I've got a lot of memories. I went to that game, of course. Crouchy was speaking about 207 in Athens. I went to that game, so I mean, that was the iconic game where Liverpool came back from, you know, that, and it was an incredible team. Crouchy was right. The 207 team was nowhere near as good as the 205 team, the Milan side. But that was an iconic game because you don't come back against Kaká and against that defence that AC Milan team had and win the game. And they all played the part in the second half.
I'm telling you, Mark, I'll be brutally honest with you. I was at that game myself, and to this day, I still can't believe Liverpool won it. It was amazing. One of the greatest games I've been in maybe ever.
I never watched it.
Oh, my days. Okay, let's go in with something I like to call what I wish I hadn't won. Okay?
I wish I hadn't won.
So, we're going to put out some questionable fashion. Look at Ali rubbing his head.
I'm under right pressure here, by the way.
Fashion traces will appear. And let's kick it off with Rio. Now, Rio, boot cuts are back in fashion. So was this an early call?
I just so you know, I wasn't wearing boot cuts there. Look at me.
What?
I'm wearing the same type of trousers fit that I got on now. I just was ahead of my time.
Yeah.
I don't know, Rio, man. The jeans double up as a mop.
No. And the braids were before people were wearing braids. Beck started having them after. Everyone started having them.
Everybody copied Rio.
Yeah, you know
Rio,
what I mean?
trendsetter, trailblazer.
I think Scholes' jumper saved you.
Yeah, I think so. Wazza's gear was horrendous. Wazza's was the worst I've seen there. We put it back up. We just look at Wazza's gear again. It's a disgrace.
Rio, I don't want to offend no one. Let's go. Macca.
Yes.
Let's look at Macca. What's
White suit, I bet you.
Tie up the QE2 with a knot in that tie.
That's quality.
He had to wear some yesterday. That's not bad, though, mate.
Oh, my days. That's quality stuff. All right, listen, we've got to go back to you, Jules. Thank you. What I wore coming soon. Let's go.
Kenny, that was absolutely amazing. I think we should ask the audience, who had the worst clobber there? Who was the worst? Was it Rio, Ali, or was it Macca with the suit? It's got to be Macca, surely.
Hold on. There's a lot of Rio there. There's a lot of Rio. Someone's thrown Joe Cole in.
This is actually what he chose to wear. Oh, amazing. Lucy, we're just talking about things you wish you hadn't worn there. Back in your day, I'm not going to give away your age, but back in your day when you were playing, Lucy, there wasn't a lot of funding in women's football, was there? So the kits were not very well fitted.
Listen, we relied on the hand-me-downs from the men's team, so I'd be wearing like an extra large. It's like wearing a double duvet cover and trying to run, and that's why I was quite slow. I thought I was quite quick until I started trying to run. So, like, look, somebody's ironed on that sponsor at the front just because we wouldn't have had a sponsor. But, like, I just consider myself a pioneer, and I sort of led my, you know, I had to play in things like that, so the girls now can get paid to play. I suppose that's how it is. I wish I was like playing now. That would be absolutely fantastic.
Do you know what? I'm really glad I've still got a couple of days. Yes, well done, Lucy. Well done.
See, you two have not had a round of applause.
No.
Joe, you didn't have a round of applause.
We've said nothing of note yet.
I'm glad I've got a couple of days to change my suit for the final on Saturday, because I'm basically wearing what Macca was wearing there. Joe, I could have pulled out loads of hilarious photos of you in some bad clothes.
They scoured the internet and they couldn't find me once in any bad clothes.
Whilst we were scouring the internet for bad Joe clothes, we found this, and it was probably my favourite moment of the season. So let's just have a listen to Joe Cole trying to speak French.
Parlez-vous anglais?
Translate.
Français plutôt. Je suis très heureux d'être ici maintenant. J'aime les ski. J'aime l'osc. Gagner ce soir?
Oui, gagner ce soir.
Pas de problème, pas de problème.
Ok, parfait. Merci beaucoup, Joe. Merci beaucoup.
Shampoo.
Oh, Coley. Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So mange too, Rodney, mange too.
Yeah. We said it on the day, but it was prime Derek Troy. They put that on me. They said to me, the fans want to see you, and they want to speak to you. Can you speak in French? And I was like, well,
sounds all right, that, Joe.
Yeah. Well,
apart from
is there any French speakers in here tonight?
Anyone speak?
Well, it was great then.
It's perfect, fluent.
Perfect, fluent.
Crouchy, we know that you played with Joselu in your time at Stoke, and obviously he's now at Real Madrid and scored those amazing goals we've already seen tonight. Did he teach you any Spanish? You going to give us any?
No, unfortunately, no. I taught him all I know in English. One thing I have to say, I think Macca touched on it. Like, Joselu he loved Real Madrid. Like, he was a fan. So when I saw him score those 2 goals and the performance he's done now, I've been so pleased for him because he genuinely loves the club. He would have gone to the game with his dad anyway. So when I see him scoring the 2 goals that get them into the Champions League final, it gave me goosebumps. It's like what football's about.
Yeah.
You know, being a fan, and then somehow he's gone from Stoke to Real Madrid, and now he's scoring goals in the Champions League. So I'm really pleased for him. He's a great lad as well.
It's always so good seeing fans' journeys to get to the final because they support their teams through thick and thin. And we have got those 2 guys here with us at Box Park tonight, Bex, haven't we?
We certainly have. Give it up for Alejandro and Maria. Guys, this is it. You are here. You are live. You are at Wembley, a couple of days out from the Real Madrid Borussia Dortmund final. Maria, how are you feeling?
Very excited, very nervous, and I can't wait for Saturday.
Oh, look at that. She's got energy in her bones. Alejandro, why are Real Madrid going to win this?
Because we're meant to be here. This is our stage. We're going to win this because we are the kings of Europe. Come on, man.
Look at this, the fighting talk against this. Do you expect any surprises from Carlo Ancelotti, or is it going to be a similar kind of team that you've seen most of the season?
I think it's going to be pretty similar. You know, Ancelotti's very smart. He knows what he's doing, and we're going to come with a strong squad, and we're going to get it done. Let's go.
Maria?
I expect to suffer, but we're winning 2-1.
Okay, score prediction, Alejandro?
Comfortable 3-1 lead. I think in the beginning we're going to suffer the first 20 minutes, but then we're going to find our home, and we're going to get it. Let's go.
You made a face there, Maria.
3-1 is a bit much. This is a final. We are expected to suffer, but I'll take it. I'll sign it today, now, in blood, tears, whatever.
All right, enjoy your time in London. Jules, the fighting talk down here is immense. I love it, the energy.
Oh my God, they are serious, aren't they?
Don't mess with Real Madrid.
Bashing on the table and everything, Ali.
Yeah.
You need to excuse me, I'm still in a state of shock at wee Joe speaking French. I've got to ask you a question. Was that piece of VT, was that played at the correct speed?
It was. Right, guys, we're all up on stage now, and we were all involved in the build-up to what was a very special promo that we filmed to lead up to this Champions League final. If there are any Succession fans in here, you'll certainly recognise this man. We got the chance to play actors next to the one and only Brian Cox. Have a look. That was a bit of fun, wasn't it?
Oh, it was magic, wasn't it? I mean, it really was tremendous. Not the first time I'd worked with Brian, but it was a pleasure to work with him again.
I'll not be honest. He said that so many times. He's been in a film, don't you know, Jules?
Ali McCoy, don't you worry. Of course, we've got your Hollywood poster ready to show everyone, because you're the only one that can actually claim to be a decent actor out of all of us.
Well, I tell you what, they can keep their Champions Leagues, a lot of them, man. I mean, you work alongside Brian Cox in a movie. That was certainly taken a few stone ago.
Well, do you know what? The rest of us, I'm not so sure how good we did in terms of our acting skills. It didn't go too well, so let's take a look at some of the outtakes. These are always the best bits, aren't they? Joe?
Yeah, well.
Did well.
Listen, it's all natural, Jules, sometimes. Yeah. It was more... it was... I found it very hard, actually, acting. So big respect to any actors out there, because I was terrible.
He was basically this fella from Succession. I was like scared of him in real life as well. Like he wasn't acting that, was he? He's proper.
Ali, is that story true? You couldn't miss a penalty?
Well, not really, but you know,
He was just picking you up.
A lot of the acting, it was 1 or 2 takes, but missing the penalty, it was 4,318. But some fun, I've got to say, and he was brilliant, wasn't he, guys? He was absolutely top class. I mean, brilliant actor. But he was one of the guys that day was as well. He was fantastic.
It was quite intimidating meeting him, wasn't it? I found him quite intimidating.
I just couldn't take him out of character.
Yeah.
Like Archie said, I'm seeing him in Succession and just being an aggressive, like a lunatic, like, and waiting for him to just like, a bit like Fergie, he felt like to me. And I was standing there thinking, I better get my lines right, I better stand right. I had a bad back at the time as well, and I think stand straight.
That's true.
And but no, he was great. Off camera, he was really kind of chilled out, and what you'd expect from a guy like him.
It was also absolutely freezing that day, wasn't it? We were all shivering. Right, we did promise you that we're going to take a look at our Champions League team of the season. So let's take a look, because this was voted for by you guys at home. You have picked players from all different teams that have featured in the Champions League this season, and here it is now. So we've got Lunin in goal, Hummels and Rudiger, Kimmich, Rodri, Maatsen, Bellingham, Kroos, Vinny Jr, Kane and Mbappe. You can't argue with that, really, can you, Joe?
All the big hitters are there. I mean, Ian Maatsen at left back, he's done fantastically well on loan, or I think he may be permanent now, but he's been brilliant. Matt Hummels was outstanding in the semi-finals. The front three is
it's a joke.
It is a joke. Mbappe, Kane and Vinicius Jr. I think Vinicius Jr is the best player in the world at the moment. I really do.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think you can grumble with any of those, really. I'm glad Dortmund are represented defensively, because I just think that was a masterclass over the two legs in the semi-final. Thought they were fantastic. Hummels especially, scoring a goal as well, and gets him in there. But yeah, I have to agree. It's Kroos getting in there at his age as well. When
good.
Lots of people kind of write him off alongside Bellingham, just shows you Madrid as well, that kind of front three with Vinicius Jr as well, and Mbappe. Unbelievable, and Kane, who's had an unbelievable season, really, just because he hasn't won the Bundesliga and the Champions League as well. He's scored 40 odd goals.
Actually, just to go back to Harry Kane, he scored 46 or so goals, I think he got this season. You're a striker and you don't win the league, but you get 46 goals. Are you one of them selfish ones that go, do you know, I've done my job, I'm all right? Or what do you reckon Kane's thinking?
Well,
he's going to win the Euros.
I think obviously he's gone there to win things, right? I think that obviously he'd be gutted, but I look at Alan Shearer, right? He's got 260 Premier League goals, and he's not won the FA Cup, or people hold things against him. But would you rather have the record goal scorer of all time? Would you rather? I've asked this question before, and it goes on for much longer than we've got. What would you rather?
I want titles, individual honours. I think it's all right. But how many leagues did you win?
There's only one man though, is top goal scorer.
No, Shearer's devastated. When he goes home at night, he's devastated.
Fair enough.
All right, I'll tell you what, let's hear from some of the Dortmund fans that are here in Box Park. Bex is with them now.
Here we are down here. I've moved myself down to the Borussia Dortmund fans. Here we go. This is Torben. This is Ben McFadden, who is the president of the Borussia Dortmund fan club here in London. Guys, you heard the fighting talk from Real Madrid there. Yeah, what's your response?
Well, I think Dortmund just has to go and win it, right? It's very easy. Just go and win the game. It's 90 minutes. It's not a return leg. Let's just go and win it.
I mean, it's just a Champions League final, but it's super cash. We don't worry too much. Ben, what are your thoughts?
Dortmund on any day can beat any opponent.
Okay, so the hope is strong here. The hope is high. Who or what is going to be the difference maker for you tomorrow?
I would hope Marco Reus. It's his last game. Let's just hope for him to score the deciding goal, like 85th minute maybe. That would be amazing.
85th minute. I think everyone will be sweating on the top line if nobody scored at the 85th. You don't want extra time and pens, do you?
Well, actually, penalties is the one thing that Dortmund are really good at, and German teams are really good at, as English teams always find out every tournament, again and again, and Rio can confirm this.
Oh, yeah, Rio's coming for you later. Rio's coming for you. Right, very, very quickly, guys. Go on then, predictions. Ben, I know you said 85th, 1-0. You'll take it?
No, we'll take it all the way to penalties, and we'll do our good German thing, Okay,
Torben?
Well, I would say 1-0. 1-0. 1-0.
Just a cruisy 1-0 will do you. All right, these Dortmund fans are excited. But Rio, what's your response to that?
Just cut them out now.
I think so.
Them out. It's fine. They've got to know where they are. You're in England, man. You've got to respect us.
Can't be talking about penalties here. Come on.
Right.
All right, guys, before we go, let's get all of your predictions. Joe, what's the score going to be?
Dortmund 2-1.
Dortmund 2-1?
Oh, you don't believe that? He's lying.
Oh.
He's lying. You don't believe that?
No, I can't look past Real Madrid. Real Madrid 2-1. I think it'd be tight, but 2-1 Real.
Rio?
I'm going to go 2-0 Madrid. By 2 goals, they'll win it. 2-0. Don't you say Dortmund as well.
Well, this is the man that said half an hour ago that Dortmund can win it, and of course they can win it, but I don't think they will. 2-0 in Madrid.
Great stuff, guys. Before we go, we just wanted to announce that, as always on a Champions League final, we always have a special guest that joins us on the show. And this time, we've got a very special guest.
Right, the Champions League final is on the horizon. We're going to break this video into two parts. We're going to talk about Real Madrid, who, of course, are the favourites in this final against Dortmund, which will be played at Wembley. We're going to talk about their star power and some of those key players that it could be their final. We'll then talk about Borussia Dortmund and how they can cause a bit of a shock. Obviously, it's been a great tournament for both of them. Dortmund, I don't think we expected them to be there, and Real Madrid have come through some big challenges, obviously none less than Man City and Bayern Munich in the last two rounds of it all. Let's start off with Real Madrid, because it's been a bit of a weird one for them. They've had, the league absolutely sewn up, Ancelotti doing Ancelotti things, experimenting, just having a bit of fun, all sorts of different lineups, but continuing to score goals. There was big news this week with Toni Kroos, Kweku, saying that he's going to retire after 2024. He has been unbelievable. And as we look at Real Madrid being the favourites and that star power that they've got, and if it is going to be that bit too much, he is one that is maybe kind of not as shiny, but does shine so bright for this Real Madrid's side, especially at the back end of his career.
Yeah, not as heralded as the likes of a Modric or other players that have won multiple Champions Leagues at Real Madrid, but a player that's been so important. And he's worn different hats. And this season, we've seen him more effective in the final third in terms of his final pass through to Vinicius. In terms of how he can create, in terms of how he can sit deep, he can do it all. And the fact that you see Real Madrid players react so emotionally to the fact that he's retiring, I saw a tweet from Vinicius Jr, it shows how important he's been, and one of the few last bastions of the Real Madrid of yesteryear that won 3 Champions Leagues in a row under Zidane. Obviously Modric is still there, but we all remember the midfield of Kroos, Modric and Casemiro that dominated European football for years and years. And this is a final hurrah for him. I do think that Real Madrid have got such incredible star power that it won't necessarily have to come to or fall on the shoulders of a player like Toni Kroos. They've got so many good players that can create moments, and that's what the Champions League is, right? It's a competition of moments, and you can talk about the game against Man City where Real Madrid were dominated in terms of possession, in terms of overall play, but managed to come up with those moments and beat a very good Man City side on penalties. And same against Bayern Munich in the semi-final. Like, who would have thought that they would have gone through courtesy of 2 goals from Joselu? Like, they're a side that can just pull out moments. I think it's embedded in the history and the heritage of Real Madrid. You can go there, you can win multiple La Liga titles, but I don't remember how many league titles Cristiano Ronaldo won. I just know that he won multiple Champions Leagues, and that's very much part of the ethos of the club, and it's very much what they embody and very much what they put forth this season in terms of Champions League football. You've seen him experiment with Vasquez at right back rather than Carvajal, and I think full-back is the most interesting point for Real Madrid, because I think that's where Dortmund are most dangerous in terms of those wide areas. And so we've seen Ferland Mendy and Carvajal, we've seen different iterations of full-back combinations, and if Real Madrid don't get that right, then I think that's where Dortmund could expose them on the Champions League final.
Just to say, I think with Toni Kroos, I don't think I've enjoyed watching a team as much as I've enjoyed Real Madrid this season, because it is a bit of a palate cleanser to sort of positionalism and how everyone's kind of structured in their plays. And I think it comes back to Toni Kroos. When you're going to play at the highest level and you're going to control that, but you're also going to play in this style, you need creativity, and you need different kinds of creativity. And I think Rodrigo and a Vinicius Jr offer a different kind of creativity to a Bellingham. But a Toni Kroos offers a different kind of creativity as well, in terms of those long passes, being able to see that pass, also to have that telepathy with someone like Vinicius Jr. We saw that in the first leg against Bayern Munich. But then that little element of control at times, I think, the pace and the rhythm of a game as well, like sometimes when to go, when to just control the game. He is that 100-touch man for them, and I think he will be crucial in this game as well. What about Vinicius Jr? Because I think some people talk about him and they talk about Bellingham, and they kind of, some people feel like Bellingham's the star man, others feel like Vinicius Jr.'s the star man. In terms of it being their final, Kroos is unlikely to score the goals, he's more likely to assist them. So in terms of being the hero on the night, which one do you feel like is going to sort of take that mantle?
Well, we've seen a different role for Jude Bellingham in recent weeks for Real Madrid. The goal scoring burden is not as much on him, and Real Madrid have found different ways to win games, and he's not been as prolific as he was in the early part of the season. And I think that's almost done him a disservice, because now when you watch Champions League games and Bellingham isn't scoring a 30-yard screamer, people almost like, is he having a good game? But that's not what his game is. His game is doing a lot more than that. He's a box-to-box midfielder in my eyes who can do a lot more than just score goals, but goals is something he's added to his game this season. Vinicius Jr. has already had a Champions League final. We scored the winner against Liverpool a few years ago, and because he is the man in terms of providing that cutting edge,
I feel like if there's going to be somebody who comes up with a moment, you're going to put money on Vinicius Jr, who's been there and done it and does it consistently in the big moments. And it's almost underrated at this point. A lot more players get fanfare. We'll talk about the Mbappe Haaland era, but under the radar, Vinicius Jr has gone and done his job at the best team in the world. And if you think about his start to life at Real Madrid, there's that famous video in the tunnel with Benzema saying, I swear he's playing against us, don't pass him the ball. And for him to come from that to this is incredible, and all the off-field stuff that he has to deal with at Real Madrid in terms of the racism. He's a player that has shown fortitude and determination to persevere at a team that a lot of people didn't want him to succeed at, and he is one of their key players. So if it's going to be somebody that has a big moment, I put my money on Vinicius. But I want to ask you a question though, in terms of this Real Madrid team. You said it's the most exciting team that you've watched this season. Is it not a bit of an indictment that this is a team that's maybe a little bit in transition, but again, they got made it to another Champions League final? Is it not an indictment on the rest of European football that a team like Real Madrid, who are going to be infinitely better next year when they've got Mbappe, are probably going to win the European Cup this season?
I think it's one where if you want to if you want to lean into the majesty of it all, then I think you go Real Madrid doing Real Madrid things in the last 2 rounds. The Man City game, Man City were sort of pummeling them, really. Haaland was in a bad place at that moment in time, and that sort of came to fruition a little bit, but really Man City probably should have got past them. The Bayern Munich game a lot tighter, but again, you know, you've got sort of, well, possible offsides or not, or they thought it was, but it wasn't. And I think that comes back to finding a way, and I think they've got a lot of players that are comfortable with the spotlight of Real Madrid and play with their chest out. You know, Rudiger being a great example in terms of setting up that goal for Joselu as well. So no, I'm okay with it, and I think the team as well is, I think it's very, very difficult to have the perfect team all together at one time. It's 11 players, and naturally you're going to have to evolve that a little bit. And actually, I think they deserve huge plaudits in terms of how they've evolved it. And I think this is the new blueprint for the top teams. You spend that money on guarantees, but you don't buy 10 in a summer like some clubs have. You buy 1 or 2 knowing, and also you let them be on the bench for a little bit. We've seen that with Tchouaméni in the past. We've seen that with possibly Camavinga when it comes to this final, and I'm a massive fan of his. And so that group, you've got 1 or 2 older heads, which again, you need that as well. You need those leaders. But you've got other guys who are hungry and desperate to go and be the main man and go and win it. And I think it is about Vinicius Jr and Bellingham for me, because you've got Ryerson on that right-hand side, who's got to deal with Vinicius Jr, who I thought was fantastic in that Bayern Munich second leg. And Can and Sabitzer dealing with Bellingham and late runs from Bellingham. I really think it could be Bellingham's moment, just because I think there will be sat back a little bit, and generally midfielders don't have that size to go and win those headers, and it feels perfect for someone like him to be, basically having the other players occupying Schlotterbeck and Hummels, and then he kind of comes from nowhere and scores that goal. We see the celebration, and there he is. Let's talk about Dortmund, because they've done fantastically this year. Group of death. Sneak through that. I think Atletico Madrid, I don't think we saw them getting past that one either. And they've just kept moving. They've been really, really impressive to get past PSG as well. And it's felt like a cup team, which I think it's had to, because they've not got the same superstars. But they have a solid amount of guile, and defensively, I think in terms of Hummels and Schlotterbeck, I think those two in particular for me have really, really shone. For them to win it, they need to probably win it on transition. You spoke about the fullbacks there. Is it that left side that you think could be a big one for them?
Possibly. You've got to utilise the pace of Adeyemi. You've got to utilise the craftiness of Jadon Sancho, who in the Champions League at least has been playing some great football. Schlotterbeck and Hummels have been the foundation, and Can Sabitzer in front of them they have to provide protection, because what Real Madrid are really good at is luring you in. They play in moments, so it might seem that like they're on the back foot. They lure you in. Can and Sabitzer get a bit too excited, and like you say, Bellingham makes a late run off of them, and then they're in trouble. And so that's where I think that the biggest issue for them will be, is not to get too overexcited. Perfect. Again, we say this in all these finals, when there's a clear underdog, if they can get an early goal, that's perfect, because they can sit back and have something to protect, and then you can really use Adeyemi, and Sancho's not necessarily got blistering pace, but you can use that pace that they've got in the wide areas to really affect Real Madrid. And I'm interested to see if Carvajal does start right back, or if it is Vasquez, because I've seen Carvajal in Champions League games this season not necessarily look like the best Carvajal we've ever seen, but he's got the experience, he's got the guile, he's the kind of player that in the final you want to see him play, because you know that he's done it before and he's been here and he's seen it. I'm really interested to see, especially because this Dortmund team have got players who can hit the ball from range.
Right.
Do you go with Lunin in goal for Real Madrid, or do you go with Courtois? They both played games towards the back end of the season. Of course, Courtois missed loads of minutes, but Emre Can from the edge of the box, Julian Brandt from the edge of the box. If it's Lunin in goal, I think they don't think twice in terms of hitting it. If it's Courtois, it's a very different story, and that's where I think that Dortmund can get some joy in terms of those pot shots that maybe deflects off a player and goes in. And so that would be a really interesting one to see, because they've got players who can hit the ball. And then you look at Füllkrug up top in terms of the story of him coming from nowhere, developing pretty late, and a player that scored quality goals in the Champions League running already. I'm really, really happy for this Dortmund side. They've got to a Champions League final, because it's been a long time for them. The last time they got to a final was 10 years ago under Jurgen Klopp at Wembley, and they lost against Bayern Munich. And I feel like Real Madrid are the clear favourites, but there's something in the air. There is something in the air with this one. And if Dortmund can get an early goal and have something to protect, then I think they might be able to shock Real Madrid in terms of this final.
They do give you a bit of a puncher's chance, Real Madrid. I thought there was moments in the Bayern Munich game where it was like, just get it to Musiala. They didn't pop it to him quickly enough. No. And because of that midfield, Toni Kroos, as great as he is, out of possession, doesn't have those same legs. I do feel like you say, if you can get the ball to Füllkrug quickly, his hold-up play and his ability to bring in players is really, really impressive in my opinion. And again, with Adeyemi, with Maatsen on that left-hand side as well, that's where they're going to get some joy, and there will be space for that because of the way that Real Madrid play. So I think it's absolutely up for grabs. And I went to the League One playoff the other day, and Bolton possession, Oxford playing in transition, and on the day, Bolton didn't pop it about enough, and Oxford did them with a couple of moments actually on that left-hand side actually as well. So absolutely, Dortmund can really, really hurt this team, as you say, on that right-hand side as well. Be a big game for Valverde in terms of tracking some of those runners and the centre-backs as well. How's it going to play out? What do you think?
I think it goes to extra time. I would love to pick Dortmund, but I think Real Madrid is going to have just a bit too much, and I think Vinicius Jr gets a win. I think 2-1 to Real Madrid after extra time.
Okay. I learned a long time ago you don't go against Real Madrid. I think, look, it's written for Bellingham, isn't it? Against his old team, the season after he leaves, the season that he's had, and obviously we've spoken about how he could score those goals. I'm going to go with a 1-0 win, Bellingham to score, and him to score a header. Get specific, guys. What do you think? Let us know in the comments down below.
Well, with me is our German football writer Seb Stafford-Bloor and Andy Jones, who has spent the last 2 seasons watching Vincent Kompany's Burnley for The Athletic. Gents, thank you very much for being here. Seb, I'll start with you. Simple question. How much of a surprise is this that Bayern have ended up with Vincent Kompany?
Yeah, it clearly wasn't plan A, Adam, and it follows a lot of chaos, a lot of manoeuvring, a lot of chasing their own tail. I don't think if you go back as recently as 2 months, anybody would even have had Vincent Kompany on the list. Bayern say that he is someone they've been interested in for some time, and that they have had on their shortlist. I don't think they were going to reach this part of their shortlist this summer. They weren't scheduled to. So a huge surprise, and that's reflected everywhere, I think, in the media, but among the fans. And the result is a lot of skepticism. I think a bit of relief that it's all over and everybody can turn the page now and start talking about something other than Bayern's chaotic manager search. But clearly, not where they were expected to be headed.
I mean, a lot of people won't necessarily have been dialed into exactly who was in the running. I think it's worth reflecting on it. Do you want to run through some of the names of people that have actually turned them down, or it hasn't ultimately worked out in terms of coming to an agreement?
Yes, let's see if I've had enough coffee this morning. I suppose let's start at the beginning, and target A, Xabi Alonso, who ultimately decided that neither Bayern nor Liverpool were for him, and is going to stay at Leverkusen for another season at least. Julian Nagelsmann was an option. He instead chose to extend his contract with the DFB, so he remains in charge of the German national team and will do so until the next World Cup, until after it. Unai Emery was a name that was mentioned. Never quite got to a formal stage, that one. I think it was a kind of exploratory option, but ultimately not one that got that far down the line. Ralf Rangnick got very close to becoming the head coach. He was seen as a very, very good fit initially, and as the kind of architect, senior figure, someone with a lot of gravitas who could potentially oversee the overhaul which Bayern Munich believe is necessary in this squad. at the last minute, he thought, Ralf Rangnick is 65 years old. He doesn't necessarily want to be on the training pitch every single day. And the kind of the rhythms of international football were better suited to him. And he's done a wonderful job at Austria, and has really re-established the national team ahead of the European Championship, and feels that he also has work to complete. Roberto De Zerbi was a name on the list. Hansi Flick was there as well. That was one which it felt as if there's a little bit too much water under the bridge, and so Hansi Flick has now been unveiled as the new Barcelona head coach, as Xavi's successor. So yeah, where we are, I think, involves, I mean, certainly the decision to go towards company is being driven by Max Abel, the board director for sport. And I think initially there was a bit of skepticism around the club too, but then they met company and everyone became a little bit more convinced by his ideas, and they like that he's a German speaker. They like that he's played in Germany before for Hamburg back in 2006 to 2008. They even had a little bit of a go at Oliver Glasner, who has had a wonderful 6 months at Crystal Palace, but that wasn't feasible for whatever reason. And then I think, much to their chagrin, they had to come back to Thomas Tuchel. Certainly when Bayern gave the performances they did against Real Madrid in the semi-finals of the Champions League, there's a little bit of a feeling amongst some of the players too that, hey, okay, so it isn't perfect, but it could have been worse. And also, given the way this manager search is going and the uncertainty that will inevitably result from somebody coming in who isn't amongst our top targets, maybe there's a chance of convincing Tuchel to give it another year or to reverse his decision. Didn't happen. He decided to leave the club. I mean, they had a week's worth of negotiations, couldn't find agreement, in Tuchel's words, and that led them ultimately to company. And here we are today.
Andy, and well done, Seb, for remembering all of those people. But Andy, what sort of impact will that have on Vincent Kompany as he goes in there, knowing him as you do? I mean, obviously he will jump at the chance, but he's also a confident guy. But he will know that he's very low in the pecking order in terms of this recruitment process.
Yeah, I don't think it'll bother him. It might have an impact on maybe the players that he's about to inherit and their sort of view of it all. But he, as you say, he's a very confident guy who believes in himself and believes in his ability of, did as a player and does as a manager. And we believe that his sort of ideas, as he refers to them, are ones that will translate to Bayern Munich, and he'll have success there. That's his mentality. His mentality is to succeed. He puts in the hours and the work to try and make sure that's as close to impossible to not happen. Obviously, he's not had success all the time, and Burnley last season was a big a big learning curve for him. But yeah, it won't bother him. I think in his press conference that he did today, I think he sort of said the fact that I'm here shows that the Bayern guys have done a good job, which kind of basically sums up the confidence that he's got, that he's going to be a success there.
So what's the process been like in terms of who's made the final call on Kompany? Who's sort of been the main advocate?
Yeah, Max Abel, who arrived as board member for sport earlier in the year. This is very much his guy, and so it will be his decision to wear should it not go well. At the same time, I think what was important to Bayern was that there was unity amongst the kind of the stakeholders of the club. Christoph Freund is on board. Christoph Freund was part of the negotiations for this. Haven't heard an awful lot from Uli Hoeneß yet, but maybe that's a good thing on the basis of the last few months. There was no real input from the players, Adam, which I was speaking to someone close to Bayern Munich last week, and I asked this question, and he said something which was very, very sensible. He's like, well, if they had consulted the players on every decision they made this summer, how would that have made them look? To go to Thomas Müller or to Manuel Neuer or Harry Kane and say, hey, so what do you think about Ralf Rangnick and how about Unai Emery? So no, this isn't being led by the dressing room, and probably rightly so, because I think part of the task here is this current team has to be dismantled and rebuilt, and that is going to involve in a few cases moving players who carry a lot of political weight, who are very popular, who have achieved a lot of success at the club, and so for the players to have agency in the decision, it kind of flies in the face of that process, I think, a little bit. So this is being sponsored by the new recruiting department, so to speak.
It's interesting you mentioned about the consultation of the players. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when there was discussions of, or perhaps we could keep Tuchel, that was mentioned in that decision-making process that it had almost been tabled by the players. So it's quite strange that they wouldn't have maybe consulted some of the players on this.
Yeah, I'm not sure sort of consulted is quite the right word for what happened there. I think there was a kind of a gathering of opinions. I might be splitting hairs a little bit, but I think also because of the different nature of it, which was to source an explanation, an idea from the players about how it was being perceived internally versus how someone external would be received. I think there was a key difference there. But yeah, I also think that kind of if they were to make that decision, then obviously they would have to have dealt with the fact that throughout much of this year, the Bavarian press especially, and Bild, which is the country's biggest tabloid, biggest newspaper, has consistently been reporting on kind of chasms within the dressing room and schisms between players who were pro-Tuchel and anti-Tuchel. So that was something they had to get out in front of.
Andy, just take us into the Burnley dressing room, because it's obviously pertinent now because Vincent Kompany is going to have to do a similar thing, albeit at a different level with Bayern Munich. When he first gets in front of his players, how does he get them on board? How does he get them on side? Because he obviously had a very successful first season with Burnley. It did click, didn't it?
It did. There's a video of him, his sort of first speech with the Burnley players when he first arrived, and if he could replicate that would be a pretty good starting point, because it was one where you, even as a sort of a journalist, not even a fan, you came away from watching it and went, that was impressive. You could see that, you could sort of see the players were impressed by it as well, and sort of the, in those early weeks there was a lot of talk about how impressive he was as a coach, as a man, as even just the way he spoke, and people were already learning lots from him, and he was really detailed in everything he did. So I think that for him on this, he hasn't managed at the top level, but he certainly played at it. So I think he can relate to players in that sense, is that, there's that, he knows what it takes to be the elite. He knows what it takes to be big winners in the biggest competitions in European football, if you like. So I think that will be important for him to get that sort of message across, because he doesn't command that respect yet necessarily as a manager in terms of achievements won. He certainly carries a respect and an aura from who he is, how well he's known in the game, and also his achievements as a player. But he is still building that CV as a manager, and it's still not particularly impressive. It's impressive what he did at Burnley, but it's still not. It's if his name wasn't Vincent Kompany, would Bayern Munich have even considered him? Would he have even been in the job at Burnley still? Because I don't think many other managers may have survived the season that he's had and how poor it was. So there's elements there. I think in terms of the dressing room, he largely allowed it to police itself. He sort of came in and made the leadership group pretty early on at Burnley, and with sort of the senior players, and there was a lot of harmony in that first season, which was obviously helped by the winning, and everything was going great. Not necessarily this season. There's been a little bit more fractured, if you like. It's not like he lost the dressing room and there was no sort of big revolts or anything, but some of his treatments of players, some of the championship winners who he came up with, who he sort of just discarded and didn't really give a chance. That irked a few teammates and some supporters as well. So there's elements there, and I don't think everyone he brought in this last summer was the greatest of characters, if you like, and didn't really mesh perfectly with the group and the sort of the harmony that had been made the season before. But he's been in these dressing rooms at elite clubs, and he knows how to deal with big characters who aren't happy. He was captain of Manchester City. He'll have had players come to him with problems, and why am I not playing, and he will know how to deal with these things. But there's even more pressure on now because he is the manager, and he's also got to make these decisions which aren't going to please everybody in terms of who he leaves out and who he picks.
Obviously, Seb, you spoke about who advocated for him at an administrative, sporting director level, but within the dressing room, obviously there are people that are familiar with him, having played against him, played with him in particular, the Manchester City and Tottenham connections there. Do you think that they will be helpful to his cause in the early days?
No, not really. I don't think so. I don't think Bayern Munich's that kind of place. I think that if you go back to the Pep Guardiola era and look at everybody that's come in since. So even people like Carlo Ancelotti, for instance, or Julian Nagelsmann, your reputation or what you may have achieved elsewhere or what you may represent in the game means absolutely nothing in the club. Bayern has that sort of collective organizational ego to it, and I'm sure people will be open-minded, some more than others, but in terms of who Vincent Kompany was as a player, I don't think that will afford him any greater agency. If Bayern Munich players are unhappy, they're unhappy. And one of the things that Vincent Kompany will have to deal with and will not know how to deal with yet, or we don't know how he'll prepare for it, is dealing with a very combative media. When things go wrong, even if it's very, very short term, it becomes hostile very quickly in a way that he's never experienced, either as a player or as a coach. I mean, coaching Bayern Munich is obviously different to Burnley and Anderlecht, clearly. But even, you play for Manchester City. Manchester City is a very successful club. It's a big club. It's nowhere near the scale of club that Bayern Munich is in terms of the interest and the kind of the global attention that it will afford, and also the kind of the harshness of the criticism that you receive. So I don't know. He'll have to go day by day in the beginning, and he'll have to be very, very impressive very, very quickly, I'd have thought.
Do you think having the likes of Harry Kane and Eric Dyer and Leroy Sané in the dressing room who know him well from playing against him, playing with him, will help his cause in terms of having advocates in the squad in the early days?
No, I don't think so. I think there'll be a little bit of familiarity. These guys will have some kind of professional relationship with him. And one of Kompany's strengths is how many languages he speaks. Obviously, a native French speaker, speaks English, speaks Flemish, speaks German to a really high standard. And so his ability to communicate with people, I feel like that's a much more relevant attribute than anything he's done as a player or as a coach anywhere else.
Seb, let's talk about the links to Pep Guardiola. Because it seems as if it's perhaps an unhelpful cloud over Bayern Munich, albeit he had great success there. How important is the link from Kompany to Guardiola in this appointment?
Vital, Adam. This appointment doesn't happen without it, because I think it's one of the factors that has allowed Bayern to look beyond the relegation and look beyond the kind of the more troubling aspects of Kompany's last season at Bayern. One of the aspects which has allowed Bayern to look beyond the more troubling aspects of Kompany's last season at Burnley. Also, what they've done essentially is looked at the similarities in style, looked at kind of Kompany's tendencies for how he wants to play with the ball, and married them with the playing squad they do currently have. And they see players who are suited to playing in that way, but also it's a way of playing that is expected of them within the Bundesliga. I think one of the uneasy situations this season was some of their success in the Champions League, for instance, came by sitting behind the ball and just counter-attacking, which for Bayern, like for most clubs, not a big deal, but for Bayern to have that much humility in their football is a little bit difficult. And so it was this sort of unhappy marriage of, the season's a write-off and this is really our only hope of achieving anything, versus we really do want to get back to being a protagonist within games. And I think that's really what Kompany offers them and what they see as the best possible outcome here.
Andy, at the end of last season, when it was all looking, sunshine and happy for Burnley, we did a podcast on this feed, incidentally. Is Vincent Kompany the next elite manager? And at that point, he was being linked with big jobs as well. Tottenham were in the conversation, but he made the decision not to jump ship, or it didn't come to fruition for any of the teams that were interested in him at that point. Now, coming off the back of a disappointing season with Burnley, I guess this ultimately shows that his principles, his style of play simply mean more than the results. And if that is the case, is that okay? Is that a good thing that someone is being judged on their coaching capabilities, and maybe it's just simply it will suit Bayern better than it does Burnley?
It's certainly a question which would split a room, I think. Is it okay to stick to your principles but lose? I do think there's an element that the Kompany's style and system and principles is set up to be for the best players in the league. I think you see that at Burnley last season in the Championship, where they had the best players, they played the best football, they won the league comfortably. This, you know, in the Premier League, they didn't. They had one of the poorest squads. You know, obviously didn't have the best players, and were a lot of the time, especially early on, schooled by much more established, better players. So I think when you talk about, you know, coming to Bayern and the principles and the style that they'll want and the company will want to bring there, it shouldn't marry much better, because he's going to have, I know obviously Bayern didn't have the season he wanted to last season, but, you know, he's probably inheriting player by player the best squad in the league. So he's going to have the players available to play the system and style that he wants. Now, there's obviously the element of, you know, brand company and did he put himself before Burnley in sort of the way he played, and I don't necessarily agree with that. I think he made it quite clear that I think when things aren't going right, I think it's important. He basically put that it's important to stick to your principles, because if you start changing and the changes don't work, then you lose your players, because they're like, well, if what you wanted us to do didn't work and then you move to another system, so then like a massive overhaul, if you like, and that doesn't work, and then you try and go back to the way you want to play, then they're going to be questioning, well, if you don't believe in it, then I can't believe in it. I think also that there is an element of it. There's the idea that he didn't adapt last season. Okay, you can argue he didn't adapt enough, but there were like the Burnley that finished the season was significantly different to the Burnley that started the season, where effectively it was, let's go toe to toe with these teams, let's try and play the same way that we played in the Championship, and you know the results showed, particularly against the big teams, where they were comfortably beaten by half time or 60 minutes, and the last half an hour was a bit pointless. He did adapt. He changed from a single pivot to a double pivot. He changed system to sort of more of a 4-4-2. Out of possession, made them more compact, went a bit more direct. So there was changes. It just didn't necessarily work. And in hindsight, it's a great thing. And company could have come up to the Premier League and decided, right, we're going to sit on the edge of our 18 and play counter attack, and it might not have worked. It might have been worse. So yeah, because he tried to stick with his principles. And it didn't work, then you can, he should have been more pragmatic, and there are times when he should have been, but equally, you know, if you don't have the level of players that necessarily you need to be able to play that system, and yes, he should have realised that sooner and tried to make those changes quicker. But I think also, I think that this is the way the coaching market's moving, in that teams are looking for the new up and coming managers, but also they want the teams to play the right way, if you like. The quote unquote marks there that I've just aren't great for the podcast, but on the video you'll be able to have seen. In that, this is the way that the landscape's moving, and if you are deemed to be someone who's playing the right way and playing the progressive, attractive football that most football teams want their identity to be, then I think it puts you in a better standing. Now, it certainly helps that Vincent Kompany is who he is, because if the Burnley manager wasn't a big name like Vincent Kompany, had tried to play the same way, as I said earlier, he may not have lasted the season, for one, and he wouldn't even be Plan J for Bayern, which is effectively what Kompany's become. So I think his profile certainly helps in that regard, in that he can play in that way, but also not lose too much of his reputation by doing it and not succeeding, because I think if you stick to your ideas and principles, a lot of clubs are now looking at that and going, well, that's what we want to see. We don't want to see a manager rip everything up and change everything, you know, if things aren't going well after 5 games.
And it's an interesting point that you raised there, Andy, because it does seem that so many decisions are being based on a link with Guardiola directly or Manchester City's approach to football. You know, it doesn't take a rocket science to think about Arteta, Eric Ten Hag, Ange Postecoglou, his links with City Football Group, Enzo Maresca getting the Chelsea job. I suppose it depends how you view football, but is this a good thing? Is it just simply this is how football should be played and everyone wants to get on board that train, or is it not as simple as that?
I don't think it's quite that simple. I think I would take certain elements of it which are good, which is in the abstract sense, I think football's becoming more aware of the fact that you need alignment. So your technical department all need to believe in the same thing. So, for instance, the pertinent example is Leverkusen, where yes, everybody has admired Xabi Alonso's work, but also I think it's pretty valuable to point out that the relationship between Alonso, but also Fernando Caro, the club CEO, and Simon Rolfs, the board director for sport, is really harmonious, and the lines of communication are very clear. And so if you're able to create a situation like that, a sort of a triangle of power, that is good. Do I believe that kind of shuttling coaches between the kind of the various parishes represented by multi-club ownership is a good thing? No, I don't think so, because I think you've got to have a degree of meritocracy. I think you've got to have a situation where coaches are able to rise and fall in the game organically and are able to kind of achieve certain objectives within their own career without being funneled into a system which creates unnatural advantages elsewhere. I do appreciate that is a much broader conversation and probably a podcast series rather than a single podcast. But I think essentially, if you're aware that you're appointing someone who can amplify the attributes that already exist in your club, yes, that is a good thing. Whether I go beyond that, I don't think so.
Andy, I just wanted to ask, in terms of how Vincent Kompany behaved, be it on the touchline, in front of the media, do you think that he will have the oomph to be able to deal with this job? Do you think he will feel that he belongs at a higher level, at ultimately a better table in football, and he'll be able to deal with this situation, especially if there are some doubters?
I think he will believe it. When he spoke in Burnley press conferences, he was always very, eloquent. He was also always very thoughtful most of the time with his answers. It was very rare that he got sort of sharp on anything like that, or referees gave him a lot of frustration last season, and we saw that play out a little bit then on the touchline after a few moans in press conferences, for example. And there was at times when maybe performances were glossed over because of a refereeing decision that he was able to sort of focus on, and I don't know if that'll quite stand up. Everything he's going to do is going to be scrutinised now, where sometimes he'll have a little bit of a moan that some of the national media didn't necessarily talk enough about Burnley and the injustices of refereeing decisions, for example. There were a few last season, to be fair to him, but I don't think it would have made enough of a difference. It's going to be really interesting. He will believe his journey, his idea was to become a top manager. That is the way his brain is wired, is to be the best at what he does, whatever he does. He certainly did that. He got to the elite level as a player, and he will have been planning on his journey. He probably wouldn't have expected it maybe to come as soon as it has done. But he would have been planning to be at this big table, at the going up against these the big managers with the big teams. He's done a lot of learning. He puts the work, and he's very dedicated to what he does. He's not just a name, if you like, a name manager. He does 12 to 14 hour days at Burnley, even when the going was tough, and there was still 100% attempt, dedication to try and find solutions. So it's going to be really interesting, because the scrutiny is going to be as intense as it can get, and he's taken over a club who obviously have failed, for what their expectations are, have failed this season. So there's pressure on him to turn that around quickly. There's no sort of selling on a project that in a couple of years' time this is where we'll be. It's you've got to return Bayern Munich back to being Bayern Munich straight away, basically from the moment he walks in. And so I think it's a different type of pressure. Even you could even tell a story of Burnley when he took over. He took over a team that had 8 players, so there was a big rebuild that had to be done there. And even though he did have a lot of money to spend in the Championship, there was still could have gone wrong, but it didn't. It went right. And obviously the Premier League, he spent a lot of money, didn't go right. But the difference for him, I think, in the club is that he was basically the manager, sporting director, head of recruitment, everything, every job title you can imagine. That was what he was at Burnley. He had the keys to the club effectively. He had it. Basically, he ruled the roost, if you like. He was a central figure to everything. That's not going to be the case at Bayern Munich. It's a very political club. Seb will be able to expand more on it, but he's going to be the head coach, and there will be a lot of other people making decisions. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all comes together, because Burnley's owners, ALK Capital, basically allowed him to do what he wanted and shape the club in his image, and Burnley may suffer consequences because of that, because of how much power he was given. But he certainly won't have that power at Bayern, and it'll be interesting to see how that is then portrayed in the media, and how because it'll be interesting to see if there's a bit of back and forth between some characters of Bayern, if you like, that there wasn't at Burnley, because it was his club. Effectively, he made it his club.
Seb, is he going to be given an opportunity to grow into this role, or is it a short-term get the job done, as Andy has intimated there? You have to get Bayern Munich back up to the top, and how do you do that when Bayer Leverkusen are so good? Bayern Munich were so disappointing last season, and this is the biggest job that you've ever had. It's a tough ask, isn't it?
Sure is, Adam. I think it's made tougher by the fact that you mentioned Leverkusen. Well, Leverkusen have profited from not just a coach who was inexperienced, but a coach who was a rookie at senior level, who came in and was immediately able to kind of provoke an evolution at the club, and immediately allowed them to kind of reset their aims and almost to recalibrate how they see themselves. They're talking about, strong runs into the Champions League knockout rounds now, rather than just kind of, hey, well, we'll try and finish fourth, and if we finish fifth, it's kind of okay. Because for a long time, if you talk to fans, that's what they used to do. At Bayern, I think there's two ways of answering this. Yes, there is an expectation that he is someone who is still growing. He's someone who, they're not naive enough to completely overlook the differences between Burnley, Anderlecht and Bayern Munich. At the same time, you have to also be realistic and remember that if you're third in the Bundesliga and out of the DFB Pokal by Christmas, for instance, then you are going to have to field very uncomfortable questions. You are going to have to deal with Uli Hoeneß giving his opinion about what's going wrong, because he's going to be asked to give it. Karl-Heinz Rummenigge might chip in as well. And I think what's important to remember, and this is something that I've only really learned now, and I've been in Germany for a couple of years, is that if you were to aggregate the media interest between Man United, Man City, Arsenal, Chelsea, Tottenham, and Liverpool, that is the level of interest that exists in Bayern Munich in Germany. And so if you're in the middle of that spotlight, then you're kind of spoiled. It's not necessarily about whether you're performing well or not. It's about your ability to be a kind of almost an industry of yourself. Bayern Munich doing badly is good for digital business. That's kind of the way of it. That's how modern media works. And so it's not as simple as, hey, don't worry, Vincent's come in and, he's just going to learn on the job. I think you have to temper that with the way modern football works, ultimately, Adam. So it's very, very difficult. And he's got to find this balance between performance and evolution, but evolution that happens quickly enough that it convinces people, if that makes sense.
Well, let's wrap this up with two final questions. Andy, to you, is this as big a gamble as a lot of people are saying, or have you got a quiet confidence that he's going to be able to step up to the plate?
Oh, well, people think it's going to go through one or two ways. Then it's either going to be sacked in 6 months or he's going to be a success. I think based on the first season at Burnley, and Seb talked about that quick evolution, he walked into a club, as I mentioned before, with 8 players, signed 16, and in a shortened pre-season because of the World Cup, effectively within 6 weeks turned Burnley into Sean Dyche's more direct style of play, into this passion machine. So he overloads players with information. He works really hard. There's a lot of meetings, a lot of intense training sessions to get that buy-in and get his message across. So I think it could go well. I think, as I said before, I think his system is set up to be for better players in the better players in the league. So it should fit Bayern's players. The difficulties is, can he deal with all the other stuff that we've discussed, and can he deal with the egos, and how will he manage it, and how will he manage if the first couple of games don't go well, and can he get that buy-in? I'm erring on the side of I think he'll be a success, but I think he'll certainly do well. But I think it's a huge gamble because he doesn't have that experience at a managerial level, and it's a complete unknown of how he's going to deal with it, as it was a complete unknown as how the Premier League season was going to go, and he showed the naivety and inexperience there. So it's how much he's been able to learn from last season that he's then able to apply to this and a new situation.
Albeit he has been in a hurry to get his managerial stripes. I think he's managed almost 200 games now in quite a short period of time. So he has done well. So he does have that experience. He's made that that gap between being a player and now a manager, and he's filled it with experience. Maybe not at the level, obviously, of Bayern Munich. Seb, final one to you then. Obviously, we saw at Burnley as well as Anderlecht that he likes blooding in young players. What are maybe the easy wins for him at Bayern Munich? What does he need to do this summer to make sure that his squad are hitting the ground running?
Yeah, there's a few areas which need immediate attention, Adam, which, Bayern are already underway with that. So obviously the midfield remains a concern. Long term, Alex Pavlovic is the big hope and hugely popular already in Bavaria. If you go to Munich on a match day, you see his name on the backs of dozens and dozens of shirts, and he's only played 20 Bundesliga games. It's quite remarkable. But there needs to be a ball winner beside him. Long term, I think Konrad Laimer did a pretty good job in the Champions League run, had a couple of really, really good games. I don't know if that's the kind of signing they want to hitch their wagons to. I think there's someone, potentially of higher budget that they might try and target. Alphonso Davies' situation needs to be resolved one way or another. Either he's staying or he's going, and if he's going, they need another fullback. They might go to the academy for that. They've got a boy called Franz Krasik who has been on loan in Austria this season, who is really, really highly regarded internally. Lovro Zvonarek from the academy has just been promoted to the senior squad. He's not a ball winner. He's a little bit more like Pavlovic, but very, very, very talented. And I think at the top of the pitch, Kane is clearly for staying. He's going to be who they build their attack around. But I think that attack is a little bit more fluid than people realise. So Musiala is clearly going to be at Bayern for as long as he wants to stay, because he's really a coming force in German football and will probably have a very, very good European Championship. Serge Gnabry, don't know. Kingsley Coman, don't know. Thomas Müller is coming towards the end of his career. He might only be a year away from retirement. Leroy Sané has had some very good games, but is still really to kind of win the kind of unconditional love of the fans. He's very much someone that exists game to game in terms of affection. So there is quite a lot of work to do. And at the same time, a lot of that involves getting players out of the club. What's happening with Leon Goretzka? What is Joshua Kimmich's future? Is he going to accept playing at right back? Because that became the bone of contention under Tuchel. So the to-do list is very, very long, and I don't know that there are many easy wins. I think it's a kind of, this really defines the nature of the challenge. You come into a situation where it's not like you're stepping behind the wheel of a Ferrari and just trying not to burn out the clutch. You have to assemble it and then drive it. And it's going to be tremendously difficult, because what Bayern want is not just to win the Bundesliga again, they want a new era. And that is a pretty sizable task.
It's a big task, but it's also going to be fascinating to report on. And that's what Seb is going to be doing for The Athletic. Seb, thanks very much for coming on. And thanks very much to Andy for your insight. And that coverage will continue of Bayern Munich under Vincent Kompany on The Athletic. Thanks very much for listening and also watching on YouTube.
If you want to watch more episodes of the show, please subscribe to the channel. We'll be joined by the likes of David Ornstein, Matt Slater, Adam Crafton, Carl Anker, and plenty more through the season. If you'd like to listen to the episodes in full in audio form, search The Athletic FC wherever you get your podcasts from.
I'm Gab, he's Robbo. That's right, Stuart, Ian, Robson, Jules, still on vacation. Understandably, it's a school holiday. The man's got a busy schedule. But hey, it works out fine, Robbo, because you're going to help us do our traditional annual pre-Champions League final tactical breakdown of the game. We're going to talk about that in our meantime, but there's so much else going on, of course. Flick confirmed, Kompany confirmed, Enzo Maresca about to be confirmed. Tons going on out there, and even a nasty legal dispute, apparently, reportedly, according to L'Equipe, between Kylian Mbappe and Paris Saint-Germain. 160 million in the balance. I guess I'd even hire a lawyer, much as I don't like them, if I felt somebody owed me 160 million. But Robbo, let's get into this. Real Madrid and Barcelona. Just off the top, except Barcelona. Real Madrid and Borussia Dortmund.
You'd like it to be Barcelona against Real Madrid, wouldn't you?
That might be a better story. On paper, I think there's no question. Real Madrid, overwhelming favorites.
Yep.
Are we missing a trick here? I mean, like if you, I'll ask you the percentages at the top, and then maybe I'll ask you again after the tactical preview and see if. But there's a reason that they're overwhelming favourites, yeah?
Yeah, the whole of the season they've been superb in La Liga. They've been very good in the Champions League as well. They've had 1 or 2 games. I thought Leipzig, they didn't play particularly well. I didn't think they played that great against Manchester City. They were dominating in terms of possession and they counter-attacked quite well. But over the course of the season, Real Madrid have found a way to win games, but most of the time they've played some great football. They've got a pattern of play that you see week in, week out. They know exactly what the manager wants. When they bring players in, they can just adjust to it quite easily. And whenever I've seen Dortmund, I've been to Germany many times with Derek Ray to do the commentaries on games, Dortmund have been a fairly poor, or very average side, I would say, in Bundesliga, and a very average side in the Champions League as well. And they've just performed well on a couple of occasions.
And I think also they've undergone so many iterations this year, right? Especially at the front end, so many different combinations of forwards. Obviously, we expect full crew, Adeyemi and Sancho to start, but Sancho only arrived in January. In the mix, you've had Daniel Malin, you've had Marco Reus, you've had a whole bunch of different players. It's almost like he's tried to put the puzzle together, and it hasn't quite worked. And at the back as well, let's not forget, because Hummels and Schlotterbeck, they've essentially rotated with Süle.
And Süle's hardly got a look in recent times.
In recent times, no, he's settled on his 2. If we were to play the combined 11 game, let's ask you this, put you on the spot. If it was a combined 11, is it out of the likely starting lineups, how many Dortmund players get in?
If I was picking the side,
yes,
it would be all Real Madrid, I'm afraid.
11-0.
I would say 11-0. There's not one player in the Dortmund side that I think would get into Real Madrid's team.
I have a soft spot for Ian Maatsen, so I might consider that over Ferland Mendy.
Yeah, maybe touch and go. That's about the only one I would say.
Yeah, and if it were cross-country skiing, I'd probably take Rierson over Dani Carvajal. I imagine he's better at it.
Yeah, probably.
In terms of lineups, there's very few doubts. It looks like he's going to play the 11 on the Dortmund side that knocked out Paris Saint-Germain.
And that's been his main team for a little while now.
We say that. That's a team that did well against Paris Saint-Germain, that kind of saw out the season.
The one player that sort of comes in and out is Julian Brandt. He was in for one game, then he comes back in for another, and then he's out for a game, because I don't think he trusts him. He's a good player, but I don't think Terzic trusts him defensively, and he can give the ball away cheaply. But he's also their most exciting player when he's playing well. So he's the one player that you can sometimes feel he might not be picked.
On the other end, Chouameni, he's a long, but there's no way he's going to start with a muscular injury, right? It's not something you would risk then coming off. So we think it's going to be Camavinga.
And he was the key player to whether he was going to play centre half, which means Nacho wouldn't have been in the side, or whether he plays central midfield and then Camavinga wouldn't have been in the side. So Chouameni was a key player for him, but he's not going to play that.
Adrien Militao, Courtois we know will be in goal, especially with Lunin apparently having picked up the flu. But we know that because Courtois started the last 5 games. If we take the last Real Madrid game as an indication of what he's planning for the final, it looks like it's gone Nacho ahead of Adrien Militao.
Absolutely. Nacho has to play. Militao hasn't been good. Since he's been back from his injury, he's looked slightly off the pace. He's looked nervy in terms of 1v1 situations.
I'm still floored that when you do your combined 11, it's 11-0 for Real Madrid. I mean, when we had Manchester City and Inter last year, I think we had it at 8-3. I mean, there were a couple Inter players who got into the side. And last year's Inter team probably they got to the final, but it's not like they won the title or anything in Serie A. So I find this really interesting because everything points to, and Real Madrid and Manchester City are a pretty good team, right? We're a pretty good team last season. So I find this aspect interesting. So this being the case, if you were Edin Terzic and you're sitting here and you're saying, all right, all of their players, Robbo says all of their players are better than all of my players. Gab is nice enough to maybe give us Maatsen over Mendy, even though they're completely different players. So whatever, it kind of depends on what you want from your left back. What's my game plan going to be? Because if I can sit back, I can try to go and attack, which is what I like to do in theory. But if I do that, what happens to my defenders against Vinicius?
Well, they've got a problem at Borussia Dortmund, because whenever I've seen them play this season and they've tried to play high up the field, they've had a problem. Even the first game of the season against Cologne, who were relegated in the end, Cologne, every time they broke forward, looked as though they were going to cause Hummels and Schlotterbeck and Emre Can problems. Because that's the two centre-halves and the holding midfield player. They can't outrun. Schlotterbeck is a gambler. Hummels has to gamble now on making challenges. Sometimes he'll look a great player, but it's because he gets okay with his gambling. Because he knows he can't run, so he'll dive in, he'll try and make interceptions. So they are vulnerable to anything that's, when there's space in behind them, they're vulnerable to the counter-attack.
But Schlotterbeck can, I mean, out of the three, he can move the best.
He's okay pace-wise, but he's not very quick. And he has to lunge in and make last-ditch challenges. And I don't think he's got a great understanding with Hummels. You know, I've seen, if you go back to their performance against Atletico Madrid, the first 35 minutes, how Borussia Dortmund are still in the Champions League after that first 35 minutes against Atletico Madrid, when they did defend slightly deeper, but they were still all over the place. And I think he can't allow. You talked about Maatsen being quick, but Maatsen likes to run forward. I think he's got to be more disciplined. I think the same with Riasson. He's got to be more disciplined to start with, because if they try and get their two fullbacks high and they play with Emre Can as the holding midfield, and those two centre-halves I'm talking about, they will be cut open by Rodrigo and Vinícius Jr on the counter-attack, no doubt about it.
So I watched them. I watched Borussia Dortmund in person twice this season against, and both times they did well. Against Paris Saint-Germain at the Parc des Princes and against Milan at the San Siro, where they won. In both situations, they obviously were, because they were more defensive and tried to hit on the counter. And maybe there's some parallels too, because in both situations they're facing, I think a forward who's incredible one-on-one. Right? Mbappe, Rafael Leao, and they'll be facing Vinicius here. They got Sabitzer to come over and help out and help Riasson out. And in both situations, that game plan kind of worked, right? Mbappe was kept as quiet as you can keep him.
And you've just mentioned a player there, Sabitzer. Against Atletico Madrid, in the first game, he played alongside Emre Can as the holding midfield player and didn't do a particularly good job. The second game, he almost played as another centre-forward. So they had two players making forward runs and they just left Emre Can in there. And he played much better. He was a real threat. So he's key to the way Borussia Dortmund are going to play. Is he going to be that forward-thinking player that's going to make forward runs, or is he going to be, as you just said, be on the right-hand side of a holding, the holding two, and help out his fullback Riasson when he goes forward? So he's a key player for them straight away.
So, but is the thinking then, on the balance of probabilities, you go more defensive? You do not. You have to do that, right?
You have to do that, and they'll then have to rely on Sancho being at his very best and Adeyemi on the other side being at their very best. And they will swap over sides at times.
And there is a lot of pace there.
They've got pace.
I mean, because obviously Nacho's had a phenomenal season. He's older. Rudiger, an even better season. But again, Rudiger's not the sprinter he was when he was younger. It's more about brains and physicality with Rudiger now. And obviously, Carvajal, we presume he's going to start at right back. Again,
who never really plays there now. When he's playing at right back, because they've got such a good understanding, he ends up being the furthest forward player on the right-hand side. Valverde tucks in, and Toni Kroos keeps hitting the big diagonals. So there's always space in behind Carvajal.
Defensively, when Dortmund attack or when Dortmund break, if we presume Carvajal's off the pitch, it's going to have to be. I mean, it's going to have to be Valverde coming over and covering it, or Camavinga covering that space.
It'll be more Camavinga. It'll be more sometimes it'd be Rudiger coming across and Camavinga will go back into the centre-half position. That's what happens quite a lot.
Right,
So,
and I don't know you want to leave Camavinga one-on-one with Fulkrug, just in terms of physicality, right? So I'm trying to get Dortmund hope. I'm trying to find little things that you can exploit. If you can do that, you can maybe get a better matchup, right?
The two wide players, if the game plan is to work and it's a more defensive game plan, the two wide players for Borussia Dortmund have to be at their very best.
I want to bring up the subject of superstition a little bit. Okay, I know Adeyemi's been good the last couple of months. But this is a guy who went nearly a year not scoring or whatever. You have other options. You have Daniel Malen, who, I thought I didn't like him when he joined Dortmund, and then I liked him a lot, and then he lost his place in the side. Does it have to be Adeyemi because of his pace?
It doesn't have to be him.
Could he spring a surprise? Would you spring a surprise? Would you go with Malen? Okay, Malen is a more technically gifted player.
Yes, but I think
Adeyemi's faster, but he's not that much faster.
I think he'll stick with the team that he's been playing recently.
But is this because coaches say, hey, it's name broke, don't fix it, that kind of thing?
That sort of thing, yeah. And he'll think, well, we've got a settled side now. The players, we've got to this far. Just keep it going. Just keep it going. I'm sure he's going to play Adeyemi one side, Sancho, and they will keep swapping sides. They do that throughout the games I've seen so far. But they've also got a problem. He played well against PSG. Every time I've seen Fulkrug play this season, and I'll say it, he's been absolutely hopeless with his back to goal. So if you want to play counter-attacking football and you get the ball into your front player, he's got to hang on to it. He's got to allow players to join him. He's got to try and switch the play when it comes to him.
Fulkrug, Nicholas, if you're watching, don't worry, because every time I've seen you play in person, and I will be there at Wembley, you've played really well. You said you played well against Paris Saint-Germain, played very well against Milan at the San Siro. So who knows? Maybe I will prompt the Fulkrug effect.
Well, I'm hoping he plays well because I'm sure there's a good player in there. He could be Germany's centre forward, so he must be a decent player.
I actually think his. I hope God doesn't strike me down immediately for saying this. I'm about to draw a comparison with Olivier Giroud, not in terms of looks. Obviously, Giroud is far more handsome. Not in terms of technical ability. Obviously, in terms of physicality, but also in terms of awareness of the people around him. I was really struck by, when he's up against defenders who are quicker or whatever, he has an ability to put himself, when you see this slide, very dragging players out of position, getting to the sense where he can be an assist man as much as he can be a finisher, which I was not expecting in the games I've seen, because that's certainly the label of him is just, oh look, big lump, Nicholas Fulkrug.
Yeah, well, I saw him play in the very first game of the season before he came to Dortmund. That was against Bayern, and he actually played well. He won a lot of balls in the air from kicks longer. Then I saw him play for Dortmund on, I think it was 4 occasions, where Edin Terzic didn't know which way to turn. He kept on throwing his arms up in there because every time it went into him, he lost control, he tripped over it, and they just couldn't play with him. Even when they had their good performance where they beat Bayern in Munich, he was their worst player by a mile. But then he plays against PSG, scores a good goal, and he looks a much better player. So hopefully we see the best of him.
All right, let's focus on Real Madrid a little bit, because let's face it, we've talked a lot about Dortmund so far. First thing is, if you're Ancelotti, is your message to your players, okay, these are areas that we can exploit, or do you say, you know what, you guys know what to do, we can do things naturally. If I give you things, put things in your head, Dortmund have so many weaknesses potentially that we can exploit. We are so much better. Robbo said that none of their players will get into our starting 11. That we're just better off playing our game, and then maybe we can tweak things as the game unfolds or develops, in case they throw some curveballs at us.
Yeah, I've seen.
Is that his message, or does he tweak things to try to exploit?
I don't think he tweaks that much. I've seen Real Madrid play most times this season. I've commentated on nearly every game they've played, and they've got a pattern of play. Sometimes they might defend a little bit. They're not worried if the opposition have plenty of ball in and around the halfway line. They defend quite deeply because they know they've got pace on the counter-attack. The only thing he changes slightly is the position of Rodrigo and Vinicius Jr. Sometimes he'll play Vinicius Jr. out on the left-hand side and Rodrigo through the middle, and then on other occasions he'll play him to the front two. Then he'll put Vinicius Jr. as the main centre-forward and Rodrigo out to the left-hand side. And he also uses Jude Bellingham in a different way on occasions, where, although everyone said he's the number 10, when they've got the ball, he's the number 10. He comes in from the left-hand side to be a number 10. When they don't have the ball, he quite often asks him to go back out to be the sort of left-sided midfield player to stop the opposition's fullback coming across.
Which is what Toni Kroos used to do.
Which Toni Kroos, and that all came about because they lost to Atletico Madrid when the fullback, when they were playing with the diamond in midfield, the Atletico fullback kept on getting forward and getting crosses into the box, and they didn't defend it well, and they lost the game. And Ancelotti after that said, we can't play with this shape when we haven't got the ball. He went to say to Bellingham, you've got to get yourself out there to a certain area to stop crosses coming into the box. And that's what he changes every slowly.
So it's interesting with the front two, because obviously they're both true. If you believe in natural positions, they're both natural left wingers who prefer playing on the left-hand side. Rodrigo is considered the lesser player of the two, so he draws a short end of the stick. But we've seen them switch and alternate so many times. Rodrigo gave an interview on Sky Italia where he says, like, you know, sometimes he'll tell us, like, in the dressing room half an hour before, okay, you know, the first half hour, like, Vini, you're through the middle, and Rodrigo, you're on the left. Like, he doesn't, it's not something, he wants to get in their head the idea that you guys are doing both.
Yeah.
And you'll switch seamlessly. We're not going to prepare a specific game plan. This is just going to be what you do.
They've done so much work over the course of the season with their shape and how it just evolves so easily for them. You know, we talked about Carvajal. Carvajal almost plays like a right winger at times. Toni Kroos will play, I would say, 20 passes over 30 yards from his sort of inside left position out to Carvajal, where Valverde's made runs inside, and when it goes to Carvajal, he'll play first time balls into the box and they get players run onto it. They know exactly what they're doing all over the pitch. You know, they're a team that have been well coached. They're a team that are confident in the manager, confident in their tactics, and it will just flow naturally for them.
Courtois been back for 4 games, no issue there. You don't have any.
He's been brilliant, actually.
More than 4 games.
He's been brilliant in the games. There was one in particular where it was the perfect game for Real Madrid. They won, I think, 4-0, and he made 4 or 5 brilliant saves. So I've got no issue with him coming into the side at all.
Even though Sorloth scored 4 goals against him? The only living Sorloth in captivity?
Yes, but that wasn't Courtois in goal then. I don't think.
Oh, wasn't it?
No, I think Lunin played in that one.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I stand corrected. But I mean, I think that's the only game Lunin played outside of the Champions League since Courtois been back. What I find, okay, more broadly beyond the tactical stuff, in terms of storylines, right? There's the Toni Kroos announcing that, you know, he's going to leave or he's going to retire after the Euros. This will be his final game for Real Madrid. In your experience, do professionals, footballers at that level, do they think about this when they're out on the pitch? Was Zinedine Zidane thinking that this is my last ever game as a professional when he entered the Matrix and headbutted him and cost his team the World Cup?
I couldn't really ask that question because, from my own experience, I didn't know it was going to be my last game. I got injured, so never played again.
No, but you've coached players and stuff.
Yeah. He'll want to put in obviously a top class performance, but
presumably
he wants to do that. He does that every game.
So this is not a thing.
This isn't a thing for him. You know, he's a player that's got a great passing range. He knows how to find space. He works well with the left back. Mendy goes forward. He'll just sit in there to find space on the ball. If Camavinga's not doing particularly well in central midfield, but giving the ball away cheaply, he'll push Camavinga out the way. He'll go and play in the holding midfield role to get on the ball. Not to be a good defensive player, but to get on the ball and make things happen. He knows how to find space. He knows where to pick a pass. He'll take most of the set plays. He's an outstanding player. He might not play the full 90 minutes, or if they goes to extra time, but because that's when Modric comes on and takes his place.
I was going to ask about Modric because earlier in the season, there's Modric. He's not going to play Modric and Kroos together from the start because they're both old.
Yeah.
Modric not too happy by it. About that, there were stories and so on. He's out of contract as well, incidentally. But you know, I thought in the last 3-4 months of the season, he said Modric kind of became a super sub and really got into the idea of almost being like the spark plug off the bench. Because I'll tell you what, if he plays 90 minutes, maybe whatever, he's extremely fit, but he turns 39 in September. But the galvanizing effect, the energy he brings when he's coming on for the last half hour is pretty remarkable. If it's a close game like this, at some point, and you feel that you need to bring in Modric,
it means Dortmund are doing well at the time.
Okay, let's say it's 0-0.
Yep.
Hour gone.
Yep.
If you're Carletto, do you take off Kroos to bring on Modric, or do you bring on Modric or somebody else? Bearing in mind that Modric and Kroos have very rarely played together for extended periods.
I think it's a straight swap. He takes off Modric. He's
You cannot have both on the field at the same time.
He doesn't have them on the same field, not just because of their age, but they're not athletic anymore. Modric is athletic going forward, but he can't recover.
Right.
And Toni Kroos isn't a great defensive player because he can't get around the field. So it's a massive gamble to put him on. But if you look at the two games where he changed it, I mean, he's done it in La Liga.
Yeah.
But Man City, when they were trailing at home, he came on and just changed one or two things. And the game against Bayern Munich, when he came on, they were down 1-0 in the game, I think. He came on and changed the game. So Modric is a key player for Ancelotti if things aren't going well. And if they are going very well and they're winning 2-3, he'll take Modric off for a standing ovation in his last game and he'll bring Modric on.
I'm gonna go out with my personal appeals. You know, I'm obsessed with polarization and resource inequality and everything like that, and how like the rich, the 1% just get richer and richer. What I find remarkable is Borussia Dortmund. You know, they have the second or first highest average attendance in all of Europe. They're the second biggest team in Germany, second biggest team in the biggest economy in Europe. They are a legit heavyweight, top 10, top 12 team.
Yeah.
And yet, if we look at this team, right, take out Kobbie, who I think is fantastic. You're talking, I'm really not making fun of these players, but I kind of am. Rierson, who's a guy who comes from Union Berlin.
A good player. A good player.
Yeah.
He's
writing home about him, right?
Yeah.
Schlotterbeck, okay, fine. Big signing. Maybe he hasn't hit the heights, but there's still time, right? Hummels, at his age, is a guy who's, unwanted by Bayern Munich, and that's why he ends up back at Borussia Dortmund.
Yeah, 2018, he was left out of the Germany squad, never to play again.
And he's out of the Germany squad again. And a bit bitter about it. Ian Maatsen, phenomenal player, a guy on loan.
Yeah.
Marcel Sabitzer, a guy on loan and also unwanted by Bayern Munich. Emre Can, also unwanted by Bayern. He moved around. Again, but older player, right?
Yeah.
Older player, been around, come back to the Bundesliga. Nobody's writing home about him, right? Julian Brandt was the guy who was supposed to leave so many times, never did, stuck around.
Had his best season for quite some while, but he's still unpredictable. You couldn't hang your hat on him.
Jadon Sancho, unwanted by Manchester United. Karim Adeyemi, a guy who went nearly a year without scoring and was frankly terrible and nowhere near the first squad for a long time. And Nicholas Füllkrug, who of course was unwanted by everybody until they say like, oh look, when he's like 29, you're like, oh look, maybe he can play a little bit, right? I wonder, does this give you an extra motivation? Is this something you as a coach would say, guys, you guys were great players, are great players, can be great players, but the common thread on this team is most of us are people who are either thought to be too old or not good enough.
I'm not sure you tell the players that.
You would not say that. You would not. I don't know. We see it in films, right? I mean,
no.
The coach says they're like, nobody believes in you, but I do. Like, these are all guys who've been at bigger clubs, had bigger opportunities, and have been said, nah, we don't want you.
Well, if you read some of what Mats Hummels has said, Mats Hummels said in 2 or 3 games that they showed inferiority complex by the coach, by saying we're going to defend deeper and Stuttgart are going to be better on the ball than Arsenal. And he didn't like it, and the players didn't like it. So I'm not sure you say that to the players.
It's not a motivational tool.
It's not a motivational tool.
Yeah, it works in Hollywood films. That's why I asked.
Of course it does, yeah.
All right, final thing, percentages?
I would say 75% win for Real Madrid.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little lower. I'll say 70%, but there's no question. They are overwhelming favorites. All right, enough Champions League final. How about some quick hits?
Let's do it, Gabs.
Hansi Flick has been confirmed as Barcelona's new boss, replacing Xavi. Robbo, he won a Champions League with Bayern, but also got bounced out in the group stage when he was Germany boss in the 2022 World Cup, and I believe he is the only Germany boss in history who's actually been sacked.
Yes.
But do you like this appointment?
I liked him at Bayern Munich. He came in and he took over.
You got to give me more. You can say, I liked him when he was winning the Champions League. I don't like him when he got sacked.
The style of football he played was excellent. You know, they played a very high line. It was not innovative, but they played it to a certain degree, and they were unplayable at times. They pressed high up the field. They played some attacking football. They looked a really good side. It didn't work with Germany, maybe because he didn't have quite so much time with the players on a daily basis.
I now have more time at Barcelona.
He'll have more time at Barcelona because he'll be trying to make sure they get the tactics absolutely right.
Do you think this set of players that they have, I mean, because I think about that Bayern team, right? You had flying wingers, Coleman, Gnabry. You had a right back like Kimmich, who's obviously very different from Jules Koundé. Does he have the right set of players to sort of replicate what he did at Bayern in 2020? Or will he have to, like good coaches do, adapt and actually play differently from the
I think you have to adapt differently to that style that you play then, because a lot of people have followed it and found that you can be counter-attacked and played over the top. So he'll have a similar style, but not quite as aggressive as that. And I think he has got the players there to do it. Barcelona have got better players than people give them credit for.
You know, I think they have better players, but just different skill sets.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Koundé's bad. Koundé can't pass like Kimmich. He doesn't attack like a right back, right?
But at times they play with a back three because he comes across and then the left back goes for Cancelo, as it has been. Now, Olympiacos became the first Greek team in history to win a European trophy, beating Fiorentina 1-0 in the Europa Conference League final. Gab, Mendilibar does it again.
That's right. The fearless Mendilibar, after winning the Europa League last year, wins the Conference League. You know, I'd ask, are you the new Unai Emery? If not for the fact that I believe he's older than Unai Emery, so he's not the new anything. I think it was a good job. It was a cagey game. Fiorentina liked to attack, but they were sloppy. They were nowhere near as incisive as they could have been. Nico had, I thought, one of his worst games of the season. And I think in the end, Olympiacos deserved it. They hung in there. Ayoub El Kabi, who actually was a Conference League leading scorer, popping up with a winner deep in injury time. And, you know, people make fun of the Conference League. Ha, 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 how funny. But for the people who were there on the night, and I think it's actually been a really, really good competition. Mikel Arteta's deal with Arsenal expires in June 2025. Robbo, reportedly, formal contract talks will start soon. And reportedly, he wants a big bump on the $9 million he currently earns. Guardiola's on $20 million. He's not going to get that, but somewhere in between, perhaps. Should Gunners be worried that why is this taking so long? What is it a big deal if he?
I don't think there's any worries for Arsenal fans. I think he will sign. He will sign for a lot more money. The club want to keep him. The fans at the moment love him. The players seem to love him. Everything's going Arsenal's way. I know they didn't win the title, but they're a much improved side. They're a much improved club, and he's been a big part of that. So
there could be a job opening at his old club, Manchester City, and just when his contract ends.
I still think he'll be at Arsenal.
I think so too, but I'm just surprised they've left it so late. That's it.
A lot of reports out there suggest Kevin De Bruyne, Bernardo Silva and Ederson could all be moving out this summer. Gab, you and Mark Oldham just published a review of Manchester City's squad. What's your take on this?
So the Ederson thing seems to be by a rule change in the Saudi Pro League that you could not have goalkeepers, so people assume Saudis will come. Like if I were Ederson's agent, that's what I would say. He's got 2 years left on his deal. He wants a new deal. So of course, you wave the Saudi banner and say, oh. The other two are slightly different. De Bruyne's got a year left. Bernardo Silva has 2 years left. I think the club are going to be very cagey about giving them extensions now. Might be later. Bernardo Silva's been linked with moves, I feel like, every summer. Pep said, I'm not going to force anybody to stay. But bubbling in the background is the fact that Pep Guardiola's contract, as I just mentioned, also up in June 2025. I think this is a completely different situation in the sense that I would have thought that Pep has earned the right to say, hey, I want to walk out tomorrow, and you say, thank you, Pep, thanks for everything, goodbye. Or I want to stay another 10 years, and you say, thank you, Pep, you're staying another 10 years. That said, our colleague Rob Dawson reporting today that the club would like an answer by Christmas. Now, it's reasonable, but equally, I think if Pep's not prepared to give an answer by Christmas for whatever reason, private life, whatever, if you're Manchester City, you sit and you wait until the last possible day, right, to keep Pep?
I would say so. He's the best manager in the world. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah,
so you should keep him.
And the reset for whoever has to follow in Pep's footsteps is going to be huge. Bravo, we're not done. How about some more quick hits? Chelsea have the new boss, and by all accounts, it's Leicester City's Enzo Maresca. Rob, you watch much more of the championship than I do. What should fans expect?
When they play well, they play a mixture of...
Well, they won the league. Presumably they played relatively well.
They had a dodgy spell. They had a wobble. Remember, he didn't do particularly well at Parma. But the Leicester side, if the opposition sit off them, they'll play out from the back and they try and play into midfield and play little balls around the corner. They are quite an expansive side. They like to have the inverted fullback coming in, and we've heard him talk about it because he likes it as a defensive setup, so that when they are playing forward, they've got an extra player in that central midfield. It's whether they've got the players to play, because he's been with Pep Guardiola twice. And everybody that's been with Pep Guardiola becomes a disciple of his style of football. So if they play it well, it'll be something like Man City. If they play it poorly, they could find themselves in trouble.
Is this group of players, are they suited to playing that kind of style?
I think Chelsea's players are. Yeah, I think they've got good enough players. I just don't think they've worked quite well enough this season.
I was just wondering because the wingers seem very direct to me.
Yeah.
More so than the kind of wide players that Pep has.
Yeah, but and they're certainly they're dynamic, so they can make it work in terms of the formation. Gab, Maresca will reportedly be handed a 5-year contract. That's quite a long time.
I think it's impressive. Who the hell gets 5-year contracts? I mean, like, not even like Klopp. Maybe Klopp or Pep or Sir Alex. But what this tells to me is one of two things. Either this is just an incredibly stupid move, or more likely, that 5-year contract. Not really a 5-year contract. 5-year contract, yeah, it's a 5-year contract, but after 1 year, after 2 years, we have a review. There's a break clause. If you don't see out your 5-year contract, we're not going to pay off the rest of the contract. We only pay a set amount, and you sign up to it. And you just tell people it's a 5-year contract because technically it may be. That's my only explanation. When people do really stupid things,
that happens with most managers. It's a 5-year contract, but if we sack,
no manager gets a 5-year contract.
If we sack you, you get 1 year, or something like that.
Yeah, but most managers don't get 5-year contracts.
No.
So it's not really a 5-year contract, right?
No.
So, I wouldn't read too much into it. But it just, because also if he does well after 2 years, he's going to come knocking, right? You presume?
Yes.
So, Bayern have a new boss too. Vincent Kompany has been confirmed. Robbo, I have my views on this, and it doesn't just have to do with the fact that 7 different coaches turned down the job. I actually like him. But what's your take?
It's an interesting one because not too many managers would get a top-class job having just got a team relegated. But they're not going on this season, they're going on the previous season where Vincent Kompany did a very good job. They played a good style of football, they had a limited budget. He'll have a bigger budget at Bayern Munich. They played decent football. I think he's a manager that would probably get on with the hierarchy, which is a big thing at Bayern Munich. Will he be good? I'm not sure.
But he has the Pep rubber stamp. He's another one.
Another one.
You know what? Pep could be like those mafia dons where he gets like a taste. He gets a kickback from everybody else. Like, you got to kick 10% of your salary up to me because I made you. Between Arteta, this guy. I'm surprised Arteta hasn't I'm surprised Arteta hasn't shaved his head to look more like Pep. I guess he wants to be his own man now. But,
Maresca looks like him, so what about Antonio Conte edges closer to signing for Napoli. Gab, it looks like there will be a major revamp there, doesn't it?
Yeah, so there's so much detail coming out. Napoli have a new director of football, Giovanni Manna, who was at Juventus. Again, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but they're saying they want 10 players out, they want 8 players in, presumably the 8 guys coming in cheaper than the 10 guys going out. Hopefully, if you're a Napoli fan, among them aren't Osimhen, Kvaratskhelia, Di Lorenzo. There are other stars. Di Lorenzo already supposedly been linked. Conte apparently not a huge fan. I don't know if that's true. But they still haven't worked out Conte's contract. They're like, oh yeah, coming up. They're talking a 3-year deal for an enormous amount of money, 8 million euros net, which again works out to about 13 million pounds a year gross, which I think is the amount of money Arteta would be very happy with. Reportedly, Conte has a break clause where he can walk away anytime. I'll tell you what, again, when you this goes back to the Manesca 5 years. When you hear stuff like this, it doesn't make sense. It's either because the people signing the contracts are morons, or more likely they're not morons. There's stuff that you don't know. So if Conte can break the contract anytime, I'm sure De Laurentiis has, because he's too smart, has some clause in there where he's like, well, maybe we can break the contract anytime, as well. So I don't know.
He's got a history of sort of falling out with people at the top, hasn't he?
Yeah, and so does the guy at the top, De Laurentiis, right? So I don't know. I'm skeptical, but it's going to be exciting. What can I tell you? Manchester United are conducting their review into the manager's job. We don't know yet if Erik ten Hag is staying, but if there is a change, there are what some people are calling the Ratcliffe rules. Now, these are criteria for the new boss, and tell me if you're on board with these, right? So the new coach has to follow technical director Jason Wilcox's style of play. Every year, they will sign 5 under 25 players so that there is a natural turnover of the squad, and you don't get stuck with all these old Casemiros. And also, when the manager wants a player, he identifies the area of the pitch or the characteristics, but he doesn't get to name the player. The club then go away and say, oh, you want a right back who does this, that, and that. Here are 3 names. Who do you like? Rank them in order, and then we'll see if they're available. This is completely different from the days when Sir Alex Ferguson was omnipotent, right?
So you said 3 things there. The only one I disagree with is the director Jason Wilcox's style of play. Jason Wilcox should have the style of play up until the first team. Once you've got a manager, a head coach in at the first team, he's got to dictate the style of play that the first team use.
You think he's going to know better than Jason Wilcox?
Yeah, well, but Jason Wilcox, he's got... So your progression of players coming into the side, they have to have a certain style of football, and then they have to be good enough at lots of things so the manager, the head coach, can adapt their style accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit chicken and egg. I mean, I think Jason Wilcox would presumably have a hand in hiring the new manager, if there's a new manager. So he's going to bring in somebody whose style of play naturally fits his own vision. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the academy's job is to complement the first team. But Wilcox, by the way, another Pep Guardiola guy. They're everywhere.
Yeah. Now, L'Équipe report that Kylian Mbappe and Paris Saint-Germain could go to court. Gab, what's this all about?
So this is a story which to me makes no sense. Julian explained it to me. I don't know. I don't, my feelings.
He's Julian now, is he?
What?
He's Julian now, is he?
Julien. Jules. Look, my thoughts on lawyers and courts and so on. I think this to me seems stupid. It seems really stupid. I don't see how they have a leg to stand on. But apparently now, if you remember, last summer, Mbappe said, or maybe it was just after the summer, Mbappe said, oh, by the way, that 3-year deal I signed? It wasn't really a 3-year deal. It was just 2 years, plus an option for a 3rd year. Yeah, I'm not going to take up that option for the 3rd deal, for the 3rd season. That was, and then got the period from the club. Nasser Al-Khelaifi got upset. If you remember, Mbappe disappeared from the team. Looked like he was going to be training on his own for a while. And then apparently they reached out a deal where Mbappe could come back, but supposedly he agreed to forego the 80 million euro bonus that was due to him in December, and another 80 million euro bonus that's due to him in the summer. According to L'Équipe, what's happened is Mbappe now wants that money. And so what the club have done is not only they're not going to give him that money, they've frozen those payments. They also froze the wages that were due to him in August, which is about 6 million euros, because Mbappe makes about 72 million euros a year, which is just an enormous number.
He's not going to be short money, is he?
So in the end, there's 166 million euros at stake here, and the lawyers are arguing over it. I mean,
if they argue it for long enough, they'll get the money, won't they, the lawyers?
Yeah, I think the lawyers will end up with the bulk of it. I mean, look, normally I would say whatever, but this comes from L'Équipe. L'Équipe is a credible source. You would assume that they've been briefed by both sides, and you would assume that certainly the story is accurate. I find it absolutely extraordinary. I found it extraordinary when Paris Saint-Germain said, you're not going to take the extra year option? Fine. Well, then you don't get to train with the first team. I mean, surely that's illegal under labor law.
Yeah.
I find it ridiculous that they would have even agreed a deal where they're going to pay him 160 million in loyalty bonuses, because those numbers are just so out of whack with reality. I find it weird that he makes 72 million a year. That's a lot of money. Everything about this is bizarro world, and I still don't understand it. So I suspect there's something I don't know.
So that's the news. Something you don't know.
Something I definitely don't know. I will ask Jules.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, dear.
Robbo, traditionally, because this country loves its stereotypes, the north of England is the cradle of English football, where it all began, where most clubs have won most titles, where all the giants are. And yet, 5 seasons, next season, there will only be 5 teams from up north in the Premier League. I can name them for you. Manchester City, Manchester United, Liverpool, Everton, for now, and Newcastle.
Not small clubs.
Not small clubs, but it's 5 out of 20. That kind of northern middle class of the Burnleys and the Blackburns and the Sunderlands and the Leedses and the Sheffields, both United and Wednesday, the whole cities. I don't know. It seems like a whole part of the country, compared to where they were, are missing out.
Does it suggest that there's more money? Well, there is more money in the south in general terms. Does it mean more people are investing in the clubs in the south?
I'm asking you, does it feel different? When you actually, let me ask you this. When you played or coached and you're like, oh, look, we're playing Burnley as opposed to we're playing Gillingham. Did it feel different? Is it just a travel time? And in the end, once you cross the pitch, there's not that much of a difference between the fans?
There was no difference whatsoever.
Okay, so this is all kind of not.
It's
just a weird geographical freak of nature. And next season, when Leeds come up, when Burnley come back up, when Sheffield United, probably not. It's not going to be a thing anymore.
It probably means something to do with the budget. That's what it usually means.
Exactly. Tottenham Hotspur have extended Timo Werner's loan for another season, and they can still make it permanent if they pay. I think it's something like 20 million euros. Good decision, Robbo? You like this?
It's okay. Yes, he's a decent player. He obviously didn't do particularly well at Chelsea. He didn't do particularly well when he went back to the Bundesliga, but I thought he played okay for Tottenham on the left-hand side, making Rose runs. He looked a goal threat. He looked as though he had that pace back, and I'm sure he'll get better next season.
He looks a goal threat more than a goal scorer, but Ange got to see him up close. He gets to decide, I want to keep him.
Yeah.
It's a good solution for everyone.
Yep. Now, already this summer, we've had Vincent Kompany at Bayern, Maresca at Chelsea, McKenna linked to Manchester United. Gab, is there a trend towards clubs going for younger, less experienced managers?
I think there definitely is. And if you wind it backwards even a year or two, obviously you have Xavi at Barcelona, you have Arteta at Arsenal. I think
is it not a gamble?
I think it is a gamble. I think what's happening is clubs are relying more on the idea of partly it's analytics, partly it's nerds, partly it's having a director of football who really sets the tone for the club, and they want to be in charge of that. They don't want to get stung. There's less of a belief in like the kind of superstar manager with mystical powers. I think clubs realize that there's one Klopp, there's one Pep, there's one Ancelotti. And so you're seeing a lot of very big name managers. Look, Max Allegri, when he left Juve before he came back, he was out on the street for 2 years. He was actively searching for jobs. People weren't going for him. The reason Antonio Conte, we talked about him before, the reason he's likely going to go to Napoli, it's not like, he loves the food. It's because after he left Inter, he's on the sidelines, his agents, people look after him, did the rounds around Europe. Are you interested in Antonio Conte? And the answer was no. And he can't get in Italy, obviously he's burned.
He didn't help himself at Tottenham, did he?
But it's not because they look at Tottenham. They look at, I think, even when he wins, because obviously he was successful at Inter. If they look at that, I want a guy who I can control. I want a guy who knows that he's an employee. I want a guy who, the media and everybody aren't going to credit with everything and say put him in charge of everything. I don't. The Sir Alex Fergusons are really, really rare. And even Ancelotti, actually, we mentioned before, who has that gravitas, he's at a club where he's not in charge. I mean, so I think that is most definitely the trend. I mean, you could argue even Liverpool going for Arne Slot, good upcoming manager, but if they were like, oh, let's get the experienced guy, it would be Tuchel, it would have been Pochettino, it would have been somebody like that. So I think these are all the factors that are prompting clubs to, there's definitely a trend where the power is moving away from the coaches and more towards the clubs, and clubs want coaches who are cheaper, who they can control a little more. Even your pal Jose Mourinho, right? When I say this in the nicest possible way with Roma, if you look at it's almost like a downward spiral, despite the fact that Roma fans loved him. He reached 2 European finals and so on. It's not like Mourinho's on the market this summer. It's not like he's being linked with the Liverpool job or these other big jobs. I think people are moving away from the idea.
Quite rightly so.
Because you don't think
you don't want people that think they're in charge of the club. You're the head coach. You look at the first team, but once they start using the press to try and do all sorts of things, which Mourinho has done in the past, it's not a good thing for the club.
Well, we mentioned this before when we were going through the United's rules for the new manager, right? Or the principles that they want. Sir Alex's head would explode if he read them. Maybe he did read them and his head has exploded or maybe he understands, because Alex Ferguson's a smart guy, that football has changed from his day. And maybe he even says, hey, I could do it because I'm special. Most of these guys aren't.
No.
So I think that is definitely, I think at some point we're just going to stop calling them managers, just call them coaches.
Yeah, that's what they are.
Julian Alvarez has reportedly been cleared by Manchester City to play in the Olympics for Argentina and of course he's also going to play for Argentina in the Copa America. Now, for those who don't know, in the Olympics, it's an under 23 competition, but you're allowed 3 overage players. So the players kind of have to choose to be in it. Robbo, City reportedly have said, oh yeah, go ahead, do it. Is this a smart move?
Not really. I mean, one...
unless they know they're getting another striker.
Of course. One, I think, is okay. But to play in 2 tournaments in the summer, it's madness, because your players need recovery time. They need not only physically but mentally recovery time. He's not going to get that. And does he need to play in both of them? I would say not. It's
if you want to win both of them,
particularly the Olympics, where he has to actually sort of say, I want to play in it. I think it's the wrong thing for Man City to do. I'd allow him to play in one, but not both.
Mbappe, of course, wants to play in both as well. Apparently, that's going to be a sticking point with Real Madrid.
Will he, though?
I would actually argue that with Mbappe, it wouldn't be that big a deal, because you can ease Mbappe in and start getting him regular minutes. If he plays the Euros, wins the Euros with France, goes to the Olympics, wins the Olympics with France, and then he goes to Madrid and says, hey guys, I need 3 weeks off. Real Madrid can he just say, take 3 weeks off, then come back, then train slowly and rest up, and we'll get you on the pitch in October. They have other guys who can do what Mbappe does at Real Madrid.
But when you're going to be paid so much money and you go to a new club, you want to start off straight away.
Yeah, a normal person would. I don't know how Mbappe views it or how Real Madrid view him. With City, though, I think the difference is, if something happens to, Holland will be well rested because Norway, of course, don't qualify for anything. But say Holland picks up an injury, all of a sudden, if there's no Holland and there's,
not much backup,
tired, gimpy Alvarez, they're so good. You can play Foden at center forward, you'll probably be better than anybody else. I do wonder. I wonder if this kind of foreshadows that maybe they are bringing in somebody else who can play at center forward just to have that other alternatives.
Now, Chelsea's women's team have appointed Sonia Bompasta to replace Emma Hayes, who will be joining the US women's national side. Gab, good choice?
So this has just been confirmed. Jules reported this a long time ago. She was very successful at Lyon. Lyon, of course, who reached the Women's Champions League final this year. She also won the Champions League final as coach of Lyon. She won the last 3 titles there. She was a very good footballer. She was a midfielder. Put all these things together, like Emma Hayes won't be replaced. She's not going to have a replacement. She'll have a successor.
Yes.
So I guess they went out to the market and
looked for the best one they could get.
Got somebody who may well be the best person available, and also they get it from another top club. So you're also kind of weakening a rival, forcing a rival to go and retrench somewhat. The League Cup will be revamped with new rules stopping teams competing in Europe from facing each other in the early rounds. Essentially, it's a seeding system. Robbo, I really don't care about this because I really don't care about the League Cup. It's funny because in the press release when they announced this, they said, "Oh, it's going to be because of the expanded Champions League, and we're concerned about player welfare because they'll get tired." In reality, this is all nonsense. This is just to keep
playing against each other make them more tired than playing against anybody else.
Supposedly, I know. I think what they don't want is Manchester City play Arsenal in one of these early nonsense rounds of the League Cup,
But they usually don't come in until later on in the...
No, not the first round. I mean the first round where they come in, whatever it is, right? And, you know, you're playing the super scrubs, right? Scott Carson is in goal for Manchester City. And, you know, Arteta himself is playing sweeper at the other team because it's all the no-names. And then you lose one of the two big guns. So the thinking is by keeping them separate, it's more likely the more big teams will advance, and then we can go and charge more money for.
So they're looking after themselves then, that's what you're saying?
You're trying to maximize the profit of the competition, who, by the way...
Not players' welfare.
No, they don't. I genuinely think they could care less about that. Fundamentally, this is one of my many reasons I have a problem with the League Cup, is you know why the League Cup was created.
Go on, it was in about 1960s?
It was late 50s, early 60s. It was created because it can get dark early in winter. People started realizing that, especially in this country, especially up north. So they said, oh, let's start installing floodlights so that, you know, we can light it up. And then like, oh, if we have floodlights, we can play football in the evenings. This is back in the day when people only played at
3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, yeah.
So, oh, how are we going to fill this? Oh, let's invent, to help pay for all these floodlights we're putting in, let's invent a competition out of whole cloth so that we can make money, charge them, and this way we get use out of our floodlights, and then we can pay off the floodlights. This is why, and it's still like that. It's still purely a competition about money. Look,
is this the competition that we cover so nicely on ESPN? You know.
Yeah, I don't. But no, look, it's still football. We'll still watch football, and I think, to be fair to the competition, once it gets into the semi-finals, those are competitive matches, and the fact that Manchester City won it 1 million times shows you that, you know, the best teams do eventually win it. So I guess that's a good thing. But for me, that this hypocrisy of saying, "Oh, look, it's about the player welfare." I could care less.
Nobody cares about the player welfare in the hierarchy. Now, Lionel Messi scores for Atlanta United.
No, come on. You can't skip over my John Texter.
Oh, sorry. You and Jules love your John Texter stories. You must be delighted that he's reportedly considering a move to acquire Everton.
I absolutely love this story. I would love to have more.
I tried to just go over it, you know.
So he's a part owner of Crystal Palace, obviously.
Yeah.
But, and I think it's an open secret, the guy running Crystal Palace, your mate, Steve Parish.
Hang on, I'm a mate of Mourinho, and now I'm a mate of Steve Parish.
You get all the good ones. You know, they don't always see eye to eye, right?
Yes.
He's not. And so the thinking is he would sell his stake in Palace and then take total control of Everton. Good for Everton. Look, 1,000 times better than 777. Let's be very clear about that. I also think he has a very ambitious plan with all his, you know, his different properties around the world. It doesn't always work out because you see what's happening in Brazil, where he called everybody corrupt, and now he's got the lawsuit against the league and whatever. He generally believes in his multi-club ownership model. As you know, I'm generally very skeptical about these models and whether people can actually make them work. But yeah, if you're Everton, the reality is the situation's terrible. Yeah. So if your alternatives are 777, you've dodged that bullet. Farhad Moshiri, who he really is all his money, he really is a very wealthy man, and he's just mates with Alisher Usmanov, who sponsors the training ground, as one does. You're better off than having those guys. So yeah, at least Texter's accountable. Texter, by all accounts, is an honest person. So yeah, that's the positive. On the flip side, and look, and Leon did much better after he sacked the manager and Pierre Sage came on and whatever. So let's give Texter credit for that. You wonder why. Just leave it at that. Like, I want to see John Texter in charge of a Premier League club. Just leave it.
See how they get on. Yeah.
Lionel Messi scores, but Atlanta United beat Inter Miami 3-1. Still, Robbo, 11 goals in 11 league appearances for Lionel Messi. It's fair to say he's coping okay with MLS. Does he even need, as some suggest, Angel Di Maria to join him too?
It'd be great if he did join him because Di Maria had a great season last year. He's still playing some very good football. Lionel Messi is going to score goals whether he's there or not, but it'd be great if they could combine with each other, because that's a great combination. So why don't we get Angel Di Maria to go to MLS as well?
I mean, are you surprised a little bit? And maybe it's just a reflection of just the differences, but I ain't going to do that thing where you speak, since it can be no yin without a yang. But Messi and Cristiano have essentially scored a goal a game since leaving Europe. They're both older. They both went to radically different places. One hot and dry, the other one hot and humid. And he make it seem so easy. It's just I didn't expect them to be this good, this old. Is it just because the Saudi Pro League and MLS are really far, far below even Liga or is that it?
They are, yeah. They're way below the level of, as you said, Liga, the Championship, I would say. So, but they're both exceptional players, and any really top class player that's still fit will still be a massive success in those leagues. And Di Maria would be a great success if he joined Lionel Messi.
It's good news for my man Olivier Giroud then.
Yes,
this season. There you go.
Giroud will score goals, no doubt about it. Now, Saudi Arabia have new rules in place allowing for more foreign players. Gab, will this be another summer of Saudi?
Yeah, so they expanded the number of foreign players each club can sign. It's now 10, although 2 of them have to be born in 2003 or later. So essentially, so we're making allowance for young players. The other twist is that goalkeepers can now join as well. They thought that, I don't know, everybody would bring in foreign goalkeepers and there wouldn't be any good Saudi keepers left. I'm struck, all right, as you know, and regular listeners know this, I was skeptical about how long this would last because, frankly, the public investment fund in Saudi Arabia aren't stupid, right? I mean, MBS isn't dumb. He's trying to create viable businesses, right? And a business that costs you an enormous amount of money and your attendances don't go up and nobody around the world particularly cares. You know, the only time we talk about the Saudi Pro League is if we talk about Cristiano, really, or Benzema being unhappy or Henderson coming back, but it's not a day-to-day thing. At some point, I think the plug will be pulled on this. Also because while you've had the 4 PIF funds spending a ton of money, and 1 or 2 others, there's a lot of teams that just don't spend any money at all. Because guess what? They may be Saudi, but they're also running businesses. Nobody enjoys losing money. And they're also realizing that, hey, look, maybe I can spend 10 million, but if Al Nassr is going to spend 100 million, what's the point of me competing? I might as well spend 1 million, live between my means, live within my means, and do the best I can. So I don't think we're going to see this massive exodus to Saudi Arabia this summer. It could be totally wrong, but I think part of the evidence is it's late May, right? This time last year, there was talk of this one and that one and Neymar and Benzema and Milinkovic-Savic or whatever. Now, have you heard whispers other than people who were in contract talks talking about like, oh, look,
using the Saudis to up their contract.
I know. There's 4 clubs that have serious amounts of money, but they only have so many salary slots, and all these guys who came signed multi-year deals, and I think they get stuck. Thiago Motta's move to Juventus moves 1 step closer. In fact, Fabrizio Romano says it's done. Robert, do you like this? Or are you going to say this is going to be Andrea Pirlo Mark II?
No, I think this will be better because he's done well at Bologna. We've seen him do that. Whereas when Pirlo came in, he hadn't done him well anywhere. He came straight into the job. Thiago Motta seems more controlled on the side of the pitch than he was when he was playing. He was more ill-disciplined. He seems to be good tactically. I think we're talking about another good young manager coming into one of the big clubs. Allegri, for me, was very stayed in his way, and Juventus were going nowhere. I think this is a very good move for Juventus.
Do you think, Motta known more for attacking, possession football, very progressive football. I don't think he takes as many risks as he did when he first started out in management, but a big mentality shift. But you're on board. You think
I'm on board. I think he's done a very good job with Bologna. I like the way they played this season.
There's no more safe pairs of hands for you, but now we go in a different direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, more United and Ratcliffe. He has reportedly written to all staff and told them he wants everyone to work from the office. He's also given them the option of taking voluntary redundancy, and it's estimated that 1/5 of the 1,100 person workforce might take it.
So a couple things on this. So first of all, are you shocked that a football club, even one as big as Manchester United, has 1,100 people working for them? I saw a comparison. I mean, it's something like it's twice as many as City and Liverpool, where you're kind of regional comparables here. He's extremely annoyed that I guess this started like has for many businesses with the pandemic. People started working from home, not coming into the office, to the point that many of them don't even have offices anymore. I guess he's old school. He thinks, and a lot of companies feel this way, you need to be in the office most of the week. They're supposedly even going to convert some of the hospitality at Old Trafford into offices because they don't have enough desks for everyone. This thing with the voluntary redundancy says, like, look, you've got 1 week. If you take this package now and resign, you'll get the bonus that we're going to pay out in September, and you can go away. Otherwise, stick around, see what happens. Maybe you don't make it to September. I don't know, but it certainly is a big overhaul. I don't like. Does it impact the football side? I think the club need to make money for Ratcliffe to spend it, because let's not forget, Ratcliffe isn't in charge of the money. The Glazers are. Ratcliffe is in charge of the football. To do most football things, you need money. Crystal Palace starlet Adam Wharton has been linked with Bayern Munich, and he's also been called up by Gareth Southgate. He's one of those youngsters, him, the goalkeeper, James Trafford. I've seen very little of him because he hasn't played very much. When he has played, he looks really, really accomplished.
Well, I haven't seen him too much at Crystal Palace, but I saw him at Blackburn on numerous occasions.
I would know about Blackburn because I don't believe they're a Premier League club.
No, they're not. But he played very well at Blackburn. That's why he got the move to Crystal Palace. He's a good.
Who's his comp? Is Kobbie Mainoo his comp?
Yes, I suppose so. They're sort of playing the same position. He's not somebody who plays off the centre forward. He's someone who plays as what I would call a proper midfield player. He can do both sides of the game. He can sit deeper at times. He can run forward when it's needed to. He's an up and down player, but with technical ability. He can see a pass. He's good with he can manipulate the ball around people. And
is he the 6 that Tuchel thinks was needed?
Maybe that's what's needed.
We joke about this, right? But if you're England, and presumably we know Gareth likes his never have too many central midfielders in there, but the reality is it's pretty slim pickings, because you have an outstanding one in Declan Rice.
Yep.
You have an unhappy one who hasn't even been called in Jordan Henderson, so he's not there. And then you have
one of the players that you did like has fallen out of favour at Man City, or never fell into favour at Man City.
Calvin Phillips.
He's completely out of the picture.
There's Kobbie Mainoo. There's Conor Gallagher. You can play Jude Bellingham there, but then
you're taking away from what Ancelotti's produced at Real Madrid.
That's fine. People take it for granted that Mainoo's going to go. Is Wharton and Mainoo tight? I mean, might Wharton actually also go if there's one more injury? Or is he too young?
I think no, he's not too young if you're good enough. I think Mainoo will probably get the nod ahead of him, because
I think he will. But what I'm saying is, when you think about it, I mean, I'm trying to imagine how many is he going to bring.
He won't take too many risks. So I think, you mentioned Conor Gallagher and people like that. Conor Gallagher is a safer bet than Wharton.
Yeah, I think Gallagher's going.
Yeah.
But I watch a lot of Chelsea, as you know. Conor Gallagher isn't a 6.
No.
Or he doesn't play as a 6 at Chelsea.
No.
He just gives you so much. I mean, he'll play anywhere. He's a 10 who runs around.
Yeah,
he's
kind
of like a blonde Park Ji-sung.
You've got Declan Rice and Mainoo who can play that position. So
right, and then who comes in off the bench for them?
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
That's a tougher call.
But that's why I'm wondering if he doesn't have an outside shot. You've got 26 players going. I think it would be remarkable. And for Bayern, certainly that is a position that they can use if he can bring...
The whole of the midfield is where they look at it, because he didn't like Goretzka, he didn't like Kimmich.
He likes Pavlovic. Well, first of all, he is gone.
Yeah.
Thomas Tuchel. So it depends what company wants. But I presume if they've been linked, it's because, company says, hey, what about that Adam Wharton kid? You've got Pavlovic, who is really, really good. But
did okay this season at times.
Yeah, but when you're projecting futures, Wharton, why not?
Yeah.
From a Borussia Dortmund perspective, it's interesting. what Mats Hummels had to say ahead of the game. He was talking about the season, saying, I was furious because I was of the opinion that Borussia Dortmund shouldn't play like that against any opponent in the world. I felt insulted in my honour to stand on the pitch in that kit. So submissive, so inferior in football terms. I gave a lot of suggestions, really to everyone involved, just to try and play better football again. I went to the coach's office and we talked, with a clear opinion that we clearly have to improve in the forward play. It's clearly got better after the winter break. That's also down to the co-trainers Nuri Sahin and Sven Bender, who came in. Archie, what's going on?
A very good question. And I'll answer another question that's been asked to me a lot recently. Why is Mats Hummels not going to the Euros with Julian Nagelsmann's Germany? And this is the answer, because he has a little bit too much to say and is more interested in promoting his own agenda over the club's 3 days before the Champions League final. And you come out and say this, and you tear down the coach as well for the style of play, who, as much as he is critical of it, it's worth saying that the more defensively that Borussia Dortmund have played, the more that Mats Hummels has shone. The more that they would go further up the pitch, the more it actually exposes him. So he's been somebody who's profited from this as well. It is a bizarre thing to do, but I wonder if the fact that it is well reported and well sourced from my information that he does not get on particularly well with Marco Reus. Marco Reus has been in the limelight. It's already announced that he's leaving. He had this wonderful send-off at Borussia Dortmund last weekend. I wonder if it's partly a little bit of, well, hang on, don't forget about me here. And the thing is, many Dortmund fans have said to me, the point that Hummels is making is right. The football hasn't been great this season. But why? Why, oh why, are you making it now? And it completes what has been a rocky build-up in terms of PR for Borussia Dortmund, having signed a new sponsoring deal with an arms manufacturer today, and also been linked with Mason Greenwood this week. Things are not looking particularly sharp on the PR point of view from Borussia Dortmund, and this thing with Mats Hummels on the football side of things is just really bizarre.
Yeah, it's interesting, Frank, the timing of this. As Archie says, 3 days before a Champions League final. Whether or not it needs to be said maybe is another debate, but it certainly doesn't need to be said now, does it?
No, of course not. I think it's like preparing a huge defeat and give already the excuses of it. And that's absolutely crazy. You have to get into the game with the confidence, the happiness, and the trust in what you are built and what you've built during the season. And now he's just saying that the coach is not good enough, that he had to talk to him, that he needed the assistance to have a better tactic. That's insane. I mean, I have highly ranked Hummels as a player. He had a hard season, and we saw that during the Bundesliga. But in Champions League, as Archie said, when they had to defend, he was there against many clubs, and he played very well. But why he has to say that? I mean, it's like, yeah, shooting yourself in your own foot and not helping the team, because the atmosphere is important before. It's important before in the dressing room. Everybody has to stress that it's possible to get a miracle from that final, and he's not helping doing that.
I think it just tells you what he thinks of himself. Let's be honest.
What's that, Stephen?
Well, every man and his dog sitting here going, why is he doing this 3 days before? He'll be sitting right now going, what's the problem? And that's the problem.
Right, that he doesn't realise.
He doesn't realise what he's doing is causing problems before such a big game, and he just thinks that what he says is right. And because what he said might be right, but because he says it, that makes it definitely right.
Right.
Why should anybody have a problem? That's the problem.
Is anyone having a word with him at all? Are we beyond that?
No, I think it's beyond that. If this is the statement he's making 3 days before a Champions League final, he's tone deaf to any kind of advice.
What was
that? Any kind of advice. But to the point, if your two centre backs are Hummels and, God help us, Nicolas Sola, you have to be defensive. You don't have a choice but to play that way. So I don't understand. I don't understand the timing of the criticism for reasons that we just said, or the fact that he just is totally oblivious to his own kind of deficits as a defender. Don't get me wrong, in the last couple of rounds in the Champions League, he's been outstanding. But Dortmund have sat back, have played a little bit defensive, and he has allowed him to be the best version of himself. But you can't then criticize the thinking behind. We've got to protect centre-backs who don't have the legs, don't have pace. That's just sensible tactics.
We'll say thank you very much to Archie. Have a lovely rest of your evening in London, Archie. What are you up to?
Oh, hanging out with producer Freddie.
Oh, go to Gab's house. Go to Gab's house. He'll be more than happy to entertain you.
Gab's up late.
Yeah, Gab's up late. Look, go round there. Bit posh round there, Gab is though. Might not let you in.
I'll wait with bated breath.
Thank you very much, Archie. Let's go on now to Gab's favourite part of the show, where we say lots of nice things about his best bud, Carlo Ancelotti. In a really good interview with The Times, Ancelotti doesn't really say much, does he, normally in interviews? He really seems to quite open up, saying, I had one system that I learned to AC Milan from Arrigo Sacchi. It was 4-4-2, and for this I refused to have Roberto Baggio at Parma because he wanted to play number 10. He was one of the best players in the world at the time, and I refused to have him because I just wanted to play with two strikers. Today I would say, Baggio, come to Parma and we'll arrange the situation. Instead, I told him, listen, Roberto, there's no space for you. It was a mistake. And I tried to change my idea when I went to Juventus. I had Zidane and he was number 10. Should I put him right or left? Impossible. Zidane is the most important player in my team and he has to be number 10 and I have to adapt. From there, I always took into account the characteristics of the players to build the system. And what a system he has built over the years, Gab. Really frank, really interesting, some of his comments here in The Times.
Yeah, I mean,
not you, Frank Gab.
Sorry. Sorry, I heard Frank. Sorry, I don't know
throw
why
me
I
when
heard
you
Frank.
said
Go
really
Gab,
frank,
go Gab.
to be fair. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll be
it's
frank.
right, it's what you said.
Those of us who've been...
Thank you.
Those of us who've been around Carlo Ancelotti are going to be familiar with these stories because he's told them all before. But it is remarkable. And, you know, when he mentioned, you know, not wanting Roberto Baggio at Parma, he didn't just want him. He had a guy named Gianfranco Zola who he's like, oh, this guy's not good. You know, my strikers, Chiesa and Crespo are better than him. What should I do with this guy? Well, he's literally dribbles past people. Let me put him on the wing. No, he doesn't do enough defending in wide areas. All right, screw this. I'm going to send him to Chelsea so he can go play with Frank Leboeuf. And then, of course, the rest, as they say, is history. So he's one of those guys who was extremely dogmatic, and he made the journey to becoming incredibly pragmatic. And, you know, this is why he understands the dogmatic managers. He understands the big idea managers, the ones who talk about philosophy and so on, who come in and say, no, we're always going to play a certain way. We're not going to worry about the opposition. He understands that because he was one of them. And he thrived as a player under one of them. And I think that is one of his strengths, along, of course, with the man management, the warmth, the honesty, and the ability to find new solutions, whether it's playing Valverde as a right winger or Camavinga as a left back, Tchouaméni at center back. There's been so many solutions that he's found over the years, and he quickly gets buy-in from players. Bellingham, another fine example of this, you know, turning him into a false 9 or number 10 when, you know, he was basically a much deeper line center midfielder his entire career. You know, he can do that because I think he has a pretty unique vision of the game.
I imagine it's quite difficult as a coach, Stevie, to kind of not rip up the game plan, but kind of having to second guess yourself and actually think, well, maybe my system isn't the right system. And there must be managers that trip over themselves a lot because they think they're right. How difficult is it to come to the realisation, obviously, that Ancelotti did and continues to do?
Well, honestly, I think if you're so set in your ways that you're not going to take on board quality, then you're clearly not going to reach the top. And at the end of the day, if you're in a position where you can cherry pick the best players, that's a different ball game. But when you're given a set of players, you have to figure out what's going to work. Whether it's 4-2-3-1, 4-4-2, whatever. You have to be open to what you have, to what you're going to mix, how you're going to make the cake with what you've got. And if you can do it the way this guy does it, the way Ancelotti does it, to the level that he does it, I mean, he gets the great players to be even better. He gets average players to produce incredible performances. But most of all, he puts a team together in different ways. And that's not easy. It's one thing to have your ideas how you want to play the game, but when something scuppers that, you have to be able to turn around, particularly at a big club, and still get results, doing things that you would rather not do, and get everybody to believe in it, and then be at their best. That takes a special guy, and that's Ancelotti, a special guy.
We're seeing a lot of young managers at the moment, flavour of the month, who play X style. This is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to go out there, and this is, I will kind of die on my sword. Obviously, Ancelotti different to that, and how much are these young guns kind of going to get caught out by that?
But I think that's fine. Young managers coming in with a style to make their own, and the teams kind of fit in around that. You also have to earn the kind of respect that Ancelotti has over the years, that he can make these changes. And I think one of the strengths that Carlo Ancelotti clearly exhibits as a manager is not only knowing what's best for his team in terms of formation or strategy, in best for his players as individuals, but recognizing the strengths and weaknesses of the opponent. And in the article, he spoke about that. He spoke about tactically how they set up against Manchester City in the previous round. Now, knowing Pep Guardiola's teams and City, how they play, and kind of setting up a little bit more pragmatically, understandable, you know. But then he also spoke about doing the exact same against De Zerbi's Shakhtar Donetsk, and how the game played out exactly as he envisioned. And again, being a little bit more pragmatic and letting them fall into their own trap. And I think that is a confidence in a manager that Ancelotti has himself as a manager, but more to the point, that his team have in him.
Yeah.
That nobody, if he says, listen, we're going to press high up, nobody questions it. If he says we're going to drop off deep and we're going to defend, nobody questions it. He says to Jude Bellingham, you go and play as a number 10, great. We concede a few goals from crosses against Atletico Madrid. I need to be more defensive, no problem. Those are things that come with time and understanding, and most importantly, especially at this level of the game, the respect of the players that are under your charge.
That's a great point, isn't it, Frank? If basically Ancelotti tells you to jump, you ask him how high.
I mean, the guy is a magician. What he does with the players, how he can increase the level of each player, how he can feel the game, how he can dictate something obvious now, but crazy at the time. You know, when he lost Benzema, and he said that Vinícius Jr cannot play as a 9, he wants to play on the side like Rodrigo, so I have Bellingham now, I'm gonna push him in the middle, and he's gonna score goals. Nobody could have seen that. And he saw that. Then when you know what somebody said, I don't know who said that, but he said, only stupid people don't change their mind. And he was able to do so at a time where he realized that he had to adapt to the player that he had. And now everybody says, yeah, a good coach is somebody who gets his squad and adapts to the player that he has. But at the time, nobody told him that. And he was able to do so and to be successful every club that he went in, and got the trust of the players and made them being better than they've never been. The guy is a legend. And I like the way that he say that, because it's like a service, it's like an advice to younger coaches who maybe are a little bit stubborn right now, thinking that only, as you say, one way of playing is good enough. No, it's not.
Yeah, this is your favourite segment ever, isn't it?
Hey, look, if you want, we can sit here and talk about all his flaws just to balance it out, all the times he screwed up. Bringing James Rodriguez to Everton. Boy, that was clever there, wasn't that, Carlo? And gee, why couldn't you win with Napoli when Spalletti came over and made it look so easy, shortly after you left? Even Gattuso, you don't particularly like, did a better job with Napoli. So yeah, we can go on. Hey, how about being 3-0 up at halftime and then screwing it up? We remember that one, don't we? Right?
This is taking a turn I wasn't expecting.
Right?
Gab Hits, come on. What's happened? Has he not invited you to Vancouver this year?
No. I'm saying is, I don't want to be the guy who just says nice things about him, because you guys are already saying that. Nobody's perfect. He's made mistakes throughout his career. He's made egregious mistakes. Not just the, I don't want Baggio and Zola, but, I think it's the way you learn from them. It's the way you react from them. And it's the way that you can continue growing, even now at his age when, he's well into his mid-60s now. He's a grandpa now, right? And yet he's still learning, he's still communicating, he's still managing to relate to much younger players. And, before when you guys were talking about company and the guys and young managers coming in, one of the reasons that's happening, you see that, Maresca, Chelsea and so on, is that a lot of clubs are kind of fed up with those managers who are like, oh, I'm the big boss, I've got the philosophy, let me pick all the players and so on, which might explain why Allegri's gone, why Mourinho's out of a job, why Conte's trying to get in through the back door, why Ten Hag might be out of a job. Ancelotti was never like that. All those years at Milan, he had phenomenal players, but he wasn't the one picking them. He was the one finding a way to make it all work. I'll give you another one, which I think probably some of his finest work. He had Andrea Pirlo, very talented number 10. He couldn't fit him into the side because he had Rui Costa, who's even more talented. And Pirlo goes to him and says, hey, what if I play deeper? And he's like, how's that going to work? You're a little scrawny guy. You can't tackle. You don't run around. You get tired. And what happened? He worked out a system where Pirlo became a deep-lying playmaker and became one of the best deep-lying playmakers in the world. So it's that ability to go deal with the cards you're dealt and, again, making them add up to more than the sum of their parts.
In a really good interview with The Times, Ancelotti doesn't really say much, does he, normally in interviews? He really seems to quite open up, saying, I had one system that I learned at AC Milan from Arrigo Sacchi. It was 4-4-2, and for this I refused to have Roberto Baggio at Parma because he wanted to play number 10. He was one of the best players in the world at the time, and I refused to have him because I just wanted to play with two strikers. Today I would say, Baggio, come to Parma and we'll arrange the situation. Instead, I told him, listen, Roberto, there's no space for you. It was a mistake. And I tried to change my idea when I went to Juventus. I had Zidane and he was number 10. Should I put him right or left? Impossible. Zidane is the most important player in my team and he has to be number 10 and I have to adapt. From there, I always took into account the characteristics of the players to build the system. And what a system he has built over the years, Gab. Really frank, really interesting, some of his comments here in The Times.
Yeah,
I
mean,
look, you, Frank Gab.
Sorry, I heard Frank. Sorry, I don't know
did
why I
fairly when
heard
you
Frank.
said
Go
really
Gab,
frank,
go Gab.
to be fair. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll be
it's
frank.
right, it's what you said.
Those of us who've been...
Thank you. Thank you.
Those of us who've been around Carletto Ancelotti are going to be familiar with these stories because he's told them all before. But it is remarkable. And, when he mentions, not wanting Roberto Baggio at Parma, he didn't just want him. He had a guy named Gianfranco Zola who he's like, oh, this guy's not good. My strikers, Chiesa and Crespo are better than him. What should I do with this guy? Well, he's literally dribbles past people. Let me put him on the wing. No, he doesn't do enough defending in wide areas. All right, screw this. I'm going to send him to Chelsea so he can go play with Frank Leboeuf. And then, of course, the rest, as they say, is history. So he's one of those guys who was extremely dogmatic, and he made the journey to becoming incredibly pragmatic. And this is why he understands the dogmatic managers. He understands the big idea managers, the ones who talk about philosophy and so on, who come in and say, no, we're always going to play a certain way. We're not going to worry about the opposition. He understands that because he was one of them, and he thrived as a player under one of them. And I think that is one of his strengths, along, of course, with the man management, the warmth, the honesty, and the ability to find new solutions, whether it's playing Valverde as a right winger or Camavinga as a left back, Chouameni at center back. There's been so many solutions that he's found over the years, and he quickly gets buy-in from players. Bellingham, another fine example of this, turning him into a false 9 or number 10 when, he was basically a much deeper lying center midfielder his entire career. He can do that because I think he has a pretty unique vision of the game.
I imagine it's quite difficult as a coach, Stevie, to kind of not rip up the game plan, but kind of having to second guess yourself and actually think, well, maybe my system isn't the right system. And there must be managers that trip over themselves a lot because they think they're right. How difficult is it to come to the realisation, obviously, that Ancelotti did and continues to do?
Well, honestly, I think if you're so set in your ways that you're not going to take on board quality, then you're clearly not going to reach the top. And at the end of the day, if you're in a position where you can cherry pick the best players, that's a different ball game. But when you're given a set of players, you have to figure out what's going to work. Whether it's 4-2-3-1, 4-4-2, whatever. You have to be open to what you have, to what you're going to mix, how you're going to make the cake with what you've got. And if you can do it the way this guy does it, the way Ancelotti does it, to the level that he does it, I mean, he gets the great players to be even better. He gets average players to produce incredible performances. But most of all, he puts a team together in different ways. And that's not easy. It's one thing to have your ideas how you want to play the game, but when something scuppers that, you have to be able to turn around, particularly at a big club, and still get results, doing things that you would rather not do, and get everybody to believe in it, and then be at their best. That takes a special guy, and that's Ancelotti, a special guy.
Time now for Back Pages tonight here on Sky Sports News, bringing you a first look at the sports stories in the morning's newspapers. And joining us tonight are Martin Ziegler from The Times and the Daily Mail's Craig Hope. Evening to you both. Let's quickly run everyone through the back pages then, starting with the back of the Sun, which says stuff your World Cup, cop slot for Ollie and Tyson's jingle bell. The back of Craig's paper, The Mail, says Arteta jackpot, and the 8 elite staff set to join Enzo at Chelsea. Front of the Times says Ratcliffe's culture shock. Scheffler, the officer hit me. AI bid to cut off side delays, and Świątek beats Osaka in Paris Classic. Back of the Star, fantasy football. Tyson's cracker, Klopp Sancho pop, and United in for Felix. And as for The Guardian, let the adventures begin. Co-warns Olympic drug cheats won't sleep easily, and Świątek digs deep to deny Osaka. So plenty to get through. Let's just finish on the Telegraph. Money, no, that is not why I came to Saudi. Big picture of Steven Gerrard there. And Wembley put on alert for pro-Palestine fan protests. OK, as I mentioned, plenty to get through. We're going to start with the back of the Sun. Stuff your World Cup. Prem Chief, PFA, turn on FIFA. Martin, this looks like the competition that might have broken the camel's back in terms of player workload, and people are fighting back over this. What do you make of it?
Yeah, this is FIFA's new 32-team Club World Cup being played in a year's time in the United States. I mean, it's like another World Cup. But this time it's for clubs, and yeah, the PFA, the International Players Union, FIFA Pro, all the European leagues, world leagues are up in arms about it. And there is a meeting tomorrow in London. Richard Masters will be there. The PFA will be there. La Liga president Javier Tebas will be there. They will make their displeasure very, very known, very loud and clear.
Just how much of a bloody nose, Craig, might this be for FIFA?
Well, I was speaking to a contact relatively recently who was actually attached to UEFA, and they said, be under no illusions here. FIFA want this to be, in time, as big as the World Cup. Now, they really do have grand ambitions about this. Indeed, borrow your phrase there, Dave. You know, bloody knows, absolutely, this is what they're going to emerge with tomorrow, because I think clubs have looked at it, and certainly, you know, you look at it from your own perspective as well. You know, we don't need a Club World Cup. I'm okay with the Euros. I'm okay with the World Cup. I'm okay with the Champions League. We've got enough, you know. Ask Martin as well, you know, even as journalists, our season now doesn't end. We're into the Champions League this weekend, then we're into the Euros, then you're into your pre-season tours in Japan and America, wherever else. You come back and you're into the Premier League. So there's no space in the calendar for a Club World Cup, as much as FIFA may argue otherwise. And more so, I think the point they'll make is it's the toll on the players' bodies. Just look at the Premier League this year. We've had an unprecedented number of injuries, really. We're going into a Euros now where England have got a back four that was suspect anyway, limping into the Euros because of fitness issues, because of overload. And we don't need a Club World Cup, be that in terms of the schedule, you know, the load on players. Culturally, we don't need a Club World Cup. You know, it's okay being in the Middle East somewhere in December where we barely notice it and we don't tune in. So I hope the Premier League and La Liga and all the others do make the point, and I think they are right to do so.
Martin, picking up on Craig's point about the workload on players, I mean, we're seeing it already, aren't we, with no replays in the FA Cup. We've seen Manchester United, Newcastle in particular, those squads being decimated with injuries. Do you think this could even go further and club and competitions like maybe the Carabao Cup start to become under threat as well, as players start to kind of fight back about workload?
Yeah, I'm sure sooner or later the Carabao Cup will go, but I think that will be tied into sort of money from the Premier League. I mean, one thing I would say about this sort of threatened boycott is you ask Chelsea, you ask Manchester City, the two English clubs who are in this tournament, are they going to pass up the chance of getting 30, 40 million pounds if that's what it is, and that's what they've been promised? No, they're going to go for it. The players will go for it, you know, because money talks. And yes, we've got a situation now. You know, we've got the Euros, Copa America, we've got the Olympic football tournament, straight back into the Premier League, and then going to the Club World Cup again next summer. I mean, it is crazy, but people find it difficult to say no.
OK, staying with the Sun, alongside that Stuffy World Cup is a Kop slot for Ollie, Craig. Looks like Liverpool could be interested in signing Ollie Watkins, which would be a huge transfer if it happened.
Yeah, and you can see why as well. You know, Liverpool have had a long recent history now of signing wonderful wide players. You know, we've seen Mo Salah, the success he had, Sadio Mane, and even the guys they've brought in more recently. The one position they've actually struggled with, and you know, Roberto Firmino was excellent, but he was a different type of player to Ollie Watkins. They've since brought in Darwin Núñez. His struggles are well documented. A goal scorer, a fox in the box type, you know, for want of a better phrase. And Ollie Watkins is that. 19 Premier League goals, I think it is this season, going to be in the England squad. Going to the Euros, still of an age, I think, you know, 28, where he's probably got a good 3-4 years at his very best ahead of him. And I think this one could potentially make a lot of sense for what Liverpool need, just to bridge that gap. You know, they only finished a few points behind, but certainly when you look at the makeup of their team and an area you can identify where they could potentially be short, it would probably be a Watkins type player through the middle.
OK, from players to managers, and it is a bit of a manager merry-go-round at the minute, but I'm going to come to you, Craig, because this is at the back of your paper, the Mail. Arteta jackpot, so this involving a manager going nowhere. Obviously, Mikel Arteta, it would be in huge demand, but Arsenal manager's salary to skyrocket closer to Pep's £20 million. This is by your colleague Sammy Mockbell. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, and I think it's necessary and it's warranted as well. You look at Arsenal now, and there's a style there. There's a clear identity. There is a core of elite level players. You look at the two centre backs into midfield and out wide, you know, the areas with Saka and Martinelli. What are they missing? Well, this talks to the previous discussion we've just had about about a striker, a central striker, and Arsenal did have one of those this season. They only finished 2 points behind Manchester City. I think they scored 5 goals less than Manchester City. If they'd had that striker, that goal scorer, those extra 5 goals might just have been the difference between finishing second and finishing first. So while we see Liverpool potentially interested in Ollie Watkins, what price Arsenal entering the race as well? I know he'll cost a lot of money, but you look at that is the one position they're missing. But to go back to the story from my colleague Sammy, Arteta's had a brilliant couple of years there after what was a sticky enough start. But you look at him now there, he's convincing. I think he's erudite in how he addresses the press. I think he's got his players' backs. I think he's got the best interests of the club at heart. And whatever he wants in terms of pay and remuneration, reward, I think Arsenal should give it to him. I think they really have got an elite level manager there.
OK, we're going to move to your paper, Martin, to the Times. Ratcliffe's culture shock. United to encourage communal working with training ground revamp and tell staff to be frugal. This from your colleagues Paul Hurston and Charlotte Dunker. I mean, is this what's needed at Manchester United? This complete kind of overhaul in the culture of the place?
Well, I mean, clearly that's what Ineos think. I think some of the details of this are fascinating. That they're going to have the manager is going to have a sort of communal workspace and try and make things more sort of get everybody together and have more of a sort of team atmosphere. I mean, I don't think Fergie perhaps would have welcomed that. He was very much a man who liked to have his own office, and so this is going to be, whoever, whether it's going to be Ten Hag, whether somebody else comes in. I think it's going to be really interesting just to see whether this sort of new culture that Ineos is bringing actually has an effect on the team. Or, the other thing they want to is make sure employees treat the club's money as preciously as though it was their own. So whether they think that things have been a bit spendthrift, that's clearly the message they're getting.
Yeah, of course, they spent 80-odd million on Casemiro. But just how do you think Jim Ratcliffe has gone so far, Craig?
Well, they haven't made a very impressive start, have they? They don't have a sporting director. They don't have a CEO. Probably come this time next week, they won't have a manager. If you speak to people in the game, there's a suspicion, and we wrote this in the Mail last week, that Sir Jim Ratcliffe and Ineos don't yet quite grasp the football industry. You've only got to look at their handling of trying to get Dan Ashworth out of Newcastle. The story I wrote last week in the Mail about Dan Ashworth inadvertently sending an email to his own Newcastle email address, his account, revealing the clandestine talks with Omar Barada, who was still on gardening leave at Manchester City. So it's all a little bit of a mess so far. And there's other stories as well about stripping back the benefits around FA Cup tickets for existing staff and the whole experience there. So far, from a PR perspective, the image we're getting of what they're going in and doing there, it hasn't been great so far. As I said at the top of the answer there, the key positions which they spoke so much about and how important these guys were going to be and getting them in place as quick as they possibly can. Well, Barada's not coming in until July, and Dan Ashworth, well, goodness knows when that will be. My information is it will be, if not next year, the end of this year at the earliest, really. So yeah, not a great start, and you only hope these cultural changes they're trying to implement are well received inside the building, because Martin touched on some of the details there, and it does raise one or two eyebrows, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Let's have a look at United on the pitch then, trying to strengthen up their playing squad. A story in the back of the Star says United in for Felix, that João Felix, considering a swap deal involving Mason Greenwood and Portuguese star João Felix, Atletico Madrid and Portuguese star. I mean, he didn't have a particularly auspicious 6 months loan at Chelsea. Martin, is he the answer to their problems on the pitch?
No, I don't think it is, to be honest. I'm quite surprised that this has even been considered by United. But I mean, I think one thing's for sure: they cannot take Mason Greenwood back, so they need to try and do something to. But João Felix, he's an enigma, isn't he? I mean, he's built up as this incredibly talented player, and he does show flashes of that. But you just don't get that return. Even for this season for Barcelona, where he's been on loan, he's been very hit and miss. So I think if you're Manchester United, you want somebody who's going to definitely deliver, and I'm not sure that is João Felix.
Okay, staying with the Star and the Klopp-Sancho pop, this by David Anderson. Jurgen Klopp has aimed a parting shot at Manchester United's Erik ten Hag over his treatment of Jadon Sancho. Craig, you've watched a bit of Borussia Dortmund where Sancho has played really well, but it's an interesting kind of timing of this comment from Jurgen Klopp.
Yeah, I did both legs of the semi-final, Dortmund against PSG, and you travel out there for the first leg, and you're very mindful of falling into the trap of what would be an easy narrative. You know, Jadon Sancho back at Dortmund in a semi-final, playing well on the verge of a final, 2 fingers to Man United. You know, I was guarded against that. And then I watched him over the 2 games and I thought, no, he genuinely was fantastic. He looks like a completely different player, especially in the second leg out in Paris when Dortmund needed someone to alleviate the pressure, to take the ball, to carry the ball, to take players on, to play in the transition. Honestly, I had Sancho over the 2 legs as my best player. You know, you certainly put Kylian Mbappe in the shade, and sometimes a player, and I think this is what Klopp was alluding to, sometimes a player needs love, an arm around the shoulder, be that from a manager, be that from a crowd. And I think at Dortmund, Jadon Sancho is getting both. And if I was him, I would honestly stay there. You know, it's quite incredible. If you'd have said 6 months ago there'll be 2 English players in the Champions League semi-final this weekend, you would have had a fair gamble on Jude Bellingham being one. You would never have imagined the other would be Jadon Sancho. And not just that, he's going there on merit and he's going there playing well, having put Dortmund in that position. So all the best to him, and I hope that they do find a way for him to remain out there next year.
Welcome back. You're watching Back Pages tonight. And also, big welcome back to Martin Ziegler from The Times and the Daily Mail's Craig Hope. And Craig, we're going to come to you. The back of the mirror. Goals to Newcastle. Your patch, Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Everton need to sell because of profit and sustainability regulations. I mean, they've got some pretty good strikers with the likes of Wilson and Isak and whatnot. Calvert-Lewin, good signing?
I wouldn't have said so. You know, I think Eddie Howe's preference is to try and keep Callum Wilson this summer. He sees a greater need elsewhere in the squad, you know, notably right wing, perhaps a new goalkeeper in centre halves as well. Now, I would be surprised, I must admit, you know, Eddie Howe does like Calvert-Lewin. Now, they've inquired about him before in previous windows. This story, I think, first dropped last week. My information then was, you know, yes, he is on a list, but he's not at the top of a list, and it wouldn't be a priority. Now, Calvert-Lewin's first goal, I think it was, in however many games, actually came at St James's Park earlier in the season after a long drought. He's got fitness problems. I would be very surprised if this was the case. I'm not ruling out. I don't want to, knock down the story without checking it elsewhere first. But certainly, my latest information was that they were looking elsewhere for now.
OK, we're going to stay with the back of the mirror and a story about Jurgen Klopp, who says, I'd have been axed at the Blues. We've already touched upon him having a bit of a pop at Erik ten Hag and Jadon Sancho. Looks, Martin, like he's had a bit of a pop at Chelsea's owners and the way they kind of get rid of managers, saying that if he'd have been there, he wouldn't have lasted as long.
Yeah, I think he made the point, didn't he? This was at a sort of a farewell evening event with the comedian John Bishop and others, and I think he basically pointed out the fact that Mauricio Pochettino had just turned things around and then delivered European football next season from a sort of fairly low starting point, and suddenly he was out the door. And I think Klopp was making the point that you have to be almost superhuman to survive, I think.
OK, we're going to go to the Telegraph, and this is a Stevie Gerrard story. Money, no, that is not why I came to Saudi. He makes the point that he was financially secure quite a while ago, Craig. So why did he go to Saudi?
Well, I do enjoy the headline. And the first quote is, as you've just touched on there, I am financially secure. And then he goes on to say, did money play a part? Well, yes, it played a part. Of course it played a part. Why else would he go to Saudi Arabia? And it's disappointing, really, because when Gerrard first went up to Glasgow Rangers, great story up there, did a brilliant job. I was dispatched from the northeast to cover him most weeks. Did his first game at Aberdeen, went around Europe with him, and I was so impressed. I used this word earlier with Arteta. I thought he was really erudite and convincing in his delivery. He did a brilliant job there. He got recruitment right. He had a good team around him, and he stopped Celtic winning the 10 in a row, you know. And I just think the next job, when he went to Aston Villa there, I was just so disappointed in him, because I was really convinced by this guy. He went to Villa, made mistakes, you know, reputation took a hell of a hit, and I dare say if he'd actually stayed in Scotland with Rangers, he might actually be the Liverpool manager. He might actually be the Liverpool manager incoming now. So to go to Saudi Arabia, you know, you can almost map his and Jordan Henderson's journey, you know, as a parallel in many ways. It hasn't worked out for Henderson. I don't think it's necessarily going to work out for Gerrard. He's probably going to have to come back to Europe or back to the UK in some form and rebuild that reputation, because I don't think he will do it in Saudi Arabia. And you look on and you think, you know, the prime reason, the prime motivation probably is money, as much as the headline does suggest otherwise. So no, it's a shame, given how good and how brilliant a start he made to his management career up at Rangers, that he has ended up at this juncture. Because I undoubtedly think, you know, now his stock has taken a hell of a hit.
Yeah, Martin, do you think he can come again, Gerrard? And wouldn't you prefer that some of these sporting stars, be it live golfers or boxers or footballers, to just come out and say, you know what, the money was too good to turn down?
Yeah, I mean, some of the golfers have said that. So yes, I think, as Craig says, Gerrard basically did say that, didn't he? But I mean, I think the interview does say that he was offered a couple of championship club jobs and decided to go to Saudi instead. So I think that for somebody, if he wants to make it, you know, to put what happened at Villa behind him and have another shot at the Premier League, then he should really have, you know, dropped down a level, try to get some promotion with a championship club, make his mark there as he did with Rangers, and then I'm sure, because he's not that experienced and he needs to learn. But going to Saudi Arabia, I don't think another Premier club is just going to take him on like that.
OK, we're going to stay with you, Martin, because this is your story in the Times. AI bid to cut offside delays, harness artificial intelligence and force fields. Tell us more about this. Sounds fascinating.
Yeah, the Premier League, they've signed a deal with a company called Second Spectrum, an American tech company, and instead of the sort of limb tracking which tracks I think 36 points in a player's body, this new system tracks apparently 10,000 parts of the body, and with 200 times a second, and basically provides this sort of moving 3D image, and it creates a sort of effective force field that when an attacker goes in front of the defender, the artificial intelligence recognises this and then sends a message saying he's offside. So this is going to come into the Premier League next season, starting from one of the autumn international breaks.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. We're going to move to a story about Jude Bellingham in the back of the Star. Fantasy football, Craig. Playing to the gallery, Bellingham has been inspired by pictures of Real's European Cup heroes at the Bernabeu. I mean, this season couldn't have gone any better for him. He's still very aware of where he kind of falls in the pantheon of Real Madrid greats.
When he talks, you know, I used that word earlier, he's so convincing. He's almost as impressive off the pitch as he is on the pitch, perhaps even more so off it, given, you know, the tenderness of his years. And he's always been like that. You know, I've covered a little bit of Real Madrid. I was out there for the derby, 3-4 months ago when he scored the 2 late goals there, and just, wow, you know, to go there at his age and to have the charisma and to take all of that pressure and all of that expectation on his shoulders and not just meet it, but to take it to a different level as well. And, you know, you go into the Champions League final on Saturday, you wouldn't be at all surprised if he's the individual to dictate the game and ultimately settle, you know, which way it goes. And then you go into the Euros as well. And there's Harry Kane, of course. Harry Kane has been there before with England and not quite done it. But this is Jude Bellingham, you know, the first time really when we're seeing this version of Jude Bellingham, the Real Madrid superstar, going there with the country, with England's hopes resting on his shoulders. And wow, what a double that would be. And, you know, you wouldn't bet against it because everything about the guy just screams just class, excellent, brilliance, pedigree, elite. He really is wonderful.
OK, gentlemen, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you. Just in the back of The Guardian, they're talking about let the adventures beginning. Bompasta aims to emulate Hayes as new Chelsea manager. And there's quite a bit in the papers as well about Tyson Fury and his rematch with Alexander Usyk.
Hansi Flick's old club confirmed today that Vincent Kompany is the new manager. Of course, we discussed this over the last week. This is what Vincent Kompany had to say. I'm looking forward to the challenge of FC Bayern. As a coach, you have to stand for what you are as a character. I love having the ball, being creative, but we also have to be aggressive and courageous on the pitch. I'm now looking forward to the basics, working with the players, building a team. Once the basis is right, success will follow. Archie, obviously, we've discussed this with you before, and you were just saying, look, fans are just happy it's done. They're relieved that they've got a new manager who, if you believe reports, is the 8th choice. There is absolutely no way that any other big club in the world, be it Manchester City, be it PSG, be it Barcelona, would hire a coach that just got a team relegated in the Premier League. How much attention is that getting?
It's got a lot of tabloid attention, and I think that it is understandable because that is the headline. But when you look beyond that, Vincent Kompany has a huge name in football from what he achieved as a player. And as we've seen with the success of Xabi Alonso at Bayer Leverkusen, that is important and is a weapon if you can use it in the right way. So I think that, in a way, Bayern have taken a leaf out of what Bayer Leverkusen have done in their appointment of Vincent Kompany. And given the way that the situation was going, they've come up with, I think, an impressive solution to the problem for now, because they had to get a coach before making this summer upheaval. This is only the first part of the puzzle. They will also have, I think, a certain amount of authority over Vincent Kompany when it comes to transfers, which is important because there's been a lot of talk about whether a coach coming in would get the players that they would want. And I think by having Vincent Kompany, it takes the pressure off in that way, because I think they'll find it easier to say no to him because of the fact that he's really coming in wanting this job a little bit more than Bayern initially wanted him. So I think it's still an intriguing situation to see how it works out. And let's not forget that whilst I don't want to say that Vincent Kompany is going to become a managerial or coaching great here, there are coaching greats such as Jurgen Klopp, Arsene Wenger, who endured early relegations in their career and got to learn from them as well. And I think that for me would be something to emphasize, looking at the bigger picture and thinking about how his style of play with Burnley in the Championship, when he had a better quality of player and was able to dominate the league, that's going to be a more similar situation to what he'll have at Bayern rather than what he was facing with Burnley. That's not as much to, I think, associate with.
Frank, how would you feel if you're, say, a Thomas Muller in that Bayern dressing room with Kompany coming in?
I would be interested. And Archie explained exactly what I think. I think it's a good idea. Maybe the 8th choice, but I think it's a good idea. And the Xabi Alonso example is a great one.
Yes, I know. You could say Xabi Alonso, but you could also say Steven Gerrard. You could also say Frank Lampard. The list is much longer. It's much longer, this list, isn't it? Of great players who have failed as a coach than those who have succeeded. Plus, taking over a Bayer Leverkusen side is very different to taking over Bayern Munich, given the spotlight and given the expectations.
Okay, I agree with you, Dan, but give me a name of a coach, experienced coach, we're going to ensure you that Bayern Munich is going to be successful again. Nobody did, and nobody is going to be able to tell you, because it's impossible. And it's also up to the players in the dressing room to accept the new coach and to accept his ideas and the way they have to work together. Otherwise, of course, it's not going to work, but it will never work with any coaches, even with 20 years of experiences. And it's been showed lately in the recent past. So give a chance to the product. He's a legend of football. He has a past, and he has the credit that you need to handle a dressing room, unless you don't want him to do so. So Kimmich, Müller, and some others will have to accept that the fact he has maybe no experience, but he has ideas, and he wants to be successful, and he wants to work with them, and make sure that Bayern Munich goes back to the best of the best. You don't have the insurance is going to work, but you don't have the insurance is not going to work as well. So try it, let's see, and as I always say, give a chance to the product. And I think Vincent Kompany is a very good product.
Frank, very positive, very optimistic. Would you be, Shaka, if you were in that dressing room?
Not right now, no. And listen, maybe things change and my mind changes once pre-season starts and I'm able to work with the new manager a little bit more closely. But the truth is, and while I understand, I guess, the parallels between Kompany and Xabi Alonso, maybe I understand the parallels between Burnley and the Championship and how we got them to play with a superior player. Bayern Munich, and the difference between Bayern Munich and Burnley is less about the quality of player that you have over the opposition, but how you manage expectations, how you manage the politics around the club, how you manage some of those talents and some of those egos. Vincent Kompany can walk into the Burnley dressing room and have a conversation and everybody sit up and take notice and hang on every word as though it was scripture because of who he was as a player. But if you can boast a CV as good as, if not better than Vincent Kompany's, his words don't carry that same gravity. And that for me is a challenge. And then again, how do you, and I think this was part of Burnley's issue in getting relegated, adjustments when things aren't going well, against a better opponent, if you're one down, if you're a man down, how do you make those adjustments? I'm not sure that Vincent Kompany got those absolutely right. You aren't allowed any kind of leeway when you're managing Bayern Munich. You cannot be, the opponent can't be a man down and you lose in any competition. And I feel some of those things are learned. So it's one thing to talk about the Jurgen Klopps or whoever else who've been relegated and bounced back, but you learn those on the job under a lesser spotlight where maybe the stakes aren't as high, and you figure those things out. I don't think Bayern Munich is a club you go to figure things out.
It's all about how do you handle the pressure when it's not going well, because it happens to everybody. And he doesn't have the excuse of, well, the players aren't good enough for the Premier League. He doesn't have that anymore. And I think Xavi is a good example of the reason Xavi decided to leave Barcelona is because the pressure was getting to him. Because he came into it with no real CV either, did he? Let's be honest, at a top club. And Vincent Kompany's doing the same thing. He's gone into a huge club without the real depth of knowledge and serving his time, shall we put it that way, to know how to handle it when it's going wrong at such a big club. And that's the test. You know, he's got a lot of players in that Bayern Munich squad that have been there, seen it, done it. And so when he's telling them to do something, or he's trying to explain what he wants, and they're going, what? Hold on a second. Then maybe this guy's not who we thought he was. But the biggest thing is, does he keep a cool head and does he keep a clear head when things are not quite working out? That's the biggest problem he's going to have.
We start at Barcelona. Hansi Flick then officially the new coach. They go from Xavi. Look at this, all very happy. Sign that paper, shake that hand, lovely. Everybody's in a good mood, clapping all round, smiling for pictures.
How long will it last?
This is what he had to say on day one.
The philosophy they have, it's similar like mine, so ball possession and really attacking football. These are the things I love, and we'll work about that. Barcelona has one of the best academy in the world, and they have a good mix between experienced player and also the young talent player. And I think we have to improve them, that they can improve, and this is our job to work together with Deco, with the president Laporta. For me, it's very important, the teamwork.
For more on this, let's welcome in. Oh, look at all these people. Frank Leboeuf is with us, Gab Marcotti, but we'll start outside of Wembley. Archie Rintut is with us. Archie, say I'm a Barcelona fan. I've never heard of Hansi Flick before. All I care about is Barcelona. How would you describe him, his personality, and how would you describe his tactics?
I think they will have heard of him, given that he won the Champions League with Bayern
in 2020.
I'm a real
and
big
that
Barcelona
is
fan. I hate
certainly-
anyone else. I don't care about any other managers. I just care about
Play the game, Archie. Play the game. Burley in the sky, isn't it?
I get it. I get what you're saying. Look, the high point of his time as a coach so far was winning the Champions League with Bayern in 2020. He was the long-time assistant to Joachim Löw in the German national team as well, so also a World Cup winner in 2014. But since winning the treble, indeed, I think it was the sextuple if you count up all the trophies they ended up winning, including the Club World Cup, European Super Cup and the Super Cup after that, things went downhill for Hansi Flick, and his stock, I would say, has dropped significantly in Germany. Wasn't helped by the release of the All or Nothing documentary of the German 2022 World Cup campaign, where there's this famous scene where he's saying, "Let's learn from the geese." And you can see the players looking a little bit perplexed as to what's going on here. When it comes to his style of play, I would say what we saw at Bayern and indeed with the German national team is it's high-risk attacking football, and there was a lot of leaning on Alphonso Davies' pace to help bail them out at the back. But it was also trying to play to the strengths of the senior players. What he did was he got the likes of Robert Lewandowski, Thomas Müller, David Alaba on board, and Thiago as well, I would name in that Bayern side, and made sure to play to them. So I think Robert Lewandowski will be a winner out of this for sure. But the question mark for me over how he managed the German national team is how he dealt with all these big personalities and actually trying to fit too much in terms of the way that they played, and he couldn't ultimately, I think, make the right decisions. He tried to please everyone a little bit too much. So I'm surprised that Barcelona have moved for him. I think there are other more highly rated German coaches out there on the market right now. Julian Nagelsmann would have been an option, and I think that he would have probably been a better option for Barcelona had they wanted to go for him earlier in April. But I'm intrigued to see how this one works out.
This could be a disaster, isn't it, Gab?
Well, look, there's going to be a whole bunch of things which are beyond his control. You know, those things that Xavi talked about and that Laporta didn't like hearing, such as all the financial restrictions that they're going to have, and I'm not going to bore you with, but, you know, they're there, they're obvious. He's running out of levers to pull. I think that's one obvious one. The other obvious one is that, hey, it's great to have Lewandowski, but, you know, Lewandowski is of a certain age now. Let's just put it that way. And he's in the final year of his contract. He likes to play, certainly, I mean, at Bayern, obviously, he liked to play this 4-2-3-1. And you look at Barcelona's players and, you know, do they have the wingers to do it? Because remember, when Xavi had that good spell before Gavi got injured, he kind of shoehorned Gavi out on the wing. Now, Gavi's not a winger, but he played there and came inside. Is Flick prepared to do that? And if he's not, you know, how do you fit, if you're playing 4-2-3-1, you've got three midfielders, two central and one attacking. How do you shoehorn Gundogan, De Jong, Pedri, and Gavi into the same lineup? They're just different players from the ones he had at Bayern when he was successful, different profiles of players, and a good coach will adapt his team to the players at his disposal. That's true, but you know, if they think they're getting the Bayern Flick, they won't. They're going to get a different Flick.
It's interesting, both Gab and Archie brought up Lewandowski. So let's talk about what Xavi said about him in an interview in Spain this week, talking about that he didn't really want him because he wasn't offering on the pitch what he needed, the high press and the energy, and off it as well, he wasn't particularly nice to some of the youngsters.
And if that is true, then that is understandable. You know, the fact, you know, Gab's talking about they're running out of levers. You probably could get a certain amount of money for Lewandowski, which means that gives you some sort of opportunity to bring somebody in.
But how do you handle, right, say you can't, say he's there, he's part of the squad. These are reports on the, what do you do with him when you're Flick? How do you address this situation?
The situation that Xavi was talking about?
Yes, yeah. So these are reports, aren't they, that Xavi and Lewandowski, they weren't on the same page for a lot of things.
That won't matter as soon as Flick walks through the door.
Because of the previous relationship.
Doesn't matter what Xavi said or Xavi did or Xavi thought. That's gone. That goes as soon as Xavi walks out that door or out that dressing room. That is gone. That doesn't matter. Now it's about how does Flick set the team up to get the best out of Lewandowski.
Right.
And everybody else. Not just Lewandowski, but the whole squad. He's got to figure out the best way to play to shoehorn everybody in order for them all to be successful whilst having Lewandowski as his number 9 and keeping him happy. Because, let's be honest, right now, he's still one of their main players. And being a main player, you've got to try and figure a way of keeping him happy, but supplying him and getting them goals.
Is that a problem for Barcelona, that Lewandowski remains one of their main players, given obviously he's not getting any younger?
No, well, not with Flick as manager, given Flick's relationship with Lewandowski. Lewandowski has never been a striker who presses from the front. And yet, Hansi Flick was able to get the best out of, well, certainly him in his Bayern team in terms of those successes that Archie just mentioned. So that adjustment, I think, comes kind of naturally for Hansi Flick with Robert Lewandowski. I don't see that as being an issue. The other aspect to what Xavi said is...
Xavi hasn't said it. I better just get this straight before I get into trouble. I have to do another apology. Basically, these are reports.
I was reporting.
Yeah.
There's this exchange with Lamine Yamal that from earlier in the season between Lewandowski and Lamine Yamal, where Yamal doesn't square the ball to him, and then Lamine Yamal comes to kind of shake his hand in the box, and he just brushes him away. So I sympathise with that, and especially kind of given the importance of young players and the academy to Barcelona and making sure and bringing through those kinds of talents, and how Lamine Yamal has gone on to establish himself within that Barcelona team. So I think that is an aspect that needs to be managed, should I say, by Hansi Flick, especially given what he said in that clip about the importance of it. But again, kind of sympathising with Xavi, as was reported, he said, I totally get it. A year left on his contract, he's getting older, you're not sure what his resale value is. Barcelona have financial constraints. If I were managing, if I were in charge, I would think of a way out from Lewandowski as well.
Frank, did you shout at the youngsters when you were getting old?
Of course not. You knew me. I was so nice to the youngest, you know. So no, and it's true. And it's true. I remember, you know, starting with Daniel van Buiten, who played for Bayern Munich after, and he was very young, and there was also Maite, who played also in England after, and Yobo, who played for Everton as well. And they were all very, very young. And you have to lead them. You have to help them. You have to explain to them how it works, and they're ready to listen to you. I think it was a mistake from Lewandowski. That's sad that he was reacting that way, because youngers are ready to listen to you, especially if you are a star like Lewandowski. So they're going to be prepared to sacrifice themselves for you. And I think I wasn't very spot on what he did, if he did it. I used the youngest, I have to say, in my advantage, because they were listening to me, and because I had a lack of maybe pace or rhythm at some point, and they were there to compensate, and I had my experience to compensate their inexperience in that matter. So you have to work with them, you have to help them out, and they're going to serve you very well. I think Lewandowski has to change his mind about that, because he will need them even more next season than the past season.
As someone who's followed Lewandowski right through his career, Archie, do these reports surprise you?
Not particularly. He was known for having a strong opinion in Munich, and Julian Nagelsmann found that out after Hansi Flick left, because he was not happy with the way that Nagelsmann was wanting him to do a lot more work in the build-up instead of just letting him be in the box and do his business. Because let's not forget that the Bundesliga record of most goals in a season was set by Lewandowski under Hansi Flick. And as Harry Kane found out this season, it is still a pretty impressive record to have set. So the thing about Hansi Flick is, I think that he really will place an emphasis on trying to put an arm around players, and he will at the same time still be close to Lewandowski. And Lewandowski, I'm sure, will have had a word with the club about Hansi Flick and given him their his recommendation about it. So I think that Lewandowski is somebody who doesn't shy away from saying his opinion, but it's also because he can do that because he delivers on the pitch and has done, and that gives you a certain authority, I think, in these situations, even if I think from the outside looking in, you're thinking, is there a need to necessarily undermine younger players, as is being reported?
There you go. I was just telling Craig that he actually did pick Jude Bellingham at the beginning of the season to win Player of the Season.
Not sure I did.
I think you did, you know. I think you did.
What I picked? I just agree.
I think you did, Craig. Anyway, we can find that out. I'm sure they'll remind us. Borussia Dortmund against Real Madrid coming up this Saturday. Champions League final. Obviously, Real Madrid's big favourites in this one. Any early thoughts on how it's all going to go down on Saturday?
Yeah.
It's going to go down, all right?
Somebody's going down.
You're not going to see an upset here?
No.
Well, funny enough, I mean, Saturday's FA Cup final was supposed to be such a one-sided affair that, you know, I did an interview a few days before it, and one of the questions was, and why would people want to watch this game? Because it's going to be so one-sided. But obviously it transpired slightly differently, or a lot different. So I suppose if you're looking at a fight for Dortmund, or an avenue for Dortmund, would be if Real Madrid have a seriously off day like Man City did in the cup final, then there is a pathway to win the cup. It's quite simple, there is. But if Real Madrid don't do what City did and, you know, are fully on it, and Bellingham and Vinícius Jr and Toni Kroos's last game and all that sort of stuff, then you have to think there's got to be at least 2 or 3 goals in this for Real Madrid. You have to think about it. But, you know, the cup final would tell you that, you know, because Dortmund are in better shape than what Man United were going into
Dortmund are different in the Champions League this season to what they are in the Bundesliga.
It's just a warning, what happened at the weekend for Real Madrid, is what it is. Because in all sincerity, you can't sit here and start laying out why Borussia Dortmund are going to be too much for Real Madrid. You just couldn't do it in all sincerity. You couldn't.
All right.
The truth is, Real Madrid are going to have to not be at it, not have the shooting boots on. Dortmund are going to have to defend like tigers and take advantage of any situation they get on the break. Just similar to what we saw at the weekend.
How's a tiger defend?
Oh, so you don't want anything to do with a tiger.
I've just had word, actually, that I was right on you picking Jude Bellingham.
Are you all right?
But it wasn't only you.
Well, of course it wasn't only me.
He did as well.
Oh.
Well, it was kind of obvious, wasn't it?
I mean, was it? You picked it before he'd even started at Real Madrid. Like, obviously, we knew he was there.
Well, it was either him or Vinny.
Hold on.
I mean, the options weren't that many, were they?
You picked him before the season started because it was an unknown quantity. Jude Bellingham coming into Real Madrid. I wonder how he's going to do. This fantastic young footballer, very level-headed.
All right, well...
Is that where we're at these days? We've stooped so low, we have to pat ourselves in the back.
I patted you on the back, all right? I patted you both on the back. Don't worry, you weren't giving yourselves a...
Tiger, that's...
we don't need it.
It was a tiger mentality.
If they defend like tigers...
Is Thibaut Courtois the favourite to play in that Champions League final? Some would say he is, but we know he will not be playing for Belgium this summer when it comes to the Euros because he is not in the squad for Euro 2024. Shouldn't come as too much of a surprise on his end, according to him, because he said, because of the injury, there will be no European Championships for me. First, I have to recover 100%, and then it's better not to put a date on it. If I'm lucky, I can play in May, but then you can never be 100% ready for a big tournament. Now, this was said back in December, so he's essentially ruling himself out there. Now, obviously, remember, Thibaut Courtois walked out in June on the national team after Eden
It's whose
Hazard
fault?
retired.
I must have, listen.
Had a falling out with Domenico Tedesco. But yeah, what do you make of all this?
Well, I can't figure it out. I had an email this morning from producer and about 3 million words on it. I nearly threw my phone at the TV. I was like, I've got this many. See, for a goalkeeper, I only need 5 words for a goalie, right? It's whose fault is it? I mean, this is just BS. Oh, the information we have, ring him. Ring his agent. Or just come out in the press and say, he doesn't want to play. I don't really want him to play. We don't get on. Or whose fault? When this happened, I still can't figure out 6 months later whether it's over the captaincy, whether he doesn't want to play, whether he's in the huff, whether the manager's a bit of a pain in the backside. I don't know.
Regardless of what it's over, Courtois is basically saying, shove it up your jumper.
But
that's what he's doing.
Given the quality of a goalkeeper that Courtois is it not worth the national team coach trying to make amends here and at least reaching out to him to see if they can do that?
Not if he knows he's going to tell him to take a, you know what, go and take a jump. This is convenient for Courtois not to look or be obviously turning around and saying, I'm not going because of this guy. Courtois is being nice here. He's making it a good excuse that he's been out for so long that he needs to take it easy. He's over 30. I need to make sure everything's okay. This is convenient for Courtois because had Courtois played the whole season and been 100%, he would have been telling this guy to shove it. That's exactly what would have happened because that's what he's doing. He doesn't want anything to do with this guy. If Belgium had a different manager, a manager that Courtois got on with, he would be in this squad and he would be going to the Euros. Because Courtois, who I think will play in the final, is playing in the final because he's fit and he's healthy. So what has that got to do with the manager coming out with nonsense about, well, maybe 3 games in a week is going to be too much and all this? Courtois is playing because he's fit. His knee's fine, doctors have cleared them, he's good to go. This is shove it right up your jumper. That's what Courtois is doing.
If Courtois wanted to play in the Euros, he'd play in the Euros. Well, I said he'd play in the Euros. It could put pressure on this manager from the Belgian press that he'd have to pick him, or might be forced to go down a different route with his answers. But clearly there's just... Courtois doesn't want to play. He is going to play in the final, as Stevie said. And it is disappointing, I think, from a player's perspective, that you've got to want to play in these big tournaments. But it must... The relationship must be so bad that you don't want to play in the European Championships in a country that's quite close to your own country. There's going to be a big Belgian following there, like all the European nations, and and so you don't want to go and play in that because that has to run quite deep. So no matter what this guy said, listen, I don't know who the fault is, to be honest, but just come out and say it.
Stevie, does a goalie need a good relationship with the manager? Is that essential?
Players need to have a good relationship with the manager. It depends on the player. Some players will not respect the manager, but the fact that it's the Euros and they get to play for the country, as Craig said, next door to their home, where they're from, then some players would say, you know what, I don't need to speak to the guy, I don't want anything to do with the guy, but I want to play for my country and I want to play in the Euros. But clearly Courtois isn't like that. He's taking it personally, wherever it may be, and he's making a stand. That's what he's doing.
Okay, well, that's how things stand there, and we will see if it is Thibaut Courtois in the Champions League finals. You may have heard that Arne Slot is the man to replace Jurgen Klopp next season. Yes, Stevie, just in case you didn't know. You've been hiding under a rock somewhere. We've got Dutch football expert Marciano Vink with us now. Very happy to have you with us, Marciano. So tell us, Arne Slot, what can we expect from him at Liverpool?
Now, first of all, I want to say that it's going to be really a tough job to replace Jurgen Klopp because he did excellent at Liverpool. But I think the directors did a good job and they did their homework, looking at the stats of Arne Slot, looking at what kind of person he is. And there's a lot of similarities with Jurgen Klopp. Arne Slot, he came 3 years ago to Feyenoord and he made them believe that they could win silverware. And he showed them how. and especially he raised the bar in Holland, and he made it difficult for a lot of teams in Holland. He won the championship, he won the cup, he reached the Conference League final, and he did it all with a small budget. And this guy is the real deal. I think I've seen lots of managers and seen a lot of people interacting with the press. And this guy is a cool customer. He's really, really good.
What's the reaction been then in the Netherlands, Marciano, to his appointment?
Everybody knew that he was leaving the club this year. Last year, Tottenham came and they really wanted to sign him, but he wanted to finish the project with Feyenoord. This guy's a loyal guy, and he finished his contract, and he did better than last year. He didn't reach the Europa League final. He didn't become the champions because PSV Eindhoven was this year better. But the way he plays with Feyenoord, the style of play is so attractive. So everybody knew he was going, and then to a big club as Liverpool, that was we say the cherry on the cake for him, and also for all the Dutch people, but because we're really proud that he's going to a club like Liverpool.
Do you think he'll be more suited to the Premier League than Erik ten Hag, Marciano?
Erik. I said like 2 years ago that Erik ten Hag was a really good manager, and I think he proved in the first year that he's capable of working in the Premier League. But this year, I don't know. He had a lot of injuries. I agree on that. He's talking about the injuries a lot. But especially the players he had and he could put in the first 11, they didn't perform. I don't know if the players let him down, or he didn't have the tactics, or he doesn't have the ability to convince the players of how the style he wants to play. I don't know where something is going wrong in Manchester, but it doesn't look too good for him now. He won the FA Cup, good for him, but I think the owners, they have to decide whether they want to give him another year so he can finish his contract and prove that he's a good manager. I still believe that he can succeed in the Premier League. But, things haven't been going his way, especially in the league.
I think Mr. Ten Hag's struggles this year it's not been great timing for Arne Slot in terms of perception. But that's a very generalisation. That's probably more from a fan.
It's true, though.
It is true that, but it's more probably from a fans and maybe some media. I don't know. The perception would be, guy comes in from Ajax, good first year, now he's struggling like hell to save his job, and they've been terrible. Yeah, they won the FA Cup. Well, what can this guy do? And that's kind of apples and oranges, isn't it? In a way, because it's completely different. But I think in a sense that, it's an outside the box in a sense, we're going about it for Liverpool. I think it is quite exciting. It's going to be intriguing to watch. And what Erik ten Hag has done at Man United bears no resemblance in what Arne Slot will do. And you talked about obviously the comparison between the Dutch managers. There's a complete difference in what Slot is walking into, to be fair, into what Erik ten Hag walked into. Not that there's not some fires to fight at Liverpool, there is. But that club, albeit it has some financial restraints, is on a very, very good footing. And you really couldn't say that about Man United, both when Ten Hag took over, or indeed even since the investment of Ineos.
It's just impossible not to look and see what's happened over the last 12 months at Manchester United and think, wow, are we going to get Ten Hag Mark II? I would suggest that what Arne Slot has in his favour is the way that his teams have played the game. They're very similar to the philosophy of Klopp. They want to go forward quick, they want to squeeze people, they want to do it at a fast pace. I mean, these are all things that he's walking into. Whereas I think Ten Hag, yes, he had a decent first year, but it was a completely different way of playing, and he had to kind of teach his United team how he wanted the game to be played. I think Slot's walking into a different scenario. Yes, there are some questions that have to be asked with the current Liverpool squad, but the basics of the way he plays, that squad that he's walking into is used to doing that. That has to be a huge advantage.
To be
for
fair,
Arne
just
Slot.
before we back to Marciano, Eric Ten Hag, to be fair to him, his Ajax side was very good to watch. You think about that side that lost, and it should have been in the Champions League final, but it really, I mean, it was a great semi-final. Tottenham came back, credit to them, but they had it. I mean, they were the better side for long periods, and they played some great stuff. And that was a difficult transition for him coming into that United side. To be fair to Ten Hag, to try and come in and do all that stuff that he was doing at Ajax with this United side. Whereas that's not quite as easy at Liverpool, but as Stevie said, you're kind of halfway there already, where at Man United, he was not.
Yeah, I think we've lost Marciano for a moment, but hopefully we'll get him back in just a second.
I tell you what, if I was listening to us two as well, I would have pulled the plug.
No, I think he was actually nodding along, agreeing with what you were saying.
He was sleeping off. No, he was sleeping.
Oh, he's back. He's back. Before I think he's back. Yeah, we can go. So Marciano, hello. Yeah. I wanted to know what you thought of what the guys were saying there. What did you make of it?
No, I agree that Erik ten Hag, Ajax played some marvelous football, but he had the players he could teach, and without any baggage, without any history. And he brought in my opinion, he brought in the wrong players. He paid a lot of money for the wrong players who couldn't do what he really wanted. And now he's like in a state where he really wants to put out his ideas, but he doesn't have the players to do so. At Ajax, he had youngsters, he had experienced players, but all they were facing one way, and that's winning the Champions League, winning the league, dominating. But with this Man United, you can't dominate. There are too many players with a lot of baggage, with a lot of experience from other managers, playing at other clubs. And then this guy comes and tries to drill tactics. And I'm not sure whether this team is balanced enough to do whatever he wants. And I must agree that Arne Slot is coming into a club where they already play the style of play he wants to play. And I think he will put some Slot manners, to put some Slot ideas into the team. For example, Trent Alexander-Arnold will be having a blast because he can go into midfield. They want to create a +1 in midfield. They want to play with wingers, or he wants to play with wingers. And the whole team attacks, so it's going to be a challenge for Virgil van Dijk, whether he wants to dribble into midfield, creating situations. So I think it's a lot of similarities with Jurgen Klopp, but on the other hand, this guy plays some attractive football. And can he do it in the Premier League? I think so. Can he do it with this team? I do believe that he can do it. So the only similarity with Ten Hag and Arne Slot is that they're both Dutch. Otherwise, it's a total different ballgame.
Well, I would hope they wouldn't push, Arne Slot wouldn't push the boat out for somebody like an Anthony, who Erik ten Hag pushed the boat out for. If rumours are to believe, he was 30 or 40 million, and he said, no, this guy, we need this guy, we need this guy, we need this guy. Yeah. And they paid way over the top for him, and he struggled badly, in fact, struggled so much. They play kids before him, he comes off the bench, he's not alone. I don't know if Ten Hag pushed for Mason Mount, but somebody did, and not that Mason Mount is a bad player, he's had an injury ravaged season, but it really wasn't a position you thought they need to go and spend 70 million on.
No.
So I think the important thing is whoever's recruiting the players in the family slot is having an input. You'd imagine he is, that they're getting their signings right, because some of the signings, obviously before Ten Hag got there, were poor, and after Ten Hag got there were poor. But on another sort of just drifting off slightly on a different side here. What are we now? Tuesday. Lost track of days.
Tuesday. Yep.
And Manchester United, can I just say before we go any further, Manchester United, right, are an absolute disgrace, right? If this was the Glazers running the football department, we'd be saying, this is horrendous. Glazers know nothing about football. How can you leave the guy hanging? Ten Hag, come on, most people know he's probably going to be sacked. Well, now Tuesday, we're 3 days after the FA Cup final, and everybody's still hanging, probably the manager. If the Glazers were doing that, people would be saying, absolutely clueless. So what is Sir Jim Ratcliffe and Ineos and Brailsford and all these people doing?
Busy talking to other managers, apparently.
Well, it doesn't matter. You can still sack a manager and talk to other managers if that's what you're going to do. And if you're not going to sack him, then make a statement and say, hey, we're not sacking him, and this is what we're doing, and that's it.
To be honest, it really doesn't. It really shouldn't have anything to do with whether they're talking to other managers or not. The guy, you either think the guy is going to take them from where they are right now to the end of next season, at least a top 4 spot, maybe challenging for whatever. That's how you're figuring out whether Ten Hag's staying. Not talking to other managers, and then if they all say no, then we're going to keep him. You've got to figure out, is this guy good enough for us or not? And as Craig said, this should have been Monday morning. Let them celebrate winning the cup, but then on Monday, right, we get down to business, and we're making a statement of where this club is going. And what do? Nothing.
Does that give Man United fans any hope that it's not going to be wishy-washy down the line? Stevie said this is cutthroat, to excuse that expression, but it's a severe business. Monday morning, you've won the cup, you're gone, or you're not gone. But it would show the intent of this organisation that is now being driven by the Ineos side of it, by their investment. They're not owners, but they're investors. That would have shown their intent about the business that they mean. We are currently at almost midnight UK time, and nobody's any the wiser apart from the leaks behind the scenes. That's no different to how the Glazers have run the business with Ed Woodward and all those cronies for years.
And what's the reaction about this whole situation in the Netherlands with how Ten Hag's been treated here, Marciano?
Well, we saw the interview after the FA Cup, and that was a big thing over here, that, you know, winning the FA Cup, and on the sideline he was criticized for the whole season. You know, it should have been, in my opinion, at another time, and you can criticize Erik ten Hag for a lot of things. The guy, you know, I know also from Holland, he always is busy and involved in Man United or Ajax 24 hours a day. He gives it his all, but, you know, as the gentleman at the table, Greg, also said, you know, the squad isn't good enough, and he's also to blame for getting the players into the squad. He overpaid for a lot of players, and also players, who were maybe over the hill. And you can't play in the Premier League with players who already seen everything, you know, and coming in. They have to go to the Arabia or somewhere else, but not in the Premier League. In the Premier League, you have to give it all. And when I look at the matches of Man United, I see players, you know, playing football, but not with heart, not with the will to really succeed or really do something special. So, in my opinion, if the board wants to fire him, they should have done it after the FA Cup. And so I totally agree with what's been said. And now they just let him hang, and we don't even know who's going to be there next year, because they don't communicate. They doesn't come with a statement. So, in my opinion, Man United has to really change a lot, and beginning maybe with the head coach, and then also get rid of a lot of players and start all over. You have like these young lads like Mainoo and Garnacho. Maybe that's the future, you know, and you got some players who are really willing to give it all for Man United, but there are also a lot of players in the team. I'm not so sure.
Left them hanging, haven't they? Yeah. It's a man with a van sitting outside Eric's house. Don't know where to get the sofa in the van, so he's, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not. I mean, come on.
I think that if you're a Man United fan, the disappointing thing would be the fact that there was such a lot of noise over Sir Jim Ratcliffe coming in, that everybody thought, right, somebody's going to grab a hold of this club on the football side and get the job done. I mean, that's certainly what I thought was going to happen. And as I said, I'm sure Man United fans must have thought, right, Glazers are getting pushed to the side. We've got a guy who clearly is going to be in charge. Things are going to happen. And as I said, we've got the answer. Nothing's happened. Again.
It's quite incredible. There was so many leaks before the FA Cup final, which certainly were not ideal, but it happened that Ten Hag had to field all these questions about his future 2 and 3 days before the Cup final. But those leaks, once Man United realised those leaks were out there and were so public in all the tabloids and every network as well, they had to. Then you have to make a quicker decision, get the game done, as Stevie said, and let them celebrate, and then Monday make that decision. Because everyone knows that's their choice, is to fire him, right? Everybody knows that's because the leaks have been out there. But if the scenario is that they're holding him there because they're looking around, it's just utterly ridiculous. It's just,
what is the opinion of the Man United supporters? Because we're here in Holland, we get these messages, on Instagram or on Twitter that the Man United supporters are still supporting Erik ten Hag and that they're more or less blaming the squad. Is that true?
Well, I think, like everything else, Marciano, football fans are fickle.
I've seen fans say both sides.
Well, football fans are fickle. Listen, and he got a lot of support at Old Trafford, particularly in his final home game when he made the speech. So that was sort of encouraging, but there's been multiple times this year the fans have booed the home, particularly at home when there's been 70,000 there, the style of football that has been played and sort of how they've been dominated. And as I say, look, fans will remember what happened recently. And what happened recently was they won the FA Cup final. Had they lost the FA Cup final, which they didn't do, the bulk of those fans online would be saying, let's get Ten Hag out. So, at the end of the day, this decision has to come down to the business people.
All right. And it does look as though Enzo Maresca is very likely to become Chelsea's new head coach. These are the papers in England. Blues make ends meet. Blues tie up loose ends. So everyone going with the same old pun there when it comes to Enzo Maresca. But when it comes to you two guys, the last time we actually saw you, Kieran McKenna was the front runner. Things have changed somewhat.
He's the front runner for Man United and Chelsea, but he's at a club where he's progressing in Ipswich and his stock's high, and that would have been a big risk for one so inexperienced. I believe he signed a new contract there, so he's staying. It'll still be tough for him to stay in the Premier League, but at least he's got some stability there. This is Chelsea all over, isn't it? This is Chelsea all over. I mean, Enzo Maresca has had one season, right? One season at Leicester City. Yes, they got promoted. They had an unbelievable amount of points, but they went down. The 3 teams that went down, 2 of them came straight back up, and Leeds obviously didn't come up because they're playing Southampton. So that tells you they're already the strongest teams in the division, and they come back up as a team that finished 18th in the Premier League, so they were the 3rd worst team to go down. They weren't Southampton, who were at the bottom. So what does that tell you? It tells you that, all right, it's not as simple as that all round. You go down, you come back up. But it tells you they were one, if not the strongest squad in the Premier League, in the Championship. And he's had 1 year, and now he's walking into the Chelsea job. That tells you everything you need to know about Chelsea, doesn't it?
I was listening to Gab last night, and he used the word pliable. I think it was the word he used. Manipulatable is probably a better word, because that seems...
I'm not sure that's a word.
It is now.
Who, the board?
Manipulatable.
Who's manipulatable?
Maresca. They've had Tuchel, who's won a Champions League. They've had the young guy in Potter, who's had success in the Premier League. Then they get Poch, the so-called, this is the guy. They get rid of him as well. And all the arguments, certainly that Gab and I had, was about they're looking for somebody who they can manipulate. I think that's a word.
I think manipulation is actually a word.
So that's what this looks like. This absolutely looks like a guy who, if Vincent Kompany can get the Bayern Munich job, then there's no reason why this guy can't get the Chelsea job.
So he's a yes man. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying a yes man. I'm saying exactly what I meant. He can be manipulated by the people above, because they've basically come out and said it. Gab said that's what they've been talking about. They need somebody. They've got a plan, and they want to do things a certain way, and they need a manager who's aligned with them. If that doesn't say manipulate, I don't know what does.
He's unlikely to throw a strop, is he?
So that suits them then, having a head coach and letting them do their part.
So what are you going to do if they fail?
But it goes back to the initial point. This is Chelsea. This is trying to get amongst the elite again, and not only in English football, but in European football. And they're hiring a manager who was sacked at Parma, and his only other job as a manager in Serie B, by the way, he got dismissed. He was... And here's, I think, what is probably one of the things that's happened here out with the Leicester City job for a year, is somebody's told these... I need to choose the word for the Chelsea hierarchy carefully. Muppets. I thought about it, and then I thought about going down a different route, and I chose not to do that. Somebody's told them, because they don't know, most of them. Oh, this guy worked with Pep. Look at Arteta, he worked with Pep. Others, they worked with Pep. Look at this is what we'll do. Another Pep disciple. And it's such a big job at Chelsea, and I'm not. Look, it might work, but I go back to it. Where's the credentials to get this Chelsea job? 1 year at Leicester City, a team that were arguably the favourites to come back up, having finished the strongest of the three when
Still not easy to get back out of the Championship.
No, it's not easy, but you telling me one year getting promoted with a Premier League squad is the remit to get the Chelsea job. That's what I'm saying. So good luck to him. You know, I'm not saying I don't care either way. I'm just giving you the facts of the scenario here.
I would love to have seen I actually didn't, I'm sure there was. I would love to have seen the press conference when somebody asked, you know, why are you signing, why is Maresca the man for the job? The press conference wouldn't have taken long, would it? I mean, really, why? Are we just talking that he got promoted with a team that, no question, should have been fighting for promotion just because of the squad they had? That is enough to get the Chelsea job? I mean, after that, what is it? What's the big deal? What is the big reason that you get Maresca?
Because there's nothing official yet, obviously. We can maybe ask our journalists to answer that question.
The other thing is, you know, I think...
You never answered the question, though. You know what I mean? There's not... Yeah. After what was Craig's just brought up about getting promoted, there's no other reason. There's not one other. Well, this is Chelsea. This is a team that were perennial going for Champions League and Premier Leagues. Definitely, no question, being fourth, getting in the top four was just about acceptable. But now they're going and signing a guy who's got absolutely no real CV of any real note.
But in some sense, it's quite a smart move for him. Unlike Kieran McKenna, who I thought was a bit risky, Chelsea, Man United. And the reason I say that is, at least at Ipswich, he's had back-to-back years of promotions, which is an amazing achievement. And there is some stability now at Ipswich. At Leicester, they have been promoted knowing that they have financial and points deductions coming their way in the Premier League. So they're already going in with a big sign that says, we have no chance of staying up, literally. Maybe, but probably not. So Enzo Maresca, in that scenario, because some of these owners looking and going, well, you need to keep us up, even if we get deducted 6 points, 8 points and fined, whatever, he's probably staring at the sack in the face. So he's probably thought to himself, do you know what? This is all coming our way. I'm fighting that. I'm fighting to build a squad to get in the Premier League. We don't have the money to do that. We're going to get deducted points. My head's in the block anyway. I might as well get sacked at Chelsea and get 3 times my money.
Fantastic move.
It's a brilliant one, bearing in mind Leicester's scenario and financial problems. But from Chelsea, this is typical of them. I mean, come on. They're looking to hire the elite of the elite. That's what Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool, Man United, Man City, Tottenham, all these big clubs in England and around the world, that's what they're trying to do. They don't generally go to a manager who's basically in England 1 year, been promoted with one of the strongest teams and go, tell you what, you're the man for me. The only other reason I keep bringing it up is because they can't think outside the box, and he's worked for Pep. I tell you what, it'd be great to work for Pep, wouldn't it? You just go and work for Guardiola for a few years and go, hey.
But if they are wanting to implement that philosophy of football...
What philosophy? They haven't got a philosophy.
Pep's philosophy of football, if they're hoping he'll bring it's not just about him working under them, is it?
So why didn't they do that? Why is it taking them 3 managers to get one that's got Pep's philosophy, if that's what they're after? That's the problem. It's hard to figure out what these guys want. When they got rid of Tuchel, it was because they didn't like what he was doing with the team. When they got rid of Potter, they didn't like what he was doing with the team. They've got rid of Pochettino because, well, we don't like what he's doing with the team. We don't think he's taking them forward enough. Like, they've got all these ideas, and if the idea is to turn them into a Pep team, then why you made 3 completely different signings before you go to this guy? It doesn't make any sense what they do.
What do they need in their current state then, in terms of a manager? What profile of a manager would be best there right now?
What they need is to sort themselves out behind the scenes. I mean, what I heard a week or so ago was I can't remember which journal it was. I think it was Augie. They have co-sporting directors. Yep. Because they'd hired one and then there was a gardening leave issue and then they were hired another one, and I tell you what, we'll just combine the roles. That tells you all you need to know. So I don't know what they need. I mean, at least they need some continuity. But as Stevie said, Tuchel, Potter, not a bad manager. Neither's Tuchel, by the way. Potter's not bad, Pochettino's not bad. And now they go down this route of hiring a championship manager. By the way, you know, they did win promotion, but if you go back 2 or 3 months, some of the Leicester fans wanted them out because they looked as if they were going to chuck this huge lead they had in the championship. Good luck to Enzo Maresca, absolutely. Listen, but come on, this leap from where he's been managing to managing this club is not. It's not there. It's there.
But with who's around right now, who wouldn't make you go, oh, no way? Like, what name could I give you where you'd go, OK, fair enough, that could be a good fit?
Again, it's probably it's come for him in particular at a time when there are so many so-called big jobs available without any supposed real candidates. That's what you've got to say about this right now. That, again, we keep coming back to the same thing. You know, what has he done to deserve this? Well, again, the choices after him are not many. And so that's why a guy with his CV ends up getting an opportunity, a possible opportunity, to manage such a big club.
Because they've already sacked all the others.
Well,
yeah, and listen, good luck to him. And he has to go in and work with these. No, he has to go in and work with these players and get the respect of some of these players, and a lot of youngsters there. But this is chalk and cheese from what he's been doing. But again, this just tells you all you need to know about the way that this club has been run. It doesn't think about where it's putting its next foot forward. It just launches it forward, and then that's the way they go until they decide to backtrack. So we'll see. But as I say, good luck to him. I think he's going to need it at that club.
Let's start with some big breaking news regarding Chelsea's search for a new head coach. As you can see, our chief reporter, Kobbie Mainoo, joins us now. Kobbie, what can you tell us?
Well, Chelsea are closing in on making Enzo Maresca their new head coach. I've been told that Chelsea have been very impressed by the breadth and depth of his knowledge about their squad in talks with his representatives. They've also been impressed with his single-minded focus on the way Chelsea want to play and also his desire for the job. One thing that's really stood out in talks with his representatives has been his obsession with possession and positional play, and that is what has made him the leading candidate. Now, what's happening today is that Chelsea have asked Leicester for permission to speak to Maresca, and he's now their preferred choice to take over from Mauricio Pochettino. The appointment could be made in the next few days if and when that agreement is reached with Leicester. Chelsea, of course, are willing to pay compensation. I think it will probably be about £10 million, and also personal terms have to be agreed. But all our information today is that all roads are leading to Enzo Maresca becoming the new Chelsea head coach, and it could be in a matter of days.
Yeah, you preempted my next question. Could it come, this announcement, as soon as this week then?
Well, I think Chelsea have always made it clear that they want an announcement before the end of this month, so before the end of this week. And I know for a fact that Behdad Eghbali, who is the person who is really pulling the strings behind this, and he's been in London for more than a week now. He is still in London. I think he's due to leave very shortly, but he is the one who's been here to make sure that this is done and it's done properly. And Chelsea have had a very thorough process. We told you all about their shortlist with Kieran McKenna, Thomas Frank, Roberto De Zerbi as well. Chelsea now feel that Enzo Maresca is the one for them. And that's not to take anything away from Kieran McKenna, Thomas Frank or Roberto De Zerbi, because they're all very impressive candidates with very impressive CVs. But I think Chelsea just feel that Enzo Maresca at this moment in time is the right man for them, and he shares their vision for the future.
So you explained why it's probably going to be Maresca over those other candidates that you mentioned, but this is a guy, yes, he did amazingly well with Leicester, but he hasn't had any Premier League experience as a manager. Is that any kind of issue for the Chelsea hierarchy?
I mean, that's a very good question. He's only been a manager for, I think, 1.5 seasons. He was a manager at Parma in the Italian second division. Then he got the Leicester job, and he did a very good job at Leicester. Although there have been some issues behind the scenes, I don't think all Leicester fans have been happy with him, even though they have won the championship. I think there were problems about recruitment, problems about the fact that Leicester have been charged by the Premier League over breaking allegedly financial fair play rules, and also they're under a transfer embargo from the EFL. So there have been issues, but I think Chelsea just want a head coach. They want somebody who's going to coach the first team and the first team squad and is going to deal with the media, because everything else they believe they have in place. Every other department, the structure is in place. They just want somebody who shares their vision for the way they want their side to play. And that is possession-based football. And I think what is really, really important is, because when I've asked the same question that you've asked, why are you going for someone who has no managerial experience in the Premier League? What I was told is Mikel Arteta didn't have managerial experience in the Premier League. But the important thing is that he worked under Pep Guardiola, which is exactly the same as Enzo Maresca. You could say that Enzo Maresca, I'm not saying he's a better manager than Mikel Arteta, but he's got a little bit more experience because he's been a manager for 1.5 seasons and he's won the championship. But don't underestimate the Pep Guardiola effect in all this. I think if you are, if you're a head coach who's worked under Pep Guardiola, you've got a real head start when it comes to going for these big jobs. Although then you still have to impress. And I think Enzo Maresca has definitely impressed through his representatives in talks with Chelsea, because I was told that his knowledge of the Chelsea squad, and I'm not just talking about the famous players, I'm talking about the youth players, the ones who are coming through, the ones who are out on loan. I was told his knowledge of the squad is encyclopedic.
Nick and Andy, massive Champions League final at Wembley on June 1st. Borussia Dortmund against Real Madrid. Nick, I know you're a Dortmund guy, but Real Madrid, heavy favourites.
Oh, yeah.
Dortmund are massive underdogs. What are your thoughts going into this game? Because no one's really given Dortmund a chance, and I feel like that's quite foolish right now, given the run they've had to get to the final.
They do have, if you're going to say anything, there is a not a team of destiny, but there's a vibe about them. But they defend really well, not in the Bundesliga, but they've done it in the Champions League. And they I don't know how it works. They just kind of have shown up in this tournament and looked like an entirely different team. And the occasion, having a whole city behind you, and I know Real Madrid has a massive worldwide following, but it's more special, right? That there's, not that anyone's going to be caught off guard in a Champions League final, but I can talk myself into a scenario where Dortmund is prepared to pull a West Ham, but countering with players that well, oddly enough, Sebastian Haller, right, is a former West Ham guy, and he's part of the story too. Sancho coming home, essentially, after being miserable at Manchester United. Haller coming back from testicular cancer. Sula. There's so many guys on this team that are, I know they're kind of neat stories, and I feel like there's a vibe that can be tapped into. Unfortunately, it's a vibe that can be shot down in about 5 minutes if Vinny Jr.'s on his game.
Yeah, that's right, Andy, isn't it? Because Real Madrid, obviously, they rule this competition, won it 14 times, more than any other club in history. That young core, Nick mentioned there, Vini, Rodrigo, Jude Bellingham's been added to the mix this season and been sensational. And they're set to dominate for seasons to come, right? I mean, you think Mbappe is about to turn up. And, you know, one of the other, Tchouaméni's out, we think, for the final, which may impact them slightly, but still an incredible young core Carlo Ancelotti has there. And it would seem they aren't phased by this. A lot of this squad have already, even though they're young, they've already done this and have that feeling of destiny. Nick mentioned it for Dortmund throughout the tournament. It felt like, yeah, they just believed they were going to get there. But for Real Madrid, it's just destiny, right? The way that they got through Man City and then even against Bayern late on. There's just this inner belief and almost just strength of character that we play for Real Madrid and we are going to win this.
Well, and you want to know what's really terrifying about it. I'm looking at their stats for the season. Their top performers: 20-year-old Jude Bellingham, 23-year-old Vinícius, 23-year-old Rodrigo, 24-year-old Brahim Diaz, 19-year-old Arda Güler, 24-year-old Aurélien Tchouaméni. This is a very young team of incredible stars, not just of the now, but of the future for potentially another decade for each one of them. And they have such an understanding of how to play together and a willingness to play together as well. The thing that we've always associated with Real Madrid is star power. And sometimes that was combustible. It didn't fit together. There were egos. Players didn't want to sacrifice for the team or fit into a system. One, I think you got to give Carlo Ancelotti, obviously, all of the credit in the world. You know, he continues to cement himself as one of the greatest managers of all time, just with longevity and the amount of success that he's having. But building up a young project like this that he could continue and just kind of casually manage Real Madrid for another 5 years and feel like he doesn't have to do a ton because the foundation has been laid. And so I look at this not just of the powerhouse Real Madrid, but almost a coming-of-age Real Madrid team. And then you throw in just the possibility that Mbappe joins up with them next summer. I know we'll talk about this in the summer. Could that be the worst thing for Real Madrid? Adding in a name and just a player with the gravity and the pull of an Mbappe, not to say anything of him specifically, but introducing any character into that team like that, you know, could potentially upset it. All of that to say, yeah, I lean towards Real Madrid in this final for all of the reasons I just outlined there. And it's almost become Wonder Kid FC. You know, players that we knew about at 16 years old and were earmarked for the very, very top of the sport. Maybe like Martin Odegaard is one that got away from Real Madrid, but clearly this has been a plan for a long time coming, and building towards this Champions League final with this group is really an incredible achievement, and I don't think that's being talked about quite enough.
I love the balance about this Real Madrid team in terms of they got the individual quality going forward, but you know, look at guys like Dani Carvajal, Rudiger, Nacho coming in, even Fede Valverde obviously doesn't get talked about nearly enough in terms of his quality, but the work rate, again, I talked about earlier, the belief and the determination that we are going to get this done. And they know if they work hard defensively, they're going to create chances to get their attacking players in the final third in the right places. And usually they're going to finish and win them the game. So, Nick, for Real Madrid, again, we talked about it, so many superstars stepping up, but who could be the difference for Dortmund in this final? Because fifth in the Bundesliga, obviously, over the course of a season, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of changes in the squad. But Füllkrug was excellent in this Champions League run. See, Jadon Sancho, you mentioned, has been brilliant since he come back on loan from Manchester United. And then you have Mats Hummels and Marco Reus, the story there, then maybe ending on the ultimate high. Their Dortmund careers would be something to see. But there's so many great attacking players, and individually they can do their thing. But like Real Madrid, collectively as a unit, Dortmund, it all just kind of clicked into place. And especially against PSG, they looked the part, didn't they?
They did. And they have so many players who unspectacular, or spectacular in their unspectacularness, or something like that. You know, Nico Schlotterbeck and Emre Can has put it together. I mean, we saw flashes of it at Liverpool, but sometimes a guy just needs to be in that right spot. I think you mentioned Julian Brandt. I know you're high on him. A really exceptional player. The reason that a guy like, you know, what is it meant to learn under a Marco Reus, right? And again, you're right. These are both vibes teams. And perhaps Carlo Ancelotti is the ultimate vibes manager. But when it comes down to it, I know that this Dortmund team will show up with a fearless mentality. It's kind of like we talked about the Saints game. Can they manage those first 15 minutes? Going up against Toni Kroos, and Rudiger has been phenomenal, and every player on that Real Madrid team carries an aura. Can you manage that? Can you weather that? That plays a big part into, because I think over 90 minutes, if you started the timer and everybody's in the flow of the game, I like Dortmund to play this game evenly. Real Madrid has been there. So that's kind of where I'm living.
Yeah, I mean, Andy, in terms of key battles, Nick mentioned it there. Toni Kroos potentially looks like he's going to come in. Obviously, just announced he's going to retire this summer. In midfield, do you think Real Madrid, is that maybe a bit of a weakness there in front of their back four? Can they shield some of the, you know, Fulcrum can hold it up and get the Adeyemi, Brandt, Sancho, others into the game? Do you think that's one area where Dortmund can have a bit of success? And again, Toni Kroos and Luka Modric, fantastic, legendary players, but clearly they're towards the end of their career. Is going to end this summer. Modric is maybe soon. But I just wonder, with Tchouaméni being out, that defensive stability in that area may be an area that Dortmund will target to get the ball up to Fulcrum quickly and build off it to give themselves some chances, but ease some of the pressure they'll be feeling as well.
Does anybody remember Real Madrid Man City first leg and how wide open and end to end that one was? It was just counter-attacking chance after counter-attacking chance. And I wonder at what point Ancelotti says, I know I have the better guys up front. I'm happy to play an open counter-attacking game because I think we're going to score 2 or 3 before you score. And at that point, we can then get a little bit more conservative and try to break up play a little bit more. It's not a pretty playing Real Madrid team, but when they are in the open field, it's incredible to watch the quickness that they play with. And I think Dortmund, that probably is their best, their best path to victory in this game is, they happen to score one of the early chances in the game, and then they can make it as ugly as possible. It's stylistically, it's going to look very different on the field. I lean towards Real Madrid just for the simple fact of the quality at the top of the team, especially going forward. It might be limited chances at times in this one because finals are always cagey, and again, I back those Real Madrid stars to find a goal.
Nick, score prediction, what are you going for?
Can I just admit it's not a prediction and that I'm hoping? I'm just hoping. I'm hoping for Dortmund to win 2-1 because my feeling is that it's probably not going to be much of a contest. I just think the experience factor in situations like these is huge, and it's very... I had a colleague here in Buffalo when I used to work at the radio station, and we talk about hockey. And, the first time the Sabres made a playoffs in a while, he would say, the playoffs are a process. You got to learn how to compete in a 7-game series. You got to learn how to get there. And we've seen that even over the years with Liverpool, right? So there's just so much of me telling me that the occasion is going to be hard to manage for one team over the other. So, I hope for great goalkeeping and some great stops and that keep them in the game, because once they find their flow, Dortmund will look good. But I'm just so nervous about the start of this game. So I think Real Madrid will win, but I'm saying Dortmund 2-1.
There you go. From Buffalo's sister city with love, right? Dortmund. So Mendola, we're always rooting for Dortmund. I love to see it. Andy, score prediction?
Yeah, for Dortmund, this is an occasion. For Real Madrid, this is just the last game of the season. This is, to Nick's point, the expectation at Real Madrid, what it's supposed to be. And so, yeah, I'll go 3-1 to Madrid. I think it's close for 60 or 70 minutes. Maybe it's 1-0 or even 1-1. But I think late in the game, as it gets more and more stretched, then, we're going to see that quality just kind of show through for Madrid.
I think it's going to be similar to that Man City Real Madrid game in the knockout stages, where it's back and forward, a lot of chances. But Madrid just come out on top with individual quality. I'm going to go for Real Madrid 3, Borussia Dortmund 2, and to be a bit of an all-time classic final at Wembley. It's going to be quite the occasion. Really looking forward to seeing this because so many great storylines. I think neutrals everywhere are hoping that Dortmund pull this off, but you cannot not appreciate the rebuilding job Real Madrid have done with this young core, and to see them dazzle on this stage and do it themselves would be quite something as well. So head over to Pro Soccer Talk on NBCSports.com. Borussia Dortmund against Real Madrid, Champions League final. We'll have you covered. Nick and Andy, it's been a pleasure previewing this game. Pleasure all season long. Thanks, lads. Thanks to everyone for watching, and we'll speak to you all very soon. Cheers.
Hi there, I'm Rebecca Lowe, studio host for NBC's coverage of the Premier League. Don't forget to hit subscribe to watch more videos all season long. And for even more Premier League content, from original series to live matches, head over to Peacock. And be sure to tune in for Premier League mornings every weekend on USA Network and on Peacock. We will see you there.
Welcome into the latest edition of ESPN FC. I'm Dan Thomas, joined in the studio today by Ali Moreno and Stevie Nicol. We're now well under 24 hours until the Champions League final at Wembley. You can imagine excitement very much high in both Germany and Spain ahead of the tie. Front page of Kicker saying this is Dortmund's chance. Meanwhile, AS, the Sports Daily in Madrid, saying destiny the 15th. Of course, Real Madrid looking for that unprecedented 15th European Cup. For more on this, let's welcome in Sid Lowe from Spain and Inspector Gadget outside of Wembley. Stuart Robson is with us. Robert, it was interesting. Producer Mike wanted me to start the show by asking what was the vibe there, what were the fans saying, but then you remembered it's Stuart Robson. You don't talk to the fans.
Well, it'd be nice if there was any fans here. I think it's very empty at the moment. It's 10:30, so there's not too many people around. There was a couple of people in the car park, and I've got a producer here, but apart from that, there's not. It's very, very quiet at Wembley at the moment.
Friday night, of course, that'll change tomorrow. Sid, looking at it, obviously, so much hype about this 15th European Cup. Real Madrid go into the tie as favourites, rightly so, as they believe, as they have done in so many finals previously, that they'll win it.
Yeah, and there's a couple of things, isn't there, at play here. One of them is, as you say, that confidence that comes with being Real Madrid, with having the record that they have, that they've won 8 European Cup finals in a row. They haven't lost since they were beaten by Liverpool in 1981. So that's part of it. And the other part is that this final is different to the previous 8. This is the final, I think, without any doubt, where they have most felt like favourites going into it. In all of those other finals, there was a degree of trepidation. And I think, in fact, if you listen to the way the players have talked, and the way, in particular, today at the pre-match press conference that Ancelotti and Nacho and Modric talked, it felt to me very much like a group that was trying not to say we're favourites, that was trying to remind people that this is football and that things can happen, that was trying to kind of make sure that they didn't fall into the trap of believing it too much. And of course, the reason why they might fall into that trap is because they really are quite clearly favourites for this.
This time last week, we were sat here saying Manchester City turn up, they win the FA Cup.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is a similar kind of sort of scenario. Borussia Dortmund very much underdogs. What's to stop Real Madrid doing what Manchester City did last weekend?
Well, the fact that it happened last weekend, I would suggest, because...
Do you think you take notice of that?
Oh, aye, absolutely. If I'm the manager of Real Madrid, I'm reminding everybody that if you're not at it, if you're not focused, if you don't prepare, not just the day before the game, but the week and the training and what you eat and your rest, if you do not concentrate and focus on this, here's what can go wrong. Because clearly City didn't focus properly. So it couldn't have come at a better time for Ancelotti, because if I'm Ancelotti, I am shoving this right in their face.
Right.
as an example of what happens if you don't get it right.
The preparation couldn't be much better, could it, for Real Madrid? We've seen it over the last few weeks. He's alternated teams. Obviously, it was the dress rehearsal side that we saw in that final game at the Bernabeu. It seems like the prep couldn't have gone much better.
Well, and I think that adds to what Stevie was just saying there, that there is a difference between what was going on with Manchester City and what is going on with Real Madrid. Manchester City had just won the league the weekend before, and it was well reported of the obviously extracurricular activities of the players, and that perhaps sort of the focus had gone away from what was in front of them, and what was in front of them was the FA Cup final. In the case of Real Madrid, they've been preparing for this final for weeks now. It has been the one thing that they've been thinking about, and that Ancelotti has been thinking about, and the training sessions, I imagine that they would have been curtailed to this very moment. And so I don't think that would be the excuse for Real Madrid if indeed they do come up short. It's not because the preparation wasn't quite there. In fact, as you just mentioned, that if they had been diligent in their preparation, they had every opportunity available for them to be as ready as possible for this match.
The one little caveat to that, Sid, I suppose, Rodrigo being late into Manchester City, if you were trying to stir something up somewhere.
Yeah, I suppose so. And actually, what Rodrigo said over the last few days has been a big focal point of the way that the media has picked up on this and of the conversations around this, of course, because one of the reasons is that what Rodrigo has said is spread across 3 different interviews. Now, 2 interviews in which he essentially said, you know, look, I would like to stay at Real Madrid, but if in the future I found that I didn't have a key place to play or a key role rather to play within the team, then maybe I would think about going somewhere else. And that, you know, I think within the context of his position and knowing that Mbappe's coming, it's not great timing, but it's not a particularly earth-shattering thing, although, as I say, it's not the best moment for it. And then the third one was an interview which came out in GQ magazine, in which he admitted that playing against Manchester City, that Real Madrid knew that City were the better side. And in fact, in his words, City are the best side in the world at the moment. But I don't even think that that's necessarily a really big deal, in so much as what he was really doing was trying to underline what Real Madrid have in terms of their competitiveness, in terms of their ability to withstand a team that dominates them long periods in the game and know that there's a way through it. The problem is, of course, you add those 3 things together, and then, to be honest, Rodrigo's slightly clumsy attempt to get out of it, in which he said, you know, my words have been taken out of context. Well, the 2 interviews in which he claimed his words were taken out of context were TV interviews uncut. So if he means out of context, he means that someone dared to press record on the video. That's the only thing. But as you say, I mean, you know, this is one small element in an otherwise pretty much perfect preparation, winning the league in early enough to be able to do the celebrations, get them out of the way, then to be able to prepare with your best possible team in a couple of league games, but then rest in the other couple of league games. Even the one thing that's gone really badly wrong this week, which of course is Lunin getting flu, has actually helped to resolve and justify a decision that I think Ancelotti was going to make anyway, which was to start with Courtois in goal.
Robbo, looking at Real Madrid's preparations for this, how much focus, if you're Carlo Ancelotti, is there on Borussia Dortmund?
He has to think about Borussia Dortmund and the way that they play, but I think it's all about Real Madrid. I don't think he'll think too much about Borussia Dortmund going forward. He'll be thinking about how can they cause them problems. And you can cause them problems by getting at the 2 centre-backs or down the side of the 2 centre-backs, because Hummels can't run. Schlotterbeck makes bad decisions quite often. I mean, they've got to this stage by some good defending in the last game against PSG, but in the main, Borussia Dortmund aren't a good side when they're being counter-attacked. What do Real Madrid do quite well, or very well, is counter-attack down the left-hand side. Rierson will try and get forward for Borussia Dortmund, so they're spacing behind him. Maatsen is probably their most athletic player on the left-hand side, but they'll be spacing behind him because he likes to get forward. Emre Can isn't particularly good defensively at the moment. He's not a good athlete. So the 2 centre-halves and the centre midfield player, the main defensive players, I think are weak for Borussia Dortmund. So Ancelotti will be looking at ways of getting down the side of them, running in behind them, doing all those sorts of things. But in the main, Real Madrid play the way they play. I mean, he might change where the centre forwards play. Rodrigo might play through the middle, Vinícius Jr on the left-hand side, the other way round. Does he play Bellingham in the number 10 position, or does he play him from the left coming in? So in the main, he's going to be worried about the way his team perform rather than Borussia Dortmund.
On the flip side, if you're Dortmund, then how much focus is there on Real Madrid? How much are you watching videos, looking at vulnerabilities? Is that productive?
Well, I think it's something that you have to do, and you have to prepare your team accordingly, and you have to go back to things that helped you out get to this point. you have to forget about your performances in Bundesliga, by the way, and we'll get to that in a little bit. When we think of Borussia Dortmund defensively and the frailties that Robo just mentioned there, those things are not going to disappear. And so how do you protect against that? You're going to have to get a lot of work defensively from Karim Adeyemi on the left-hand side, from Daniel Malin or Sancho on the right-hand side, whoever plays. And you're going to have to have a lot of organization. You're going to have to have a lot of discipline. But once you get out on the counter yourself, because Stewie just mentioned Real Madrid countering against Dortmund. When Dortmund counter against Real Madrid, that first ball needs to be a good ball out of pressure and needs to find Niklas Füllkrug. And he's got to play well with his back to goal, lay the ball off, and now you're going with the speed of Adeyemi going the other side. Now you're going with Jadon Sancho, and maybe you catch Real Madrid out of position. But yes, you're paying attention to what Real Madrid does, because you imagine if you're Borussia Dortmund that Real Madrid is the team that has the responsibility to carry the pace of this game.
Craig often tells the story, Brazil, France, 98, ahead of the game. Craig Brown, the manager, said, hey, don't worry about Brazil. Ronaldo, he's just a poor man's Joe Jordan. When you've got Edin Terzic, how do you try and motivate the team without sounding like an idiot?
I think you just go through what you've done in this tournament.
Right.
From the first game. You're in the group of death, and from there, you've pretty much been the underdog all the way to here. And there's a reason why we're here. And the reason we're here is because we have counter-attacked well. And it's not going to really probably be any different in this game as well. So, for Borussia, it's about getting Adeyemi and getting Sancho on the ball. And it's about getting the two of them in a good position, both defensively and attacking-wise. Because if the two of them end up too deep,
right,
they'll never be able to get that far out. So it's key how deep they defend. They don't want to be sitting on the edge of the box, otherwise, again, they won't get out. So for me, I think that's the key for Borussia if they're going to win this game. If they're going to get anything from it, Sancho and Adeyemi in particular have to be really smart and pick up good positions so that when the ball is turned over, then they're in a position where they can get forward and cause some problems.
How do you go about it if you're Edin Terzic, motivating this team? Well, not motivating, that's the wrong word. Giving this team belief, Robbo.
It's going to be very difficult. He's got to go back to the games that they played and use the Atletico Madrid tie as a great example. For 35 minutes, they were absolutely hopeless. Atletico Madrid were 2-0 up and should have been 3 and 4 in that first half, but they found a way to get back into the game. And in the second leg, they played much better when they were at home. And the key player will be Sabitzer, because when they are playing on the front foot, Sabitzer becomes almost a number 10, along with one of the other players who is probably not. It's going to be Brandt probably. Sabitzer will try and make forward runs, but in this game Sabitzer will be another holding player next to Emre Can, so he's got to do his job really well. And Ali mentioned it, he's got to get something out of Füllkrug with his back to goal, because I've seen him this season where he's been next to hopeless with his back to goal, but against PSG he played much better. He made runs down the side, he was more athletic, he won balls in the air, and if he plays well, they've got a chance of getting those other two players you were talking about, Adeyemi and Sancho, into the game. But it's going to be very hard for Terzic to come up with a game plan and motivate the players by saying that they're better than Real Madrid, because at the moment, player for player, I'm not sure that one Borussia Dortmund player would get into the Real Madrid team.
There's definitely no, if it's marking, it's not hidden. Sid, what if Real Madrid lose?
Well, I mean, it could happen. You feel like it's not very likely. And it was really interesting, actually, listening to Modric and Nacho today, trying to kind of express the idea of a vulnerability. You know, we look at Real Madrid, and especially the way that they've won these Champions Leagues, not just the fact that they've won them all, but the way they've won them, the fact that they've come back from situations that they really shouldn't have done. And you start to get this kind of almost invincible feeling about them. Well, I thought today that what both Modric and Nacho were trying to express, and Ancelotti to a degree as well, was an idea of vulnerability. We're not invincible. Almost as if they were kind of preparing themselves in advance in case it happens. Ancelotti even used the phrase, whatever happens in this final, it's been a really successful season. Now, we know Real Madrid are not a club that feel like losing a final is ever a successful season. So if they lose, I actually think they're in a really unusual position for Real Madrid, is that if they lose, I don't think it causes a real problem. Now, that's not to say they don't want to win. It's not to say it won't be desperately disappointing for them if they were to lose. But I don't think they're in the position they would have been in had they been defeated in previous finals. And you take this back a decade, where this whole cycle begins. Had they lost that 10th European Cup, which was eventually the 10th European Cup they won, had they lost that final, to Atletico Madrid in the way that season had gone when they hadn't won the league title, that would have been really, really catastrophic for them. This time, while I don't entirely buy the discourse that says it's fine, we've had a great season anyway, I actually don't think it would be catastrophic for them.
Wow, that's quite something. Should we take a look at the odds? Should we see how the bookies have this? No surprise, Real Madrid are favourites to go ahead. Let's take a look then at everyone's predictions. And it's a mixed bag, actually. It's a bit of a surprise. Okay. Here it comes. Whoa, I'm a bit of a squint. Right, so anyone who's ever been on the show or watched the show has given a prediction, basically. There are Klinsmann, Garcia, Nadum, Archie have all gone for a Dortmund victory. Jan and Kieran have both gone for a Dortmund win on penalties. Elsewhere, looking at it, Robbo's gone for 2-0 Real Madrid, Ali's gone for 2-0, Stevie Memoir's gone for 2-1, Sid's gone for 3-1, I've gone for 3-0. What sort of game are you expecting overall, Robbo?
I think it would be quite cagey to start with. I think both sides would like to play on the counter-attack. So which side is going to be the side that go and force the issue and go and press that little bit higher up the field? I'm not quite sure about that. I think we're going to see a lot in the end of Real Madrid possession, but slightly deeper. We're obviously going to see a lot of good movement. Valverde making runs infield and Carvajal breaking down that right-hand side when Toni Kroos keeps switching the play to him. They get crosses into the box. But I'm looking forward to seeing the way that Vini Jr and Rodrigo play as a front two with Bellingham coming in behind them. They're going to dominate the play, I think, and create chances. And it will be Dortmund very much on the counter-attack. And they need Füllkrug and those two wide players to play really well if they're going to get anything out of this game.
Is it fair to say if Real Madrid score early, then this contest is pretty much over?
I wouldn't disagree with that. You know, that would be Dreamsville for Real Madrid. That would mean they would have to step out. That would mean that you've got Schlotterbeck and Hummels exposed, and Ali took us through what happens when the two of them are left to figure it out themselves. So, yeah, I mean, Dortmund have no choice. They have to get a good line, not too deep, not too high, and just let Real Madrid have the ball. Just let them have the ball and then counter-attack. Because if they step out and try and go toe-to-toe, they'll get murdered, no question.
If Vini Jr gets bottled up, if Vini Jr is attracting all sorts of attention defensively from those players and the outside players tracking back from Borussia Dortmund, then you need to have the late runs coming out of the midfield from Jude Bellingham. As we did, or as we saw in the earlier part of the season, and we haven't really seen it nearly as much in the later part of the season. If he's able to appear as an option inside the 18-yard box, late arriving in that second line, I think that's also a problem for Borussia Dortmund, because they'll get focused here with Vini, they'll get focused with Rodrigo, and who's tracking that run on Jude Bellingham? And let's not forget, and I think this is important when talking about Jude Bellingham, Borussia Dortmund. When he left Borussia Dortmund, many players in that locker room were suggesting we're better off because Jude Bellingham is no longer here. That was sort of the feeling about Borussia Dortmund. Jude Bellingham has gone and done what he has done at Real Madrid, and here they meet each other in a final. I think there's something to prove from both sides in terms of who was right and who was wrong. If I'm putting my money on anybody, I'm putting on Jude Bellingham before I do on Borussia Dortmund.
Robbo, we know how insular most English football fans are. It's the Premier League and that's it. Given that Jude Bellingham is playing in this tie, does that mean there are more eyes in the UK on this game that there would normally be if it was just Real Madrid against Borussia Dortmund without that English hook?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because at the moment, Jude Bellingham is the talk of English football. So Emre Can against Bellingham, that's one to watch.
Hey, what have you done with your signed shirt that they gave us after that interview, Robbo?
Say that again?
Remember we interviewed Edin Terzic and Emre Can in Vegas,
That's
and they both
said.
gave us a signed shirt. Yes, I know you said that, and I'm following up now with the question, what did you do with the signed shirt?
I didn't do anything with the signed shirt. You got the signed shirt. I didn't get one.
You got one as well.
Well, I certainly haven't got it in my house at all.
Did you just leave it there?
You must have nicked it.
I didn't.
You must have nicked it.
Why would I want a two Stewart shirt?
Typical you. You were you were a stargazer, you know, and you were so sycophantic when they were there. It was embarrassing.
Fanboy, eh?
Oh, complete it. Emre Can and me, like that. Sid, addressing the Bellingham and Vinícius Jr question, who do Real Madrid fans believe is the most important player out of those two?
I would go with Vinicius, and I would in particular go with Vinicius if we have a game in which Dortmund are waiting deeper for them. Now, obviously, we know that Vinicius is even better running into space. He's even better running into space, whether it's beyond the defence or picking the ball up deep with the defence backtracking and going straight at them and forcing them onto the back foot. And he finds that easier than a defence that's static. But if the defence is static, then you think about who's the player with that little touch of electricity or that little touch of something special to go beyond them. And it feels like Vinicius would be the key player. I've been really struck over the last couple of weeks how the fan base around Real Madrid, and this has happened a little bit in the media as well, has started to take it upon itself to kind of push Vinicius's case as Ballon d'Or this year, with chance of Vinicius Ballon d'Or. We've seen news reports pushing at this, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that because I think the season that he's had is absolutely brilliant. I think there's no doubt that he's a candidate, although my personal belief is that I think the candidates will really be clear post-Euros and post-Copa America rather than now. But what I find interesting about that is the way that Real Madrid fans and people around Madrid have done that, despite the fact that, from my point of view at least, they have two other candidates, and one of them is Bellingham, and I think the other is Toni Kroos. And it strikes me as, I don't know if surprising is the right word, but or maybe even jarring is the word, that they've chosen one candidate having three, and what that says, if you like, about, because as soon as you choose one, you're sort of implicitly ignoring the other two, and I think the other two have been absolutely brilliant this season as well.
You mentioned Toni Kroos. Said he'll score the winner tomorrow.
It would be very like Real Madrid, and it would be the perfect goodbye for him. It was interesting what Ancelotti said about him the other day, and I think he's absolutely right. He was asked about this being, you know, the what a way to go if Toni Kroos was to go with European Cup, because not only, of course, would it be leaving with a European Cup in his last game, but it would be making it 6 European Cups for him, equalling the record of Paco Gento. Nobody's ever won more. Now, he wouldn't be the only one, because Dani Carvajal and Nacho and who's the other player, and Luka Modric would reach that total as well. But Ancelotti said, well, look, Toni Kroos doesn't need that to be in the history of football. He's already in the history of football. He doesn't need an extra European Cup, but it would be a very nice way to go. You say that would be a really good Real Madrid way to end it. Given the way that Real Madrid won the European Cup last time 2 years ago, given the way they've got through this year, doesn't it feel more likely that the winning goal will actually be scored by someone who we absolutely didn't expect? Maybe someone who comes on as a sub and gets it in the 90th minute. So you know, how about Courtois going up for a corner and heading one into the back of the net?
No, Lunin coming on to replace Courtois because of his aerial ability, sneezed it everywhere, flew everywhere. Still, he's there to score the winner.
Well, it wouldn't be the winner, would it? It would have to be the equaliser.
Why?
I'm with you, Stevie.
Well, because why is it, if they're 1-0 up, why would the goalie come?
He's not going to go up for 0-0. Yeah, fair enough.
So they'd have to be the equaliser.
They got a plane to catch. they got to get back. It's got to be done in 90 minutes. What about a Marco Reus winner?
Yeah, that could be the case. And people, I think, sort of forget as to how good of a player Marco Reus has been or was at one point, and it's just injuries that derail his career.
It's his last game, Stevie. Does it make any difference going into this with that knowledge?
Marco Reus?
Or Toni Kroos? Both of them? No, that's because of their experience.
No, because of the experience, because, you know, both players have reached where they are because of what's going on. As much as they've got talent and they were born with certain skills, it's in your head. You know, being able to perform is about preparing properly. It's not a fluke.
Right.
It's about preparation. It's about the way you think. And they've had the careers because mentally they're real strong, real tough. They know exactly what they're capable of, and they know exactly what to do in certain situations, and they understand that to be successful, luck's not attached to it. It's mental strength and ability.
I would say, in the case of Marco Reus in particular, if he's having to come on the field to make a difference, that means that Borussia Dortmund are in trouble. That means that they're chasing the game, and he's having to come on perhaps 15, 20 minutes and somehow finding an answer for them. So, if I'm a Borussia Dortmund fan, I'm probably thinking, we probably don't need Marco Reus. If you don't need Marco Reus, that means that you're doing well. That means that you've already scored a goal. That means that you're protecting. If he's on the field, that means you're chasing.
I believe our time is up with Stuart Robson. Are you sleeping at Wembley tonight, Robert? What's the plan?
I'm going home, Dan. I'm going to be travelling back in the next 10 minutes or so, yes, and coming back tomorrow to watch the game.
Why don't you just stay there the night? It's like a 2-hour drive for you.
It is, but I like to see my wife. Unlike yourself, that doesn't. So I like to.
Do you know?
I like to go home and. No. See, I'm a family man, Dan. Sometimes you're not. Anyway, we'll move on.
Wow, God. Dear me. Stuart Robson.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Whoa.
What a lovely, happy family here. Confirmation then that Hansi Flick is the new coach of Barcelona. We should just show that TikTok again where he talks about his blue eyes and being 5'10". Sid, what's been the reaction to the fans with this finally being confirmed?
Well, do you mean to the fact that he's 5'10" and got blue eyes, or do you mean to what he's got as
Did you
as
see that TikTok, Sid?
I mean, look, it was extraordinary, yes.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
I did. And it is quite remarkable. I mean, look, sometimes we're old men now, and sometimes you think, well, maybe this is what people want these days. But it was pretty awkward, and not the best. I wonder if this is how they're going to go about identifying the players they want to sign now as well. Must be 6'2", brown-eyed, beautiful long blonde hair. Who knows what it is they're going to be looking for? The reaction to this really is that. I think, in a way, the reaction had happened before he came, if you see what I mean. Because I think that the focal point of Hansi Flick's arrival and Xavi's departure has been not so much about the end result as about the way it's been managed. And I think there's really a lot of disappointment at the way that Xavi was treated, the way that it's unfolded, the fact that Barcelona, and in particular Joan Laporta, the president, hasn't kind of, if you like, fronted up to it. The actual fact of the change, I think a lot of people are reasonably happy with. And I think a lot of people, now that we've kind of got to this point, in a way at least it provides a cut-off, it provides a watershed that says, OK, everything that happened with Xavi, the way that was carried out, OK, it's done now. Now here's Hansi Flick. And truth be told, I think most people are thinking, actually, you know what? Hansi Flick probably is the kind of manager we want at Barcelona. And so I think there's a degree of cautious optimism at the moment, but that's allied to that sense of discomfort at how they got to this point.
I'm guessing maybe the Hansi Flick TikTok didn't come across on your algorithm?
I'm not sure. I saw a thing about him walking around with Deco, is that?
No, this is it. I'll show you what it is, and I wonder if you would have done this when the Revs appointed you. Let's take a look.
I'm looking for a man in football, trainer, 5'10", blue eyes. Football, trainer, 5'10", blue eyes. Football, trainer, 5'10", blue eyes.
Oh, that's cringy, isn't it?
It's interesting that he agreed to do it and somebody thought that was a good idea.
But why didn't he go? No.
It's his new club trying to make a good impression, isn't he? Maybe it was his idea.
If he's getting pushed around by the PR guy, what chance has he got with Laporte?
Well, it's just his first day, isn't it? You just say yes to everything, it'd be nice.
That wasn't a good move.
No.
Well, they actually looked as though he was enjoying it.
Yeah, he did. Well, there we are. Maybe that's just character.
But it was cringe material watching it.
Do you like this appointment, Ali?
I certainly don't like the way they've gone about it, to Sid's point. And it's not necessarily that I was flying the flag for Xavi. It's just once you made the decision that Xavi was coming back, then you stick with that, whether we agree that being the right or wrong decision. Once you've taken the picture of Deco, Laporta, and Xavi all with the hands in, the three musketeers, you imagine that the plan in place is for Xavi. And so now this seems like a very hasty transition, messy transition into Hansi Flick, and now you still have the same issues that you had before with this group of players, and you still have the same issues that you had before in terms of the finances of the club. And so you need to get players healthy. You need to get Gavi back. You need to get Pedri playing at a high level once again. You need the young guys to carry this team. You need Lewandowski to score goals like he did for the most part in his career, but didn't this year. You need to have all of that. And on top of all of that, you need to have defending. And this is what I think is an issue. Hansi Flick himself describes his style of play as attacking football. Well, but that wasn't exactly the problem for Barcelona this season. If you watch them play, yeah, they could have been better in the attacking half. But it's in the defensive half where they had their problems. That's where they had their issues. That's where they had concerns. And I don't know that Hansi Flick checks that box when it comes to defending. I'm not sure that I would have been looking for Mourinho in terms of parking the bus, but you want somebody who can at least give you an idea or the perception that maybe, just maybe, we'll focus on defending at some point, and then offensively things will take care of themselves. That doesn't seem to be the case with Hansi Flick.
Look at it a different way. Who's the happier fan base? Chelsea, Bayern Munich or Barcelona? I think Barcelona will be pretty happy.
You think so?
Yes.
You think they got the best of the deal?
Yes.
So we talked a lot this week about the reports that Xavi and Lewandowski didn't have the best of relationships. What's the fans' relationship like with Lewandowski?
I think actually in a way that they would be broadly in Xavi's camp, which isn't to say that they think there's anything horrendously wrong with Lewandowski, but I think there's been a degree of frustration at the games when he hasn't taken his chances, but more than that, the sense of, if you like, that there's not enough happening beyond the goals, that there's not enough of that ability to bring the ball down, to bring others into play, to be the footballer that he was in the first 6 months. And I think there's also an awareness, in truth, and of course, as they watch a team where young players come through and are very dynamic and are very exciting, and they look at Lewandowski's age, and I think they look at the cost of Lewandowski in the situation they're in, and they think, just wonder if it would be better if we could somehow find someone to take this wage bill off us and to maybe even give us some money for him. So I think most fans would probably have a degree of sympathy for Xavi's idea that maybe Lewandowski wasn't the striker that he wanted. That said, of course, and this is the nature of football fans, isn't it? There's always that combination of fatalism and then wild optimism. Of course, fans are looking at this and thinking, well, I'll tell you what, when Flick worked with Lewandowski last time, that's when he scored ludicrous amounts of goals. And he scored a lot of goals at Barcelona. And, so of course you cling to that hope that perhaps with a different type of manager, perhaps with a slightly different approach, perhaps with them delivering more balls into the box a little bit earlier, providing chances for Lewandowski, only asking him to put the ball in the net, and they know that he can do that well, perhaps that can work.
Some have raised their eyebrows over the fact it's just a 2-year contract, Sid. Is this a big deal?
No, I don't think so, to be honest with you. I mean, for what it's worth, financially, Barcelona really shouldn't be giving anyone more than a 1-year deal, quite honestly. I don't think the fact that it's 2 is particularly significant, no.
Let's take a look at what Sid really cares about, though, this weekend. It's the final round of matches in the Segunda. Valladolid are fine. They are promoted. Oviedo should be fine, shouldn't they? Yeah, for a playoff spot. It looks like Leganés will take that second promotion place. All of those games will be live on ESPN+. Eibar against Oviedo. Sid, you okay?
No, I'm not. I'm absolutely terrified. Because last weekend I was watching this game from pitch side at the Pizjuan before the Barcelona-Sevilla game. Oviedo 3-0 up with 5 minutes to go. It was done, like mathematically done. Oviedo were in the playoffs, and then Sporting Gijón, of all teams, Oviedo's big rivals, score with 4 minutes to go, and it changes everything. And of course, it's now Sporting who could take that place off Real Oviedo. Both Sporting and Racing, the other teams who are in that fight for the final playoff place, both of them play against teams with nothing to play for. Oviedo go and play Eibar away, and Eibar are a team that could still get promoted automatically. The best thing that can happen to Oviedo, of course, is that Leganés are winning clearly very, very early, and Eibar realise that nothing's going to change, and they both basically don't fight for it. But no, I'm not at all confident about this. Although, of course, I'm supposed to put on a brave face and say we're going to do it because we're Real Oviedo.
Are you going, Sid? You going to Eibar?
Yeah, I'll be going, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be going. No, don't you worry about that, Dan. I'll be there. Stuff Wembley. This is where the real action is. Just a reminder, then, Eibar against Real Oviedo, and all those other games from La Segunda available on ESPN+. They all kick off at 12:30 Eastern. You can see Sid crying in the crowd. Just some updates. Jose Mourinho reports suggesting he's agreed to join Fenerbahce until 2026. Antonio Conte set to become Napoli manager. We discussed it on the show, haven't we? Meanwhile, Enzo Maresca set to become Chelsea manager. Of course, it's Chelsea on a 5-year contract.
What is going on?
The good thing is that there's an option for a 6-year.
Well, yes, I'm sure he'll be there for 6 years and beyond. Should we take a look at the odds? Should we see how the bookies have this? no surprise, Real Madrid are favourites to go ahead. Let's take a look then at everyone's predictions. And it's a mixed bag, actually. It's a bit of a surprise. Okay. Here it comes. Whoa, I'm a bit of a squint. Right, so anyone who's ever been on the show or watched the show has given a prediction, basically. There are Klinsmann, Garcia, Nadum, Archie have all gone for a Dortmund victory. Jan and Kieran have both gone for a Dortmund win on penalties. Elsewhere, looking at it, Robbo's gone for 2-0 Real Madrid, Ali's gone for 2-0, Stevie Memoir's gone for 2-1, Sid's gone for 3-1, I've gone for 3-0. What sort of game are you expecting overall, Robbo?
I think it would be quite cagey to start with. I think both sides would like to play on the counter-attack. So which side is going to be the side that go and force the issue and go and press that little bit higher up the field? I'm not quite sure about that. I think we're going to see a lot in the end of Real Madrid possession, but slightly deeper. We're obviously going to see a lot of good movement. Valverde making runs infield and Carvajal breaking down that right-hand side when Toni Kroos keeps switching the play to him. They'll get crosses into the box. But I'm looking forward to seeing the way that Vini Jr and Rodrigo play as a front two with Bellingham coming in behind them. They're going to dominate the play, I think, and create chances, and it will be Dortmund very much on the counter-attack. And they need Füllkrug and those two wide players to play really well if they're going to get anything out of this game.
Is it fair to say if Real Madrid score early, then this contest is pretty much over?
I wouldn't disagree with that. You know, that would be Dreamsville for Real Madrid. That would mean they would have to step out. That would mean that you've got Schlotterbeck and Hummels exposed, and Ali took us through what happens when the two of them are left to figure it out themselves. So, yeah, I mean, Dortmund have got no choice. They have to get a good line, not too deep, not too high, and just let Real Madrid have the ball. Just let them have the ball and then counter-attack. Because if they step out and try and go toe-to-toe, they'll get murdered, no question.
Who's Real Madrid's most important player going into the game? Is there one?
Vini. Because if indeed we are anticipating Borussia Dortmund to sit deep, to be organized, to have their lines to defend, Vini Jr gets bottled up. If Vini Jr is attracting also of attention defensively from those players and the outside players tracking back from Borussia Dortmund, then you need to have the late runs coming out of the midfield from Jude Bellingham. As we did, or as we saw in the earlier part of the season, and we haven't really seen it nearly as much in the later part of the season. If he's able to appear as an option inside the 18-yard box, late arriving in that second line, I think that's also a problem for Borussia Dortmund, because they'll get focused here with Vini, they'll get focused with Rodrigo, and who's tracking that run on Jude Bellingham? And let's not forget, and I think this is important when talking about Jude Bellingham, Borussia Dortmund. When he left Borussia Dortmund, many players in that locker room were suggesting we're better off because Jude Bellingham is no longer here. That was sort of the feeling about Borussia Dortmund. Jude Bellingham has gone and done what he has done at Real Madrid, and here they meet each other in a final. I think there's something to prove from both sides in terms of who was right and who was wrong. If I'm putting my money on anybody, I'm putting on Jude Bellingham before I do on Borussia Dortmund.
Robbo, we know how insular most English football fans are. It's the Premier League and that's it. Given that Jude Bellingham is playing in this tie, does that mean there are more eyes in the UK on this game that there would normally be if it was just Real Madrid against Borussia Dortmund without that English hook?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because at the moment, Jude Bellingham is the talk of English football, or where he came from and what he was about. So he was having a little dig, and those two players are going to be playing up against each other. So Emre Can against Bellingham, that's one to watch.
Hey, what have you done with your signed shirt that they gave us after that interview, Robbo?
Say that again?
Remember we interviewed Edin Terzic and Emre Can in Vegas,
That's
and they
what you
both
said.
gave us a signed shirt. Yes, I know you said that, and I'm following up now with the question, what did you do with the signed shirt?
I didn't do anything with the signed shirt. You got the signed shirt. I didn't get one.
You got one as well.
Well, I certainly haven't got it in my house at all.
Did you just leave
I
it
don't
there?
know. You must have nicked it.
I didn't.
You must have nicked it.
Why would I want a two Stewart
See,
shirt?
typical you. You were you were a stargazer, you know, and you were so sycophantic when they were there. It was embarrassing.
Fanboy, eh?
Oh, complete and utter. Emre Can and me, like that. Sid, addressing the Bellingham and Vinícius Jr question, who do Real Madrid fans believe is the most important player out of those two?
I would go with Vinicius, and I would in particular go with Vinicius if we have a game in which Dortmund are waiting deeper for them. Now, obviously, we know that Vinicius is even better running into space. He's even better running into space, whether it's beyond the defence or picking the ball up deep with the defence backtracking and going straight at them and forcing them onto the back foot. And he finds that easier than a defence that's static. But if the defence is static, then you think about who's the player with that little touch of electricity or that little touch of something special to go beyond them. And it feels like Vinicius would be the key player. I've been really struck over the last couple of weeks how the fan base around Real Madrid, and this has happened a little bit in the media as well, has started to take it upon itself to kind of push Vinicius's case as Ballon d'Or this year, with chance of Vinicius Ballon d'Or. We've seen news reports pushing at this, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that because I think the season that he's had is absolutely brilliant. I think there's no doubt that he's a candidate, although my personal belief is that I think the candidates will really be clear post-Euros and post-Copa America rather than now. But what I find interesting about that is the way that Real Madrid fans and people around Madrid have done that, despite the fact that, from my point of view at least, they have two other candidates, and one of them is Bellingham, and I think the other is Toni Kroos. And it strikes me as, I don't know, maybe, I don't know if surprising is the right word, but or maybe even jarring is the word, that they've chosen one candidate having three, and what that says, if you like, about, because as soon as you choose one, you're sort of implicitly ignoring the other two, and I think the other two have been absolutely brilliant this season as well.
Hi there, time now for Back Pages tonight here on Sky Sports News, bringing you a first look at the sports stories in the morning's newspapers. And joining us tonight are the Mirror's Andy Dunn and Jack Rosser from The Sun. A very good evening to you both, gents. Let's quickly run through the back pages for you. Starting in the Mirror, Carlo's Wembley trembly ahead of the Champions League final. A new United deal for Manchester United's main man, that is Kobbie Mainoo. Carlo's dream, obviously a big focus on the Champions League final, and England cricketers' 16-month betting ban. Big focus on this man. This is in the Times. Over to you, Jude. Also a story about Frank Lampard potentially getting the Burnley job. And Cars, as we mentioned there, the cricketer hit with a 3-month ban. United, that is all about Kobbie Mainoo and his new deal, potentially coming after the Euros. Ruud linked to replace Enzo at Leicester, that's Ruud van Nistelrooy. And Sancho can shine for Dortmund. This in the Express, pros and cons. A 5-year deal for Maresca, but he may be forced to sell Gallagher. Also featuring there, Kobbie jackpot. Fear is real for Bell's boys. This is the big story on the back of The Sun. Prem and 18 only, focusing on the potential of cutting the size of the big leagues. Lampard burning to return, potentially heading to Burnley as we mentioned. And here we go, Bellingham. And then in the Telegraph, teenagers' Olympic terror plots ahead of this summer's games in Paris. OK, let's start off in the Mirror and focus on the Champions League final. Gents, Andy, let's come to you first up. It's interesting, this from Carlo Ancelotti. He's been there, he's done it, he's got the T-shirt, he's got loads of them. He's guarding against complacency, isn't he? Talking about fear for Real Madrid, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And you know, bear in mind, those of us who were at Wembley just a few days back for the FA Cup final, we saw, I think, what complacency can do to a team that is very, very strongly fancied to win a big game. It happened to Manchester City, and the same thing could happen to Real Madrid. And Carlo Ancelotti, as you say, he's been there. He's got, I think it's 4 managers' T-shirts, 2 as a player in the Champions League. He will know to guard against that in the same way that Pep Guardiola did, but possibly couldn't. And yes, Ancelotti will be looking at this, I think, and also reminding his players that, you know, the overwhelming odds in favour of them count for nothing. They count for nothing. And I genuinely believe that's right, because, again, just referring to that FA Cup final, to me, Borussia Dortmund are far more likely to win, in theory, than Manchester United were likely to be Manchester City. Borussia Dortmund are outsiders, clearly. However, I was at both semi-finals, both semi-final legs of Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and let's face it, Real Madrid were one, Manuel Neuer howling away from being out of the competition. It's as simple as that. And listen, and those of us who were at Bayern Munich Real Madrid versus Manchester City, at no point really during those two legs did we think that Real Madrid were going to get through. So in a way, they're the Liga champions, but they are slightly fortunate to be in the final. And you could argue that Dortmund were perhaps even a bit more impressive in getting through to the final and seeing off PSG. So I think this one, I wouldn't say it's too close to call, because I think Real Madrid will do it, but it'll be a close game. I really do. I really think it'll be a close game, and I think you'd be foolish just to assume it's going to be yet another Champions League win for Real Madrid.
Yeah, and it's been very difficult to score goals against Borussia Dortmund during this year's Champions League. Let's head into the Daily Mail. Carlo's dream, Jack, obviously talking about the potential of winning a fifth Champions League. Do you think experience will tell, or do you quite like the way that Edin Terzic is approaching this as well, and sort of heaping the pressure a little bit on Real Madrid? Because all the expectation is on them, isn't it?
It is, and like Andy mentioned, we saw what happened last weekend at Wembley, and I was on this show and was asked how Man United would got on if they had a chance, and I said absolutely zero. So I think that proved exactly what we can expect in finals like these. And I really like Borussia Dortmund's approach to this entire competition. I was at the second leg in Paris, and everyone turned up to that expecting it to be a night for Mbappe, his last home game in Europe, and Borussia Dortmund really showed up and proved everyone wrong. And Mats Hummels has been so fantastic for them in this competition this year. Tweeted something afterwards saying, everyone has always wanted to play us through this year. It's lucky we got to the final to give everyone a chance. And that's the sort of approach they're taking into these games. They came through, the hardest group in the group stage and have managed to prove so many doubters wrong along the way to this final. Carlo there in the piece on the back of the Mail has been talking about how wonderful it would be for him to win at Wembley a fifth Champions League of his managerial career at Wembley, having managed in England. But of course, Borussia Dortmund have got some of their own Wembley history that they'll want to rewrite, having lost to Bayern Munich the last time final was at Wembley in 2013. So yes, Real Madrid are favourites. They've got the history, they've got the experience, but Borussia Dortmund have shown all the way through that they don't really care what the odds are in these games.
Obviously no England or English side in the Champions League final, but obviously a big English subplot. It's at Wembley to start off with. And Jude Bellingham is at the centre of it all. Over to you, Jude. Huge amount of expectation on him to shine. And when the pressure has been on him to do that, he has done it this season, hasn't he, Andy?
He's not just done it this season. He's done it pretty much since we first saw him in an England jersey. Birmingham fans will tell you that he's done it from the moment he stepped into that blue jersey as well. He's done it throughout his career. Which he's played a lot of games, considering he doesn't turn 21 until the end of next month, until the end of June. And he responds every time. And it's funny because, again, just harking back to those two legs against Bayern Munich in the semi-finals, I was at them both. And Bellingham actually, wasn't the most impressive player on the pitch by far. He wasn't in that great form, but he managed to affect the game in some fashion, and was there and having a real impact at the end of the game. He got taken off very, very late on against Bayern in the second leg, but he had an impact. He manages to find a way, and that's a sign of his maturity. What I would quickly say, though, about Real Madrid is that you look forward to seeing other players. Obviously, we are really, really interested to see how Jude Bellingham does. We are really, really want him to do well and to go into the European Championships with England on a real high. But also, I'm looking forward to seeing Vinícius Jr, who I think has been sensational for Real Madrid this season, and Toni Kroos's farewell. But yes, as English fans, with one eye on the Euro, we want Bellingham going there full of confidence. Although having said that, I don't think there's much that could ever knock Jude Bellingham's confidence.
No, he's so impressive, isn't he, Jack, on and off the field?
He is, and it's the way he's sort of taken this huge pressure of Real Madrid. He's obviously wearing the number 5 Zidane's shirt completely in his stride. I was at his debut for Real Madrid at Bilbao all the way back at the start of the season, and you sort of wonder, how are the fans going to receive him? How is he going to handle the pressure? Will he be able to make his mark on the game? And he was absolutely everywhere. He scored a goal. The fans and the media over there, you know, famously critical and famously hard to win over, seem to have fallen in love with him immediately because of the way he approaches not only the game, but the way he speaks as well. He's such a mature talker when you get the chance to hear him speak, and someone that seems well beyond his years, and in terms of the way he handles himself in those precious situations. So while there is a hell of a lot of a spotlight on him, and there will be in the summer as well, you'd have no real fears about him handling it.
Back page of the Star, the other Englishman who's going to be on the field, you can see just at the top there, Jadon Sancho, at a club that makes him smile, in Borussia Dortmund. And Joe Cole, interestingly, basically saying, look, this is your opportunity to go and show everyone, the world, how good you are. Andy.
It's a huge game for Jadon Sancho on many levels. You know, listen, we don't know what's going to happen